In the wake of desolation, monstrous beasts invade, igniting a nationwide martial arts renaissance, where warriors emerge as the vanguard of this era. High school student Yi Ran finds himself traversing into this realm, harnessing a martial arts achievement system to vanquish the aberrant creatures and safeguard his homeland, steadily ascending towards the pinnacle of power, achieving the status of an unparalleled martial sage. He shall traverse the ancient cosmos with might. Achievement 1. Chicken Slayer slay 3,000 chickens to earn 10 achievement points and a boost in physical constitution. Achievement 2. Wealth accumulator amass a fortune of 1 billion to receive 1,000 achievement points and a doubling of comprehension. Achievement 3. Master of all attain proficiency in all weaponry. Chapter 1. Martial Science. Tick-tock, tick-tock, within the obsidian hourglass, fine grains of sand cascade slowly downward. Countdown. 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 58 seconds. Yi Ran. A stern voice suddenly reverberates, causing the students to turn their gazes towards the back row. Yi Ran, bewildered, raises his head, bleary-eyed. The middle-aged teacher at the podium, witnessing his lackadaisical demeanor, is filled with ire and strikes the desk with force. Out of 5 days of classes in a week, you choose to sleep through 4, and you still aspire to enroll in martial science. On what grounds? With your abysmal score of 25, ranking 3rd from the bottom in the class in vitality? Only 100 days remain until the college entrance examination. Do you not grasp the immense gap between your current score and the required vitality of 60 for university? Admission? Sleeping all day, your parents' efforts are utterly in vain. Yi Ran lowers his head obediently, listening to the homeroom teacher's admonishments and the whispers of his classmates surrounding him. He lets out a long sigh inwardly. Though he has been in this world for 3 months, he still feels a certain unfamiliarity when hearing terms like martial science and vitality. 3 months ago, he awoke to find himself in this parallel yet familiar world, his identity unchanged. He remains an ordinary high school student. The distinction lies in this world's predominant focus on martial arts. Over 5 centuries ago, a colossal silver eye fell from the cosmos, crashing into the earth. Thus, the blue planet underwent a cataclysmic transformation. In the skies, peculiar mirages occasionally appear. These illusions depict ancient and immense primordial forests and wastelands. In these wastelands, numerous colossal aberrant beasts roam. Despite humanity's astonishment at such phenomena, they initially paid little heed, until one day, a mirage materialized into reality, descending upon a city, heralding disaster. That wasteland devoured the entire city, taking root, unleashing countless aberrant beasts within. After centuries of relentless struggle, although wastelands still descend today, humanity has managed to maintain a semblance of order through a plethora of warriors who have shattered their genetic locks. Yet, the numerous wastelands that have fallen still occupy nearly half of Blue Planet's territory. Thus, those warriors capable of repelling aberrant beasts hold a prestigious status within society. Even the college entrance exam is divided into martial and literary streams. However, the disparity between the two is vast. The martial stream remains the sole avenue for distinction. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the countdown continues to echo. Yi Ran glances at the silver panel within his mind. The panel remains blank, save for a black hourglass at its center, the countdown steadily diminishing beneath it. This panel inexplicably appeared in his consciousness upon his arrival in this realm. Its purpose remains a mystery. The countdown has persisted for a full 3 months. Finally nearing its end, Yi Ran exhales deeply, no longer concerned with what may transpire upon its conclusion. He merely desires for it to conclude swiftly. These past 3 months have driven him to the brink of madness with its incessant ticking. It has become an omnipresent torment, rendering him unable to sleep. His already poor sleep quality has worsened, compounded by the need to save for the martial science registration fee, while juggling a part-time job, leaving him utterly fatigued. This is the reason for his drowsiness in class. He simply cannot endure any longer. Despite his best efforts, the lecturer's voice possesses an enchanting quality, lulling him into slumber far more swiftly than at home. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rings. The homeroom teacher clears his throat, hindering the students eager to bolt from their seats. Classmates, registration for martial science begins in 2 weeks. Those who wish to enroll should come forward to register. While martial science is of utmost importance, I advise everyone, if your vitality is below 30, it may be prudent to refrain from enrolling. But he shakes his head, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Ran and a few other students in the back row. With only 5 months remaining until the entrance examination, the likelihood of reaching the university score threshold is slim. It would be wiser to save your registration fee for other endeavors. Upon finishing, most students do not hesitate to approach the podium. Yi Ran is among them. The homeroom teacher, observing the handsome youth before him, furrows his brow slightly. Yi Ran, are you certain of your decision to enroll? The registration fee is 20,000. That I believe it would be more beneficial for you to invest that in vitality potions to enhance your vitality, making it easier to secure employment after graduation. The teacher speaks earnestly. This is not a matter of bias. It is truly your best option. Teacher, I wish to give it a try. Yiran replies softly. The teacher shakes his head and refrains from further discussion, writing down his name. Such words he utters annually, advising numerous students, yet few heed his counsel. Each individual harbors a blind confidence. Yet, reality often vindicates his perspective. Outside the school gates, traffic flows incessantly. Yiran does not wait long before a bus approaches. The doors slide open automatically, and a gentle electronic voice announces, family members of warriors may use family cards for free passage. Ordinary passengers, please scan your bus card. Inside, a sparse crowd of about 10 passengers occupies the bus. Yiran finds a seat to settle into. Televisions on either side broadcast the news. Recently, the vice president of the Eastern Yuan Province Martial Association has broken through to level 7, adding another master-level warrior to our nation. In the early hours today, a mirage of a wasteland descended upon the eastern outskirts of Qingshui City, prompting 10 masters to rush to the scene, while citizens of Qingshui are being evacuated in batches. Ningjiang City Martial Association has issued a new policy, offering a reward of 50,000 for those under 20 who become warriors. After listening for a while, fatigue envelopes him, causing his head to droop slowly. 20 minutes later, the bus halts, and the electronic voice announces that they have arrived at Shenyuan Poultry Slaughterhouse. Yiran shakes his head to shake off the drowsiness that he has arrived. Indeed, his part-time job involves slaughtering chickens at the slaughterhouse. Though it may sound less than dignified, the opportunity to earn money is quite valuable. Time passes swiftly. Before long, the workday concludes, and workers begin to depart in succession. Yiran also ceases his tasks, his expression contemplative. He still needs a full 13,000 for the martial science registration fee. A headache ensues. 13,000 means he must work for at least another 3 months. However, the registration fee is due in half a month, leaving him precious little time. If all else fails, he'll have to borrow from my aunt. Yiran sighs. His aunt has raised him with great difficulty, and he truly wishes to avoid burdening her. Yet, accumulating 13,000 in 2 weeks seems nearly impossible, unless he becomes a warrior. With a warrior's earning potential, not only a half month, but even half a day could suffice. At that moment, he suddenly freezes. The incessant ticking that has haunted him for 3 months fades away from his mind. The countdown has concluded. Damn, it's finally over. Yiran cannot contain an expletive, fighting against the urge to collapse on the ground for a well-deserved rest, and his consciousness slips back into his mind. On the silver panel, the black hourglass has vanished with the end of the countdown. The panel rejuvenates, displaying the martial arts achievement system in the upper left corner. Chapter 2, Master of Chicken Slaughter System. Yiran was filled with surprise and joy, tinged with disbelief, as he hurriedly glanced at the panel. In the upper right corner, it displayed achievement points, 0. In the center, there were 2 buttons. The red one bore the inscription Enhance, while the green one read Deduction. At the bottom, a path to martial arts achievements unfurled before him. Path to martial arts. Breakthrough to level 1 warrior. Reward. 10 achievement points. Current progress. 25,100 vitality points. A level 1 warrior possessed a vitality value of 100. Yiran's heart stirred as he continued to explore. Beneath the path to martial arts, 2 empty slots awaited activation, indicating that he could simultaneously activate 3 achievements. Upon confirmation, 2 achievements would be randomly selected. Without hesitation, he clicked to draw. The empty slots flickered momentarily, and soon, 2 achievements materialized. Master of Chicken Slaughter. Progress, 03000. Kill count to reach 100, 1,000, 3,000, respectively rewarding 1, 5, 10 achievement points. With a one-time physical enhancement upon achievement completion. Winning hearts with virtue. Progress, 010. Reward, 100 achievement points. Yiran pondered for a moment. Although these achievements lacked detailed explanations, their titles were self-explanatory. Winning hearts with virtue aside, the title Master of Chicken Slaughter intrigued him. His expression shifted, for in his current location, chickens were abundantly available. As darkness enveloped the sky, the personnel in the slaughterhouse gradually departed, leaving behind an eerie silence. Only the sound of Yiran's solitary chicken slaughtering echoed through the empty space, accompanied by the continuous rise in the kill count on the system panel. 97, 98, 99. At last, the count reached 100. Yiran paused, quickly glancing at the panel, where the number in the upper right corner danced, transforming his achievement points from 0 to 1. Seeing this, he inhaled deeply and slowly pressed the red Enhance button. After a brief moment of stillness, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted within him. This vitality, although sudden, did not emerge from nowhere. It was born from his very bones, radiating outward and enveloping his entire being. Yiran felt a tingling warmth coursing through his body, a sensation that soon dissipated. He moved his limbs, sensing a significant increase in strength, though without a vitality meter, he could not ascertain the exact enhancement. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at the first achievement on the panel. Path to Martial Arts. Current progress, 35100. Vitality points. Reward, 10 achievement points. Yi Ran's pupils contracted sharply. 10. His vitality had indeed surged by 10 points. The difference between 25 and 35 was monumental. A vitality value of 35 would place him at a respectable level among his peers. If tested, his rank could easily improve by over 10 places. After a prolonged moment, Yi Ran suppressed his exhilaration, though he could not help but clench his fists tightly. A vitality value of 35. What are you still doing here? The doors are closing. Hurry up and leave. An impatient voice called from outside the door, belonging to the security guard on patrol. Oh right, I'm leaving now, Yi Ran replied reluctantly, casting one last glance at the multitude of chickens before shouldering his bag and departing. Half an hour later, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light, while the ground below shimmered with brilliant lights. Yi Ran strolled along the path, his face barely concealing his elation. A substantial increase of 10 points in vitality was enough to ignite his excitement, especially as it was achieved by slaying a chicken, an utterly exhilarating experience. Were it not for external factors, he would undoubtedly have spent the night in restless anticipation, ready to engage in a relentless hunt. The system interface evoked memories of his early days in online gaming, reminiscent of training in a novice village by dispatching poultry. Yi Ran chuckled softly, his heart filled with reflection. How wonderful it would be if this were merely a game. Yet, as he gazed at the towering, bustling skyscrapers around him, accompanied by the distant sounds of lively chatter, a sudden silence enveloped him. The world before him was strikingly real, a genuine realm. Beneath its seemingly tranquil surface lay countless perils. Whether it was the impending threat of the wasteland or the lurking beasts within it, disaster loomed ominously, just as he had heard in the news about Qingshui City, where, in the early morning, people still lost in dreams were jolted awake by urgent bells, fleeing from their long-time abodes in confusion and terror. Such occurrences were not isolated incidents. Every existing human city could become a stronghold for the wasteland, and anyone could find themselves uprooted, living in uncertainty. To gain strength was to seize control over one's fate. Yi Ran murmured, lifting his gaze to the heavens. He hoped that when the wasteland descended upon Ningjiang City, he would not be among those fleeing in panic, but rather the one standing tall, extending his hand to obliterate it under the gaze of countless witnesses. Upon returning home, the hour had crept close to midnight. Yi Ran tiptoed, gently pushing open the door. The room was cloaked in darkness, silence reigning supreme. He exhaled in relief and hurried toward his chamber. In the next moment, the lights blazed forth, and a feathered duster swung toward him. You little rascal. Where have you been wandering at this late hour? A slightly plump middle-aged woman exclaimed furiously, brandishing the duster as she aimed for his backside. Yi Ran quickly dodged, shouting, Aunt, please don't hit me. Let me explain. The woman scolded as she pursued him. I asked your teacher, and your school closes right after classes. Look at your performance on this month's exam. Vitality at 25, ranking third from the bottom. An entire month without any progress. At that moment, a door nearby creaked open. A girl in pink pajamas emerged, yawning and bleary-eyed. Mom, brother, what are you arguing about so late? She mumbled. Sure. Quickly explain to your mother. Yi Ran seized the opportunity, hiding behind the girl. The girl glanced helplessly at the middle-aged woman. Mom, my brother really was practicing. It wasn't their school, it was ours. Our school doesn't close at night, and the gym is free to use. Really? The middle-aged woman inquired skeptically. Yes. Upon hearing this, the woman relaxed slightly. Though she still shot Yi Ran a fierce glare. You little rascal, about that third from the bottom ranking. Aunt, I promise I'll improve next month. Yi Ran assured her hastily. You'd better keep that promise. If you don't advance to at least fourth from the bottom next month, I'll make sure to give you a good thrashing. She spoke while rubbing her waist, making her way to the room, lamenting, that little rascal, he runs so swiftly. When he was younger, I could catch him effortlessly, but now I can barely touch the hem of his clothes. Yi Ran let out a long sigh of relief. Having lost his parents at an early age, he had been living with his aunt's family since he was 2 or 3 years old. The household comprised just him, his aunt, and her daughter. Raised solely by his aunt, he held a deep-seated fear of her, not due to any other reason but the inherent pressure of blood ties. Chapter 3, Transformation. Sure. You've performed admirably. I shall reward you with a new outfit soon, Yi Ran declared, feigning maturity with one hand behind his back. You've uttered that phrase over 300 times, she retorted. The meal is in the kitchen. You can heat it yourself. Never mind. I shall do it for you, otherwise the pot will explode again. She yawned, her little head drooping as she ambled toward the kitchen, muttering, Oh heavens. Each day I only seem to draw grand plans for my sister while being a useless elder brother accomplishing nothing. When will I ever grow up? Yi Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. The original owner frequently made grand promises to his sister, often resorting to such words when borrowing money or seeking favors, yet never once followed through. It wasn't that he was miserly or indifferent to his sister's needs. It was simply a matter of being impoverished. The meager 3,000 he possessed was painstakingly scraped together from his living expenses, with the aim of amassing enough funds to purchase a vitality elixir to enhance his strength. Nevertheless, he was now the master of this body, and he was determined to fulfill his promises. Of course, this was contingent upon first addressing the crucial matter of the martial arts registration fee, a sum of 20,000. Yiran felt significantly more at ease, shedding much of the previous pressure. With the achievement system in place, he was confident he could accumulate the required 20,000 within half a month. Once his strength improved, there would be myriad ways to earn money. In the room, Yiran stood bare-chested, legs half-squatting, arms tracing circles before him, practicing the two instruments body refinement technique. This foundational technique, disseminated by the martial alliance of the Xia Kingdom, was suitable for various individuals. Upon completing the 9 forms, he halted, drenched in sweat, clenching his fists. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. The increase of 10 points in vitality was remarkable. He found that his control and mastery over his body had not diminished in the slightest. Normally, such a surge in vitality would lead to a discrepancy in strength, making it difficult to maintain the same precision over one's body. This was evident in classmates who had consumed vitality elixirs, often losing control during practical exercises and inadvertently injuring their peers. However, the 10 points he had gained felt as though they were a result of arduous training, allowing for perfect control. Once he confirmed that there were no anomalies in his body, Yiran glanced at the system. His achievement points remained at 0. The 3 achievements, Path of Martial Arts, Master of Chicken Slaughter, and Persuasion through Virtue, were all in view. He pondered, persuading others through virtue likely required commendable moral character. A challenge neither trivial nor monumental, yet finding suitable targets was rather difficult. Nonetheless, the reward was a substantial 100 achievement points, and he needed to devise a way to accomplish it. After finishing his meal, Yiran took the dishes and headed toward the kitchen. The living room was enveloped in silence and darkness, with only a light shining from the room of my aunt. Sounds emanated from there. Deshawn, why not enroll Xiao Ran in a martial arts school? With just over 100 days left until the college entrance examination, his physical vitality seems insufficient for success. Yiran's heart stirred. It was his aunt's voice. Zhou Dashan was his uncle's name. Though his uncle was often busy, he occasionally found time for a video call. The conversation continued. Of course, I've suggested it before. Ahem, you just can't bear to part with the money. His uncle coughed, adding, you keep saying you want to save money for my medical treatment, but my old ailments from the battlefield cannot be cured with just a few thousand yuan. The illness is of little concern. Delaying the child's future is a grave matter, his aunt replied. And please, stop referring to him as the child. He's already at the bottom of his class, and it's hard on him. His uncle continued to cough, while rambling on. His aunt, slightly aggrieved, said, my dear nephew, do you think I enjoy criticizing him? If only Xiao Ran could consume exotic beast blood and flesh daily, with vitality elixirs at his disposal, how could his grades possibly suffer? I blame myself for not providing a better environment for him, and I find myself angry at my own shortcomings. His uncle chuckled, all right. Here we have an adult shedding tears. In a couple of days, let's find Xiao Ran a decent martial arts school. Don't skimp on the expenses. Sure has just entered high school, and is still young. We won't need to worry about money for now. As for my illness, ahem, I've endured it for so many years. The following dawn. Breakfast. You rascal, stop eating. You're going to be late for school, urged Yi Hongfang, his aunt. Oh. Yiran hastily stuffed 2 eggs into his mouth and dashed out of the house. Yi Hongfang gazed at the messy table, somewhat puzzled. Why is this rascal eating so much today? The amount he's consumed is almost on par with that of Shui, the boy next door. Yet Shui has a vitality of 40. It's normal for him to eat more. What is going on with this rascal today? Yiran raced through the streets and finally arrived at school, just in time. He slipped into the classroom as the bell rang. The homeroom teacher, who had already arrived at the podium, frowned slightly. Time passed. As the class neared its end, the teacher cast a surprised glance at Yiran. This boy actually stayed awake today and is attentively listening to the lecture. He discreetly nodded in approval. Though with a vitality of 25, his prospects seemed dim. His attitude was commendable. The teacher wondered how long he could maintain this focus. As the morning classes concluded, the teacher observed the still vibrant Yiran with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. With this kind of attitude, he shows promise. He understood that, for children from ordinary backgrounds, unless they possessed exceptional talent, their upper limits were indeed quite low. After all, in the realm of martial arts, resources, esteemed mentors, opportunities, and innate talent are all essential. Many students with low vitality are not lacking in effort. Now, looking at Yiran, he felt more at ease, and his mood improved significantly. Classmates, there will be a combat strength test on Friday. Please prepare in advance. A combat strength test? Yiran's expression slightly tensed as he took this matter to heart. After school, the campus buzzed with youthful energy, though many sighed in resignation. Sigh, another practical test. We're going to get beaten up again. This time, I shall don an additional set of protective gear. The last altercation left me incapacitated for a full week. A mere 3 days? I languished for an entire 7 days. Observing your demeanor, I am resolved to sweep through this challenge and achieve the first perfect battle prowess in our school. Spare me your nonsense. With your limited skills, even Zhang Yuga, the top student, has a power disparity of 5 points. Perfect battle prowess. Indeed, dream on. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, Yi Ran maintained a calm facade, though inwardly he felt a twinge of anxiety. The battle prowess assessment is indeed the most daunting examination. Rango, over here. At that moment, a crew-cut boy waved from a distance. Yi Ran approached swiftly. This was Zhang Fan, a close friend from his childhood. Though they were not in the same class, their bond remained strong. They chatted amiably as they walked. Upon reaching the bus stop, Yi Ran and Zhang Fan parted ways. Inside the bus, the small screens on either side played news reports in a continuous loop. Urgent report. Qing Shui City has fallen. The 10 great masters have been defeated, including the demise of Master Qi Shui and the severe wounding and disappearance of Master Lingxi. Yi Ran's expression turned grave as he gazed at the scenes on the screen. The images displayed a ravaged city, once bustling skyscrapers now reduced to mere ruins. Amidst the debris, a golden giant lion roared towards the heavens, its 6 wings unfurling to obscure the sun, plunging the sky into darkness. On the ground, thick vines and ancient trees grew with terrifying rapidity, voraciously consuming and assimilating the remnants of the city. This was a portent of the wasteland taking form, signifying yet another city, a brilliant testament to human civilization. Now relegated to the annals of history, Yi Ran's eyes were fixated on the television screen, his palms instinctively clenching, a hint of perspiration forming. Qing Shui City and Jiangning City are not far apart. The wasteland possesses a tendency to spread. Without intervention, it would soon encroach upon other cities. He glanced at the other passengers, noting their tense expressions, unblinking gazes, and the nervous gulps that betrayed their anxiety. Everyone was apprehensive about the wasteland's advance towards Jiangning City. Such is the nature of this era, Yi Ran murmured to himself, with no means of evasion or retreat. Upon disembarking, invigorated by enhanced vitality, Yi Ran moved swiftly, having dispatched nearly 500 chickens in a single night, earning himself a notorious reputation among chickens. He examined his system panel. Master of Chicken Slaughter. Progress, 586-3000. Kill count, 1,000. Reward, 5 achievement points. Almost there. Tomorrow he would claim the 2nd tier of achievement rewards. Yi Ran licked his lips in anticipation. As he exited the slaughterhouse, he spotted a scar-faced youth outside, arrogantly conversing with several middle-aged workers, who nodded in agreement, their faces pale with unease. The distance was too great to catch their words, so Yi Ran paid little mind and departed. Upon returning home, he found his aunt busy with chores at the entrance, where a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman, her face coated in thick white powder, cracked sunflower seeds, seemingly engrossed in her conversation. Enfant, I confide in you regarding old Chen's matter, and I implore you to keep it strictly between us. Should anyone discover my loose tongue, how would I be perceived? Xuejia, rest assured. Yi Hongfang responded absent-mindedly. By the way, I must also mention the affair concerning Grandpa Zhang. You are the only one privy to it. Xuejia, I assure you I will remain tight-lipped. You are the best, little aunt. Yi Ran exclaimed with delight, darting into the room. Xuejia playfully tossed her hair, and it appeared to grow increasingly beautiful. Though her vitality level remains uncertain, my family S. Shuechuan recently achieved a vitality level of 40, ranking among the top 10 in his class. The teacher praises him daily. With a vitality level of 40, he is not far from the undergraduate threshold of 60. With a bit of effort, he might even gain admission to a prestigious university. Gaining entry to a top-tier university would necessitate relocating to a large city, and the thought of that is quite bittersweet. Hongfang, if I were to move away in the future, how would I manage without you? Particularly since little Ran's vitality level is not high enough for admission. In the kitchen, Yi Ran squatted on the floor, savoring fish meat, and it was evident that his aunt was on the verge of exploding with frustration. As predicted, upon spotting Yi Ran still in the kitchen, she immediately directed her ire towards him. You little rascal, why are you still eating? I'm hungry. I haven't had my fill, Yi Ran replied, rubbing his belly. Perhaps due to an increase in vitality, he found himself much hungrier lately, consuming a single meal equivalent to 7 or 8 regular portions. The following day unfolded as usual, and Yi Ran hastened to the slaughterhouse. Upon arrival, he furrowed his brow. Work could not commence today. It seemed an unforeseen incident had caused a power outage. Outside, a crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing the situation. Among them stood the manager of the slaughterhouse, his hair flecked with gray, impeccably dressed in a suit, flanked by 3 or 4 security guards. Opposing him was a young man with a scarred face, clad in work attire, yet exuding an air of arrogance as he smirked and bantered with the manager. Whatever was said provoked the manager's furious countenance, prompting him to shout at the security personnel. Yet, the guards appeared somewhat apprehensive, conversing quietly with the manager instead. After a tense standoff, both parties departed in discontent. The surrounding workers buzzed with speculation. Yi Ran listened to their chatter, his brow knitting as he cast a glance at the scarred youth. The power outage seemed to be the doing of that individual. With the workday thwarted, he had no choice but to leave, resigned to the notion that calamities often come in pairs. Another round of auditory bombardment left Yi Ran feeling numb. Fortunately, the next day progressed smoothly. As night began to envelop the slaughterhouse, workers gradually departed, and lights extinguished in various sections. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit waved and called out. It was the manager. He promptly checked his attribute panel. Master of Chicken Slaughter. Progress. 11233000. It had been achieved. Yi Ran's eyes brightened suddenly as he hastily gathered his belongings to leave. This is your salary. I forgot to settle it yesterday, the manager said, handing him some money at the door. Yi Ran accepted it, and, upon counting, was taken aback. Manager Bai, you've given me an extra 1,000. Keep it, he replied. Manager Bai smiled and gently patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him to study diligently. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Ran ultimately decided to comply. Upon returning home, Yi Ran promptly pressed the enhancement button. Once activated, a selection of numbers appeared, allowing him to utilize 15 achievement points. After a brief contemplation, he prudently opted for just 1 achievement point. Instantly, a surge of vitality erupted from his bones, spreading throughout his being. His vitality began to increase, but soon, he opened his eyes, disappointment etched on his face. This time, he had only gained a meager 6 points of vitality. Dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Ran proceeded to initiate the second enhancement. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his eyes, a mixture of joy and confusion illuminating his expression. This time, he had remarkably increased his vitality by 9 points. Chapter 5. Deduction and Limitations. The enhancement through achievement points appeared to be rather unstable. Yi Ran pondered for a while, but without any clear insights, he could only conclude that the enhancements were random. With good fortune, one might experience substantial gains, whereas bad luck would yield only modest improvements. With 3 achievement points remaining, he refrained from further use, instead turning his curiosity towards another button on the system panel, Deduction. After a moment's consideration, he pressed the button. 2 options then materialized before him. The 2 instruments Body Forging Technique and Combat Awareness. The 2 instruments Body Forging Technique, Complete Realm, can be surpassed. Combat Awareness, Mediocre Realm, can be enhanced. Combat Awareness? Yi Ran's mind stirred. He understood that combat awareness was a reflection of practical combat ability. Such ability was paramount. If vitality represented a warrior's strength, then combatability was the benchmark for how effectively that strength could be wielded. A true warrior must possess both. Moreover, each breakthrough or enhancement in combat awareness would elevate one's vitality. This elevation was qualitative rather than merely quantitative. With the same vitality, those with superior vitality quality boasted greater combat prowess, which explained why individuals with strong combat awareness often dominated their peers. As for the 2 instruments Body Forging Technique, it was a rather commonplace technique. Its effectiveness was of little consequence. Many prestigious martial arts academies offered superior body forging techniques. Mediocre combat awareness. With a combat power disparity of only 10, that's still considered average, Yi Ran muttered, pressing the button to deduce combat awareness. The combat power disparity refers to the gap between vitality and combat prowess. For instance, if his previous vitality was 25 and his combat power was 15, the disparity would be 10. A disparity of 10 was already commendable. Most of his classmates had disparities around 15, with a few even reaching 20. However, those cases were exceptions resulting from excessive use of vitality potions, leading to unstable vitality. Upon pressing the button, all 3 achievement points vanished in an instant. Yi Ran's expression changed, completely unprepared for the deduction button to absorb all his achievement points. However, he quickly set aside his anxiety as a series of battle scenes unfolded before him. These included encounters with exotic beasts as well as skirmishes with fellow warriors. A myriad of scenarios, some of which felt familiar. Yi Ran soon realized that these were all instructional materials previously shown to them by their instructor during practical combat classes. For reasons unknown, the combat images hidden deep within his memory have suddenly been activated and replayed. Yi Ran felt as though he had transformed into one of the combatants. The opposing figure was a cold-faced middle-aged warrior, wielding a long blade, gradually advancing towards him, the sound of the blade scraping against the ground distinctly audible. It was an overwhelmingly vivid experience. In the next instant, before he could react, the silver blade came crashing down upon him. Yi Ran's hair stood on end as he desperately sought to evade the strike. Yet he was still struck by the blade, a piercing pain surging through him instantaneously. The agony compelled a savage roar from his lips, leaving him utterly devoid of strength to flee. He could only watch helplessly as the blade descended upon him. Subsequently, a tide of darkness engulfed him. He was dead. The chilling sensation of death remained palpably real, as if an oppressive and despairing night were surging towards him. There was no respite. Yi Ran's body curled up, still ensnared by that suffocating sensation. The second act unfolded. This time he embodied a mythical beast, facing yet another warrior. Within mere exchanges, he was again slain. Then came the third act. Time elapsed unmeasured. In the silent room, Yi Ran suddenly opened his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, a flash of ferocity and savagery flickered in his gaze. Yet, upon observing the familiar surroundings, he realized what had transpired and let out a sigh of relief. It was so vivid that had he not been seated here, he might have doubted whether those experiences were indeed a part of reality. Although he had remained stationary, he was drenched in sweat, the floor beneath him soaked. His mouth felt parched. Yiran licked his dry lips and exited the room. Upon stepping out, he encountered his sister in the living room, preparing to sleep. Clearly, little time had elapsed. "Brother, what's wrong? You're sweating so much," Zhou Shishir exclaimed. Munching on a cucumber, her cheeks puffed up, and with two adorable tufts of hair atop her head, she appeared particularly endearing. "It's nothing, just sweating, a normal occurrence." "Normal? This looks more like it's raining," Zhou Shishir retorted, suddenly gasping as the cucumber slipped from her hand and fell to the floor. "What's wrong? Did I dazzle you?" Yiran asked, noticing her startled gaze fixed upon him, and instinctively touched his face. "No, it's just your eyes are quite frightening," Zhou Shishir said, a mixture of concern and trepidation evident in her demeanor, yet she hesitated to approach him. Yiran turned to face the mirror. The reflection revealed a handsome visage, a smile gracing his lips, radiating warmth and cheerfulness, yet the eyes Yiran paused, studying the intensity of his gaze in the mirror. The ferocity tinged with madness was utterly uncharacteristic of a normal person, resembling a beast on the brink of death in its final moments of frenzy. He hesitated, closed his eyes, and reopened them. This time, his gaze returned to its usual calm and serenity. "No." Zhou Shishir stepped closer, tiptoeing to touch his forehead. Her voice tinged with anxiety. "Brother, are you all right? Have you caught some sort of red-eye disease?" "What red-eye disease? Don't fabricate nonsense," Yiran replied curtly, giving her a gentle tap on the head. With a hint of exasperation, he added, "I've been repeatedly slain, which has left me somewhat irate, hence my fierce appearance." "What did you say?" Zhou Shishir asked, bewildered, having not quite caught his words. "Nothing much. It's time for bed," Yiran casually replied, gulping down a few large swigs of water before departing. Zhou Shishir gazed at his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. For reasons unknown, she sensed that her older brother seemed somewhat different today. Although his physique remained as slender as ever, he exuded an unexpected aura of pressure. It was a feeling difficult to articulate. If a metaphor were to be sought, one might say that her previous brother resembled a sheep, while the current one bore the semblance of a wolf that had encountered blood, instinctively invoking a sense of tension within her. Yet, she soon shook her head at the sight of Yiran's relaxed demeanor, dismissing the notion. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. In the room, Yiran turned his gaze towards the system panel, noting that his achievement points had reverted to 0 once again. Although he lacked a vitality detection device, the accomplishments on his martial arts journey afforded him insight into his vitality, currently measured at 50 points, still half a step away from reaching the rank of a level 1 warrior. Next came his combat awareness. He pressed the simulation button, and once more his combat consciousness emerged, this time revealing the realm of mediocrity's limits. A significant enhancement, indeed. It had not been in vain that he had faced death. Yiran exhaled deeply, feeling considerably more at ease, while a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Beyond the mediocrity's limits lay a new realm. He sensed that upon reaching this new threshold, his capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door. "You little rascal. Your teacher sent a message in the group, stating that there will be a practical test tomorrow. Remember to bring your protective gear and ointment for external injuries." A practical test. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yiran's eyes. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of his recent advancements in strength. Chapter 6, Practical Test. The following day, in the living room. Ding ding ding. Yiran munched on a fried dough stick and casually inquired, "Annie, is someone living upstairs?" "Yes, it's a young girl," Yi Hongfang replied while adjusting the plates. "She's about your age, but judging by her school uniform, she must attend number 1 high school." "No, 1 high school." Yiran raised an eyebrow, surprised. Number 1 high school was renowned as a prestigious institution far superior to their own number 5 high school, with students typically boasting a minimum vitality of 40 points, ensuring their admission to the martial arts university. After finishing his meal, Yiran stepped outside, and the clanging sounds from upstairs ceased. He casually glanced at the staircase, just in time to see a figure clad in a black trench coat, wearing a hat and mask, emerging with an air of concealment. Yiran was taken aback. He had been told it was a girl roughly his age. Yet the figure before him appeared as that of an adult man, and the attire was rather peculiar. Before he could ponder further and was about to leave, the door across the hall swung open. Sister Shue, with a face adorned in powder, emerged alongside a young boy. Upon spotting Yiran, she cheerfully remarked, "Little Ran, are you taking the exam today as well? It's all right. If you don't do well, my son Xuechuan can give you some pointers. He has a vitality of 40 points and boasts impressive combat skills." Sister Shue proudly draped her arm over the boy's shoulder. At this moment, Auntie Yi Hongfang also stepped outside, pausing momentarily. "Is this suitable? It won't interfere with your son's training, will it?" "No worries. Your young one's vitality is quite low." When my Xuechuan casually offered him a few pointers, he greatly benefited from it. And it hardly took any time at all. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongfang felt a twinge of discomfort, but, in the interest of enhancing Yiran's vitality, could only smile and say, Sister Shue, I must trouble your Shuechuan. I'll prepare a nice lunch today. Please have him come over. Before she could complete her sentence, the boy named Shuechuan, with an indifferent demeanor, seemingly oblivious to her words, simply said, Mom, I'm leaving, and walked past the three without casting a glance at Yi Hongfang or Yi Ran. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Yi Hongfang was momentarily taken aback, subsequently feeling a bit awkward. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Ran's eyes as he was about to speak. Anticipating this, Yi Hongfang gave him a gentle tap on the back of his head and admonished, You little rascal, don't just stand there. If you're late, remember not to cause trouble at school. She emphasized the last two words. Yi Ran, feeling somewhat helpless, muttered an acknowledgement and descended the stairs. In the corridor, the casual apology from Sister Shue could still be heard. Hongfang, don't take it too personally. My Shuechuan didn't mean to be rude. He's in the top 100 of the school, and the pressure is immense. He's just eager to get to school. Your Yi Ran's grades are average, so it's not a big deal. Ningjiang number 5 middle school. Gymnasium. On the large screen, a scene was unfolding. In the empty combat room, a slight boy was engaged in battle with a mechanical puppet. The puppet, constructed from a simple alloy framework and a square head, was deceptively basic yet struck with remarkable ferocity. In just a few exchanges, it had the slender boy gasping for breath. Then, with a powerful punch, the boy was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Even with protective gear, the sound of that jarring impact was enough to make one's teeth ache. After subduing its opponent, the mechanical puppet displayed information on its square head. Zhou Xiaohua, Senior Year, Class 7. Vitality, 45. Combat Power, 30. Combat Power Deficit, 15. Overall Ranking, 58. Witnessing this spectacle, the faces of students from various classes turned pale. Zhou Xiaohua's vitality ranking was within the top 50 of the school. Yet he was dispatched in mere moments. This testing puppet was truly formidable. Who can argue with that? The key point is that it shows no mercy. It's genuinely out to defeat you. I can't take this anymore. I think I'll ask for leave. Teacher, my great-uncle is visiting. How shameless. You dare utter such words? Teacher, let me escort him. I know the way to the nurse's office. Listening to the cacophony of students, several teachers shook their heads with a sense of helplessness. Each time battle power tests were conducted, it was not just the students who were troubled, but the teachers as well, burdened with endless leave requests. However, there was no alternative to prepare for the college entrance examination. These mechanical puppets were all designed specifically for that purpose. The examination puppets, after assessing vitality, would unleash attacks equivalent to their combat power, perfectly aligned with their vitality levels. This posed little challenge for seasoned warriors, but for ordinary students with limited combat experience, their combat power was decidedly mediocre. Many were unable even to control their own vitality. During each combat strength assessment, it is rare for students to emerge unscathed. The anticipation lingers. Might this time, someone attain perfect combat strength? One teacher expressed hope, noting that achieving such strength along with a commendable vitality score could significantly enhance the chances of admission to the prestigious Martial University. However, another teacher shook his head, harboring skepticism. As they conversed, they occasionally offered brief critiques of the students displayed on the large screen, but few elicited any astonishment, typically met with disapproving shakes of the head. Suddenly, a commotion arose among the students. Zhang Yuga, look! It's Zhang Yuga! A voice exclaimed. Wow, the top contender has arrived. Last time, Zhang Yuga had a mere 5-point deficit in combat strength. It remained uncertain whether he could achieve perfection this time. Even if he fell short, he would still retain the title of the school's best. The teachers perked up, their attention riveted to the screen, where a handsome young man faced off against a mechanical puppet. Zhang Yuga, the top student, boasted a vitality score of 60, and more importantly, his combat strength had reached 55, tantalizingly close to perfection. This was only from the previous practical test. A month had passed since then, making it hard to fathom the extent of his growth. In Class 13, Yiran also gazed at the large screen, surrounded by classmates buzzing with excitement, especially the girls who were particularly animated. Their homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhu, cleared her throat. Class, we are up next, so please prepare yourselves. The atmosphere shifted. Zhang Yuga's presence seemed to alleviate much of the dread surrounding the mechanical puppets. 3 minutes later, in the combat training hall on the second floor, numerous students awaited their turn, while others departed with expressions of disappointment or despondency. There are quite a few students here, Ms. Zhu remarked, seemingly taken aback. Teacher, there are so many of us. It will be a while before it's our turn. Can we step out for a moment? A girl pleaded, clinging to Ms. Zhu's arm. Please, just for a little while. Hearing this, many other girls gathered around, their expressions filled with anticipation. Don't worry. Let us hurry and go see Zhang Yuga. Our idol, here I come. With jubilant shouts, a group of girls left, while the remaining boys looked on with envy. One lamented, being handsome has its advantages in this world. Not necessarily, another interjected. Yiran is quite handsome too. Where is he? A boy scanned the surroundings in confusion. He must have gone in search of an available training room, but early testing means early trouble, someone shrugged. Ms. Zhu paid little mind to the absence of a student. recognizing that early assessments did not hinder performance as long as results were achieved. However, she noted Yi Ran's recent transformation. He had been diligent and received praise from other teachers. After this session, she intended to have a conversation with him. If his vitality or combat strength had improved, his earnest attitude might grant him a faint chance at admission to the Martial University. Meanwhile, Yi Ran wandered through the empty corridor, meticulously searching until he stumbled upon a seemingly outdated training room that had been neglected. It appeared to be problematic, as no students had ventured inside. He whispered softly as he pushed open the door to the combat room. The dim light revealed an empty space, with a solitary mechanical puppet standing in the center. After a brief inspection, he noted the dust that coated the room. The cameras and other equipment appeared either damaged or merely inactive. Fortunately, the mechanical puppet remained operational, albeit with some aging parts, undamaged and capable of functioning and transmitting information. Yi Ran felt a wave of relief as he activated the puppet. The puppet's head turned with a series of mechanical clicks, extending a metallic hand from which a silver sampling needle emerged. After collecting a blood sample, information regarding his vitality values materialized on the puppet's square head screen. 50 vitality points. Please input your name and class information, a mechanical voice intoned. Yi Ran, class 13 of the senior year, he replied, stepping back cautiously while keeping a vigilant eye on the opposite side. Once he retreated to a safe distance, the puppet's eyes glowed red, signaling the commencement of the test with a countdown of 3 minutes, 2:59. As the countdown ended, the mechanical puppet surged forward with explosive speed. Simultaneously, in the gymnasium below, everyone gazed at the large screen, witnessing the handsome youth who, with gritted teeth, steadfastly resisted the mechanical puppet, barely retreating a single step. They were momentarily taken aback, followed by an eruption of exclamations. He held his ground. Zhang Yuge was indeed capable of contending with the mechanical puppet. Incredible. There's truly someone who can grapple with this metallic behemoth. Our idol. You're so magnificent. Several teachers exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. In just a month, Zhang Yuge had made such remarkable progress. Meanwhile, in the combat room on the second floor, Yi Ran stared in bewilderment at the mechanical puppet before him, its square head askew from the force of his punch. Confusion washed over him. When had this thing become so feeble? It couldn't even withstand a single blow. Inside the combat room, the mechanical puppet rotated its neck with a series of clicks before correcting its head position. Gradually, a look of astonishment appeared on its square head, evidently stunned by the recent encounter. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The puppet possessed basic intelligence and was reacting to his earlier attack. Clearly, it was functioning properly. Yi Ran felt a mixture of surprise and elation. He was aware of his significant strength enhancement, yet he had not anticipated such a dramatic result. One punch had misaligned the puppet's head. This exceeded the threshold of perfect combat prowess. With a mechanical click, the puppet's structure adjusted, and it suddenly grew taller, its entire form taking on a deep blue hue. This signified its advanced form. The standard mechanical puppet exhibited only perfect combat strength, while the advanced form would greatly amplify its capabilities, better measuring the true combat potential of a genius student capable of surpassing their limits. The mechanical puppet advanced slowly, its imposing height nearing 2 meters, an invisible pressure surging forth. Yi Ran maintained a composed demeanor, showing no signs of trepidation. Instead, he boldly closed the distance between them. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. In that fleeting moment of reaching 3 meters, Yi Ran's body suddenly surged with power, delivering a punch aimed directly at the mechanical puppet's face. The timing of this strike was impeccable, coinciding perfectly with the moment the mechanical puppet stepped forward, its weight precariously balanced on one leg. Such incisive observation and choice of timing in combat would surely astonish any instructor present, as the depth of his battle experience rivaled, if not surpassed, their own. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to hone their combat skills through numerous life and death encounters. Whoosh! The fierce wind generated by his punch surged forth in an instant, nearly making contact with the mechanical puppet's face. This kind of assault is almost impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, being a product of advanced technology, the mechanical puppet's reflexes and sensitivity far exceed that of an average individual. It stepped back and leaned back, managing to narrowly evade the blow. Simultaneously, a metallic hand lunged toward Yi Ran's wrist, attempting to seize him. This attack was both vicious and swift, yet it was still countered by the mechanical puppet, which retaliated with a punch that struck like lightning. With a resounding crash, Yi Ran stumbled, his leg numbed from the impact. The mechanical puppet staggered back 3 or 4 steps, nearly losing its balance and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the numbers in the combat power section displayed on its square head rapidly fluctuated before settling at 70. 70 combat power. Yi Ran gasped in astonishment, taken aback by his own formidable strength. This represented a full 20 points beyond the norm, indicating that he was now capable of engaging with someone possessing a combat power of 70, and perhaps even emerging victorious. And this was not yet his limit. With unwavering determination, Yi Ran's eyes gleamed brightly, his spirit and energy intertwining, achieving perfect harmony in his vitality. His physical condition reached its zenith. The higher the combat awareness, the stronger the control over one's body. This explains why individuals with the same vitality can exhibit different destructive capabilities based on their combat awareness. A punch delivered by someone with an unsteady stance might only unleash 50% of their power, while another with proper form could exert the full force. Furthermore, those who not only maintain a correct posture, but also leverage the strength of other limbs can unleash as much as 150% of their power. At this moment, the mechanical puppet charged forward once more. In the next instant, the two forces collided again, the sound of impacts echoing continuously within the training room. Yi Ran grew increasingly exhilarated, his blood seemingly ignited, and his offensive became ever more ferocious, fully suppressing the mechanical puppet. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he delivered a punch that pierced through the mechanical puppet's chest, sending the entire construct crashing to the ground. Electric arcs of a deep blue erupted from its chest, its limbs twitching erratically, while its square head was filled with garbled symbols, only faintly revealing a combat power of 80 amidst the chaos. It was clear that the puppet had been thoroughly disabled. 80 combat power. Yi Ran's heart soared with joy, only to be swiftly overcome with dread. This contraption was valued at 300,000. He could not afford to be sold for such a price. Mechanical puppets possess their limits. This particular puppet, designed for the college entrance examination, could withstand approximately 100 units of combat power. However, due to its apparent aging, this mechanical puppet was considerably weaker than its counterparts, resulting in a significantly reduced threshold. It was no surprise that he shattered it with a single blow. 300,000. Yi Ran felt a surge of anxiety, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. 300,000 was an exorbitant amount. He simply could not muster it, not even with his aunt's assistance, especially since his uncle required medical care and needed funds for that purpose. Given his uncle's disposition, he would likely prioritize his own medical expenses, repaying only a portion of the debt. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Ran clenched his teeth. He would take responsibility for the calamity he had caused. It was imperative to conceal this incident, for if the school were to find out, they would undoubtedly inform his parents. The combat room surveillance was malfunctioning, and the mechanical puppet had suffered considerable damage, rendering it unlikely for anyone to enter. The sole puppet capable of uploading names and combat power had been destroyed by him, thus failing to upload any data, ensuring that no one would notice this incident. With this thought, Yi Ran felt a twinge of guilt but hastily departed. Poverty is the original sin. Once he acquired wealth, he would purchase a dozen or so mechanical puppets, placing them all in the training room, one to fight while the others would observe. In the gymnasium, students anxiously gazed at the diminishing countdown displayed on the large screen. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown culminated, the puppet, poised to strike, suddenly dimmed, becoming immobile. Observing this, the handsome youth opposite exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Subsequently, the surveillance footage vanished from the screen, revealing the personal information of the young man. Zhang Yuga, Senior Class 1. Vitality, 65. Combat Power, 64. Power Deficit, 1. Overall Ranking, 1. With a combat power of 64, he was undoubtedly the top student in the entire school. Witnessing such impressive statistics, the gymnasium erupted in fervor. Zhang Yuga, my idol. Wow, my deity is invincible, truly remarkable. Countless girls screamed in admiration, while the boys gazed on with awe. This individual was extraordinary, managing to endure for 3 minutes. No wonder he was the school's best, holding his own against the mechanical puppet, fulfilling my aspirations. From this day forth, Zhang Yuga had earned my respect. Several teachers also bore smiles, recognizing the exceptional talent emerging from the school, a remarkable boon. Achieving perfect combat power now, he was surely a prime candidate for a prestigious university in the future. Some teachers could not resist capturing photographs to share with their social circles. However, just as one teacher raised their phone, ready to snap a picture, the rankings on the screen suddenly shifted. Zhang Yuga, previously in first place, was abruptly relegated to second. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. They stared vacantly at the screen, now showcasing a new first place. Yang Rui, Senior Class 9. Vitality, 65. Combat Power, 67. Power Deficit, 2. After a moment of stunned silence, the gymnasium erupted in chaos. Zhang Yuga had been surpassed, and this newcomer had exceeded the perfect combat power. The students present were rendered utterly astonished, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity. A few teachers, both surprised and elated, marveled at the unexpected emergence of a dark horse, one even more remarkable than Zhang Yuga. Quick, call the principal, exclaimed the head of the grade, bubbling with excitement at the prospect of nurturing a second promising talent for Wuhan University. Indeed, Nianjiang No. 5 Middle School was poised for greatness. As the phone call connected, the head of the grade, in his enthusiasm, failed to notice the large screen flickering once more. Old Zhang, what is going on? Boomed the principal's robust voice from the other end. Principally, we have great news. Just completed the practical test, the head of the grade began. But suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The entire gymnasium had fallen eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Nearby, a sound reminiscent of a throat constricting echoed, as if someone was struggling to swallow. Momentarily taken aback, the head of the grade surveyed the surroundings. All the students were transfixed, their gazes fixed in a daze upon the large screen, their movements synchronized, with not a single exception. The teachers nearby had also raised their heads, their eyes glazed over. Their faces contorted in expressions that conveyed a peculiar and complex astonishment, as if they had witnessed something utterly inconceivable, leaving them bereft of coherent thought. Instinctively, the head of the grade looked up at the screen once more. In an instant, his phone clattered to the ground with a thud. Combat power, 80. On the large screen, Zhang Yuga had been relegated to third place. The newly emerged first place, for reasons unknown, displayed an array of garbled characters for personal information. The only discernible detail was the striking figure of 80 for combat power, which was almost blindingly prominent, compelling one to avert their gaze. After a prolonged silence, one teacher spoke with a strained tone. Could it be that the mechanical puppet has malfunctioned? It's a possibility, the head of the grade replied. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and calmly instructed, find out which practical training room was used and display it on the large screen. After issuing the command, a teacher swiftly approached the screen to begin operations. After a brief moment, he turned and exclaimed, Director, it seems the camera in that practical training room is malfunctioning. I'll go check it out. A cacophony of doubts and incredulous discussions erupted, reverberating throughout the gymnasium. Minutes later, the large screen flickered again. A shaky scene materialized, evidently recorded by the teacher's phone. Soon, the image stabilized, revealing the stark interior of the practical training room, where a mechanical puppet stood motionless, a gaping hole in its chest resembling a human fist imprint. In an instant, all sound ceased, plunging the crowd into a deathly silence. Everyone present gaped in shock, their expressions blank, particularly the students, whose worldviews crumbled before them, struggling to comprehend the scene. It exploded? The iron lump that kept me bedridden for 3 days was actually destroyed? Is there anyone who can slap me awake and tell me this is just a dream? The head of the grade, unlike the other teachers who wore expressions of horror, merely swayed slightly, feeling a touch dizzy. Upon reflection, he mused that perhaps it was merely his high blood pressure acting up, maintaining an air of calmness. Indeed, I am quite composed, very composed. He suddenly howled towards the sky and then exclaimed with fervor, Search. Hurry to the combat room and find that student. At this moment, Yi Ran, who had just left the gymnasium with trepidation after facing teacher Zhu, was momentarily taken aback by the wolf-like cry that emanated from behind him. When had the school acquired a Tibetan Mastiff? He scratched his head, perplexed, but continued to hasten his departure. Next came the time for slaughter. After battling until dusk, Yi Ran looked at the dramatically increased count of his kills, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he exited the slaughterhouse. Upon returning home, he was in the midst of relishing a meal when the creaking sound of a door opening from next door interrupted him, accompanied by Sister Shue's puzzled voice. You won't believe it, Xue Chuan's resigned voice resonated. Today a freak at school blew up a mechanical puppet. The principal was alarmed and halted the tests, sending the entire school on a search for that student. At these words, Yi Ran involuntarily spat out his food. Chapter 8, Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall. As Yi Hongfang tidied the table, she shot Yi Ran a glare. You little rascal, eat properly. Beside her, Zhou Shishir exclaimed in astonishment, Brother, is that true? They blew up a mechanical puppet? Only a martial artist could cause such damage. Although Yi Hongfang was somewhat unfamiliar with the concept, the mention of martial artists piqued her curiosity. Is it true, little rascal? Has your school gained another martial arts teacher? Mom, it's not a teacher. It's a student. Zhou Shishir corrected her. What of it if it's a student? Yi Hongfang's expression suddenly stiffened, her confusion evident. A student who is a martial artist? From next door, Sister Shue's shrill voice echoed. They damaged a mechanical puppet? Your school has a martial artist student? No. It's not a martial artist. Xue Chuan's voice carried a hint of envy. According to the teachers, it seems he is a genius with a health value of 60 and a combat power of 80. My goodness, that has 20 combat power above average. Sister Shue's voice was filled with incredulity as she bombarded him with questions. Son, do you know this genius student? He is so impressive. You should ask him to teach you something. At this, Yi Hongfang turned her gaze toward Yi Ran. You little rascal, do you know who this genius student is? She merely patted Yi Ran's shoulder and added, Enough of the envy. Just focus on your training. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you put in the effort, that's what truly matters. Yes, he dared not lift his head. Yi Hongfang knew him too well. The mere glance at his expression would reveal any lies. At the same time, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. He needed to become a martial artist quickly and find a way to earn money. For life without funds was arduous. Yi Hongfang turned away to continue tidying the living room, humming a tune, her demeanor cheerful. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Ran, driven by curiosity, casually opened the class group chat. Indeed, the discussion was rife with chatter about the incident. Fortunately, due to the mechanical puppet's destruction, the data had not been fully uploaded, which ultimately left the identity of the one who obliterated the puppet undisclosed. He breathed a sigh of relief, noting the need to compensate for the school's puppet, and resumed his meal. However, in the subsequent days, this incident dominated the headlines of the entire school and even sparked discussions in other schools, briefly topping the trending searches in Ningjiang City High School. For instance, the principal of Ningjiang No. 5 Middle School, after exhausting all avenues to locate that prodigious student, once sat beside a discarded mechanical puppet and engaged it in conversation. He sought to appeal to its emotions and reason, in hopes of persuading the automaton to reveal the identity of the gifted student. Alas, the puppet's heart was as cold as ice. Furthermore, the school offered a scholarship of 100,000, with the principal personally adding another 100,000, totaling 200,000, in hopes of encouraging the extraordinary student to step forward. Yi Ran admitted that he had once been tempted, nearly confessing his identity. However, upon considering the 30,000 owed to the mechanical puppet, he curbed his impulse. One could say that the principal, seasoned as he was adept at laying traps. At dinner, his brother remarked, "Have you grown taller?" "Really?" A few days passed, and Yi Ran, in good spirits, let out a satisfied burp. "Auntie, another bowl, please." "You little rascal, are you a pig? You eat so much." Aunt Yi Hongfong wondered as she rose. She wasn't sure if this brat had grown taller these days, but he certainly could eat. They were running low on rice. However, she had heard that a hearty appetite was a good sign, indicating an increase in vitality. "You little rascal, eating so much, make sure to train hard. I don't expect you to be formidable, just don't fall behind the boy next door." I'm tired of hearing him brag about his 40 vitality points. Yi Hongfong patted Yi Ran's shoulder firmly. "I have faith in you. Strive to surpass him." "Mom, don't get your hopes up. Achieving 40 vitality points is no easy feat," Zhou Shishir interjected, smacking her lips. "Is it really that high?" "Of course. 40 vitality points would place you in the top 100 at our school." Let us lower the bar a bit," Zhou Shishir muttered as she watched his retreating figure. He truly had grown taller and appeared even more handsome. It was a pity that such a fine appearance was squandered by his inept brother. As Yi Ran reached the doorway and overheard this remark, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Educating unruly children should commence early. Back in his room, he gazed into the mirror. His tall stature and handsome features bore a striking resemblance to Dawn, with a pair of bright, dark eyes reminiscent of morning stars. His overall demeanor exuded vitality and grace, a stark contrast to his previously listless and weary visage. He had always possessed good looks, but prolonged insomnia had severely affected his mental state, rendering him rather despondent. In recent days, after adequate rest and a surge in vitality, his body had rebounded swiftly. Casting a glance at the living room, Yi Ran pondered. There was no rush to inform his aunt about his vitality increase, given her personality. She likely wouldn't believe it. She placed greater trust in monthly exam results. Unfortunately, this was a common affliction among parents. As for his aunt's plans to find him a martial arts school, he could simply refuse when the time came. There was no urgency. What needed addressing at present was the registration fee for the martial arts examination. In just 1 week, the fee would be due. Yi Ran contemplated, previously. He had not dared to dream, but now, having experienced the power of the achievement system, he was brimming with ideas. Becoming a martial artist would grant him a reward of 50,000. At just 17, he was well within the age requirement of 20 set by the Martial Arts Association. Although Yi Ran's vitality was merely at 50, significantly lacking, he believed that completing the 3rd tier of the Chicken Slayer achievement, which granted 10 achievement points, would suffice. With this thought, he glanced at the achievement panel. Chicken Slayer, progress, 28883000, number of kills reached 3,000, reward, 10 achievement points, and a boost in physique. He was just over 100 chickens short of completing the achievement. Tomorrow, he would be able to finish it. A boost in physique? Yi Ran felt a flicker of curiosity and an underlying sense of anticipation. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a video call from Zhang Fan. "Rangu, do you have any plans for tomorrow, Sunday?" Zhang Fan inquired excitedly. "Chickens," Yi Ran replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Fan sighed. "Rangu, I really don't understand your obsession with chicken slaughtering. I've offered to cover your registration fee for martial arts school, yet you still go to the slaughterhouse every day. Slaughtering chickens 1T enhance your strength. It is my job," Yi Ran asserted with conviction. "Fine, I know I can't change your mind. But tomorrow is Saturday, and we have plenty of time. Let's go to the Thunderous Martial Arts School." "Why are we going to the Thunderous Martial Arts School?" Yi Ran asked, taken aback. "They have an event tomorrow, offering free martial arts techniques to learn." Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Martial arts techniques? Yi Ran's heart raced. These techniques utilized vitality and were extremely valuable. Even the most basic would cost tens of thousands, an expense beyond the reach of most. He had only heard of them but had never seen one in person, let alone acquired one. "What time tomorrow?" he inquired, his expression serious. "About 9 in the morning. I'll come to find you then." After hanging up, Yi Ran watched a few videos of martial artists battling before turning off the lights and drifting into sleep. Chapter 9, Thunderous Fist, Unmatched Attention. The following day, as Yi Ran stepped out of his home, footsteps echoed from above. A girl with a short ponytail descended the stairs. She was slender, her skin as fair as snow, with exquisitely delicate features and a pair of deep black eyes resembling tranquil springs, exuding an air of serenity. Although she wore a rather ordinary school uniform, she remained strikingly captivating. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback. She was the most beautiful girl he had encountered thus far, far surpassing the school beauty of their institution. Was she the new girl his aunt mentioned? He watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Upon descending, he found Zhang Fan already waiting. The thunderous martial arts school was located in the city center, and the two boarded a bus. As they traveled, the news broadcast commenced. As of this morning, Grandmaster Heng Yang has defeated all 6 beast kings of Qingshui City, halting the spread of the wasteland. Although 3/4 of Qingshui City has already been overtaken, Grandmaster Heng Yang, truly remarkable, to have eliminated all the beast kings of Qingshui City in just 3 days. Zhang Fan exclaimed in awe. Yi Ran's gaze was fixed intently on the television screen, where the silhouette of an elderly man stood amidst the ruins. Each Grandmaster was a national treasure, not to be summoned lightly. It was astonishing that one had appeared in Qingshui City. Upon seeing Grandmaster Heng Yang, the passengers in the bus ceased their conversations, their expressions filled with reverence. Even a group of boisterous elementary school students quieted down, not daring to breathe audibly. A middle-aged man, seemingly a veteran of the battlefield, solemnly saluted Master Heng Yang with a military gesture. Each master commands the utmost respect. After the news concluded, another report emerged. Though this time it bore grim tidings. Yet another city had succumbed to the desolation of a barren expanse. This city, much like Qingshui City, was alarmingly close to Ningjing City, almost appearing to encircle it on the map. Yi Ran's heart grew heavy as he considered the implications. Historically, when a city fell to desolation, it was all but certain that Ningjing City would follow suit. I must grow stronger, he murmured to himself, feeling a renewed sense of urgency. In this era, fraught with imminent crises, only the strong could dictate their own fates and safeguard their compatriots. The thunderous martial arts hall, situated in the city center, ranks among the 3 most renowned martial arts establishments in Ningjing City, reputedly overseen by a formidable martial artist. The hall bustled with activity, teeming with youths, predominantly students from various schools. Yi Ran and Zhang Fan made their way inside, attracting numerous glances from the girls around them, who whispered amongst themselves, "Wow, that boy is so handsome, truly stunning, so clean and bright. I adore this type." One girl exclaimed, "Is there anyone bold enough to ask for his contact information?" Yi Ran touched his nose, feeling a surge of confidence. Since he had restored his regular routine, his vitality had noticeably increased, enhancing his appearance beyond what it once was. Yet, he had not anticipated such popularity. Perhaps it was also a matter of aura. After experiencing a significant boost in combat awareness, he exuded a palpable presence. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Hidden achievement? Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, soon overwhelmed with delight. The existence of a hidden achievement, coupled with a reward of achievement points, brought him joy. Even if he could not learn any free martial techniques, his visit to the hall had not been in vain. He paid little mind to the boost in charm, prioritizing strength above all else. Nonetheless, he could distinctly sense an increase in attention, with several male gazes now fixed upon him. The fervent stares from about a dozen boys sent chills down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace alongside Zhang Fan. Soon, they reached the main hall, where many students were practicing under the guidance of instructors, while others waited patiently, evidently there to learn martial skills. The two blended into the crowd, waiting for their turn. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, the students took a break. A middle-aged instructor approached, smiling as he addressed the group. "I trust you all have come to our thunderous martial arts hall to learn martial skills?" "Yes, may I ask, is it true that the thunderous martial arts hall offers free instruction in martial techniques?" a young boy queried, voicing the curiosity of the others who turned their attention to him. "Indeed, this is an event hosted by our hall. The first 100 attendees today will receive complimentary lessons in the martial technique, Thunderous Fist." At this announcement, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd, with many expressing their delight. Though it is the most rudimentary martial skill, it still demands a small fortune of nearly 100,000 to acquire. The middle-aged instructor, observing the murmuring crowd, continued, "Moreover, today's training in martial arts will reward the top 3 performers. The first prize is a leg of the first-grade beast, the White Shadow Wolf. The second prize is a vial of chi and blood elixir worth 10,000, and the third prize is 5,000 in cash." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens, there's even beast flesh. The White Shadow Wolf is reputed to be among the finest of first-grade beasts. Its flesh infused with potent energy. This time, it was indeed worth coming. A tremendous gain awaited. Yi Ran's eyes glimmered, for both the cash and the beast's flesh were necessities for him. Nevertheless, his mind remained clear. He turned to the middle-aged instructor and politely inquired, "Instructor, there must be some tasks we need to undertake, correct? There is no such thing as a free lunch, no matter how esteemed the thunderous martial arts academy. It cannot afford such generosity without ulterior motives." Hearing this, the others also regained their composure. The instructor regarded Yi Ran with appreciation and replied with a smile. Indeed. The requirement is quite simple. Everyone is to share a post in their social circles to help promote us. Additionally, there is one more condition. The martial skill will only be taught 3 times. How much you can retain will depend on your comprehension. Yi Ran felt a stir within. Promoting on social media was quite standard. However, the limitation of 3 teachings raised a red flag. 3 times? With a good memory, I could learn it in one go. 3 would be excessive. Indeed, I thought the conditions might be stringent, but this is far too simple. If it were based on chi and blood values, I might hesitate. But when it comes to comprehension, I, Yang Dong, have never bowed to anyone. Many pounded their chests, brimming with confidence. The middle-aged instructor revealed a knowing smile and declared, "Since everyone is prepared, let us commence." Su Qin, Yang Kan, Zhou Yu stepped forward. As these words fell, a girl and 2 boys from the academy approached. Chapter 10, Perseverance and Effort. The moment the 3 stepped forward, all eyes converged upon the girl at the forefront. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. This girl was none other than the one he had encountered that morning, residing in the upper floors of the building. Yet now she donned a sharp martial arts uniform. Her black attire accentuating her tall figure and fair complexion, presenting a striking and graceful silhouette from afar. "Wow, Brother Ran, what a beautiful girl," exclaimed Zhang Fan, an unabashed admirer. These 3 are the elite students of our academy, each possessing a chi and blood value of 60, achieving perfect combat prowess. The instructor's words caused a collective gasp among the crowd. A chi and blood value of 60 denotes the CR Mi de la SAR Mi of any school, surpassing nearly 99% of those present. The instructor continued, "From this moment, they shall serve as your temporary instructors, responsible for teaching you the thunderous fist. Pay close attention and learn diligently. In 2 hours, there will be a competition to select the top 3 performers." With that, the middle-aged instructor departed. The 3 martial arts students divided the attendees into 3 groups, each leading a distinct cohort. Yi Ran and Zhang Fan followed a girl named Su Qin. The first demonstration commenced. Su Qin's voice was crisp and clear. Upon finishing her explanation, she immediately began the practice, elucidating the trajectory of chi and blood flow as she executed the movements. Many of the male participants found themselves momentarily entranced. Before long, the second round began, followed swiftly by the third. The entire session concluded in under 5 minutes, having completed all 3 iterations of the thunderous fist. "I have transmitted the knowledge. Now you may practice on your own," Su Qin stated calmly as she ceased her movements and stepped aside. "Is that it? Goodness, it's over. I was too busy watching the senior sister to catch even a glimpse of the techniques." One exclaimed. "Me too. Did anyone manage to grasp it? Please share your insights." The crowd lamented. Zhang Fan turned to Yi Ran with a distressed expression. "Ran Go, did you remember anything?" "I did, but it's quite challenging," Yi Ran replied, furrowing his brow. "It's difficult. Merely recalling the movements is insufficient. The key lies in mastering the chi and blood flow." After speaking, he attempted to mimic Su Qin's actions. Although his movements were precise, they lacked the essence. Upon completing the demonstration, Yi Ran felt a tremor of realization. Indeed, martial arts were arduous to master. His control over chi and blood was superior to everyone present, yet he still found it challenging to manage the thunderous fist. Meanwhile, others began to imitate his movements, but soon, they resembled wilted eggplants, disheartened by the difficulty. "This is too hard," they sighed. "Just mastering the standard movements feels like it will take ages, let alone grasping the chi flow." Su Qin maintained her composure, undisturbed. Even she had taken 3 days to grasp the thunderous fist and had painstakingly trained for 3 months to achieve her current proficiency of the 5 thunderous strikes. It was indeed overly optimistic for these individuals to expect mastery after merely 3 demonstrations. However, her gaze was drawn to a striking young man, deep in contemplation. A flicker of intrigue crossed her clear eyes. This boy, Yi Ran, displayed remarkable talent. He had learned the movements after just 1 viewing and was already delving into the intricacies of chi flow. Unfortunately, without guidance, even the most gifted could not master such techniques in a brief span. At that moment, someone voiced their discontent. "Only 3 demonstrations? Even a deity wouldn't be able to learn it. They clearly don't want to teach us." Another echoed. "Indeed, all this talk of free martial arts is deceitful. Let us leave, we shouldn't waste our time." The crowd, filled with frustration, prepared to depart, forgetting their earlier confidence. Observing this, a middle-aged instructor approached with a smile. "Please, don't rush to leave. There are still nearly 2 hours until the competition begins. If you practice a bit longer, you might just succeed." "Too difficult. Honestly, even with 2 more days, it would be a struggle," they collectively agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. The instructor chuckled. "If you leave now, you will forfeit the rewards." Hearing this, the crowd hesitated, reluctant to give up, but one lamented. "Instructor, the main issue is the difficulty. If only we could have a few more demonstrations." "More demonstrations can certainly be arranged," the instructor replied leisurely. "As long as you become students of our martial arts school, you will receive one-on-one instruction." At this, the crowd fell into stunned silence, only to erupt into a flurry of excitement. Deception. This is sheer deception, a manipulation of consumer behavior. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. It was clear now why there was the promise of free martial arts instruction. It was all part of a cunning scheme. With each new student recruited, they would reap guaranteed profits while simultaneously leveraging them for promotion, achieving a true duality of fame and fortune. Become a student? The tuition fee is exorbitant. I could purchase half a martial technique with that amount, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their frustration. Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. I would never part with my money. Another chubby fellow echoed, his voice rising in protest. The middle-aged instructor maintained his composure, continuing with a measured tone. This is indeed the case. However, once you become a student at our martial arts academy, you will have the opportunity to learn at least 3 martial techniques, including a prestigious level technique. Setting aside the martial techniques for a moment, he continued, let us not overlook the benefits of joining the academy. Consider the upcoming Thunder Fist competition. If you possess keen insight and undergo 2 hours of one-on-one instruction, securing a spot among the top 3 is entirely feasible. The instructor gazed upon the crowd with a smile, adding, think it over carefully. Claiming first place earns you a wolf leg from a white shadow, a prize worth far more than several thousand coins. At these words, Yi Ran felt a flicker of temptation. Although he sensed he was being lured, the value was undeniable. Thankfully, he consoled himself with the thought that without money, he could not fall prey to such tricks. He was resourceful. Everyone, do not be swayed. Think this through. The chubby fellow who had spoken earlier stepped forward again, his voice firm. The middle-aged instructor frowned slightly, preparing to respond, but the chubby fellow suddenly dashed forward. Instructor, I've made my decision. I want to recharge and become a student. Please arrange for my one-on-one instruction first. They can wait. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The instructor's lips twitched momentarily. With one person taking the initiative, others soon followed suit, fervently signing up. In the end, only a handful chose not to enroll, including Yi Ran and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan had recently committed to another academy, so despite his envy, he felt powerless to act. Yi Ran, on the other hand, remained steadfast, not due to a lack of funds, but rather a sense of self-discipline and composure. After registration, everyone wore beaming smiles. Humph, we are from the same school. I know your limitations well. You stand no chance against me, one boasted. Huh, a bunch of country bumpkins. Soon you shall witness what true talent looks like. Another retorted, confidence restored among the registrants. Zhang Fan, overhearing the banter, sighed. Alas, it seems today was a wasted trip. The chubby fellow glanced at Yi Ran, surprised. Brother, you should sign up. I feel your recent practice was superior to ours. You stand a great chance of securing first place. Yi Ran shook his head. The chubby fellow murmured something under his breath before following the instructor away. Su Qin also departed, glancing back at the still deep in thought Yi Ran. She paused before saying, you possess great talent. With an instructor's guidance, you could learn swiftly. Thank you, but I have decided to cultivate on my own, Yi Ran replied with a smile. Su Qin shook her head. Martial arts are different from other pursuits. Mere talent is insufficient. An instructor's guidance can save you from numerous detours. No worries. I firmly believe that with perseverance and effort, I shall surely reap the rewards. Yi Ran exuded confidence. Perseverance and effort? Su Qin responded with an odd expression. If that were sufficient, there would be far fewer formidable individuals in this world. She ceased her attempts to persuade him and departed. Yi Ran, meanwhile, gazed at the jubilant figures of his peers following the instructor and continued to diligently ponder the thunderous fist. He was convinced that hard work would not betray those who are earnest. With persistence and dedication, he was certain to achieve results. Chapter 11. The 7 Thunderclaps. Yi Ran pressed the simulation button, and at that moment, in addition to his combat awareness and the 2 instruments body refinement technique, a new skill, the Thunderous Fist, emerged before him. Thunderous Fist, novice level, proficiency 0-100. Without hesitation, Yi Ran confirmed his choice. Instantly, the 5 achievement points he possessed began to dissipate at an alarming rate. Concurrently, he found himself once again enveloped in the vividly realistic illusion he had encountered when enhancing his combat awareness. However, the simulation of martial arts was far less brutal than that of combat awareness. There were no opponents attempting to eliminate him, forcibly elevating his experience. Instead, numerous phantoms of himself materialized before his eyes. These phantoms executed the thunderous fist in succession, and with each move, Yi Ran felt his understanding of the technique deepening. 2 hours swiftly passed. The other 2 students, along with the 2 previous groups they had led, now numbered around 70 to 80 individuals. Each of them radiated vitality, evidently having made significant progress. I shall claim the white shadow wolf leg. A boy exclaimed with an air of arrogance, surveying the crowd. Wang Hong, while your vitality is indeed impressive, martial skills rely on perception, another boy remarked coolly. Huh, you think you're impressive? I've already secured a spot in the top 3. Came a sarcastic retort from the assembly. Tensions flared as they exchanged barbs, each unwilling to concede to the other. He struck with casual ease, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Humph, you have no idea that I have actually practiced a martial technique. and with the mastery of this thunderous fist, my progress has been rapid. The stout boy muttered confidently. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Ran, who was meditating with closed eyes, and Zhang Fan, who was yawning with boredom, and was taken aback. Brothers, you two haven't left yet? No, we shall depart shortly. Zhang Fan inquired curiously, how's your training going? Have you mastered it? Not just mastered. I can almost unleash a thunderous clap. The stout boy was about to boast, but suddenly hesitated, his eyes darting. Actually, no, I'm still struggling. Alas, I've wasted money without learning anything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan offered a few words of consolation, equally lamenting the difficulty of mastering the martial skills. Listening to Zhang Fan, the stout boy feigned disappointment, yet inwardly he was elated, already envisioning the astonished look on that foolish boy's face after he demonstrated his newfound prowess. At that moment, the competition commenced. In addition to the middle-aged instructor, 2 more evaluators, a man and a woman, joined the panel, making for a total of 3 judges. The participants took turns showcasing the thunderous fist. A group of eager students from the thunderous martial arts school gathered around, drawn by the excitement, forming layers of spectators both within and outside the circle. The first participant, though somewhat anxious, managed to display the entirety of his skills. Following him were the second and third competitors, each showcasing their mastery of the thunderous fist. Unfortunately, the 3 judges consistently shook their heads, their expectations unfulfilled. At long last, a young boy stepped forward, demonstrating the thunderous fist with impeccable form and a precise flow of energy, clearly having mastered the technique. He was, thus far, the only one to achieve this feat with a pioneer among them. The subsequent participants seemed to possess a commendable understanding, as their displays of the thunderous fist met the required standards. In fact, a few seemed on the verge of unleashing a resounding thunderclap. As the last few competitors prepared to take their turns, a chubby boy stood back, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. If this was the caliber of the competition, he was certain of claiming first place. At that moment, a haughty young man approached, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd before delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A sound akin to thunder erupted, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. A true thunderclap. The thunderous fist had been mastered. The enigmatic smile on the chubby boy's face faltered. Others were equally taken aback. How could someone grasp a martial technique in just 2 hours? Martial arts are classified into 4 levels: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Even for the most basic techniques, attaining proficiency within 2 hours, especially with guidance, is an extraordinary feat indeed. Wang Hong, have you perhaps trained in other martial arts? The middle-aged instructor inquired with a smile. The proud young man, now somewhat subdued, respectfully replied, Sir, my father taught me a foundational fist technique. No wonder, the instructor nodded. While martial arts do not directly translate across styles, prior experience with similar techniques can yield significant advantages. Nonetheless, Wang Hong is indeed a rare talent. The 3 instructors exchanged appreciative glances and said, Very well, you may wait aside. Upon witnessing this, the crowd sighed internally. It appeared that Wang Hong had all but secured first place. After all, his mastery of the entry-level thunderous fist far surpassed theirs. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? If not, we shall proceed with the rankings. The middle-aged instructor scanned the group. Everyone instinctively took a step back, falling into silence. Observing this, the instructor nodded slightly, declaring, In that case, I announce that the first place goes to Wang. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice interrupted the announcement. The chubby boy, with a heavy heart, approached the 3 judges. He had intended to make a grand entrance, dominating the competition and leaving the audience in awe. However, he had not anticipated encountering a rival capable of such a thunderous display. Still, if he couldn't claim first, securing second place for a reward of energy elixir would suffice. Wait. The chubby boy suddenly realized that the voice saying wait had not come from him. If not from him, then who? The stout boy turned around and beheld a strikingly handsome youth, who wobbled as he stood up. It seemed he had just awakened, his expression still somewhat dazed. He walked unsteadily, drenched in sweat, as if he had been asleep for an excessive duration and was dehydrated. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Wait. I wish to compete as well. As Yi Ran declared this, he unleashed a punch, initiating the thunderous fist technique. You wish to compete? The middle-aged instructor furrowed his brow slightly. While it wasn't impossible, without the guidance of an instructor on the nuances of martial arts training, how could one expect to rival others through mere self-study? The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Some expressed disbelief. Is this fellow still half asleep? What a joke. Compete? Does he truly believe he can outdo the roar of thunder? Suddenly, a deep sound, reminiscent of thunder, erupted. The speaker's expression froze instantly. The previously chattering crowd fell into an eerie silence. The middle-aged instructor sprang to his feet, fixating his intense gaze upon Yi Ran, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He had entered the preliminary stage of the thunderous fist, without any guidance from an instructor, and after merely observing the technique 3 times. He had mastered it within just 2 hours. Recalling the last instance under similar circumstances, the fastest was Liu Buchuo, and the new record was held by Su Qin. Su Qin, How long did it take you to reach the preliminary stage during your solo training? The instructor inquired solemnly. 3 days, Suchin replied, her fair and delicate face reflecting her astonishment. The disparity between self-training and guided instruction was astonishing. Even she, praised by the instructor as the most perceptive student in the entire martial arts school, had taken 3 full days, whereas this youth had accomplished it in a mere 2 hours. Then, 2 more thunderous sounds resonated in succession. 3 sounds of the thunderous fist. The other 2 instructors stood up abruptly, their eyes fixated on Yi Ran. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. 3 sounds of thunder. This fellow must be defying the odds. The thunderous fist reaches its perfection at 9 sounds, and he has achieved 3 in just 2 hours? 3 sounds of thunder. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? It's impossible. There must be something amiss. A youth named Wang Han's face darkened. Is he even a student of your martial arts school? I suspect you don't wish to grant the first prize to us outsiders. At his words, others began to wear skeptical expressions as well. However, before the 3 instructors could respond, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive sounds rang out, adding to the previous 3 that made a total of 7, with barely 3 seconds of silence in between. This was the 7 sounds of the thunderous fist. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Yi Ran shook his head, finally regaining his clarity. Each iteration had drained his energy significantly, leaving him in a daze that required a moment to clear. He stretched his body and then resumed his punches. Boom, boom, boom. This time, 7 crisp thunderous sounds erupted in a clean and swift succession, without a hint of hesitation, connecting in an extraordinarily perfect manner, almost overlapping. This indicated that he had reached the 7th sound with remarkable proficiency, infinitely close to the 8th sound. Bang! In the realm of martial arts, the remarkable phenomenon of the 7 thunderclaps, which approaches the formidable 8th thunderclap of the thunderclap fist, manifests in the form of a young boy. If they were not ensnared in a dream, they had yet to awaken from one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your martial arts academy is deliberately withholding my reward. Wang Hong exclaimed, gritting his teeth in fury. Do you truly believe he is one of our academy's disciples? The middle-aged instructor, suppressing the tremor in his voice, replied slowly. The mastery of the thunderclap fist becomes increasingly arduous with progression. My own level is at the 6th thunderclap. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong fell silent. Others stared in astonishment at the striking young lad in the arena. The level of martial prowess exhibited had surpassed that of the academy's instructors. At that moment, words failed to encapsulate the shock that gripped their hearts. The middle-aged instructor turned his gaze to Yi Ran and inhaled deeply. You must have immersed yourself in the thunderclap fist for many years, correct? With a flicker of understanding, Yi Ran nodded slightly. Indeed. I have practiced it before and possess some foundational skills. Relieved, the instructor's demeanor softened, yet he remained visibly shaken, regardless of the circumstances. Achieving such mastery at this tender age was undoubtedly a mark of true genius, an exceptional talent. Yi Ran glanced around, noting the increasing number of onlookers, and frowned slightly. Can I now receive the reward for first place? I have matters to attend to. Certainly, absolutely, the instructor replied eagerly, retrieving a yellow satchel and patting Yi Ran on the shoulder. Do you have time tomorrow? If so, come by our academy. I would like to speak with you. Rest assured, it will be beneficial for you. Moreover, if you require assistance with anything, do not hesitate to ask me. Very well, Yi Ran responded nonchalantly. Accepting the yellow bag, his eyes brightened at its weight. Although small in size, it felt remarkably heavy. An ordinary person with a mere 20 points of vitality might struggle to lift it. After bidding farewell to the instructor, he turned to call for Zhang Fan to leave, only to find 2 statuesque figures before him. Zhang Fan and a pudgy boy stood with mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside, frozen in place, seemingly petrified. Particularly the chubby boy, whose confused gaze concealed a hint of sadness deep within. I feel so disheartened. It should have been me basking in glory. What has transpired? Chapter 12, Life. As Yi Ran departed from the martial arts academy, he remained blissfully unaware of a pair of eyes closely monitoring him. Suchin's clear and beautiful gaze brimmed with bewilderment as she stared blankly at Yi Ran's retreating figure. She could assert with certainty that the boy was undoubtedly experiencing the thunderclap fist for the first time. However, to reach the pinnacle of mastery within just 2 hours of practice was an astonishing level of comprehension that defied belief. Having left the academy for quite some time, the dazed Zhang Fan still struggled to comprehend the extraordinary aptitude Yi Ran had displayed. In just 2 hours, he mastered a martial technique. If I weren't so familiar with him, I might suspect he had been possessed. At home, Yi Ran gazed at the remaining leg of the white shadow wolf, his nostrils flaring slightly as he inhaled the enticing aroma. The leg had been expertly prepared, golden and flaky, emanating a mouth-watering scent. He took a small bite, savoring the crispy exterior and tender interior. The flavor was exquisite, accompanied by a wave of satiety and warmth. Such a small piece of beast meat had left him feeling nearly full. The energy contained within is indeed remarkable. It is no surprise that the flesh of a top-tier First-level demon beast like the White Shadow Wolf is so potent. Yi-Ran stored away the remaining beast leg, intending to reserve it for Zhou Shishir. This girl has just entered her first year of high school, a pivotal time for enhancing her vitality, while the beast leg would also benefit him. Its effects would pale in comparison to a single achievement point. Thus, it should not be squandered. Next, Yi-Ran examined his system panel. Achievement points, 0, Thunder Fist, Mastery. Proficiency 86,100. Although he had expended all 5 achievement points he had just acquired, the enhancement to Thunder Fist was substantial. He was merely 14 points away from achieving the perfect realm of 9 strikes. At his age, possessing a fully realized martial technique, even one of lesser ranks, would be a remarkable feat if it were to be known. With his current combat prowess, he anticipated further improvement upon employing the Thunder Fist. Filled with anticipation, Yi-Ran pondered before departing his home and heading to the nearby martial arts training facility. After spending a painful sum of 300 yuan, Yi-Ran finally entered the training room, a specialized chamber constructed from alloy. The room was lined with various training equipment, along with a vitality chamber, while at its center stood a mechanical puppet. The puppet, adorned in a vivid green hue and smaller in stature than those used at school, was activated by Yi-Ran. Instantly, the puppet's eyes glowed a crimson red, accompanied by beeping sounds warning him to retreat to a safe distance. Once safely positioned, Yi-Ran inhaled deeply, concentrating his spirit and energy. In the next moment, the green mechanical puppet lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Yi-Ran's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a punch. Thunder Fist. Boom. The sound of 7 consecutive low rumbles echoed as his fist struck the mechanical puppet with the force of a thunderclap. The puppet was knocked back several steps, and a number appeared on its display. Combat power, 88. Yi-Ran's eyes lit up. A combat power of 88 brought him ever closer to becoming a martial artist. Suppressing his elation, he continued to spar with the mechanical puppet. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Reluctantly, Yi-Ran withdrew from the training session, aware that 300 yuan only afforded him 30 minutes of practice. Indeed, being a martial artist is undeniably one of the most costly professions in this era. Upon returning home, during lunch, Yi-Ran presented the White Shadow Wolf's beast leg, leaving both Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir in awe. The flesh of extraordinary beasts is exceptionally rare, particularly that of the White Shadow Wolf, which is often beyond monetary reach. After much explanation, the two finally accepted that this was acquired through legal means. Brother, I never imagined your martial talent was this exceptional, Zhou Shishir said, savoring the beast meat. Of course, my nephew undoubtedly inherits my talents. It is only natural, Yi Hongfang replied proudly, serving Yi-Ran a piece of meat. Make sure to enjoy it. Strive to enhance your vitality. By the way, you little rascal, I visited 3 excellent martial arts schools today: Thunderous Martial Arts School, Red Moon Martial Arts School, and Blue Dream Martial Arts School. Which of these do you prefer? I can enroll you, with the college entrance examination in just 5 months. If your vitality does not increase, you may struggle to gain admission to even a vocational school. At her words, Yi-Ran was about to decline. Zhou Shishir expressed her surprise. Mom, is there still money at home? Dad's medical expenses for this month haven't been transferred yet, and when I called yesterday, I heard him coughing persistently. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Shishir sensed that the atmosphere was amiss, causing her voice to dwindle. Yi Hongfang, seemingly unfazed, continued to eat while saying, It's nothing. It's just his old ailment, nothing serious. Hurry up and make your choice, you little rascal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shishir appeared to grasp something unsaid and fell into silence. Yi-Ran took a deep breath and added, Aunt, there's no need to find me a martial arts school. My vitality has reached 50, and my combat power is nearing that of a martial artist. Once I become a martial artist, I will venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts for money to treat uncle's illness. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Hongfang remarked, stroking his forehead with a puzzled expression. You don't have a fever. Yi-Ran, feeling helpless, chose not to elaborate further, but his resolve to become a martial artist grew stronger within him. Upon returning to his room, Yi-Ran reflected on the conversation from lunch and sighed inwardly. Although Uncle was a soldier in the Beast Suppression Army, he was not a frontline warrior but rather part of the logistics team, thus lacking formidable strength. Strictly speaking, he might not even be a match for Yi-Ran in his current state. Due to this limitation, despite the various generous benefits and policies provided by the Beast Suppression Army, Uncle found it challenging to save a substantial amount of money. His illness, a lingering consequence of an injury inflicted by an exotic beast in his early years, had persisted for a long time, making it difficult to cure. He relied on purchasing medicine each month to alleviate the pain temporarily. However, it was fortunate that Yi-Ran was now just a step away from becoming a martial artist. Once he achieved that status, he could transform their current circumstances. In the afternoon, Yi-Ran hurried to the slaughterhouse with utmost speed. If all went well, today would mark the completion of his achievement as a chicken slaughtering expert and his breakthrough into martial artistry. However, upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, his brow furrowed in discontent. The slaughterhouse was once again experiencing a power outage. Yi-Ran frowned as he observed the workers shaking their heads in dismay while Manager Bai, visibly furious, was nearby. He grabbed one of the workers. "Brother, what happened?" "Oh, what else could it be? It's Zhang Yong, that troublemaker, deliberately sabotaging the power supply to provoke manager Bai." Zhang Yong. Yi Ran's brow furrowed slightly as the image of a scar-faced youth surfaced in his mind. Zhang Yong was the one who had caused trouble previously. He had heard about this individual over the past few days, who seemed to be pursuing manager Bai's daughter. However, since manager Bai's daughter had only just entered high school, there was no way he would agree, leading to her rejection. Subsequently, Zhang Yong joined the slaughterhouse, intentionally seeking to bother manager Bai, despite being a potential martial artist. Manager Bai was infuriated but found himself powerless against him. The workers sighed and departed one after another. Yi Ran glanced at the maintenance site, estimating that repairs would likely not be completed today, and he too had no choice but to leave. Chapter 13, Essence of Exotic Beasts. In the following days, the slaughterhouse remained without power, leaving Yi Ran contemplating the idea of purchasing chickens to slaughter himself. However, after calculating the costs, he found it a bit too extravagant and abandoned the notion. Moreover, there was no suitable venue, making it difficult to manage the aftermath of such an endeavor. Finally, after several days, the slaughterhouse has resumed power, allowing work to commence once again. Simultaneously, there remain merely 2 days until the deadline for the martial arts registration fee. Creating a sense of urgency, Yi Ran arrived early and, after a fierce struggle in the chicken slaughtering arena, finally heard a soft chime. Master of Chicken Slaughter. Progress, 3,000. Achievement completed, awarded 10 achievement points, and an opportunity for a physical enhancement. Would you like to use it now? Yi Ran pondered for a moment, but did not rush to utilize it. Following the completion of the Master of Chicken Slaughter achievement, one of the 3 achievement slots became available for refreshment. Ordinary achievements, such as Master of Chicken Slaughter and others like Winning Hearts with Virtue, have a cap of 3. Only upon completing one will a new one appear. As for hidden achievements, they have no upper limit, but activation is reliant solely on luck and opportunity. Yi Ran pressed the refresh button. Instantly, the vacant slot flickered and revealed a new achievement. Wasteland Hunter, Beginner Progress, 0-10. Eliminate 10 different types of wasteland beasts. Reward, 30 achievement points. 30 achievement points. Yi Ran felt a surge of joy. The reward for this achievement was quite substantial. Speaking of achievement points, his gaze drifted to the 3rd achievement, Winning Hearts with Virtue, which filled him with a sense of helplessness. This particular achievement offered a reward of 100 achievement points. Yet despite racking his brain, he could not discern how to complete it. He had attempted various targets, including Zhang Fan, Zhou Shishir, and even his aunt. But to no avail. Winning Hearts with Virtue was meant to imply persuading others through commendable character, was it not? Yi Ran mumbled to himself, bewildered as to where the issue lay. Could it be that his character was still lacking? With 10 achievement points in hand, Yi Ran felt a sense of anticipation as he slowly clicked on the enhancement option. In an instant, his achievement points dwindled. His vitality surged rapidly, 50, 60, 70, 90. Ultimately, his vitality stabilized at 99, unable to increase further. Yi Ran blinked in surprise, regarding the remaining 3 achievement points before once again using one of them. His vitality remained unchanged, still stuck at 99, as if encountering some barrier that prevented any further advancement. Yi Ran was taken aback. This situation exceeded his expectations. When in doubt, consult the internet. He promptly searched online and quickly discovered the reason. It turned out that the human body has a limit to the vitality it can contain. Only by breaking the genetic lock and unlocking the body's potential can this limit be elevated. To break the genetic lock, a special substance that contains life essence is required, beast essence blood. Ordinary beast blood is far too volatile for a martial artist's body to withstand. Only beast essence blood can be absorbed without issue. However, refining beast essence blood necessitates specialized equipment and a professional pharmacist, which comes at a hefty price. Thus, beast essence blood is exceedingly expensive. Yi Ran conducted some research and gasped in shock. Goodness, even the cheapest beast essence blood starts at 100,000. And that is for a mere first-tier beast, with minimal enhancement upon use. Some elite first-tier beasts, such as the White Shadow Wolf, astonishingly cost between 500,000 to 600,000. What a predicament. Yi Ran felt overwhelmed, initially planning to rely on the Martial Artist Association's reward of 50,000 to pay the registration fee after his breakthrough. At present, the registration fee for martial arts studies remains unpaid, and to transcend into a martial artist, a substantial sum is still required. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation for a moment. In such a predicament, venturing into the wasteland seems to be the only recourse. The wasteland, fraught with peril, simultaneously conceals countless opportunities. Be it the remains of exotic beasts or the unique ores and flora endemic to the region, each holds considerable value. Moreover, the achievement of becoming a wasteland hunter can only be fulfilled within its bounds. Resolutely, Yi Ran decided that he must find time to journey to the wasteland. Although he had not yet attained the status of a martial artist, his combat prowess now rivaled that of an ordinary level 1 martial artist, perhaps even exceeding it slightly, thus making him entirely capable of enduring trials in the wasteland. However, The pressing matter of the registration fee, due in 2 days, must be prioritized. As Yi Ran pondered, a sudden inspiration struck him. He recalled a place where quick money could be earned. He dialed Zhang Fan's number. Rangu, what is up? Fanzi. During our last conversation, you mentioned an underground fighting arena and that you received an invitation for your father, right? Yes, not only my father. That fighting arena sent invitations to many martial artists who have ventured into the wasteland. Zhang Fan scoffed. They call it an underground fighting arena. But it's essentially just a venue for illegal fights. My father took one look at the invitation and tossed it aside. Do you still have that invitation? Yi Ran inquired. Of course, why? Suddenly alarmed, Zhang Fan exclaimed. Rangu, you're not considering going, are you? That place is exceedingly dangerous. While the money comes quickly, the risk of injury is high. It's not for me. I have a friend. I don't believe it. You have a friend I don't know? Yi Ran, at a loss for words, finally said. He is a friend from the slaughterhouse, someone you haven't met. His name is Zhang Yong. He is an orphan. Having grown up without parents, his life has been quite tragic. Recently, he fell gravely ill, and the surgical costs are exorbitant. So he has no choice but to try his luck at the underground fighting arena. Ah, I see. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment before replying. As long as it's not you, that is fine. I'll take you there tomorrow. Okay. Yi Ran hung up the phone, breathing a sigh of relief. At last, a solution to cover the registration fee had emerged. Despite the underground fighting arena's brutality, where severe injuries or even fatalities are commonplace, these trials are inevitable in this era. Moreover, he is no longer the naive high school student unacquainted with the harsh realities of bloodshed. He has faced numerous life and death crises in honing his combat awareness. That night, the residents of the community were out strolling after dinner. He politely greeted familiar neighbors. After walking a few steps, he spotted Sister Xue, proudly showcasing her son Xue Chuan's practical exam results, brandishing a score of 33 in combat strength. With a mere 7 points shy, my son's achievement ranks him among the top 100 in the entire 5th middle school. The neighbors, seemingly well acquainted with her, offered a few casual compliments. Uninterested in prolonging the discussion. Feeling slighted, Sister Xue huffed. You probably don't realize how impressive a combat strength of 33 is. Our neighbor's son, Yi Ran. You know him, right? He barely scores in the teens. My son's strength is a full double that. On the other side, upon hearing these words, Yi Ran's expression turned peculiar. How could he possibly be dragged into this? And 33 in combat strength? At present, his combat power hovers just above 100, with a meager 33 points, seemingly lacking even a fraction of that. Chapter 14, The Reward. Listening to Sister Xue's words, Yi Hongfang retorted indignantly, You little rascal. Don't take it to heart. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Who knows, perhaps one day you will surpass her son. Yi Ran nodded slightly, declaring, I could easily defeat her son with one hand. I certainly am not concerned. Enough boasting. Yi Hongfang rolled her eyes, then inquired, Have you decided which of the 3 martial arts schools I mentioned last time you wish to attend? Aunt, I've already said it's unnecessary. Just transfer the money to my uncle to buy medicine. Yi Ran replied with a hint of exasperation. At that moment, Sister Xue and her son turned around. Noticing the two, a brief moment of embarrassment flickered across Sister Xue's face before she quickly donned a smile and approached Yi Hongfang to exchange pleasantries. Yi Ran remained impassive, showing no inclination to engage with the neighbors or classmates from various schools, as though they belonged to a different realm altogether. Just as Xue Chuan was about to depart, his gaze suddenly brightened, filled with anticipation and nervousness as he looked in a particular direction. There, a girl with a short ponytail approached. Her face was fair and exquisite, her features resembling a painting. Her profile was remarkably delicate, and her immaculate school uniform exuded an ethereal charm that left several students in the vicinity dumbfounded. This uniform appeared to belong to the prestigious No. 1 high school. Gaining admission to such an institution indicated exceptional academic prowess. And such a beautiful girl. One could only wonder which family she hailed from. Truly, if I had a daughter like that, I'd be smiling in my dreams. The neighbors expressed their admiration sincerely. Students from No. 1 high school have a 99% chance of entering a reputable university like Wuhan University, and those ranking high could even secure a spot in key programs. Achieving this would bring great honor to one's family, a matter of considerable significance in the community. Listening to the neighbors' astonishment, Yi Hongfang displayed a rare glimmer of envy in her eyes. Sister Xue gazed longingly, nearly drooling, when a thought struck her, and she hastily signaled to Xue Chuan. Encouraged, Xue Chuan, with a racing heart and trembling legs, approached the girl. In the next moment, the girl suddenly paused, then walked straight towards another boy. Yi Ran, could you possibly offer me some guidance on martial arts techniques? Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. Yi Hongfang's mind went blank as she turned to see Yi Ran scratching his head, responding, I'm sorry, I still. Bang. She abruptly elbowed Yi Ran, her face beaming as she turned to Su Qin, exclaiming, all right, no problem. Yi Ran was at a loss for words, but since his aunt had already agreed, he could not humiliate her in front of so many people. Reluctantly, he replied, Sure, when would you like to? How about right now? Upon receiving his consent, a joyful smile blossomed on Su Qin's face, radiating like a garden in full bloom, capturing the attention of those around. Under his aunt's urging, Yi Ran reluctantly followed Su Qin as they departed. Once they left, the neighbors eagerly gathered around Yi Hongfang. Hongfang, even a student from No. 1 high school wishes to seek advice from your little Ran. He must be exceptionally skilled now. Indeed. Could you arrange for him to provide some guidance to my wayward son as well? Yes, and us too. Yi Ran cast a glance around, raising an eyebrow. Do you live alone? Yes, Su Qin replied with a slight nod, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. How did you manage to cultivate your thunder fist to the 7th resonance so swiftly? With earnestness, Yi Ran responded, perseverance and diligence. Perseverance and diligence, Su Qin murmured, then suddenly shook her head. It's not just that. Talent is far more crucial. You must be an extraordinary body, right? Extraordinary body? Yi Ran was taken aback. Su Qin elaborated. After the arrival of the wasteland, some individuals were stimulated, awakening their physical potential and acquiring unique talents. Such individuals can cultivate martial arts at an astonishing pace, enhancing their vitality by hundreds in a single day. Some possess exceptional combat awareness, rendering them invincible among their peers, while others, like you, grasp martial techniques with remarkable speed. Due to their extraordinary physical gifts, they are collectively referred to as extraordinary bodies. Yi Ran was somewhat astonished. Such beings indeed existed. To elevate one's vitality by hundreds in a day, wasn't that tantamount to becoming a martial artist overnight? How terrifying. Given your formidable talent and martial techniques, you likely belong to this category, though you may remain unaware, Su Qin said, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Yi Ran did not dispute this. Refraining from delving further into the topic, he was not overly modest. His thunder fist, nearing the 8th resonance, was indeed commendable and sufficient to instruct others. After all, the instructors at the Martial Arts Academy only reached the 6th resonance. After a moment of hesitation, Su Qin proposed, I would like you to mentor me for 2 hours each day until I perfect the thunder fist. Every day? Yi Ran immediately shook his head. I'm afraid I can't. I can offer compensation, 50,000 a month. All right, Yi Ran replied with conviction. Assisting a fellow student is my duty, so it's settled, 2 hours each day. After agreeing on a schedule, they exchanged contact information. Before they even entered the door, Yi Ran received a text message, transfer information. The sender was Su Qin, with an amount of 20,000, marked as an advance payment. Wow, Yi Ran gasped, unable to suppress a glance upward. A wealthy woman, without a doubt. 50,000 a month, he had assumed it was merely talk, yet here she was, paying 20,000 without hesitation. Although he wondered why such affluence resided in a modest neighborhood, the funds were undeniably real. Elated, Yi Ran realized he wouldn't need to venture into the underground fighting arena anymore. After dinner, with time still on his side, he left his home in search of a nearby martial arts academy, entering the training room. This time, he first went to the vitality chamber for a check. Soon, the information appeared. Name, Xiao Shuai. Age, 17. Vitality, 99. Realm, preliminary martial artist. The vitality chamber provided a comprehensive assessment, even detailing his age and various physical attributes. Naturally, his combat ability remained untested. That would require an evaluation via a mechanical puppet. Next, Yi Ran turned his gaze toward the mechanical puppet. Observing the imposing 2-meter-tall azure automaton before him, he felt a peculiar sensation. This time, he had chosen a mechanical puppet of true martial artist caliber. The martial prowess of the combatant could erupt at the level of a warrior. In other words, should his strength fall short of that mark, he would indeed be vulnerable to the mechanical puppet's assault. Chapter 15, The Underground Fighting Arena. With a crisp sound, the azure-hued mechanical puppet advanced. Its movement slow at first, but gradually accelerating. By the time it reached a distance of 3 meters, it had already broken into a run, the heavy thuds of its footfalls echoing ominously. In an instant, the puppet lunged forth, delivering a formidable punch. Yi Ran, focused and resolute, countered with a punch of his own, thunderous fist. Bang! The two fists collided, neither the man nor the puppet budging an inch. In the next moment, the warrior-class mechanical puppet shuddered violently, then staggered back 2 steps. Concurrently, the combat power display flickered to life, revealing the figure. Combat power, 137. Yi Ran shook his aching arm. He had triumphed, managing to subdue an ordinary warrior. Yet he could distinctly feel that, aside from the vitality, the warrior's physique was formidable. The inherent strength of its body had resulted in a backlash that left him with considerable damage. Physique. Yi Ran, undeterred, activated the physique enhancement opportunity stored within the achievement system. In an instant, he felt an invisible energy surging through his entire being, permeating his limbs and every cell within him. His body was undergoing a transformation. Soon, he reopened his eyes, immediately perceiving the world before him with newfound clarity, able to discern minute details that had previously escaped his notice. His hearing had also sharpened significantly, allowing him to catch the distant murmur of passers-by conversing outside the sealed training room. Moreover, his recovery and resilience had improved, and the discomfort in his arm had dissipated. At that moment, The azure mechanical puppet charged once more. Yi Ran unleashed another punch. This time, the puppet retreated. Yet the familiar sensation of fatigue in his arm did not return. The combat power display updated. 145. With the enhancement of his physique, his combat power had risen, reaching a new peak of 145. Suppressing his elation, Yi Ran engaged the mechanical puppet further, acclimating to his newly augmented body and strength before departing. The following day, after school, simultaneously, he had submitted the registration fee for the martial arts program. Though his purse felt considerably lighter, at least one burden had been lifted. He could now devote himself entirely to finding a way to break through to the warrior level. Rangu here. Just as he exited the school gates, Zhang Fan stealthily thrust a black invitation into Yi Ran's hands. Yi Ran paused, then recalled that it was an invitation to the underground fighting arena. He opened it to examine its contents. The invitation was jet black, its edges adorned with golden filigree, exuding an air of sophistication. It bore an address and the name of the underground arena, Black 3 Fighting Arena. An odd name, complemented by a symbol reminiscent of a square card from a deck of playing cards. Rangu, remind your friend to refrain from using his real identity once he enters. Zhang Fan cautioned gravely. Why? Afraid of retribution? Yi Ran arched an eyebrow. No, my father mentioned that while these underground fighting arenas are not the most reputable places, they generally have their own rules and do not engage in the kind of vendetta behavior. However, this Black 3 fighting arena is problematic. He said it might have connections to the Black Seal Tower. Black Seal Tower. Yi Ran's pupils constricted. This is an exceedingly terrifying and perilous organization, notorious for assassination, pillaging, and all manner of malevolent deeds, all while possessing immense power. The military of the Xia nation has made several attempts to eradicate them, yet they have failed to eliminate the threat entirely. Ran, do not worry excessively, Zhang Fan advised, shaking his head. My father merely mentioned it as a suspicion, and I have heard that there are martial artists involved. The Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch has been notified to investigate. However, since the branch has not taken action, it is likely that there is no serious issue. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran nodded, feeling a sense of relief. The likelihood of error from the Martial Alliance branch is minuscule, so there should be no major problem. He casually tucked away the invitation. Having already paid the registration fee for the martial arts exam, he saw no need to attend. Yet, an impulse stirred within Yi Ran, even if he did not compete. It would be worthwhile to observe, to witness firsthand the clashes between other martial artists. Half an hour later, in the bustling heart of the city, the Grand Maoyan commercial building stood tall. Yi Ran, blending with the throng of people, entered the building, now clad in a black tracksuit that obscured his age. He also carried a peculiar item, a plastic headgear. In such underground fighting arenas, where numerous eyes roamed, and with the faint possibility of a connection to the Black Ink Tower, caution was paramount. Upon entering the edifice, he made his way down to the underground parking lot, seeking a secluded corner where he donned the headgear and proceeded toward the far end of the parking area. After a brief walk, he encountered a small, pitch-black door that appeared to be an ordinary maintenance entrance. Yi Ran approached and knocked gently. Invitation, came a cold voice as a small window slid open. He handed over the invitation, and moments later, the door creaked open. Inside lay a dark corridor, flanked by two burly men clad in black. One of them took the invitation and coldly instructed, just keep walking inside. Yi Ran traversed the corridor, and after a few minutes, the scene before him transformed dramatically. A vibrant underground fighting arena emerged, alive with dazzling lights and echoes of screams. The arena was expansive, filled with iron-fortified fighting platforms. Surrounding the platforms, many martial artists embraced scantily clad bunny girls, laughing boisterously as they placed bets on the combatants below. The enormous speakers blared deafeningly, their sounds drowned out by the cacophony of cheers and shouts. Chaos, opulence, and noise, these were Yi Ran's immediate impressions. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to step inside. Having come this far, he might as well take a look before leaving. Once inside, he glanced at the rules displayed on the walls and could not suppress a gasp. The regulations stated that for quasi-martial artists, winning a match would yield 1,000, while martial artists would earn 10,000. The victor was required to pay 5% of their winnings to the arena. 10,000 for a single match, over the course of 10 matches. That amounts to 100,000. Yi Ran's heart raced. Although he was not a martial artist, the prospect of 1,000 for a quasi-martial artist was still substantial. More importantly, he believed that within the realm of quasi-martial artists, while he might not be invincible, very few could rival him. Resolutely, Yi Ran strode toward the entrance where the vitality testing device was located. After completing the test of his vitality, beside the detection device, a staff member handed him a green wristband. The green wristband represented the strength of a quasi-warrior, while the blue wristband signified that of a true warrior. Yi Ran donned the wristband and leaped onto an empty combat platform to await his opponent. Shortly thereafter, a lean middle-aged man ascended the platform and greeted Yi Ran with a smile. Young brother, this is your first time here, I see it? Yi Ran nodded slightly. As the lean man continued to engage in casual banter, he stealthily drew closer. Upon reaching a certain distance, a glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly launched a surprise attack. Haha, kid, allow me to teach you a lesson today. Bang. He was kicked off the combat platform with a swift leg strike. Chapter 16, 7 Consecutive Victories. Onlookers surrounding the stands exhibited expressions of astonishment at this spectacle. A seasoned fighter had been so effortlessly dispatched by a novice. One individual glanced at Yi Ran and chuckled. This little fellow is quite impressive. He didn't fall for it. Indeed, with rich combat experience and considerable strength. It was no surprise that someone of his age could achieve the status of a quasi-warrior. The audience chuckled and turned their attention to others. After defeating the lean middle-aged man, Yi Ran descended from the platform. The referee presented him with the 1,000 yuan wagered by his previous opponent and exchanged his wristband for another green one. This new wristband bore little difference from the previous, save for the number 1 inscribed upon it. Yi Ran examined it curiously, puzzled by its significance. The referee, with a stoic expression, explained, "This number 1 represents your victories. It will increase with each win, but will reset to 0 upon a loss. If you achieve 10 consecutive victories, you will receive an additional reward of 5,000 yuan. 5,000. Yi Ran felt a stir of excitement within. That amount was sufficient for him to win 5 times. He returned to the combat platform, prepared to wait once more. Before long, a young man in his 20s approached the stage, exuding joy and pride, occasionally glancing at the green wristband inscribed with the number 4. He then turned to Yi Ran with a gentle smile, saying, "I will go all out. I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you." "All right." Yi Ran nodded earnestly. In the next moment, both combatants surged toward one another. Suddenly, the young man felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself shockingly thrown off the combat platform. Stunned, he stared at his wristband, bewildered. Wasn't I on a 4-game winning streak? How did I end up down here? The referee, standing nearby, looked on in disbelief as Yi Ran remained on the platform. Good heavens. To achieve 4 consecutive victories among quasi-warriors is no small feat, yet this young lad dispatched him in a single move. Moreover, he demonstrated impeccable control over his strength, inflicting no harm upon the bewildered young man, indicating that he still had considerable power in reserve. Suppressing his astonishment, the referee impassively replaced Yi Ran's wristband once more. Yi Ran ascended the platform again, ready to await his next challenge. The young man from earlier exhibited a demeanor that was gentle and devoid of malice. Thus he posed no threat to his opponents. Subsequently, 2 more challengers approached in quick succession, yet, without exception, they failed to withstand even a single strike. Both were left in a state of bewilderment and existential doubt, much like the earlier defeated youth, squatting outside the 6th combat arena where Yi Ran was engaged in battle. They did not even ascend to the stands, opting instead to remain there, determined to uncover the reason for their thorough defeat. Despite not being top-tier warriors, they were seasoned enough in the arena to have encountered various levels of martial prowess. However, being so swiftly bested without even grasping the situation felt exceedingly absurd. Within the combat arena, large screens displayed the unfolding events. The sight of 3 individuals squatting in the 6th combat arena soon attracted attention. Among the spectators, some gazed at Yi Ran with astonishment. Isn't that the young lad from earlier? He has achieved 4 consecutive victories so swiftly. Another individual straightened slightly, intrigued, pondering the possibility that Yi Ran possessed the strength of a top-tier warrior. Otherwise, such rapid victories would be implausible. A top-tier warrior is defined as one possessing at least 95 vitality points. Now, with a 5-time champion seeking out this young lad, a suggestion arose. What do you think? Shall we place a bet on the next round? No rush, came the reply. He is merely a budding warrior, albeit a promising one. The speaker's words trailed off as a sudden exclamation interrupted. He has won again. The lad at the 6th arena had triumphed once more, this time by a single strike. At this news, the group was momentarily taken aback before they hurriedly made their way to the 6th arena. Upon their arrival, they found their pupils contracting in astonishment. Below the arena, the referee was replacing the young man's arm guards, and the numbers displayed had now changed to 7. 7 consecutive victories. In a mere span of 2 to 3 minutes, the young man had defeated 2 more opponents. This scene, broadcasted on the large screen, created a considerable stir. While the primary attraction of the Black 3 arena lay in the battles between warriors, the presence of many budding warriors, comprising a third of the arena, was notable. The sudden emergence of such a formidable newcomer drew a significant amount of attention. Even in the exclusive room at the apex of the stands, footsteps could be heard, indicating that someone was approaching. Yi Ran accepted the arm guards, listening to the discussions around him, and could not help but furrow his brow. How did they discern that he was so young, merely 17 or 18 years of age, when he previously tested his vitality? He utilized a vitality detector rather than a vitality chamber, which should, in theory, have rendered age information inaccessible. You revealed it yourself, the referee remarked cryptically. I revealed it myself? Yi Ran's expression shifted suddenly, realizing, was it my voice? I forgot to disguise it, but my voice can be mimicked perfectly. How could they be so certain of my youth? It's not just your voice. The referee paused, eyeing his distinctive headgear and adding with an odd expression. That Ultraman headgear is so conspicuous that anyone could deduce your age. At that moment, a burly figure, towering at 2 meters with a face full of flesh, leaped onto the stage, sneering at him. "You little brat, come here and meet your doom. Grant me an 8th consecutive victory." Yiran squinted, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. The onlookers, upon seeing this corpulent brute, were struck with astonishment. Sudapeo, the notorious menace. This individual possessed the prowess of a peak quasi-warrior, and his methods were brutal. His strikes either incapacitated or severely injured opponents. This young man was in grave peril. Indeed, although the boy displayed a compassionate demeanor, his considerable strength would be no match against such a villain. As the crowd swelled with spectators, a middle-aged man donned in a dark golden mask slowly approached the railing of the highest room in the combat arena, casting an intrigued gaze downward. Someone happened to glance up and, upon spotting the dark golden mask, exclaimed, "The master of the combat arena." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their attention diverted from the impending battle on the stage as they collectively looked upwards. The master of the combat arena was a formidable martial artist, rarely seen in public. Yet here he was, making an appearance. The mention of the master stirred something in Yiran, prompting him to glance up. Observing this, the rotund brute's face twisted with malice as he spat. "You little brat, dare to lose focus? I'll strip your skin off and make you unrecognizable to your mother." At this, Yiran's expression darkened. The most sensitive topic for him was any mention of his parents, who were believed to have perished. Chapter 17, the top 10 of Ningjiang City. On the combat stage, Yiran maintained a stoic expression as he slowly approached the imposing figure before him. For reasons unknown, the hefty antagonist felt an inexplicable chill. "You little brat, I'll cripple you," he bellowed, suppressing the unwarranted fear that gripped him before charging forth. The heavy thuds of his feet caused the entire arena to tremble. In mere moments, he traversed several meters and unleashed a vicious punch aimed at Yiran's head. The crowd tensed, many closing their eyes, bracing for the impending brutality. The massive fist appeared poised to strike. Yet, Yiran stepped forward, delivering a straight punch. Thunderclap fist. A resounding crack echoed through the air. The clash of the two fists, one large and the other small, immediately determined the victor. The burly man let out a howl of anguish as his arm was shattered, staggering backward while cradling his injured limb. In that instant, Yiran closed the distance once more, delivering a powerful kick that sent the brute crashing to the ground, followed by a fierce punch aimed squarely at his temple. This strike would either kill him or render him a mere shell of his former self. Realizing his dire situation, the hefty man, despite the searing pain coursing through him, stammered in fear, "I admit." Before he could finish his plea, Yiran swiftly transformed his punch into a palm, silencing him by pressing his hand over the man's mouth. He then turned to the referee, who had already leaped onto the combat stage, and chuckled. "Wasn't he finished yet? You arrived too soon." The referee stared in disbelief at the sight of the flailing man beneath Yiran's foot, writhing like a worm, yet utterly unable to escape. A figure stood atop another, adorned with a hood that obscured their visage, leaving only a pair of dark, somewhat amused eyes visible. An inexplicable chill surged within. For the first time, the absurdity of the hood seemed less humorous and more ominously dangerous. The referee, after a moment of silence, expressed his apologies, acknowledging his oversight, and quietly withdrew from the arena. Yiran remained silent, his gaze averted from the groveling, overweight man beneath him, who was pleading for mercy. He sighed as he glanced around at the spectators, remarking, "As long as there is no surrender, one cannot exit the arena, even in death. It is the rule. Thus, it is not that I struck too fiercely, but rather that he refused to concede." As he spoke, he pressed down with his hand on the man's mouth, gradually exerting force. A sharp crack echoed, eliciting a visceral reaction from the onlookers, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. It was only when the hefty man could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and lost consciousness that he was unceremoniously kicked off the fighting platform, leaving behind a bloody trail of teeth. The entire event transpired swiftly, regardless of the brutality exhibited. A combatant with a mere 99 health points could easily be reduced to such a state, raising the eyebrows of many martial artists present, who cast wary glances at Yiran, their eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. When did Ningjiang produce such a prodigy? Someone murmured to themselves. A nearby observer pondered aloud. Such a fierce approach and seasoned combat experience. Surely, this youth is not what he appears to be, perhaps a disguise. It was a possibility, yet regardless of the truth, this battle made it abundantly clear that this was no lamb, but rather a wolf cloaked in sheep's clothing. After securing his 8th consecutive victory, Yiran wiped the blood from his hands and surveyed the surroundings in search of his 9th opponent. However, much like the games of his previous life, where consecutive wins would invite systemic intervention, he mused that this arena would not readily allow someone to achieve 10 victories. After all, if 10 wins could be easily attained for additional rewards, the fighting arena would have long since shut down. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a commotion above. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a dark golden mask gazing down, accompanied by a figure clad in black who rose to depart. Moments later, a slight, black-clad individual donned in a black iron mask ascended to Arena 6. This sight instantly captured the attention of many. With whispers of the main event has arrived floating through the crowd. The rarity of 10 consecutive victories in the arena stemmed from the fact that, after achieving 8 wins, the opponent would be a challenger sent by the arena's proprietor. This was the most formidable hurdle. Yet, should one emerge victorious, attaining 10 consecutive wins would become a mere formality. As the diminutive figure in black made their entrance, an increasing number of spectators gathered. In Arena 6, Yi Ran's focus sharpened. He could clearly sense that the slight black-clad individual was no ordinary contender. They were not as easily dispatched as those who had come before. Without any exchange of words, the small figure approached Yi Ran and suddenly charged at him with remarkable speed. Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, his entire being pulsating with vitality as he met her with a fierce punch. Bang! The collision reverberated through the air. The slender figure in black staggered back 2 or 3 steps, but adeptly absorbed the impact, regaining composure in an instant. With a swift push of his feet, he leapt forward again, his palm slicing like a blade aimed at Yi Ran. The air crackled with the sound of his strike. Unperturbed, Yi Ran raised his hand to block while keenly searching for any openings in his opponent's defense. Remarkably, this individual possessed a combat awareness that rivaled his own, albeit slightly inferior. Overall, their combat prowess seemed to hover around 120, making him a formidable adversary. Rather than hastily deploying his full strength to vanquish this challenger, Yi Ran chose to engage in a sparring match. The opponent took the offensive while he assumed a defensive posture. After nearly 3 minutes of sustained combat, the black-clad figure, frustrated by his inability to break through, let out a sharp cry. Silver Moon Finger. Suddenly, he thrust out a finger, and a flicker of silvery light glimmered at its tip. Witnessing this spectacle, someone in the audience sprang to their feet, exclaiming, "The Silver Moon Finger?" Although Yi Ran did not catch the words, the moment he saw the silvery gleam, an instinctive chill coursed down his spine, prompting him to retreat without hesitation. At that instant, his enhanced physique kicked in, allowing him to move with an agility that far surpassed that of the slender black-clad individual, who was a mere aspiring martial artist. Seeing him evade effortlessly, the opponent appeared taken aback, seemingly caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ran delivered a powerful punch to her chest, sending her crashing off the combat platform, where she stumbled backward several steps before coming to a halt. Suddenly, Yi Ran noticed something that left him astonished. She was a woman? He blinked in confusion, straining to discern her gender, but it remained difficult to ascertain from a visual standpoint. Upon hearing this, the black-clad woman shot him a fierce glare, declaring, "I will remember you." With that, she swiftly turned and departed. The spectators were equally astonished. Yet they cast wary glances at the cold, dark gold-masked master of the combat arena, who commanded an air of authority that silenced any jests. Yi Ran paid little heed to the commotion, replacing his wrist guards under the scrutinizing gaze of the referee. Unfortunately, the aspiring martial artists present now regarded him with trepidation, none daring to challenge him. Above in the arena, the master observed Yi Ran, nodding slightly in approval. Indeed, among the aspiring martial artists of Ning City, you would rank within the top 10. With that, he turned slowly and departed, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. A profound silence enveloped the audience, all faces etched with shock. Ning City was vast, teeming with aspiring martial artists. How could one ascend to the top 10? Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback by the high praise, which provided him with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. However, such acclaim inadvertently made achieving a 10-match winning streak all the more challenging. Initially, there had been no challengers willing to face him, but after hearing the master's words, the surrounding aspiring martial artists scattered in fear. Yi Ran, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour for his scheduled tutoring session with Su Qin. However, if he left now, his consecutive victories would be nullified, and all his efforts would be in vain. Winning just one more match would yield an additional 5,000. Yi Ran felt a twinge of reluctance, but finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. In the stands, murmurs filled the air. By now, the crowd had discerned that the young man on the 6th fighting stage might find it quite challenging to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Yet, many were still in awe of the honor of ranking among the top 10 in Ningjiang City. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly rang out. "In this 10th match, I wish to challenge a warrior." As the words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the arena. The audience stared in astonishment at the boy on the 6th fighting stage, while the sound of departing footsteps abruptly halted. Chapter 18. Everyone, take notice. This lad is back to cause trouble. Challenging a warrior, the referee said with great difficulty. You must understand that warriors possess martial patterns, with a minimum combat power of 120. Moreover, a warrior's body, honed through the refinement of blood essence, far surpasses that of a quasi-warrior. I understand, Yi Ran replied, his gaze steady and demeanor composed. I do not seek monetary gain. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of my disparity from a true warrior. 1,000 yuan for defeating me, a quasi-warrior, is far easier than besting a warrior of the same rank, is it not? You should wager the same 10,000 as for a warrior's match, not just 1,000. A voice from the crowd remarked somberly. Yi Ran responded earnestly. As I have stated, my objective is not wealth, but rather the challenge of stronger opponents. However, he paused thoughtfully. I would not be foolish enough to engage with a warrior of excessive strength. A recent breakthrough into the warrior realm would suffice. Those who have broken through long ago would simply overpower me, rendering the experience meaningless. Very well, the previously speaking warrior leaped onto the stage. I have only just broken through to the warrior level less than a week ago, perfectly fitting your criteria. I shall compete with you in this 10th match. Yi Ran was elated. Victory seemed assured. What are you saying? The warrior inquired, confusion etched across his face. Nothing of consequence. Let us begin. Yi Ran replied with a smile, his spirit and focus sharply honed as he gradually entered his peak state. This state was one he had not previously revealed since entering the fighting arena, meaning he had not yet unleashed his full potential. In the stands, spectators shook their heads, skeptical of a quasi-warrior challenging a true warrior. This was no longer merely a matter of combat prowess. Whether it was the martial patterns only warriors could activate or the inherent physical superiority of a warrior, the notion of battling across ranks seemed nearly impossible, at least in their experience. However, at the highest point of the stands, the masked owner of the fighting arena chuckled softly. An intriguing boy, he has indeed held back. Who would have thought that the first 10 consecutive victories in today's arena would be achieved by a quasi-warrior? How delightful. His voice faded gradually, leaving behind a crowd full of bewilderment. What does this mean? Is the arena master suggesting that the boy can triumph over a warrior across ranks? What an absurd jest. Suddenly, a heavy thud reverberated through the air as a figure was forcefully propelled backward, crashing onto the ground outside the fighting stage. The audience fell silent, a profound stillness enveloping the arena. The individual who was unceremoniously cast off the fighting platform was none other than the brooding warrior who had only just ascended moments ago. A contender, having vanquished a true warrior. The stands erupted with gasps of astonishment. The eyes of the spectators widened in disbelief. A contender had triumphed over a warrior. And in such a brief span of time. Surely, they were not imagining it. Many rubbed their eyes and glanced again, but reality swiftly asserted its dominion over them. Their lips quivered in astonishment. Unbelievable, this young man had defied the odds. At this moment, on the fighting platform, Yi Ran's arm trembled slightly, drenched in sweat. His chest heaving with each labored breath. This was a reaction to the immense exertion he had just endured. Although the battle concluded swiftly, his victory was far from effortless. In fact, it was quite arduous. A warrior proved to be infinitely more challenging than a mechanical puppet. He had easily defeated a mechanical puppet with a power level of 140, yet contending with a warrior of 130 was considerably taxing, necessitating all of his effort. This was precisely why the skirmish ended so quickly, and why he had not restrained his blows, rendering the brooding warrior unconscious. In a life-or-death struggle, every fleeting moment counted. There was no room for mercy. Reflecting on this, Yi Ran cast an envious glance at the brooding warrior's arm, where faint black markings were visible. The patterns formed the likeness of a mythical beast. This was known as the martial pattern. Upon utilizing the blood of a mythical beast to break through to warrior status, one would manifest a tattoo related to that beast, which could represent a part of its body or its entire form. In any case, once the martial pattern was formed, one could harness a fraction of the beast's power, thus augmenting their combat prowess. For instance, the brooding warrior's martial pattern likely bestowed him with an additional 20 points of power, enabling him to achieve approximately 130 power upon his recent breakthrough. Martial patterns. The essence of mythical beast blood enhancing the body. Yi Ran's gaze flickered. He pondered what level of strength he would attain upon his own ascension to warrior status. After experiencing such enhancements, outside the fighting arena, it was only when Yi Ran approached him and called out to him several times, frowning, that the brooding warrior snapped back to reality. After receiving his consecutive victory rewards and the 10,000 from defeating the warrior from the referee, Yi Ran made his way out of the fighting arena. Behind him, countless gazes were fixed upon him, each filled with awe. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day. Many in the crowd exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intent, eager to pursue him and uncover the true identity of this young man, with hopes of recruiting him. However, just as they began to stir, a diminutive figure clad in black emerged from the highest tier of the stands. A melodious yet icy voice of a young girl rang out. My master has decreed, those who disrupt the rules shall meet their demise. Outside the arena, Yi Ran remained oblivious to these developments. At that moment, he gazed at his bank balance, now swollen by an additional 28,000, a grin threatening to split his face. 28,000, combined with the 7,000 he had previously saved, totaled 35,000. While it may not be an extravagant sum, for an ordinary high school student, it was undeniably a fortune. No wonder it is said that warriors acquire wealth rapidly. And here he was, merely a contender, achieving this with such ease. Yi Ran shook his head, feeling a mix of awe and reflection. Continuing, he casually glanced at the system panel, contemplating a plausible excuse to request leave and venture into the wasteland to fulfill the achievement of Wasteland Hunter. Whether it was to complete the achievement or to obtain the essence of exotic beasts to transcend as a martial artist, a journey to the wasteland was imperative. While mulling over suitable justifications, Yiran suddenly froze, reopening the system panel for another look. The progress for Wasteland Hunter remained stagnant, and the achievement on the path of martial arts was still stuck at the final 99, unable to advance. However, the status of winning hearts with virtue had changed. Winning hearts with virtue, progress, 110, reward, 100 achievement points. Yiran was overwhelmed with joy. Among the 3 achievements, the most significant was winning hearts with virtue. Yet he had struggled to discover a method to complete it. To his astonishment, today, the progress that had been unyielding had finally increased. He stifled his elation and contemplated where he had fulfilled the criteria for winning hearts with virtue. In truth, today's destination was quite straightforward. Yiran pondered. Aside from school, the only other place he had been was the underground fighting arena. The completion of winning hearts with virtue likely occurred within that arena. There, he had achieved 10 consecutive victories, defeating a martial artist of higher rank and severely injuring a foul-mouthed, overweight man. Among the 10 fighters, only the overweight man had clashed with him and was left gravely wounded. So, this was the essence of winning hearts with virtue? He was momentarily taken aback. Then clarity dawned upon him as he finally understood why he had been unable to complete this achievement all along. It was because he had been misguided from the very beginning. Yiran mused that the underground arena was rife with brutes like the overweight man, who were vicious in their strikes and relished in provoking others. He could adeptly embody winning hearts with virtue by striving to persuade such individuals. However, he would need to procure a different mask for tomorrow, as the current one was too conspicuous. Should those ruffians recognize him, they would likely refrain from causing him any trouble. With newfound wealth, Yiran was not stingy and promptly transferred 10,000 to Zhou Shishir. Zhou Shishir was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "Brother, did you rob a bank?" The wealthy lady upstairs, he replied, "I taught her martial skills, and this is my compensation." Ruffling Zhou Shishir's hair, he added, "If you need money, come to me. Do not ask your mother. You can spend it however you wish, but remember to study diligently." Zhou Shishir nodded repeatedly like a well-behaved fawn. After offering her a few more words of advice, Yiran departed, transferring another 10,000 to his aunt, hoping she would purchase some supplements for her health. "You little rascal, you still know how to show filial piety," Yi Hongfang remarked, playfully tapping the back of Yiran's head. "Save your money. I'll transfer some to you later so you can find a proper martial arts school." After much back and forth, Yiran finally persuaded her to accept the money. Nevertheless, Yi Hongfang had no intentions of using it for herself, continuously muttering, "Save this money for your future bride." Listening to her chatter warmed Yiran's heart. Though his parents had passed away early, his aunt Yi Hongfang had never allowed him to lack familial affection. In the following days, Yiran had a clear objective: visiting the underground fighting arena daily to accomplish the winning hearts with virtue achievement. The progress towards this achievement was gradually increasing. At long last, on the 5th day, through the power of persuasion, he reached a score of 910, leaving only one goal remaining. That evening, Yiran donned a gray outfit, padded with sponges to create a more imposing figure. Nevertheless, upon entering the fighting arena, sharp-eyed individuals immediately recognized him and shouted, "Everyone, be wary. This rascal is back to cause trouble." At the sound of his name, the crowd within the arena scattered in all directions, desperately seeking to avoid confrontation. Particularly those brash would-be warriors, known for their violent tempers and propensity to inflict serious harm on their opponents over the slightest provocation, turned pale and fled. Chapter 19. Fear not, for I am here. Yiran felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Damn it, how could they recognize me? As he departed, the would-be warriors sighed in relief. This youth was utterly outrageous. When he faced fellow warriors, it was akin to slicing through vegetables. Who could dare to challenge him? It wasn't as if they were eager to lose 1,000 pieces of currency. Yet, despite their vigilance, many had still fallen victim to his antics in recent days. This sly trickster changed his disguise daily, leaving them utterly defenseless. Had it not been for their eventual realization of a pattern, they would still be oblivious to his schemes. Ordinary would-be warriors faced minimal losses, at most 1,000 pieces. However, those with brash personalities who relished provoking others suffered terribly. They were beaten to such an extent that even their mothers would not recognize them. After just a few days, the atmosphere of the arena had subtly shifted. At the Shenyuan slaughterhouse, Yiran alighted from his vehicle and entered, intending to retrieve his belongings left from his previous visit while also settling his wages with Manager Bai. Upon stepping through the doors, he noticed Manager Bai, looking haggard, conversing with the security guard at the entrance, who bore an expression of distress. Approaching them, Yiran caught Manager Bai's eye, who managed a strained smile. "Ah, Xiao Yi, you're here. I have a bit of an issue. Please head to my office first, and I will join you shortly." "All right." Yiran nodded slightly and turned to leave, faintly hearing their conversation behind him. "Manager, you want me to stop Zhang Yong? He.S. a would-be warrior, and you saw how badly Sangu and the others were beaten last time. It's not about stopping him, just inform him." In the manager's office, Yiran opened the door and was taken aback to find two individuals inside. Hello. May I ask who you are? Inquired a beautiful girl in a school uniform and short skirt, her eyes widening in surprise. Yi Ran briefly explained the purpose of his visit. The girl smiled, her bright eyes unable to resist stealing a few more glances at him. This boy is quite handsome, she thought to herself. Casually taking a seat, Yi Ran waited quietly. Among the two, aside from the girl in the short skirt, the other was a young man in his mid-20s, tall and slender, with an ordinary appearance but an air of arrogance about him. Don't worry, Wei Shimmy. When Zhang Yong arrives, I will certainly show him what's what. How dare he provoke someone from the Lanming martial arts school? The young man scoffed. Zhou Shixiang. Let us try to resolve this without resorting to violence, Wei said softly. Let us speak with him first. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for my father in the future, we can let bygones be bygones. All right, I will follow your lead. The two continued their conversation. However, as Bai Wei spoke, her gaze occasionally darted toward Yi Ran, revealing a hint of distraction. This young man was undeniably handsome. Not merely in appearance, but also in demeanor. Seated there with an air of calmness, he said nothing, yet he captivated her entire attention. Should she dare to ask him for his contact information? Bai Wei felt a flutter of excitement. Beside her, Brother Zhou observed the scene with a somewhat displeased expression, casting a rather unfriendly glance at Yi Ran. Just then, Manager Bai entered the room. Dad, has Zhang Yong arrived yet? Bai Wei inquired. Not yet, but he should be here soon. I've arranged to meet him in the abandoned training hall, Manager Bai replied, turning to Brother Zhou with a serious expression. Xiao Zhou, I'll be relying on you shortly. Consider it a trivial matter, Brother Zhou responded. Regardless of my relationship with junior sister Bai, I would still teach someone like him a harsh lesson. Well then, I appreciate it, Manager Bai exhaled, his demeanor visibly improving. He then turned to Yi Ran, smiling. Xiao Yi, have you gathered enough for the martial arts registration fee? I have enough. Thank you for your concern, Manager, Yi Ran replied. Good. Now focus on your studies and strive to be accepted into the undergraduate program at Wuda. Aspiring to become a martial artist, Manager Bai said, handing him some money. This is your remaining salary. Yi Ran took it and looked surprised. Manager, you've given too much. It's nothing, just take it, Manager Bai said, patting his shoulder. Meanwhile, Brother Zhou's eyes flashed with disdain. Humph, it turns out he's just a weakling who can't even scrape together the registration fee. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang and Manager Bai answered it, hearing the anxious voice of the security guard on the line. Manager, Zhang Yong has come directly to your office. I couldn't stop him. Upon hearing this, Manager Bai's face turned pale, and he slammed the table in frustration. How audacious. This rogue has no regard for authority. He hung up the phone and turned to Brother Zhou, taking a deep breath. Xiao Zhou, Zhang Yong is on his way. I'll be counting on you. Bai Wei sensed the impending trouble and frowned slightly. Brother, please be careful. Don't worry, junior sister. I've got this, Brother Zhou replied confidently. He's just an ordinary martial artist. I've encountered countless like him in the dojo, and they are easily dealt with. Hearing this, Manager Bai felt somewhat reassured and then turned to Yi Ran. Xiao Yi, this doesn't concern you. You should leave now to avoid running into Zhang Yong. That scoundrel holds grudges. Indeed, Bai Wei added with concern. Classmate, let me escort you out through the back door. No need. Yi Ran shook his head. The more people, the more strength. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Haha. Brother Zhou could not suppress a laugh. Brother, dealing with a martial artist isn't something that can be managed with a few extra people. But I suppose you haven't encountered one before and don't understand their strength. He waved his hand dismissively. Just rest assured and enjoy the show. In response, Manager Bai and Bai Wei found it difficult to argue further. Nevertheless, Bai Wei leaned into Yi Ran, whispering, Classmate, please be careful. Battles involving martial artists are perilous. Try to keep your distance and avoid getting caught in the fray. Yi Ran nodded slightly. Moments later, the tension in the air was palpable. The office door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a young man with a scarred face who entered with a cold smirk. Manager Bai, I hear you were looking for me? Upon entering, the scarred youth's gaze fell upon Bai Wei amidst the crowd, and his face lit up with delight. Wei, you're here too? I do not know you. Do not address me so familiarly, Bai Wei replied, a flicker of disdain and anger crossing her eyes. Zhang Yong, we've merely crossed paths once. Must you harass me so? Wei, I genuinely have feelings for you, Zhang Yong said, swallowing hard as he moved closer with a look of greed. Let me tell you, I am sincere. Bai Wei's expression shifted, and she instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a hand intercepted Zhang Yong. You must be Zhang Yong, Brother Zhou scoffed. I offer you two choices. Apologize to junior sister Bai and leave, or, before he could finish, a slap sent him crashing to the ground. You insolent brat. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Zhang Yong shouted angrily, kicking Brother Zhou and sending him crashing into a table and then against the wall. Brother Zhou rose, his face smeared with dirt, fear etched upon his features. A peak-level martial artist? Is there any other explanation? Zhang Yong sneered, suddenly realizing something as he cast a sinister look at Manager Bai. So, Manager Bai, you sought assistance to trouble me? Manager Bai's expression darkened. Humph, we shall settle this matter later. Zhang Yong, with a lecherous grin, advanced towards Bai Wei. Wei, it has been too long. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Bai Wei's face turned pale, terror flooding her eyes. Brother, help me. Brother Zhou's expression soured. Zhong, we are from the Lanming martial arts school. Think carefully about the consequences of your actions. Damn it, you chatter too much. Zhang Yong fumed, turning to seize Brother Zhou, delivering 2 slaps that rendered him a bruised mess, sitting dazed on the ground. Witnessing Zhang Yong so effortlessly incapacitate Brother Zhou, Manager Bai's complexion shifted dramatically, hastily urging the equally panicked Bai Wei to flee. Bai Wei, snapping back to reality, took a few hurried steps when Zhang Yong suddenly appeared before her, grinning. Where are you going? Bai Wei's face drained of color, despair filling her eyes. Do not fear, Wei. I merely wish to catch up after such a long time apart, Zhang Yong said, extending his hand toward her. Suddenly, another hand appeared, blocking his advance. Damn it, who is this blind fool? Zhang Yong roared, reaching out to grab the arm's owner, intending to teach them a harsh lesson. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt as if he had grasped an exceedingly heavy object, unable to pull it. Yi Ran, expressionless, caught Zhang Yong's hand in a reverse grip, applying gentle pressure. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Zhang Yong screamed in agony, thrashing wildly, but unable to break free. Be quiet. Yi Ran glanced at him coolly, continuing his focused assault on Zhang Yong's forearm. In an instant, a more intense pain surged through him. Zhang Yong's face contorted in agony, his screams piercing the air, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Then, abruptly, his voice ceased as a hand clutched his throat. Yi Ran furrowed his brow and said, Did you not understand my warning to remain silent? Nearby, Manager Bai Wei, and the recently risen Brother Zhou stood in stunned silence. They watched in disbelief as the formidable peak warrior Zhang Yong was effortlessly held by the neck like a mere toy by the handsome youth, devoid of any capacity to resist. The trio remained transfixed, observing the young man speaking calmly while gradually tightening his grip, a chill creeping over them. Xiao Yi. Manager Bai called urgently. That's enough, let him go. All right. Yi Ran nodded and released his grip. Zhang Yong collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, his desperate need for oxygen overshadowing the excruciating pain in his arm. Seeing this, Manager Bai wiped the sweat from his brow. It was perilously close. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Zhang Yong might have truly met his demise. Yi Ran lowered his gaze to the prostrate Zhang Yong, who, upon seeing him, displayed not an ounce of hatred or resentment, but rather a profound and inescapable terror. This is a madman, a madman. He wept and repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, exclaiming, I was wrong. I will never cause trouble again. I will never disturb Miss Bai Wei again. Yi Ran remained silent, turning his attention to Manager Bai. Observing Zhang Yong's pitiful state, Manager Bai hesitated before saying, You should leave now and find a hospital to check your arm. Thank you. In the office, Yi Ran paid little heed to the stunned and complex expressions of the three. Manager, I shall take my leave, he stated. Yes. Manager Bai nodded vigorously. As Yi Ran was about to exit, he hesitated and called out, Xiao Yi, you have helped me immensely, and I have yet to compensate you. It has already been settled. Yi Ran gestured towards his wages, shaking his head as he departed. As they watched his retreating figure, the expressions of the three in the office were undeniably intricate. Manager Bai was somewhat dazed. He had never anticipated that the one who would ultimately assist him would be this young man. Bai Wei internally sighed, her earlier intention to acquire contact information dissipating entirely upon witnessing the peak warrior Zhang Yong being effortlessly subdued. She realized that she and that youth belonged to entirely different realms. Brother Zhou reflected on his previous words, filled with regret, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing he could strike his own face in shame. Half an hour later, in his room, Yi Ran took a deep breath and gazed at the system panel. Winning with virtue. Progress, 1010. Achievement completed, 100 achievement points acquired. The objective was fulfilled. By a twist of fate, he had dealt with Zhang Yong and simultaneously completed the task of winning with virtue. Yi Ran suppressed the joy swelling within him and focused on the achievement points. Achievement points, 102. This was a substantial number. However, at present, there were few avenues to utilize these points. Yi Ran contemplated for a moment. He knew that enhancing his abilities was futile while he remained stuck at the threshold of the martial artist realm. Without a breakthrough, any enhancement would be a waste. As for the two-phase body forging technique, it had never been on his agenda, though he had grown quite adept at the Thunder Fist. It was merely a basic martial skill, and upgrading it seemed rather wasteful. After some reflection, Yi Ran swiftly redirected his focus toward combat awareness. The significance of combat awareness was self-evident. A substantial portion of his current prowess stemmed from it. Moreover, he had previously reached a bottleneck in this area. This forthcoming breakthrough promised to be substantial. With that thought in mind, Yi Ran dispelled any lingering hesitation and began to delve into the intricacies of combat awareness. In an instant, he was once again enveloped in an incredibly vivid illusion, with various martial artists and exotic beasts materializing before him. Time gradually slipped away. 2 hours later, Yi Ran opened his eyes, his gaze a fierce crimson, brimming with madness and ferocity. However, he quickly suppressed these emotions, restoring clarity to his expression. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the system panel. Achievement points, 52. This breakthrough had cost him a staggering 50 achievement points, which pained him deeply. Yet, he was relieved that his combat awareness had indeed advanced. He pressed the simulation button, and the combat awareness option appeared, now transformed into combat awareness, exceptional level. Exceptional level? Yi Ran's heart raced. After the mediocre realm, was the next level truly exceptional? Clenching his fist, he could distinctly sense his enhanced control over his body. The power he could unleash, as well as his heightened reflexes and agility, all far surpassing his former capabilities. Curiosity about his current combat strength began to stir within him. How much has my combat strength increased? By 30, or perhaps 20. Never mind, I shall find out through testing. With determination, Yi Ran promptly set off towards the martial arts school located near his residence. Chapter 21. A surge in combat power. Outside the martial arts school, a series of sharp knocks echoed. A young security guard, nestled under his blankets and engrossed in his phone, suddenly erupted in frustration, slamming his device onto the bed. Damn that old Lou, always scheming. He muttered, disgruntled as he made his way to the door. At such a late hour, who could be visiting the martial arts school? It's all your fault. If you hadn't knocked, my professional reflexes wouldn't have been compromised. He grumbled to himself as he opened the door. Standing before him was a strikingly handsome youth. Even the young guard, upon first glance, felt his heart skip a beat. He had never encountered anyone so extraordinarily attractive. Only the legendary few, rumored to be the most handsome in the world, could be compared to him. The guard's irritation diminished somewhat, but he still coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "Half an hour in a training room," the youth replied with a smile, handing over the payment. "Oh, half an hour is 300. You can choose one of 3 training rooms. The password is," the young guard lazily explained, only to suddenly notice that the money handed to him was 500. He paused for a moment. Then, realizing the implication, his heart leaped with joy, and a beaming smile spread across his face. "Esteemed guest, please allow me to show you the way." "Much appreciated." The two proceeded towards the rows of training rooms within the martial arts school. The young security guard, while entering the activation code, kindly advised, "Esteemed guest, might I suggest you choose a different training chamber? The blue model mechanical puppet within possesses the strength of a martial artist. If the parameters are not correctly calibrated, one could easily sustain injuries." "No need, thank you," Yi Ran replied, his gaze intense as he stepped into the training room. The alloy door of the chamber slowly closed behind him. "TCH, whether you heed me or not is your choice," he muttered, settling onto the bed and donning his headphones. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from within the training room. The young security guard looked up, his expression one of confusion, but quickly averted his gaze, dismissing it as a misinterpretation. The soundproofing of the training room was remarkably effective. Countless couples had engaged in daring escapades within its confines without ever being discovered. Surely, such a colossal noise couldn't possibly mean that lad had sent the puppet flying. Inside the training room, Yi Ran examined his fist, then glanced at the mechanical puppet that had collided with the wall, blinking in disbelief. It seemed he had indeed sent the puppet soaring with a single punch. The mechanical puppet, glowing in ethereal blue and towering in stature, was the same one he had utilized previously, one that possessed the strength of a martial artist. He distinctly remembered that his last punch had only managed to push the puppet back a couple of steps. However, this time, after assessing his position and the distance the puppet had traveled upon impact, he found himself in a state of astonishment. 8 meters. He had sent the mechanical puppet flying a full 8 meters with one punch. Had it not been for the wall, it likely would have soared even further. Remarkably, this punch had been executed without the use of his thunderstrike technique, merely a straightforward display of his full strength. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, Yi Ran swiftly approached the blue puppet and examined the power display. Power level, 277. Wow. Yi Ran gasped, astounded. Over 200 power points, a staggering increase. This extraordinary enhancement signified that he could now overpower the majority of first-level martial artists. After a prolonged moment, Yi Ran managed to compose himself and continued testing his power. He adjusted himself to peak condition and employed the thunderstrike technique, resulting in yet another increase. 290. That's my current maximum power, Yi Ran mused inwardly. However, such a state could not be sustained for long, as it depended on martial skills, which could not be perpetually unleashed. The 277 power level represented his normal capacity. Nevertheless, this enhancement was undeniably monumental, exceeding all expectations. He exited the training room and exchanged a few words with the young security guard before making his way out of the martial arts hall. A few minutes later, the young security guard suddenly slammed his phone down onto the bed in frustration, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I scheme against others, and now I'm being schemed against. Damn it! In a pathetic gold-tier league, there are so many schemers. How am I supposed to play?" Grumbling, he entered the training room, only to freeze in shock, collapsing to the ground. My heavens, 290 power points. His expression was peculiar. Just moments ago, he had achieved a milestone in virtuous conduct. But the new accomplishment that had appeared was, well, somewhat peculiar. Sea King, kind-hearted one, you have chosen to provide a home for all young maidens. Progress, 020. Achievement unlocked, reward, 50 achievement points. Yi Ran fell silent. 50 achievement points is quite a substantial amount. However, this particular achievement is utterly absurd. Yi Ran couldn't help but mutter under his breath, reluctantly deciding to forego the achievement. Would you like to abandon this achievement? If abandoned, it will cost 10 achievement points to refresh, and should you choose to abandon it again, the cost will increase tenfold. Abandon. Yi Ran, feeling exasperated, pressed the button to forfeit. The Sea King achievement vanished immediately, and he found himself ensnared in a 3-day blank period, during which new achievements would not refresh. With the matter of achievements settled, Yi Ran fell into contemplation. The enhancement of combat awareness undeniably contributes to one's combat prowess. Yet he now faced difficulties in further developing this awareness. This was primarily due to the depletion of the martial artist battle videos he had previously accumulated. In the illusions he encountered, the combatants were also repetitive. Under such circumstances, enhancing his combat awareness could only be achieved through two means. One was to continue watching a plethora of martial artist battle videos to replenish his collection, and the other was through practical combat. After some deliberation, Yi Ran concluded that he could not neglect either approach if he wished to progress effectively. Videos of martial artists engaged in combat were plentiful and easily found online, but practical combat required a visit to the underground fighting arena, where he could both engage in real battles and earn money. Having made his decision, his expression turned peculiar. This time, however, his opponents would not merely be aspiring martial artists. The following day, Yi Ran rose early. Since it was Sunday, Su Qin was also headed to the martial arts school. Their paths fortuitously crossed, and they walked alongside each other. However, Su Qin's demeanor was rather cool and quiet. Apart from Yi Ran, she seldom spoke to anyone else. When are you going to our martial arts school? Su Qin inquired. Yi Ran shook his head. Instructor Wang has been waiting for you. Which Instructor Wang? Yi Ran asked, somewhat surprised. During the last lesson on Thunder Fist, you agreed to visit the martial arts school when you had time, and he is the one. He had casually agreed at the time to leave quickly, not realizing that the middle-aged instructor would remember him even after so many days. All right, I will go when I have the time. Yi Ran nodded thoughtfully. After all, he had gained considerable benefits from that martial arts school during his last visit. So it was only right to meet him. Do you not have time now? Su Qin raised an eyebrow. No, I have a significant matter to attend to. No more time to chat. I have arrived. With that, Yi Ran strode toward a shop by the roadside. Su Qin paused, astonished at the sight of the establishment he entered. A tattoo parlor? Chapter 22. Tattoo of a Lazy Sheep. Inside the tattoo parlor, the bald middle-aged owner glanced up and cheerfully remarked, young man, our shop does not provide tattoos for minors. I will pay. What? You think money can change that? The bald shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I can pay extra, Yi Ran explained. It's not about the money. Bang. Yi Ran slammed 500 yuan on the table. Sorry, my voice was a bit loud just now. The bald shopkeeper quickly stood up, beaming. What would you like to tattoo? The latest trendy designs, or something vintage? I would like to get a tattoo of a lazy sheep. Yi Ran pondered for a moment and remarked, it need not be of exceptional quality. Something that can last for 2 or 3 days and can be washed off with water will suffice. This was straightforward, but the shopkeeper scratched his head, which was becoming increasingly bald. I will draw it for you. You can use it as a reference for the tattoo, Yi Ran stated. Although this world bore a striking resemblance to his previous life, there were still notable differences, and certain things simply did not exist here. Soon, he sketched out the image of the lazy sheep. The bald shopkeeper gazed at the paper, where a cartoonish sheep with a pile atop its head was depicted. Intrigued by the sight, having seen dragons and tigers tattooed numerous times, this was his first encounter with a sheep adorned with such a whimsical motif. Yet it appeared rather adorable. The youth of today certainly understand trends, he mused. After some time, in the underground fighting arena, due to it being early evening, the venue had only just opened, and the number of attendees was sparse. Most were seated in the stands or lounging in the waiting area, creating a rare moment of tranquility. Yi Ran entered, this time without disguise, maintaining his attire from the first day. Consequently, as he stepped in, he was immediately recognized. Oh, young lad, you have returned. A middle-aged warrior greeted him with a cheerful smile. Yi Ran nodded, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The nearby aspiring warriors, upon spotting him, averted their eyes. Observing this, the middle-aged warrior chuckled. Perhaps you should consider another arena, young man. The aspiring warriors here all know you, and no one will be willing to fight you. I am not here to challenge the aspiring warriors this time, Yi Ran replied, shaking his arm to reveal the dark patterns on his forearm. Martial patterns? The middle-aged warrior expressed surprise. Have you advanced to the warrior level? Yi Ran gave a slight nod, but said nothing further, lowering his sleeve to conceal the black markings. Indeed, while others may struggle to break through, for a talent like you, such an achievement is hardly surprising, the middle-aged warrior remarked. The surrounding aspiring warriors exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. This fellow had indeed advanced to the warrior level. They could finally breathe easy. What a relief. For the first time, they found joy in another's success over their own. Yi Ran approached the vitality testing device, opting not to test his vitality, but rather stated, please provide me with a warrior-level wrist guard. The young woman in work attire beside the testing device hesitated momentarily. Just give it to him. Testing is irrelevant. The middle-aged warrior chuckled. For such a prodigy, breaking through to the warrior level is a mere formality, especially with martial patterns already present. By the way, young man, what grade of beast essence did you use to achieve your breakthrough? Ordinary beast essence, nothing of note. Yi Ran replied as he accepted the blue wrist guard and donned it before making his way to the stands. Ordinary beast essence? How could someone of your caliber possibly use something so mundane? I refuse to believe it. It must be at least rare grade. The middle-aged warrior laughed. Yi Ran smiled, but offered no further explanation. Over-explaining could lead to revealing too much. In truth, he had not advanced to the warrior level. The so-called martial patterns were merely tattoos of the lazy sheep, intentionally displayed to create an impression. It wasn't that he was overly modest, rather. The absurdity of a combat power of 277 among aspiring warriors could draw unwanted attention, potentially leading to unwanted scrutiny. The first-tier warrior possesses a vitality of 100, while the second-tier warrior boasts a vitality of 500. A combat power of 277 is considered average among first-tier warriors. It is quite remarkable for a novice warrior, who has yet to break through, to exhibit such strength. One could even deem it absurd. The middle-aged warrior, feeling quite familiar, continued. The essence blood of exotic beasts comes in 5 grades: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and extraordinary. The higher the grade of the essence blood used for the breakthrough, the greater the enhancement in strength upon becoming a warrior. For instance, take the 3 young prodigies who frequently visit our fighting arena. Among them, Su Fan from the Yunkong Martial Arts School utilizes the rare grade essence blood of the golden-ringed goose, which allowed him to gain an immediate increase of 30 in vitality after his breakthrough, significantly enhancing his physical prowess compared to ordinary warriors. Coupled with the reinforcement of martial patterns, he can contend with seasoned warriors boasting a combat power of 170 without losing ground. As for the other 2, whether the top student or the second young master of the Wong family, though the grade of their essence blood remains unknown, their combat power is not inferior to Su Fan's. Do these 3 often frequent the fighting arena? Yi Ran pondered, surprised, as these 3 are quite renowned, standing out among the younger generation of Ningjiang City and frequently cited by teachers and parents alike. They come here roughly every 10 days to half a month. The middle-aged warrior chuckled. Calculating the time, they should be arriving again today. Nearby, another warrior shook his head. The competition among these 3 to claim the title of the strongest under 18 in Ningjiang City has persisted for quite some time, yet they remain evenly matched. Their talents and strengths are comparable, and no matter how fiercely they compete, a clear victor has yet to emerge. Not to mention, these 3 truly are prodigies. It has only been a month since their breakthrough, and their combat power has already risen to 200. Indeed, another month has passed. One wonders how much stronger they have become. Uncertain, but tonight promises to be intriguing, the warriors murmured among themselves. Yi Ran's heart stirred as he contemplated the middle-aged warrior's mention of the 5 grades of exotic beast essence blood. The higher the grade used, the greater the enhancement post-breakthrough? Young brother, the middle-aged warrior smiled at him again. So, you have also become a warrior. Do you have the confidence to challenge the 3 of them tonight? I believe your talent is on par with theirs, perhaps even exceeding it. Why not give it a try? Yi Ran smiled in response. Indeed, confidence is key. I believe you can win, the middle-aged warrior encouraged. Upon hearing this, the surrounding warriors wore expressions of incredulity. Brother, you cannot be serious. This young man is formidable, yet he has only recently become a warrior. 2 days, perhaps 3? Su Fan and his companions have been warriors for 2 months now, with their combat power exceeding 200. Do you truly believe this young brother can defeat them? Indeed. That is utterly absurd. If he wins, I shall remove my head and kick it like a ball. The warriors present expressed their disbelief. As time passed, the crowd in the fighting arena gradually swelled. Before long, 3 young men, around 17 or 18 years old, arrived under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. They were none other than Su Fan and his companions. Chapter 23. This young man is terrifyingly strong. Su Fan, Wang Boyu, and Lin Wen are the 3 most outstanding individuals under 18 among the younger generation of Ningjiang City. Su Fan possesses a slender physique and an unremarkable appearance, rendering him quite inconspicuous. He is merely an ordinary youth hailing from the largest martial arts school in Ningjiang, the Kongming Martial Arts Academy. In contrast, Wang Boyu is strikingly handsome, though his gaze bears a somewhat chilling demeanor. He comes from the Wang family, a renowned martial arts lineage in Ningjiang. Finally, Lin Wen, adorned with spectacles, exudes a refined and scholarly air, appearing more like an academic than a martial artist. He is a perennial top student at the local high school. All 3 possess formidable backgrounds and exceptional talents, resulting in a comparable level of skill. This time, I am determined to claim the title of Ningjiang's foremost genius, Lin Wen declared nonchalantly. Despite his refined appearance, his words were audacious and domineering, creating a stark contrast. Anyone can boast, but let us see who ends up begging for mercy, Su Fan chuckled. Wang Boyu, with an indifferent gaze, hardly acknowledged the two. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us begin. As Linwen spoke, he abruptly snapped his glasses and tore off his shirt, leaping onto the fighting platform. The surrounding martial artists were taken aback, their eyelids twitching at this seemingly eccentric display. Su Fan and Wang Boyu followed suit, taking their positions on the stage, forming a triangular standoff reminiscent of a three-legged race. However, the onlookers felt no surprise. Instead, they eagerly called out, "Brothers, come forth. The betting has commenced. I wager they will end in a draw. I bet on Lin Wen to win. He is quite assertive today. He might possess genuine skill. I place my bet on Wang Boyu. He remains inscrutable. Yet he is the most cunning among them. Humph, true martial artists fight honorably. I bet on Su Fan to triumph." The betting fervor escalated, and soon, a throng of martial artists gathered, most predicting a draw, unable to discern a clear victor. Experience dictated their skepticism. These three had engaged in rivalry for so long that it was nearly impossible to determine who was superior. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, a middle-aged martial artist approached. Coincidentally spotting Yi Ran, he chuckled, "Young brother, are you interested as well? Whom do you predict will emerge victorious, Su Fan, Wang Boyu, or Lin Wen?" Yi Ran shook his head. "I do not place my bet on any of them. I bet on myself." "Yourself?" The middle-aged martial artist was momentarily taken aback. He had merely jested, but to his surprise, the youth exhibited an abundance of confidence, daring to challenge the three. The audacity of today's youth is indeed remarkable, he mused. At that moment, Yi Ran had already approached the betting announcer, who grinned. "Young brother, who will you wager on?" "Myself," Yi Ran replied. The surrounding martial artists were taken aback. Has this lad lost his senses? He truly intends to confront those three, despite just having broken through as a martial artist. "Young brother, you're not jesting, are you?" The betting announcer chuckled. Yi Ran said nothing more, transferring 50,000 and then turning to leave. Although he has been dominating the fighter's arena in recent days, his earnings have been modest, leaving him with merely 50,000. However, upon the conclusion of this match, he anticipates a substantial profit. 50,000, is he serious? The seasoned fighters at the betting table were taken aback. Their stakes were relatively small, despite the large crowd. Each wagered only 1,000 or 2. To directly stake 50,000 on oneself, such audacity. No, rather, such foolishness. Does this young man have a surplus of money? One of the fighters murmured, noticing a middle-aged fighter approaching, who smiled and inquired, "Who are you backing?" "I shall place my bet." Just as the middle-aged fighter was about to respond, he inadvertently caught sight of Yi Ran's silhouette nearby, and, almost instinctively, exclaimed, "I'll bet on that, young brother." 1,000. The moment he spoke, regret washed over him. Yet, with so many fighters observing, he could not backtrack for the sake of a mere 1,000. He could only curse himself for his impulsive words and depart amidst the incredulous gazes of his peers. Having already placed his wager, he felt compelled to stay and watch the match, hoping that the young man would perform admirably. Otherwise, he would truly appear foolish. On the combat stage, Lin Wen and his companions were locked in a standoff. Yi Ran leaped onto the platform. Upon seeing his headgear, the expressions of the three shifted to one of bemusement. Lin Wen chuckled. "Brother, how old are you this year?" 17. A martial artist, Yi Ran replied, surveying the trio. "I've heard of your prowess. I wish to challenge you." At this, the three exchanged serious glances, their faces growing somber. A 17-year-old martial artist is a rarity in Ningjiang City. How could another, previously unseen contender emerge? He could potentially be a formidable opponent. They felt a pressure as they regarded one another. The audacity to ascend the stage at this moment indicated that he possessed unshakable confidence in his abilities. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Wow, that kid really went up there. He just broke through as a martial artist and dares to challenge Lin Wen and his group. How bold. Not only that, he staked 50,000 on himself to win. No way. Is this for real? So audacious." Hearing the murmurs from the stands, Lin Wen and his companions were momentarily stunned. Then, they cast incredulous looks at Yi Ran. "Are you out of your mind? You, a mere novice martial artist, wish to challenge us, who have advanced for 2 months. Brother, do you underestimate us?" Lin Wen scoffed, his blood surging, revealing a twisted black snake pattern on his bare torso. The others, Su Fan and his companion, glared at Yi Ran with unfriendly expressions. Yi Ran remained calm, slowly stating, "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Su Fan grinned. "I like your bravado." He turned to the other two. "You should step down. I'll teach him a lesson. After I deal with him, we can all begin together." Lin Wen shrugged. "Whatever." Wang Boyu remarked coolly, "I hope you won't use this as an excuse later, claiming he drained your stamina." "Drain my stamina?" Su Fan retorted incredulously. "How low do you think of me? If a mere novice martial artist tires me out, I deserve it." "Enough chatter, just get down already." The two individuals turned around, preparing to descend. At that moment, the youth opposite them suddenly furrowed his brows and declared, "Did you not hear me clearly? I challenge all three of you. Which means I want you to face me together." An eerie silence enveloped the vast arena, leaving not a single sound to be heard. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The middle-aged martial artist who had just taken to the stands, ready to observe the match, turned pale upon hearing those words. It was over. He had made a monumental blunder. Now, everyone was aware that he had wagered 1,000 on a fool's victory, rendering himself a fool as well. Sighing, he regretted ever engaging the boy in conversation. Initially impressed by the lad's talent and eager to befriend him, he had struck up a dialogue, only to discover that the boy was not quite right in the head. Instead of facing one opponent, he sought to battle three. What audacity! On the fighting stage, Yi Ran regarded the equally stunned trio with earnestness, stating, "Facing the three of you together might provide me some pressure. Individually, you are far from sufficient." His words rang true. Challenging these three was not only due to their renown as talented fighters in Ningjiang City, but it also ignited a rare sense of competitiveness within him. Moreover, there was the prospect of profit, having just wagered 50,000. A victory would yield at least double that amount. However, given that this was a battle, he desired adversaries of equal footing to better accumulate combat experience. Thus, confronting all three simultaneously would indeed heighten the challenge. Such arrogance. I shall see what you are truly capable of. Unexpectedly, it was Wang Boyu, typically composed, who first lost his restraint. His handsome visage clouded with intensity, he charged fiercely at Yi Ran, unleashing a piercing tiger's roar. Tiger seal fist. Even before reaching his target, an illusory tiger could be discerned lunging through the air. The seasoned warriors surrounding them raised their brows, already discerning the formidable power behind this strike. 220 combat strength. Clearly, Wang Boyu had made considerable strides in his prowess over the past month. Then, someone gasped softly, noting that this youth did not evade. Before he could finish his thought, a resounding crash echoed as Yi Ran unleashed a punch, shattering the phantom tiger. In an astonishing display, he seized Wang Boyu by the collar and hurled him off the fighting platform, much to the latter's incredulous astonishment. Too weak, Yi Ran mused, shaking his head. Despite the trio's commendable combat strength, their fighting awareness was woefully lacking. They fell far short of his previous capabilities, let alone his current state. The vast disparity in strength rendered their attacks akin to those of children, harmless and ineffectual. Assured of their inferiority, Yi Ran approached the bewildered Su Fan and Lin Wan, delivering a punch to each, swiftly knocking them unconscious and tossing them off the stage. The entire sequence unfolded with brutal simplicity, leaving no opportunity for either to react or resist. All transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost instantaneously, it was over. The spectators remained frozen in shock. It had been too swift. They scarcely registered how Lin Wan and his companions had been dispatched as effortlessly as one might lift chicks from the ground. Cast aside from the fighting arena. Is this real or mere illusion? This lad has just broken through to become a martial artist, yet his combat prowess exceeds 200? What grade of beast blood has he consumed? Surely, only the legendary top-tier essence could yield such strength. It is inconceivable. Even the finest beast blood would not suffice. Indeed, it must be said that his accumulation is remarkably profound, allowing for such a sudden surge in vitality and formidable combat capability upon his breakthrough. His strength lies not merely in vitality, but in his battle awareness. Suddenly, an experienced warrior shook his head. With a grave expression, he remarked, "This young man's combat awareness is likely nearing the limits of mediocrity." The limits of mediocrity? A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. The seasoned warrior, with a complex expression, lamented, at such a tender age, attaining the limits of mediocrity in battle awareness is truly terrifying. Chapter 24. The 30 Total Victory Challenge. Yi Ran stepped down from the fighting stage. Among the three on the ground, only Wang Boyu, the first to strike, remained conscious, albeit pale and in shock, unable to fathom that the three of them had been effortlessly defeated. What was more astonishing was that their conqueror was merely a boy of their own age. Such a blow was devastating for him. "Are you truly only 17? Wang Boyu's voice trembled slightly. Yi Ran paused and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Wang Boyu let out a bitter laugh, realizing that after all their struggles, the true powerhouse regarded their rivalry with disdain. "Your abilities are not lacking, yet your combat experience is rather ordinary," Yi Ran remarked, shaking his head. "You have likely seldom faced genuine life and death battles." Wang Boyu intended to retort, but suddenly fell silent. Indeed, the three of them had traversed their path with ease, each cherished and protected by their families. Even after becoming martial artists, they had never been allowed to step into the wilderness, let alone contend with other warriors. Consequently, they had never questioned their combat experience, which was, in truth, quite average, and instead had taken pride in it. In the underground fighting arena, although you frequent it, you surely only spar with one another, never engaging with the other warriors here, am I correct? Yi Ran inquired. How did you know? Wang Boyu was taken aback. Because you are too arrogant, Yi Ran replied slowly. From the outset, you believed that your only rivals were the other two, dismissing the other warriors here as unworthy opponents due to their late breakthroughs and supposed lack of talent. At these words, Wang Boyu's pupils constricted. The three of them had come here at the behest of their elders, initially looking down upon the visit, but had merely participated out of obligation. Yi Ran's insight had struck a chord with their thoughts. He remained silent for a long while before expressing, "Thank you. I understand now." With that, He departed alongside the other two. Yi Ran watched them leave, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, faintly recalling that just months prior, these three had been figures he could only aspire to reach. Now, he had effortlessly bested them. He approached the martial artist who had just opened the betting. The individuals surrounding him, including a multitude of martial artists, were enveloped in silence, their expressions a blend of bewilderment and awe. The revelation of a newly ascended martial artist boasting a formidable combat strength of 200 was an overwhelming shock to them all. Meanwhile, the middle-aged martial artist internally muttered in disbelief, feeling utterly flabbergasted. Yet, as he noticed the multitude of reverent gazes directed towards him, he straightened his attire.
Adopting an air of inscrutable wisdom, as if to convey that they were not mistaken, he had long recognized the potential of this young prodigy.
Did you truly just break through to become a martial artist? Someone could not resist inquiring, casting a glance at Yi Ran. The moment the words escaped his lips, a pang of regret washed over him. It felt like an exceedingly foolish question. After all, this youth had been frequenting the arena, and just days prior, he had merely been a budding martial artist. How long could it possibly have been since his breakthrough? Yi Ran pondered briefly before responding truthfully. In fact, I am still a budding martial artist. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes in exasperation. Come on, who would believe that? A budding martial artist with over 200 combat strength? Do you think we are fools, believing whatever is said? Observing their reactions, Yi Ran could only shake his head internally. Such is human nature. Often, when one speaks the truth, it is met with skepticism. Nevertheless, this turned out to be fortuitous for him. Subsequently, he collected the earnings he had accrued from the betting tables, totaling an impressive sum of 120,000 after deducting his initial stake. Although individual bets were modest, the sheer number of participants had multiplied his returns significantly. Coupled with his previous 50,000, he now boasted a total of 170,000. Yi Ran was filled with joy and astonishment. Indeed, the stronger one's prowess, the more effortlessly wealth could be amassed. Just over a month ago, he had been fretting over the 20,000 registration fee for martial studies, resorting to working at a slaughterhouse to earn a living. Yet now, a single competition could yield over 100,000. However, money may come swiftly, but it also vanishes just as quickly. The martial path is notoriously demanding on finances. A single martial technique or weapon could easily deplete tens of thousands. At that moment, at the highest tier of the stands, the proprietor of the fighting arena, donned in a dark gold mask, silently observed Yi Ran, having appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Teacher, a crisp voice, tinged with a hint of coldness, broke the silence. Beside her, a diminutive figure in black attire appeared taken aback, expressing disbelief. Is it truly feasible for someone who has just broken through to martial artist status to achieve over 200 combat strength? Quite normal, the arena master replied nonchalantly. Provided one has a solid foundation and ample accumulation, it is not uncommon for one's strength to surge rapidly after consuming a significant amount of vitality elixirs post-breakthrough. While 200 combat strength may not be extraordinary, it is not unheard of. However, he paused, then continued thoughtfully. Such a genius would only arise in a top-tier city of martial arts. In a third-tier city, a talent of this caliber would be unprecedented. Ningjiang City, indeed, presents an intriguing scenario. The arena master suddenly chuckled. Let me witness the true limits of this genius. True limits? The small figure in black was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the arena master's resonant voice reverberated throughout the entire fighting venue. The martial artist's 30 total victories challenge is now underway. All first-level martial artists are eligible to participate. Achieve 10 total victories, and a tiered weapon will be awarded. Attain 20 total victories, and a premier martial technique will be your reward. Achieving 30 victories in total grants a reward of either a high-level warrior or martial skill, or a sum of 300,000 in cash. As the words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the arena, only to be ignited into fervor moments later. 300,000. Yi Ran's heart quivered at the magnitude of such an offer. The other martial artists present were equally astonished and exhilarated, tinged with a sense of awe. Truly, a master of martial arts is generous in their dealings. Whether it be a supreme martial skill or a formidable warrior, their value far exceeds that of the cash prize, which is not easily obtainable even with wealth. Silence. The robust voice of the arena's master resounded once more, instantly quelling the cacophony that had erupted. He stated with a calm demeanor, the rules of the challenge are simple. First, each participant may challenge an unlimited number of times, but there shall be no respite to recuperate stamina during the contests. Second, the draw is entirely random. One must face whoever they draw and cannot change opponents. Any deliberate defeat will result in immediate disqualification, and the offender shall be barred from entering my arena in the future. The rules are straightforward. Each individual has several opportunities to challenge, yet there is no time allotted for rest or recovery. Moreover, the randomness of the draw means that fortune plays as much a role as skill. Facing an opponent of equal strength may lead to exhaustion within a single match. Naturally, strength remains paramount. Should one possess sufficient prowess to swiftly vanquish their foe, they can ensure their stamina is preserved. Nonetheless, this is still a test of endurance. The expressions of the crowd grew serious. Yi Ran, too, wore a contemplative look. Given the multitude of participants, it seemed that few would genuinely prevail in the end. He adjusted himself, steeling for battle. At that moment, he felt a slight stir, a sense that he was being observed. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. At the highest tier of the stands, the master of the arena, adorned in a dark golden mask, looked down upon him. The mask concealed his features, revealing only his profound black eyes. His perception was keen. The arena master chuckled softly, recognizing the battle awareness that had reached a commendable level for one so young. Let me see how far you can go. 5 consecutive victories, or perhaps 10, he murmured, his gaze intense. The black ink tower relished in stifling brilliance. Beside him, a diminutive figure clad in black remained silently bowed. Chapter 25, 17 consecutive victories. 10 minutes later, the challenge for 30 victories commenced. It must be noted that while all were martial artists, their strengths varied significantly. For instance, the disparity between an ordinary warrior with over 100 vitality points and a top-tier warrior on the cusp of becoming a second-level fighter, boasting over 400 vitality points, is staggering. The strong surged forth, while the weak, upon stepping onto the combat stage, were swiftly cast down, eliminated without mercy. Thus, the competition progressed rapidly. Yi Ran, positioned within the mid-tier of martial prowess, found himself outmatched against opponents boasting over 300 battle power. However, those of lesser strength proved far more manageable. Fortune smiled upon him. He encountered opponents who were not overly formidable, and while he did not sweep through effortlessly, he navigated his matches smoothly, remarkably remaining undefeated thus far. Before long, he successfully achieved 10 consecutive victories. At this juncture, numerous exhausted and eliminated warriors had gathered beneath the arena. Upon encountering Yi Ran, a newly ascended martial artist who astonishingly achieved 10 consecutive victories, the spectators were left in a state of shock. Could this young man truly defy the heavens today? It seemed that after this day, the entire Ningjiang city would be in turmoil. Many expressed their astonishment. Indeed, to effortlessly vanquish the talented Su Fan and numerous formidable opponents at merely 17 years of age was beyond comprehension. Perhaps this was the essence of genius, an unparalleled prowess in the pre-martial artist realm, and even upon breaking through, he could still dominate seasoned warriors who had long since established their ranks. Talent, truly, remains one of the most inexplicable phenomena in existence. The battles continued. 11 victories, 12 victories, 13 victories. 3 more consecutive wins followed. Although victorious, Yi Ran could distinctly feel the strain. Those remaining in the arena were no weaklings. Each opponent was nearly on par with his own strength, compelling him to exert his utmost in every match. 14 victories, 15 victories, 2 more triumphs. The onlookers, having transitioned from shock to utter admiration, saw an increasing crowd gathering around. Approaching his limit, Yi Ran gasped heavily, drenched in sweat on the fighting stage. 15 victories was already an impressive feat. By all accounts, he could choose to withdraw gracefully. Such a decision would evoke respect rather than disdain. Yet, the path of martial arts is one of perpetual transcendence. A true martial artist must continuously challenge their own limits. Yi murmured, his eyes sparkling with determination as he advanced towards his 16th opponent. This would be a fierce battle. His adversary possessed a combat power of 290, matching Yi Ran's own maximum capacity. After a prolonged struggle, Yi Ran endured a punishing blow before seizing the opportunity to send his opponent crashing off the stage. As the foe fell, Yi Ran expelled a mouthful of blood, his headgear stained crimson. This 16th contest was a Pyrrhic victory. After a moment of intense breathing, his gaze shone with a hint of madness as he approached his 17th opponent. He was not yet at his limit and could continue. Witnessing this, the surrounding warriors were astonished. This young man was truly relentless. His tenacity towards himself was commendable, and it was no wonder he had attained such strength. One could only admire him. The youth was formidable indeed. The arena for the 17th battle was the familiar number 6 fighting stage. His opponent, a composed middle-aged man, appeared to be in excellent condition, slightly furrowing his brow. Was it really necessary to push oneself so hard? It is not merely desperation. Do you not find that fighting, challenging one's own limits, is an exhilarating experience? Yi Ran replied, his eyes gleaming with extraordinary brightness. This time, he was not motivated by monetary gain, but rather by the pure thrill of combat. The steady middle-aged man scoffed, interpreting Yi Ran's words as a plea for leniency. You wish for mercy? Think again. Should you be injured, do not blame me for being too harsh. You brought this upon yourself. With that, he charged forward with fierce determination. Yi Ran instinctively prepared to counter, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a clear indication of his immense fatigue. He licked his lips, under the astonished gaze of the composed middle-aged man. With a sudden determination, he slammed his fist onto the ground, causing blood to spurt forth from his hand. Yet, the pain jolted him awake, sharpening his senses. What followed was a fierce struggle. However, due to his poor physical condition, Yi Ran found himself thoroughly overwhelmed, quickly adorned with various bruises. Still not willing to concede, the composed middle-aged man furrowed his brow. You have already achieved 10 victories. You can claim your reward. What does it matter if you lose one match? Why engage in this exhausting battle, depleting my stamina? With your current state, there is no way you can reach 20 consecutive wins. There is no benefit in pushing yourself to such extremes. I understand. Then why do you persist in refusing to yield? Must you inflict further injuries upon yourself? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yi Ran grinned and replied, It's not about victory or defeat, nor about any reward. I simply wish to test my limits. Humph, you reckless fool. Don't say I didn't warn you. The composed middle-aged man bellowed, his strikes becoming increasingly ruthless as he lunged forward. With a swift motion, he struck toward Yi Ran's chest. Yi Ran quickly evaded, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful punch. Thunderous strike. Boom. A deep rumble echoed, resonating a full 8 times. The thunderous strike had broken through. In the absence of any preceding strategy, under immense pressure, Yi Ran experienced a moment of enlightenment, grasping the essence of the 8-fold thunderous strike. Alas, while it was merely 1 step short of the 9th, that gap was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, failing to alter the tide of battle. The composed middle-aged man absorbed the thunderous blow with one hand and retaliated with the other, sending Yi Ran staggering backward, nearing the edge of the fighting platform. Nevertheless, Yi Ran's eyes gleamed with determination. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, charging directly at the composed middle-aged man. You reckless brat, seeking your own demise. The man's eyes flashed with cold light as he prepared to deliver another palm strike, intending to send Yi Ran tumbling off the platform. Yet, Yi Ran suddenly retreated at an astonishing speed. This unexpected maneuver momentarily stunned the composed middle-aged man, who instinctively pressed forward without a second thought. In just 2 steps, he closed the nearly 3-meter gap, bearing down on Yi Ran. At that precise moment, Yi Ran advanced once more, demonstrating exquisite control over his body, wasting not an ounce of energy. Thus, his sudden advances and retreats appeared impeccably timed, devoid of any sense of hesitation. His entire body erupted forward, crashing into the unprepared embrace of the composed middle-aged man. Caught off guard, the man could not anticipate such a sudden assault, now so close. He was unable to react in time. The impact left his chest heavy and his blood surging. Once he regained his composure, a mix of surprise and fury surged through him, and he exerted his full strength to force Yi Ran away while simultaneously striking out. However, at that very moment, Yi Ran abruptly withdrew his force, sidestepping gracefully, and delivered a sharp elbow strike to the man's lower back. Bang! The sounds reverberated simultaneously. Yi Ran was sent flying by a powerful palm strike, while the composed middle-aged man, due to his excessive force, hurtled toward the edge of the fighting platform. Nearly teetering off, he exerted forceful control, perilously perched on the edge. Yet, before the cold sweat on his brow had a chance to trickle down, a sharp pain surged through his waist, causing his body to go limp, rendering him unable to maintain control, and he fell directly from the fighting platform. On the other side, Yi Ran tumbled several times on the ground before finally ceasing his roll. He staggered to his feet, gasping for breath, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration, every part aching, devoid of any strength. Around him, there was an eerie silence. Everyone stood transfixed, watching the scene unfold. Below the platform, a composed middle-aged man rose silently, his breath steady, showing no signs of injury. In stark contrast stood Yi Ran. His headgear now stained a deep crimson, his clothing in tatters, revealing faint black markings on his skin. Fortunately, only a portion of these markings was visible, so no one detected anything amiss. However, several individuals observed closely, eager to discern the origin of this young man's martial markings, which were undeniably formidable. Yi Ran, battered and bruised, could barely stand. The composed middle-aged man maintained an air of tranquility. The disparity in their conditions was unmistakable. Regrettably, the middle-aged man was positioned below the fighting platform. You have won, he said after a long silence, his voice laced with complexity. You are indeed strong. I do not begrudge my defeat. With that, he turned to leave, his stamina still intact and boasting a winning streak of over 10 matches. He chose to forego further competition, even relinquishing any rewards already earned. Upon hearing those words, the crowd erupted with astonishment. 17 consecutive victories. From this day forth, this young man would become renowned throughout Ningjiang City, having triumphed over numerous opponents with battle strengths exceeding 200, and even subduing a seasoned warrior boasting a strength of 300. This level of talent was unparalleled in the annals of Ningjiang's history. Chapter 26, The Combat Soldier. I concede, Yi Ran coughed heavily, rising and slowly descending the fighting platform. He could no longer push himself. He had truly reached his limit. The surrounding spectators instinctively parted to create a pathway. Just 3 days after his breakthrough into a martial artist, possessing a battle strength of 300, he would be considered elite even in a first-tier martial arts city. Above in the stands, the owner of the fighting arena cast an appreciative gaze in his direction. The crowd was left in utter shock at the words spoken. A first-tier martial arts city was beyond comparison to a third-tier city like Ningjiang, and yet, the arena owner had given such high praise. The arena owner briefly scrutinized the faint markings on Yi Ran's body. Perplexed, he inquired, "What beast do these martial markings belong to? They seem somewhat unfamiliar to me." Upon hearing this, curious glances from those around turned towards him. Due to the limited visibility of the markings, they had been unable to identify the beast's martial markings after much observation. To their surprise, even a martial artist of the arena owner's caliber had never encountered such a phenomenon. "I knew it. The martial markings on this young man are extraordinary," someone remarked. "Indeed. They appear remarkable, far surpassing our ordinary markings. This young man's strength is undoubtedly linked to these elite martial markings." Listening to the discussions around him, Yi Ran wore a strange expression. Elite martial markings? Remarkable in appearance? Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, aware that he must depart swiftly, otherwise he risked revealing his true identity. Turning to the master of the fighting arena, he said, "Senior, my injuries are quite severe, and I wish to leave at once to tend to them." The master smiled faintly and tossed him an item. "I see you excel in hand-to-hand combat and have honed your skills to a commendable level. Thus, I bestow upon you this combat gauntlet." Yi Ran accepted the gift, which, despite being called a gauntlet, resembled a pair of transparent, silky gloves. "Thank you, Senior," he exclaimed with delight, as he observed his departing figure. The onlookers engaged in animated discussions, still reeling from the night's series of astonishing events. They marveled at the fact that he had just broken through to the martial artist realm and already possessed a combat strength of 300, a feat that was truly extraordinary. Tomorrow, it seemed, the entire Ningjiang city would be abuzz with the news. Yet, Yi Ran remained oblivious to this. He was acutely aware that if he did not hasten his departure, he might indeed be exposed, as the tattoos on his body had begun to fade. Damn it! Yi Ran cursed the unscrupulous boss under his breath, having been told the tattoos would last 2 to 3 days, yet they had barely withstood a single night. In truth, he had misjudged his employer. The prolonged, high-intensity battles had caused his vital energy to surge continuously, elevating his body temperature significantly. As the temperature rose, the tattoos inevitably began to dissipate. Fortunately, he managed to leave before they completely vanished. Otherwise, he could only imagine the bewildered expressions on people's faces if, during a confrontation, his top-tier martial tattoos were to disappear. The night was pitch black, and it was quite late. The streets were deserted, enveloped in silence, with only the rhythmic flickering of traffic lights breaking the stillness. After a considerable wait, Yi Ran finally hailed a taxi. Upon seeing his blood-soaked attire, the driver turned pale and screamed, "A monster!" He slammed the accelerator, and the car sped away into the night. Yi Ran felt exasperated, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to change his clothes and remove his mask. Seeking a secluded corner, he changed outfits and discarded the mask, then waited a while longer before successfully hailing another taxi. Once inside, he glanced at his phone and noticed numerous missed calls from his aunt. However, given the late hour, she was likely asleep. He sent 2 messages to Zhou Shishir, asking her to explain things to her mother the following day. "Got it," came the reply from Zhou Shishir. Yi Ran frowned and messaged back, "Still awake? Are you binge-watching again? I'll tell your mother tomorrow." Zhou Shishir responded with a confused emoji. After their usual banter, she inquired, "Should I leave the door unlocked for you?" Yi Ran assessed his current state. His body was covered in injuries, and his clothes were stained with blood. Turning off his phone, he examined the gauntlet given to him by the master of the fighting arena. "Is this the combat gauntlet?" His curiosity piqued as he felt the smooth surface of the transparent gloves. Combat gauntlets were crafted from unique metals found in the wilderness or the scales and bones of extraordinary beasts, renowned for their incredible hardness. They significantly aided human martial artists in hunting these formidable creatures and in combat. While the enhancement to combat strength provided by these gauntlets was not as formidable as that of martial arts techniques, they were lauded for their accessibility, requiring far less time to master compared to traditional martial arts. Consequently, their value was often comparable, if not surpassing, that of advanced martial techniques. Yi Ran attempted to don the gloves. They fit his hands perfectly, accompanied by a refreshing sensation that invigorated him, significantly lifting his spirits. He clenched his fists experimentally, finding the experience quite comfortable, to the extent that he felt reluctant to sell them. To be honest, he initially intended to sell the weapon after acquiring it, relying on the proceeds along with the 17,000 he had saved to purchase a decent essence of a magical beast's blood for his breakthrough as a martial artist. However, the gloves felt exceptionally well fitted, making him hesitate about parting with them. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ran resolved not to sell them. He could devise another means to obtain the essence of the magical beast's blood. It would be a pity to let go of a weapon that suited him so well. Before long, the vehicle halted outside a residential complex. Yi Ran alighted and entered a nearby convenience store to procure some basic medical supplies. Upon entering, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Suchin? Yi Ran was taken aback as he spotted the girl with a short ponytail walking out. Suchin, too, was momentarily stunned, observing the bruises adorning his handsome face. Her delicate brows knitted together as she inquired, "What happened to you?" With a hint of annoyance, Su Qin remarked, "Are you teasing a child? With those bruises, did a cat scratch you?" "Oh." Yi Ran pondered for a moment before replying, "A cat punched me." Su Qin fell silent. She quietly approached the entrance of the store, noticing Yi Ran still rummaging through medical supplies. With a hint of resignation, she said, "You don't need to search anymore. I have some at home." I feel embarrassed." Yi Ran scratched his head, yet his movements were swift as he quickly surpassed Su Qin and strode towards the complex. "You haven't locked your door, have you? If so, please give me the key. You're moving rather slowly." Su Qin fell silent once more. She had never realized before how shameless he could be. However, she found it rather amusing. The moment that thought crossed her mind, she hurriedly shook her head and, lost in her thoughts, her gaze gradually regained its serene composure. Chapter 27, Speculation. At Su Qin's home, Yi Ran observed the busy girl before him with a hint of surprise. The two were in close proximity. Su Qin knelt slightly as she gently applied ointment to the abrasions on his face, inadvertently brushing against his skin, causing her to retract her hand slightly. A fleeting unease and peculiarity flickered in her clear eyes. Yi Ran caught a faint whiff of her shampoo, stirring a subtle reaction within him. He was taken aback. No wonder she was affluent. Even her shampoo was of an exquisite quality. All done. Su Qin rose, assessing his injuries. "They aren't severe, and your recovery rate is remarkably good. You should be healed in 2 to 3 days." At this point, she expressed some astonishment. His recovery ability was extraordinary, and his physical constitution was far from that of an ordinary person. It almost rivaled that of a martial artist, akin to a body that had undergone a significant transformation. However, as for martial artists, she cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ran and shook her head slightly. Fate is impartial. While extraordinary physiques like his are rare, they do come with limitations. Those with rapid vitality enhancement often find themselves clumsy in comprehending martial techniques. A prodigy with a swift comprehension of martial arts, she found herself rather feeble in the realm of vitality cultivation. Each possessed their unique strengths, and perfection was but an illusion. Thus, she held little expectation for Yi Ran's vitality to be particularly commendable, especially given Yi Ran's humble background. The scarcity of training resources rendered his vitality potentially weaker than that of his peers. However, these thoughts remained unspoken. After spending time together, they had become friends, and it would be unkind to expose a friend's vulnerabilities. Consequently, she seldom broached the subject of her own vitality during their conversations, wary of disheartening him. Yi Ran glanced into the mirror, pleased to see his handsome visage intact. The bruising on his face had considerably diminished after treatment. He could not help but exclaim, "You truly are remarkable." "I presume you are referring to my healing methods," Su Qin retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. His audacity in jesting was becoming increasingly evident. "Of course, I am speaking of my healing techniques. Where else could your mind wander?" Yi Ran was taken aback. Su Qin, with a sharp gaze, remarked, "I initially lacked such skills, but I learned through frequent practice." Suddenly, she reconsidered her words and chose to shift the topic. "You should rest in this room tonight. It is quite late, and your aunt must have already retired." "All right, but just a moment," Yi Ran replied, beginning to remove his clothing. Upon witnessing this, Su Qin became flustered, her eyes instinctively shielding themselves. "What are you doing?" Yet, peering through the gaps of her hands, she saw Yi Ran had merely shed his shirt, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, though her brow remained slightly furrowed. "What exactly do you intend to do? Could you assist me with the wounds on my back?" he asked, clenching his teeth. Su Qin paused, walking over to inspect his back, which was marred with numerous injuries, and frowned. "What on earth happened to you?" Yi Ran hesitated, struggling to find the right words. "I was scratched by a cat?" Su Qin shot him a sidelong glance and retrieved the medical kit to address his injuries. Her initial teasing had taken an unexpected turn. Yi Ran, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, praised, "You are quite astute to have guessed that." Silence enveloped them as Su Qin continued her work, applying pressure to the wounds. Yi Ran winced, baring his teeth. To tell the truth, it was during a battle, against martial artists. Against martial artists? Why not boast about defeating a dozen of them? Su Qin scoffed lightly, her movements slowing slightly. However, the appalling sight of his wounds prompted her to furrow her brow even more deeply, and she softened her touch. A half hour passed, and at last, she had tended to all of Yi Ran's injuries. Exhausted, he fell into a deep slumber. Su Qin exited the room, and just as she closed the door, a somewhat imposing figure emerged from the adjacent room. Clad in a black trench coat, hat, and mask, the figure was shrouded entirely. "Dad, what are you doing out?" Su Qin asked, surprised, then quickly added with concern, "My classmate is inside. Please don't let him see you." "He likely has already noticed," the burly figure replied, removing his mask to reveal a scarred middle-aged face. "I see this box of cigarettes," he continued, and Su Qin's expression shifted abruptly. In the convenience store bag, there were quite a few cigarettes and bottles of alcohol. However, after spending these days together, Yi Ran was aware that she abstained from both, indicating that these items were intended for someone else. "Your classmate seems rather decent." The scar-faced middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked slowly, "He must have noticed you purchasing numerous unnecessary items." Upon hearing this, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, her heart warming slightly. She then whispered, "Does he know about you? Are we going to have to move again?" "Not for the time being." The scar-faced man shook his head. "He is still unaware that I am a wanted criminal of the Martial Alliance, so he probably won't report me. Moreover, it seems he has likely deduced some connection between us, though it is unclear how he arrived at that conclusion. For now, we should be safe. However," he paused and continued softly, "to be on the safe side, we need to leave quickly. You must also expedite your training regarding the Red Sun Fist." Observing the boy over the past few days, he found him to be trustworthy. Su Qin fell silent. "I understand, Dad. You should get some rest." The scar-faced man watched her retreating figure, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes, which ultimately transformed into a soft sigh. Everything was for the sake of survival. The following day, Yiran stretched lazily, feeling quite satisfied as he arose. After a night of recuperation, he had regained much of his strength and was in good spirits. Of course, aside from superficial injuries, his internal wounds were still quite severe and would take time to heal. As he stepped out of his room, Yiran cast a glance at the adjacent room, a hint of peculiarity flashing in his eyes. Someone was present next door. He could distinctly sense a deeply concealed, yet formidable aura emanating from there, likely that of a second-tier martial artist. Yiran felt a weight settle in his heart, but did not become overly anxious. He had tested the waters yesterday and discovered that the aura only fluctuated when he teased Su Qin, leading him to surmise that the individual must be her father or an uncle, responsible for such reactions. However, why would her relatives be hiding away? Yiran found himself puzzled, but chose not to dwell on it. In any case, as long as they were not wanted criminals, he could rest easy, especially considering that his aunt and Shirshir were residing downstairs. Chapter 28, Black Flood Dragon. Early in the morning, Yiran and Su Qin left together, boarding the No. 5 bus. Seeing Su Qin also taking the number 5 bus surprised Yiran. "Wouldn't it be faster for you to take the number 3 bus?" Su Qin shot him a glance. "Mind your own business." Yiran rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, women are such fickle creatures. He then looked up at the small televisions on either side, which were broadcasting the news. According to reports, a 17-year-old newly emerged martial artist has appeared in Ningjiang City. Having just broken through to the martial artist level with a combat power reaching 300, and has defeated 17 seasoned martial artists in a certain martial arts school. Yiran was taken aback. "Surely, they aren't referring to me?" The Martial Artist Association and various martial arts schools have issued announcements. Anyone with information about this new martial artist is encouraged to contact us for a generous reward. As this news broke, it instantly captured the attention of everyone in the bus, gasps of astonishment echoing throughout the cabin. Though many remain oblivious to the significance of a newly ascended martial artist possessing a combat strength of 300, it does not hinder their comprehension of the matter's gravity. It has even garnered its own headlines. Notably, figures of considerable stature, such as the president of the Martial Artist Association and the master of the Kongming Martial Arts School, have made appearances, underscoring its importance. Su Qin was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip in contemplation. If she were endowed with such talent, recognized by so many powerful factions, perhaps she would not have to perpetually flee with her father. Yiran, still slightly dazed, also felt a surge of caution. It appeared that frequent visits to the underground fighting arenas were no longer advisable, as he had not anticipated such a significant upheaval. His apprehension did not stem from fear of being too conspicuous. Rather, it was due to his current status as a mere novice martial artist. Should his identity as a prospective martial artist become exposed, it could spell considerable trouble. A combat strength of 300 upon first breaking through is indeed a rarity, yet not entirely unheard of. However, possessing such strength without having actually broken through the martial artist threshold would render one a target for dissection and experimentation. Caution was paramount. At the very least, he resolved to wait until he had advanced further in his martial practice before engaging with these factions. Yiran pondered the importance of resources in martial cultivation, recognizing that aligning with a formidable faction could be more beneficial than detrimental. Subsequently, the news continued to broadcast various recent events, with 9 out of 10 reports concerning the wasteland. The lone exception warned of dangerous organizations, like the Black Mark Tower, fixating on certain young prodigies, and urged citizens to be vigilant about the presence of wanted criminals from the Martial Alliance. In this era of martial prowess, such criminals were often deemed more perilous than the beasts of the wild. Listening to the news, Yiran felt a slight sense of relief. Recently, the Grandmaster Heng Yang had visited Qingshui City, inadvertently eliminating a significant number of nearby wild beasts, leading to a marked reduction in the frequent beast incursions that had plagued the region. Cities such as Ningjiang had seen heightened safety and flourishing trade, thriving more than ever before. Everything seemed to be gradually progressing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, at the Ningjiang branch of the Martial Alliance, which housed some of the strongest 5th-level experts, an unusual pallor blanketed the faces of these formidable figures. "Has Grandmaster Heng Yang not yet emerged?" inquired the minister of Ningjiang, his voice low and grave. "Minister," a subordinate replied, "since Grandmaster Heng Yang ventured deep into the depths of the Limu wasteland, following a terrifying surge of energy, he is yet to reappear." At this revelation, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. The Limu wasteland, lying just beyond Ningjiang, had been a direct source of peril in recent years. Yet, how could a grandmaster vanish within such an ordinary wasteland? Just then, someone urgently exclaimed, "Minister, a video has surfaced capturing the grandmaster. We must play it." The minister of Ningjiang sprang to his feet. As the video file commenced, the screen erupted into static, evidently disrupted by intense energy waves. After a brief wait, the crowd finally caught a glimpse of a figure and a serpentine creature. The figure radiated a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of the sun's piercing glare. In stark contrast stood a massive black dragon, its body winding like a mountain range, opposing the figure with an intimidating presence. Astonishingly, the black dragon seemed to overpower the figure. This hazy vision swiftly dissipated, plunging the onlookers into silence once more. The dragon, a top-tier beast of its kind, possessed the formidable strength of a grandmaster, even exceeding that of an average grandmaster. How could a fully mature black dragon exist in the vicinity of the wooded wasteland? Voices filled with confusion echoed among the crowd as they realized the gravity of the situation. A level 7 beast of such caliber lurked just outside Ningjiang City, and they were oblivious to the catastrophe that could ensue should the dragon choose to attack. The thought of such a calamity sent shivers down their spines. It was undeniably perilous. Had it not been for Grandmaster Hingyang's chance encounter, which led to the cleansing of the wasteland and the discovery of this terrifying time bomb, they would remain unaware of the imminent danger. "Director, what should we do now?" someone anxiously inquired. After a prolonged moment of reflection, the Ningjiang director finally opened his eyes. "A level 7 black dragon is beyond our capacity to manage. If we misstep, not only Ningjiang but the entire Eastern Plain province could suffer the consequences. I shall report this to higher authorities and request Grandmaster assistance. You must contain this information to prevent public panic. However, prepare an evacuation route to ensure that, should the dragon attack, the citizens can be swiftly relocated from the city." Evacuation, someone sighed heavily. Even if they could eventually repel the beast and reclaim their homeland, what would remain would be mere ruins and the relentless encroachment of the wild. Another fell into silence, recalling the recent fate of Qingshui City, which met a nearly identical end. Families had to abandon their homes, fleeing in terror. He murmured, "If only we could produce a grandmaster from Ningjiang. With 2 grandmasters collaborating, they could subdue the dragon, avoiding a situation of desperation and exile." The sentiment elicited sighs from the others. The concept of a grandmaster seemed overwhelmingly elusive. Even a level 5 martial artist represented the pinnacle of talent in Ningjiang. As the day's classes concluded, Yiran looked at the girl across from him, astonished. "You mean Zhang Fan didn't he come to class today?" "Yes, he didn't he attend, but he called the teacher to explain his absence. It seems there is something going on at home," the girl replied, tilting her head, her bright, sparkling eyes scrutinizing Yiran. As more and more girls gathered around, Yiran hurriedly bid farewell and left the school. Once outside, a lingering sense of unease prompted him to send Zhang Fan a message. "Rangu, my parents and I are going on a 2-day trip." With the college entrance exams approaching, a trip? Yiran felt something was amiss and pressed for details. Zhang Fan explained that the pressure was overwhelming and his family wanted to take him out to unwind. Satisfied, Yiran put aside his concerns. Chapter 29, Honorary Student. Instead of lingering, he made his way directly to the thunderous martial arts school. Yesterday, Su Qin had insisted he come, and he could not refuse. Thus, he decided to pay a visit. Although uncertain of the reasons behind Wang Jiaoshi's persistent pursuit, Yiran speculated that he likely intended to invite him to join the esteemed Lei Ming Martial Arts Academy. Upon returning, Yiran couldn't help but marvel at the academy. Renowned as the second-best institution after Kong Ming Martial Arts Academy, its grandeur and the multitude of students were truly impressive. Upon entering the main hall, he found Su Qin already there, instructing newly admitted students in the art of martial techniques. The surrounding students were captivated, their attention fixated on her, while their own attempts at practicing were lackluster and distracted. Su Qin's demeanor was cool and composed, exuding a subtle air of aloofness that, despite the admiration she inspired, deterred anyone from approaching her. They could only steal glances at the distant yet alluring senior sister. After waiting for a moment, Yiran caught Su Qin's attention as she approached him directly. "I thought you might flake out again today," she remarked. "Am I that kind of person?" Yiran replied confidently. "Of all my virtues, my honesty and reliability shine the brightest." Enough with the banter, Su Qin retorted with a playful glare. "I'll take you to meet Wang Jiaoshi. However, you may need to wait a bit. He is currently showing the head of Heishui Martial Arts Academy around." "Showing him around?" Yiran inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Heishui Martial Arts Academy is a newly established institution, given our Lei Ming Martial Arts Academy's considerable size and development. "The headmaster has come to glean insights from us," Su Qin explained. Yiran nodded slightly, recognizing that such practices were commonplace not only in martial arts schools, but also in academic and corporate environments. However, he surmised that such visits typically involved a fee. After all, smaller academies would benefit immensely from the experience of a larger one, and it would be unlikely for them to agree without compensation. Following Su Qin, He made his way to the training room of Lei Ming Martial Arts Academy. The middle-aged instructor he had encountered previously was there, guiding another bald elder through the facility. After Su Qin finished speaking, she departed, leaving Yi Ran to wait. Before long, he noticed another slender instructor accompanied by a youth of similar age, who appeared rather arrogant. After a brief nod, the instructor seemed elated and promptly led the youth to another area. Shortly after, the robust Wang Jiaoshi approached with a smile. You are quite a challenge to summon. It took considerable effort to bring you here. Yi Ran sheepishly scratched his head. Apologies, I've been rather busy lately. Wang Jiaoshi, did you summon me for a specific purpose? Indeed, I wish to discuss the matter of our academy's honorary students with you. Wang Jiaoshi replied cheerfully. Come, let us sit in my office where I can elaborate. At that moment, the bald elder cast a surprised glance at Yi Ran upon hearing the mention of honorary students. He then respectfully addressed Wang Jiaoshi. Teacher Wang, I shall take my leave for today. Very well, Master Mu, do take care. We shall reconvene at this time tomorrow for a tour of the academy's relaxation area, Wang Jiaoshi said casually. Understood, I will be punctual, the elder replied. His demeanor markedly formal, demonstrating utmost respect despite being older than Wang Jiaoshi, as if the latter were the elder and he the junior. Yi Ran observed this interaction with a sense of reflection. Such was the distinction between large and small martial arts academies. Even a headmaster of a lesser academy showed deference to an instructor from a more prestigious institution. Office. Master Wang chuckled. So what have you decided? Yi Ran pondered momentarily. Earlier on the road, Master Wang had briefly explained the concept of an honorary student to him. Honorary students are the most distinguished pupils within the martial arts academy. Unlike ordinary students, they are exempt from tuition fees and even receive a monthly stipend from the academy. In addition to the salary, there are numerous other rewards and benefits, making the conditions exceedingly generous. However, such favorable terms come with stringent requirements. Typically, honorary students are exceptionally gifted individuals with a certain level of renown. In a sizable institution like the thunderous Martial Arts Academy, there are currently only 9 honorary students. Yi Ran contemplated this. The conditions presented by Master Wang were indeed appealing. But regrettably, he had other commitments and feared he could not attend the academy daily. No worries. It's akin to holding a nominal position. Master Wang waved his hand dismissively. Occasional visits will suffice. However, when you do come, you must demonstrate your 7 thunderclap fist. He smiled and continued. To be frank, the martial arts entrance examination is merely months away, and many students wish to join the academy for a final push. Yi Ran nodded thoughtfully, realizing the infrequency of visits could indeed work to his advantage. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Seeing his response, Master Wang clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically, exclaiming, You won't regret joining our thunderous martial arts academy. Master Wang felt a surge of joy within. A young prodigy who had cultivated the thunderclap fist to the realm of 7 thunderclaps. Even if his vitality was somewhat lacking, martial prowess could compensate for that. I shall fetch the agreement. You head to the hall and test your vitality level, Master Wang instructed before rising to depart. Yi Ran made his way to the academy's hall. Inside, numerous students were gathered, surrounding a young boy who was the center of their admiration. This boy was the same arrogant youth Yi Ran had encountered not long ago. At this moment, the youth wore a triumphant expression as he faced a mechanical puppet, the screen indicating a combat power of 78. Wow, impressive. A vitality of 77 and a combat power of 78. He has reached peak performance. Yi Ran overheard the murmurs of the crowd. I've heard of him. He is a genius from the first high school and ranks among the top 30 in a school filled with scholars. Quite remarkable. It seems our academy will gain yet another expert. As the students buzzed with excitement, Yi Ran approached, preparing to test his vitality. Suddenly, he noticed a group of students conversing nearby. That student from first high must be the new honorary student. He was brought in by Master Zhang, right? Wasn't it said that Master Wang was responsible for finding the last honorary student? Not sure, but I heard the deputy principal approved it. Why bother with the details? As long as we get a capable individual, that's what matters. Yi Ran furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the haughty youth from first high, and decided against testing his vitality at that moment. Instead, he patiently waited. Soon, a slender instructor approached, holding an agreement and wearing a beaming smile. Yi Ran calmly turned and walked toward Master Wang's office. Chapter 30, The Choice. Outside the office, as Yi Ran approached, he could already hear the intense argument unfolding within. A somewhat sharp voice coldly declared, Instructor Wang, regardless of the circumstances, I have made my decision. It shall be Zhang Yang from the first high school. That person you mentioned, Yi Ran, I have never even heard of him. He is merely a student from the 5th high school. What level of skill can a 5th high school student possibly possess? Instructor Wang countered with conviction, but Yi Ran possesses remarkable talent in martial arts. His mastery of the Thunder Fist has earned him the title of honorary student, undoubtedly attracting many quality candidates. Just a martial technique, the sharp voice retorted. What truly matters is the vitality index. How high can a 5th high school student's vitality be? I have already made my decision. It shall be Zhang Yang from the 1st high school. The voice insisted. Suppressing his anger, Instructor Wang replied, Deputy Director. It was you who urged me time and again to recruit someone. Initially, I struggled to find a suitable candidate, which is why I considered him. The sharp voice replied dismissively, he is merely an ordinary student from the 5th high school. It is his honor to be chosen. What if he is not? Enough. Instructor Wang, let this matter rest. I must prepare a welcome banquet for Zhang Yang, the voice concluded. Frustrated, Instructor Wang slammed down the phone. At that moment, a familiar voice called from outside. Instructor, may I come in? Yi Ran. Instructor Wang sighed. Please, come in. Yi Ran entered the office. Did you hear everything just now? Instructor Wang inquired. Yi Ran nodded. Observing his calm demeanor, devoid of anger or any other emotion, Instructor Wang sighed internally. Yi Ran's composed and steady character made him increasingly fond of the young man. Unfortunately, he lamented, I'm sorry I could not secure your success. Instructor Wang sighed lightly. If the director were present, perhaps there would be a chance, but he has ventured into the wilderness, leaving the deputy director in full control. It's all right. Thank you for speaking up for me, Yi Ran replied with a sincere smile. Seeing his understanding nature, Instructor Wang felt a pang of guilt. This time, it's my fault. I've caused you to make a fruitless trip. However, rest assured, when a spot for honorary student becomes available in the future, I will certainly discuss this matter with the director and ensure you receive a compensatory position. There's no need, Yi Ran shook his head, and as he noticed the astonished expression on Instructor Wang's face, he continued slowly, Instructor, I do not blame you. But that does not mean I am devoid of emotions or indifference. From this moment forth, I, Yi Ran, shall have no further dealings with the Thunder Martial Arts School until death. His expression remained tranquil, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact, devoid of any emotional inflection, yet it left Instructor Wang momentarily stunned, feeling inexplicably tense. Yi Ran, do not act impulsively. The Thunder Martial Arts School is one of the 3 great martial arts institutions in Ningjiang, with a profound heritage, Instructor Wang urged, suppressing his complex emotions. His voice low and serious. Do not let such trivial matters deprive you of an important choice and opportunity. Choice, opportunity? Yi Ran smiled. Instructor, from the very beginning, you have misunderstood one crucial aspect. It is not the Thunder Martial Arts School that is choosing me. Rather, I am the one choosing the Thunder Martial Arts School. With that, he turned and left. Instructor Wang watched his retreating figure, a frown creasing his brow. Initially, I believed that Yi Ran was a person of gentle temperament. But to my surprise, he exhibited a considerable degree of pride. However, such pride must be backed by substantial merit. Zhang Yang from number 1 high school, despite his haughty nature, possesses the capability to be proud. With a vitality score of 77 and combat prowess of 78. He is an elite that any martial arts school would covet. Yet, where does Yi Ran derive such unfounded confidence? Thinking he is the one choosing the martial arts school. Although I harbor some skepticism, for reasons unknown, a faint sense of regret surged within Wang Jiaoshi. It seemed that the future of Thunderous Martial Arts School might suffer grave consequences due to today's decision. As Yi Ran exited the Thunderous Martial Arts School, an elderly man with a bald head hurriedly approached him. This was the master of the newly established Blackwater Martial Arts School. Though located in close proximity to Thunderous Martial Arts School, it was of little concern to them, as such small institutions posed no threat. Hello, young man. The master of Blackwater greeted cheerfully. Senior Mu, is there something you need? Yi Ran inquired. I just saw the vice principal of Thunderous Martial Arts School leaving with a student from number 1 high school, who is said to be their new honorary student. The master of Blackwater remarked, carefully observing Yi Ran's expression. Senior Mu, you aren't here to mock me, are you? Yi Ran chuckled. Of course not. The master of Blackwater quickly shook his head. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered the courage to continue. I would like to invite you to be an honorary student at our school. Yi Ran's expression turned to one of astonishment. I'm sorry, Senior Mu, but I'm not inclined to become an honorary student at this time. Please don't be so quick to refuse. It's not a demanding commitment. The master of Blackwater urged. Our school is quite lenient. All you need to do is have your name on the list. While the remuneration may not compare to Thunderous Martial Arts School, we can offer you a monthly stipend of 10,000. And you are free to learn any martial arts techniques. The mention of martial arts piqued Yi Ran's interest. He pondered for a moment and said, Senior Mu, I am a student of number 5 high school and lack any notable reputation. Are you certain you want me as an honorary student? The master of Blackwater replied with a smile. Although I am unaware of your circumstances, since Wang Jiaoshi values you so highly, you must possess exceptional qualities. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran contemplated briefly before glancing back at Thunderous Martial Arts School and slowly responded, All right, I accept. Wonderful. The master of Blackwater exclaimed, clapping his thigh in excitement. Come, let me take you to our school to sign the agreement. Blackwater Martial Arts School was not far off. After traversing a couple of streets, they arrived. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow at the sight of the school. The master of Blackwater, slightly embarrassed, explained, Our school has just been established. We currently have few students. Once we have more, I will expand the facilities. Upon entering the premises, the interior space appeared significantly larger than it seemed from the outside. Over there is the training area, The current students are practicing there. Let me introduce you to them, the master said, guiding Yi Ran toward that direction. However, before they could get close, the sounds of raucous noise reached their ears. Is this the strongest student at your Blackwater martial arts school? Too weak to withstand even my 3 moves. Haha, indeed. It's south best to close the dojo early. Chapter 31, The Heavy Water Palm. Inside the Blackwater martial arts school, the training area, 2 groups of individuals faced each other. On one side stood a dozen students from the Blackwater school, while on the other were 3 or 4 students clad in blue, their attire emblazoned with the name of the Blue Dream Martial Arts School. The head of the Blackwater school wore a grim expression. These students from the Blue Dream School were back again. You should be aware that the Blue Dream Martial Arts School is also located in this vicinity, the head of the Blackwater school remarked. Yi Ran nodded slightly. This area, second only to the city center in prosperity, is home to many martial arts schools. Among them, the most renowned is the Thunderous Martial Arts School, followed closely by the Blue Dream and several other prominent schools. The Blue Dream School, unable to compete with the Thunderous School, has sought to poach students from smaller schools nearby. The head of the Blackwater School sighed. They come to challenge us daily, and the few students we have are being taken away. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. Challenges like this were common. However, they typically occurred between schools of comparable strength or those harboring grievances against one another. Major martial arts schools usually do not challenge smaller ones, making the Blue Dream School's actions rather unscrupulous. At this moment, the Blue Dream students continued their taunts. There's no point in staying at this pathetic dojo. Such a small school has nothing to teach you. Just look at your senior brother. His talent is considerable, yet he has been turned into a waste. Don't push us too far. A young boy from the Blackwater School gritted his teeth. What? Are you dissatisfied? The leader of the Blue Dream School chuckled. If you're not satisfied, come and exchange a few moves. If you can defeat me, I will kneel and apologize. Really? Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise rang out from behind. The Blue Dream students turned around to see the head of the Blackwater School, his expression as cold as ice, causing their faces to pale. However, they quickly reassured themselves, knowing that the head of a school would not easily engage with juniors like them. Then, they noticed a handsome young man approaching. Are you also from the Blackwater School? The leader of the Blue Dream School furrowed his brow. Yes. Yi Ran smiled. Does your previous statement still hold? If I defeat you, will you kneel and apologize? The young man from the Blue Dream School scrutinized him for a moment, his gaze filled with suspicion. This lad, accompanying the head of the school, appeared to possess a notable background, perhaps even possessing considerable skill. If a gentleman speaks, even a team of 4 horses cannot chase after his words. As long as you can defeat my brother Fan, we will all kneel and apologize. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Among the 4 from the Blue Dream School, a chubby boy spoke pompously, full of bravado. The leader of the Blue Dream School was taken aback, cursing the chubby boy in his heart, yet he had no choice but to steel himself. Yes, just defeat me, and that will suffice. By the way, I should introduce myself. My vitality is at 70, and my combat power. Before he could finish, the leader's complexion changed. He watched in astonishment as a hand reached towards him, and when he attempted to resist, he found that the hand moved with incredible swiftness. In an almost instantaneous motion, he seized the youth by the nape of his neck, akin to grasping a chick, and hurled him forth. The trajectory of the throw was precisely towards the other 3 individuals. Before they could even react, they were struck with tremendous force, sent sprawling to the ground in utter disarray. In that fleeting moment, all 4 fell to the onlooking students of the Blackwater Martial Arts Academy. The dashing young man who had accompanied the master appeared to have merely extended his hand. The 4 Blue Dream martial arts students, who had been pressing down on them, were utterly overturned. In a single move, he had dispatched 4 opponents. After a brief moment of astonishment, the students of Blackwater martial arts erupted in excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. How formidable! Who was this powerhouse the master had brought in? The master of Blackwater, equally bewildered, could not help but stroke his smooth bald head to affirm he had not erred in his observation. Subsequently, a wave of shock and confusion washed over him. This Yi Ran must possess the strength of an aspiring martial artist. Had the Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy truly been so blind? A budding martial artist of such caliber was dismissed, only to have a student with barely 70 vitality points admitted as an honorary student? No. Perhaps it was advantageous for the Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy to be so short-sighted. The master of Blackwater was elated, realizing he had stumbled upon a monumental treasure. Yi Ran approached the 4 members of the Blue Dream Martial Arts Academy, gazing down at them as they groaned in pain. With a smile, he inquired, who was it that said they would kneel and apologize upon losing? They all pointed towards the bewildered chubby boy. The leading youth, fueled by personal grievances, delivered a swift kick to the chubby boy's rear, sending him sprawling. Yi Ran chuckled at the chubby boy, who, in sheer panic, shook his head, exclaiming, "It was Brother Fan who said it first. I merely added to it. Please don't strike me." Yi Ran's gaze shifted back to the leading youth, who was on the verge of fury but gritted his teeth defiantly, declaring, "If you have the ability, kill me. Kneeling is out of the question." Yi Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of danger flickering within. "I detest those who are untrustworthy," he remarked. The master of Blackwater approached, attempting to mediate, stating, "They are merely young and impulsive. Let them apologize, and that shall suffice." Yi Ran nodded, refraining from further comment, leaving the matter to the master's discretion. Soon, the 4 members of the Blue Dream Martial Arts Academy offered their apologies and left in disgrace. The master of Blackwater basked in the respect and admiration of his students, coughed lightly, and patted Yi Ran on the shoulder, saying, "This is our academy's honorary student. Yi Ran, let us all extend our greetings." "Hello, everyone," Yi Ran replied, his demeanor gentle, completely devoid of the earlier imposing pressure, enhanced by his handsome appearance, exuding warmth. The academy had but a modest number of students, around 20. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the master of Blackwater, concerned about displeasing Yi Ran, dismissed the students and led him to the master's office. Inside, the two signed a contract, and Yi Ran received his salary for half a year, totaling 60,000. Perhaps the master of Blackwater, fearing Yi Ran might abscond, had opted for a contract lasting until the conclusion of the college entrance examinations. After signing, the master of Blackwater smiled and asked, "Would you like to see the martial techniques of our academy?" Yi Ran nodded, his eyes gleaming with rare anticipation. The master of the Blackwater Pavilion caressed the ring on his hand, and suddenly 10 tomes of diverse martial arts techniques materialized upon the table. "These represent the entirety of our martial arts repertoire." Yi Ran cast a surprised glance at the ring. Recognizing it as a spatial ring, a rare and precious artifact crafted from unique ores found in the wilderness, creating its own space within. Indeed, the master of the Blackwater Pavilion smiled and gestured toward the martial arts techniques, stating, "These 10 techniques range from basic to advanced levels." Advanced martial arts? Yi Ran felt a flicker of excitement in his heart and quickly began to search through the tomes, soon discovering the advanced technique. The heavy water palm. Its force was robust and substantial. With a single strike, it could easily shatter mountains and stones. Chapter 32, Approaching Prodigy. After perusing the heavy water palm and storing it away, Yi Ran examined the remaining techniques. The 10 tomes predominantly contained fist and palm techniques, among which he had already trained in the thunderclap fist. The palm techniques, however, were of lesser quality than the heavy water palm. Ultimately, he decided to take only the replica of the heavy water palm. Though the heavy water palm comprises merely 3 levels, it is quite challenging. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to consult me, the master of the Blackwater Pavilion remarked. "I have also practiced this technique and possess some experience." "Thank you, Pavilion Master," Yi Ran replied. The master watched as he departed, his aged face reflecting a peculiar expression. Despite the boy being an honorary disciple of the pavilion, there was no necessity to present all martial arts techniques. The age-old adage of teaching a disciple to the detriment of the master existed for a reason, especially concerning an advanced technique of such high value. Even a powerful force like the Thunderclap Pavilion would refrain from imparting such knowledge to honorary disciples without sufficient contributions. His motivation for this decision stemmed not only from recognizing the boy's potential, but also from a desire to invest in him. "I hope I have not misjudged him," the master of the Blackwater Pavilion murmured. That evening, after dining, Yi Ran continued to the home of Su Qin to teach her the Thunderclap fist. Evidently, the afternoon's events had already been relayed to her by Instructor Wang. Su Qin fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "I'm sorry. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have called you over." "It's nothing," Yi Ran replied, shaking his head, not overly concerned. If he truly wished to join a force, the Thunderclap Pavilion seemed insufficient. He needed to align himself with a top-tier establishment like the Clear Light Pavilion. With a combat strength of 300 as a prospective martial artist, he felt confident enough to join any faction. 2 hours later, the prospect of cooking alone felt too cumbersome. Especially with the need to practice, time was in short supply. "No need. I've grown accustomed to being alone." Su Qin shook her head, though a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Since that person had left, it had been a long time since anyone had cooked for her. After Yi Ran departed, a middle-aged man with a scarred face approached Su Qin, observing her with a contemplative silence. "Do you miss your mother?" he asked. Su Qin bowed her head, remaining silent. "I miss her too," he said, moving closer to her and affectionately ruffling her hair. "So, my child, we must live well to honor your mother's spirit in the heavens. Only by living well can we have the opportunity for vengeance." The second thought lingered silently in his heart. The days that followed unfolded quietly. Yi Ran chose not to return to the underground fighting arena, instead dedicating himself to recuperation while simultaneously enhancing his combat awareness and practicing the heavy water palm technique. His strength steadily improved. During these few days, the third achievement was finally unlocked. Approaching 1 billion. Progress, 5 blocks to 1 billion. Accumulate a total wealth of 1 billion. Reward 1,000 achievement points. And double comprehension. When reaching 1 million and 10 million, rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points will respectively be granted. This particular achievement, while challenging, offered substantial rewards, amounting to over 1,000 achievement points. Furthermore, after the enhancement of his physique, Yi Ran was particularly eager for the doubling of his comprehension. As for the progress toward approaching 1 billion, it was important to note that achievements only began accumulating after they were unlocked. Thus, The wealth he had previously acquired did not count toward this total. The 5 blocks he currently possessed were won through a wager with Zhou Shishir. At this moment, within the training room of a martial arts school near his residence, Yi Ran gazed thoughtfully at the blue mechanical puppet before him, which displayed a combat power of 330. This power level was nearing his limits. He had gradually sensed that his physique was struggling to keep pace. His combat awareness had exceeded significantly, leaving his body unable to endure such intense mental focus. It seemed the time had come to once again elevate his physical capabilities. Yi Ran resolved that he had essentially exhausted all avenues for improvement. All his achievement points had been consumed, and with the breakthrough in combat awareness, the consumption of achievement points had increased. Of the remaining 42 achievement points, half would be allocated to refining the heavy water palm technique to reach its first level, while the other half would be devoted to advancing his combat awareness. Upon leaving the martial arts school, Yi Ran made his way directly to the city center. Initially, he had intended to venture into the wasteland. However, breaking through to become a martial artist on his own was no longer an option. He would have to purchase the essence of exotic beasts. With his current wealth of over 200,000, he could likely afford only the superior essence of exotic beasts. As he walked, he pondered this limitation. It was not that he was unwilling to utilize higher quality essence. Rather, his financial resources were constrained. Yet, when the time came to break through to a second-tier martial artist, he would require new essence for body refinement. At that point, he could employ higher-grade essence while also replacing his martial patterns. Martial patterns were not immutable. Each time a martial artist advanced a level and refined their body with new essence, they had the opportunity to replace their existing martial patterns with more potent ones. Half an hour later, Yi Ran arrived at the martial artist building in the city center. This establishment was specifically designed to cater to martial artists, housing a variety of goods essential to their needs, such as exotic beast essence, combat weapons, and martial techniques. Opposite the building stood the Martial Artist Association, where a scattering of martial artists emerged. The association not only conducted assessments and certified the strength of martial artists, but also issued numerous tasks for martial artist teams to undertake. As Yi Ran entered the martial artist building, bustling with activity, he was on his way to a store selling exotic beast essence when he suddenly spotted an unexpected figure. He paused momentarily, then quickly pursued the individual. Moments later, he found himself at the Iron Bull combat weapon shop. A disheveled youth with an unusually pale complexion entered the shop. "Good sir, are you in search of a combat soldier?" The proprietor, a robust and burly man, paused his polishing of a massive, dark axe and approached with a genial smile. "Ah, young brother, do you desire a high-quality replica or an authentic combat soldier?" Zhang Fan, his voice hoarse, replied, "I seek neither. I wish to sell a combat soldier." "Selling?" The burly shopkeeper appeared somewhat taken aback, then turned his gaze toward a slender object wrapped in black cloth behind the youth. As the cloth was unveiled, it revealed a blood-red battle knife. "Oh, the Bloodshadow battle knife?" The shopkeeper's eyes brightened as he carefully examined the weapon for a moment. Among the top-tier combat soldiers, the Bloodshadow battle knife holds the highest rank, valued at 250,000. This knife appears quite sharp, suggesting it has not been used for long. "How about I offer you 200,000? 200,000? This knife has only been wielded once by my father," Zhang Fan replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Could you possibly raise the price?" The burly shopkeeper shook his head. 200,000 is already a generous offer. I am merely considering your predicament. At another shop, you would be lucky to receive 150,000. Zhang Fan clenched his teeth. "I shall take a moment to reconsider." As he turned, he caught sight of a young man standing at the entrance, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Zhang Fan felt as though struck by lightning. Rango? Chapter 33. Change and transformation. Beside the combat soldier shop, within a dining establishment, Yi Ran inhaled deeply, gazing across at Zhang Fan. "What has transpired?" "My father is in trouble," Zhang Fan murmured, his head bowed, his voice a rasp imbued with confusion and helplessness. "A week ago, my father and the members of his martial team encountered a level 2 purple lacquer snake in the vicinity of the wood wasteland. Although they managed to escape, my father was poisoned by the snake, falling into a coma and requiring surgery." "The purple lacquer snake?" Yi Ran's expression grew grave. "This snake is a venomous beast. A bite from it results in near-certain death for 99 of martial artists, with only a fortunate few surviving. Even those who do survive often end up in a vegetative state. Will the surgery be effective?" he inquired, his tone somber. "There is nearly an 80% chance of recovery, but I cannot gather the surgical fees." Zhang Fan raised his eyes, bloodshot and vacant, staring blankly at Yi Ran. He seemed caught in a state of numbness, teetering on the edge of despair, striving to dull his sensitivity to endure. "What is the required amount for the surgery?" Yi Ran asked. 3 million. No wonder, Yi Ran sighed inwardly, finally comprehending why Zhang Fan had deceived him, claiming to be on a trip. Zhang Fan, aware of his modest background, wished to bear the burden alone, not wanting to involve him. Yet, how could such a weight be shouldered by one alone? "How much more do you need?" he queried, brow furrowed. Zhang Fan replied softly, "I have sold the house, liquidated everything I could. Friends from my father's martial team have contributed a considerable sum. However, I am still short 60,000. The surgery fee is due the day after tomorrow, and without it, the operation next week cannot proceed. That will suffice. Yiran suddenly proclaimed, 60,000 is enough. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Yiran handed him a bank card and said, this card contains 230,000. Your battle knife is worth 200,000, leaving a shortfall of 70,000. He inhaled deeply, reluctant to part with the translucent gloves he had taken from himself. He continued, I also have a tiered combat weapon here, which should fetch around 100,000. Thus, we would still be short by 70,000. Rango? Zhang Fan stared blankly at him, feeling for the first time that his once inseparable friend appeared so foreign, having unknowingly accumulated a combat weapon and 200,000 in savings. Yet, there was an extraordinary familiarity, as if the other had remained unchanged from the very beginning. Rango, thank you. His voice trembled, tears glimmering in his eyes. Yiran shook his head, saying, you should have informed me of this sooner, rather than bearing it alone. Brotherhood is about sharing both joy and hardship. Enough of this sentimental talk. Let us quickly gather the medical expenses. How about it? Isn't what I told you true? Prices are lower elsewhere? The burly shopkeeper chuckled. Yiran said nothing further and took out his combat gloves, inquiring, how much are these worth? The burly shopkeeper glanced at him in surprise, then looked at Zhang Fan. You indeed have a worthy friend. He then took the gloves and examined them. Initially, his eyes brightened, but soon he frowned, stating, the item is decent, but it has been used too many times, resulting in a low durability. I can offer you a maximum of 120,000. 120,000 is acceptable. Yiran had prepared himself mentally. These gloves were indeed inferior compared to the Blood Shadow battle knife. They exchanged money for goods. The burly shopkeeper lamented. This glove is made of quite good material, but unfortunately, the previous owner did not maintain it properly. Had it been well cared for, its price would not fall below that of the Blood Shadow battle knife. Zhang Fan also sold the Blood Shadow battle knife. Although this weapon was greatly cherished by his father, and he had saved for a long time to acquire it, he understood that people are always more important than possessions. Things can be replaced, but once a person is lost, everything is lost. The two exited the shop. Yiran exhaled in relief. They were still short by 50,000, which was manageable. It would only take 5 matches at the underground fighting arena. Rango, allow me to find a way for that 50,000, Zhang Fan suddenly said. All right. They bid farewell. Zhang Fan's mother remained in the hospital, caring for his father, so he had to head there as well. After parting, the savings and combat weapons were gone, and the time to break through as a martial artist had to be postponed. Yet, he felt no regret. Just as he aspired to become a martial artist and grow stronger to protect those around him, the true value of money lies in aiding loved ones. What truly complicated his emotions was the ever-present unpredictability of life. A once happy family could shatter at any moment due to an accident or unforeseen event. Zhang Fan's family was one such case, and his own might follow suit. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his lack of strength. Yiran murmured to himself, knowing that only by becoming strong could he face any upheaval or misfortune and truly safeguard those he held dear. Just like this time, if he were powerful enough, a martial artist, or even a martial master, he could effortlessly produce that 3 million. How could Zhang Fan think of shielding him and keeping it a secret? I had been overly cautious before, always fearing that the 300 combat power of a quasi-martial artist would attract undue attention and trouble. I longed to venture into the wasteland, yet worried about perishing there, causing grief to my little aunt and others. Yiran murmured to himself, I have worried too much. As long as I grow strong quickly enough, even if people discover I am a quasi-martial artist with 300 combat power, what of it if someone seeks trouble with me? Before they can cause me any hassle, I can surpass them all. Therefore, from the very beginning, there was no need for me to conceal anything. Yiran abruptly lifted his head. A certain shackle within him shattered with a resounding crack. The path of martial arts is inherently one of courage and relentless progress. Only the weak hesitate and concern themselves with other matters. From this day forth, he would harbor no further concealments nor evade anything. In that moment, although Yiran appeared as he always had, an undeniable confidence surged within him, unafraid of any challenge, ready to conquer all. This was the heart of a true warrior, and an essential transformation on the journey to becoming a genuine powerhouse. Chapter 34. I want to take leave. Ningjiang 5th Middle School. Class 13. Inside the office of Teacher Zhu, the homeroom teacher. Teacher Zhu furrowed his brow, looking at the youth before him. You wish to take leave? Where to? The wasteland. Yiran stated candidly, revealing no hint of concealment. I am going to the wasteland to hunt exotic beasts, preparing to accumulate for my breakthrough into martial artist. Breakthrough to martial artist? Teacher Zhu paused, then patted Yiran's head. You're not running a fever, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Teacher. I am not joking, Yiran replied earnestly. I am being serious. My vitality has already reached the pinnacle of a quasi-martial artist. Pinnacle of a quasi-martial artist? It seems the recent pressure has gotten to you. Your mental state is a bit off. How about this? I'll grant you 2 days off. 2 days? Yiran frowned. Teacher, I wish to take leave until the day of the martial arts college entrance examination. Huffed. Teacher Zhu, who had just lifted his insulated cup to drink, sprayed it out immediately. He then resembled a lion whose fur had been ruffled. He took out his phone. Gritting his teeth, creak. In the next moment, a sharp, piercing sound rang out. Teacher Zhu stared blankly as he reached out, gradually twisting the pure steel insulated cup on the table. The man was utterly dumbfounded. Moments later, on the second floor of the gymnasium, in the combat training room, Ran gazed at the mechanical puppet before him, somewhat dazed. So it turns out that breaking a mechanical puppet really doesn't require compensation? Although the mechanical puppets are expensive, the school is not without funds. They wouldn't make you students pay, Teacher Zhu explained slowly. On the contrary, if you truly managed to break a mechanical puppet, the school would be pleased. This is not my words, but the principles. You can feel free to unleash your strength. Upon saying this, he shook his head internally. Although Ran's recent display had astonished him, these mechanical puppets were designed to withstand attacks at the martial artist level. In other words, even if that lad Ran were indeed a quasi-martial artist, he could not possibly damage the mechanical puppet. After all, true quasi-martial artists capable of unleashing martial prowess are exceedingly rare. Truly, I must extend my gratitude to you, teacher. Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. This matter had lingered in his mind, yet becoming a martial artist held greater significance, for it was only through such a transformation that one could more readily accumulate wealth. Not having to repay this debt at present was undoubtedly a favorable turn of events. In high spirits, he felt an urge to practice his skills and slowly approached the mechanical puppet across from him. Upon hearing his words, Teacher Zhu was momentarily taken aback. What is this young man thanking me for? Moreover, why does he sound so exhilarated? In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded. The mechanical puppet erupted, scattering fragments across the floor. Ran gradually withdrew his hand, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face. Alas, he had exerted too much force. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and terror, as if he had witnessed a ghost. Did he truly obliterate the mechanical puppet? After a prolonged silence, he suppressed his shock and managed to articulate, "You may take a leave of absence, but your requested duration is rather excessive. I must seek approval from the head of the grade department." Ran nodded in understanding. Moments later, the head of the grade department ambled over, hands clasped behind his back. "Old Zhu, what brings you to me?" "Ah, and who is this student?" Teacher Zhu replied, "This is a student from my class, intending to request a leave. For such a trivial matter, you may approve it yourself," he retorted. "He wishes to be excused until the day before the martial arts entrance examination." After a brief silence, the head of the grade department erupted. "What? Absolutely not. With only a few months until the examination, requesting an extended leave now. Has your vitality reached the undergraduate threshold? Can your combat capabilities withstand 3 minutes of assault from the mechanical puppet?" Ran candidly replied, "I should manage, as I can destroy the mechanical puppet." Destroy the mechanical puppet? The head of the grade department chuckled in disbelief. "Very well, show me. I won't be liable for damages, will I?" Ran blinked and inquired. The head of the grade department waved his hand grandly, declaring, "No need for compensation. While the mechanical puppet is costly, the school has the funds. We would never burden our students with such expenses. In fact, if you can indeed damage the puppet, the school would be quite pleased." He added, "This is not just my opinion. These are the principal's exact words. You may proceed without worry." Meanwhile, Teacher Zhu stood in stunned silence, feeling an uncanny familiarity with these words. The head of the grade department cast a glance at Teacher Zhu, preparing to admonish him later. "This old fellow. When a student engages in jest, he takes it to heart and drags me into it. He truly lacks composure." Standing with his hands behind his back, his expression remained as calm as a still pond, exuding an air of tranquility. "Observe, this is what composure looks like." Boom! A resounding roar erupted. The entire form of the mechanical puppet propelled upwards, crashing violently into the wall at the far end of the training room, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Soon after, its disassembled limbs fell slowly to the ground, followed by the remaining parts of its body. In the background, despite having witnessed the event once before, Teacher Zhu still felt a sense of unreality. As for the head of the grade department, his expression was one of shock, his lips trembling. The composure he had just exhibited was utterly shattered. Did he really just obliterate it? Ran turned to him, filled with anticipation, and asked, "Teacher, may I take a leave of absence this time? Can I, possibly?" The head of the grade department, still reeling from the astonishment, took a considerable moment to respond. "The duration of your leave request is quite lengthy. I must consult with the academic director." Soon, the jovial academic director arrived, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a noticeable belly. Mr. Zhu and the head of the grade department exchanged a knowing glance, opting for silence. "Director, I wish to request a leave of absence for 4 months," Ran declared, this time wisely stating the exact duration of his leave. The academic director remained composed, displaying no signs of anger. With a kind demeanor, he advised, "Student, consider this carefully. The martial arts college entrance examination is imminent. My suggestion is to refrain from taking leave and focus on your studies at school." "Director, I am quite strong. I can obliterate mechanical puppets. Yi Ran interjected. Oh, the academic director adjusted his glasses, intrigued. Give it a try. You need not destroy it completely. Just win, and I shall grant you your leave. Rest assured, you will not have to compensate for any damage to the puppet. The school will actually celebrate your success. Upon hearing this, both the head of the grade department and Mr. Zhu wore peculiar expressions. Yi Ran, too, genuinely marveled at how wonderful the school was and how benevolent the principal appeared to be. With that, he unleashed a punch. What seemed like an ordinary strike, upon impact, produced a deep sonic boom. In the next instant, the newly summoned mechanical puppet shattered into countless pieces, just like its two predecessors. The academic director was momentarily taken aback, removing his glasses to rub his eyes. Oh, my vision is clear now. And what are those remnants in the corner? They appear remarkably similar to other shattered puppet remains. Indeed, it was true. The request for leave was ultimately approved without a hitch. Initially, the head of the grade department and Mr. Zhu felt it necessary to report to the principal, suggesting he come personally. However, the academic director, observing the three dismantled puppets, realized the school would incur significant losses this time, and he halted the two with a pained expression. Why seek the principal? Do you want to destroy another puppet? Thus, Yi Ran successfully secured his leave, receiving exceptional privileges, free to come to school at his leisure. The school also awarded him a scholarship of 100,000. As he departed, Mr. Zhu sighed softly, reflecting on how much Yi Ran had transformed in just a month. He had become somewhat inscrutable. In a mere month, he had elevated his vitality from 15 to the brink of becoming a martial artist. How had he achieved this? The head of the grade department shared the sentiment of confusion. It must be talent, the academic director mused. There exists a rare constitution known as an, which, upon awakening, results in an extraordinary surge in vitality. It is rumored that some individuals can become martial artists within a single day. However, I have only heard of such a constitution. I never expected to witness it firsthand. The head of the grade department nodded, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, this young man was a student of their school, and it was ultimately a positive development. Chapter 35, The Wooded Wasteland. 100,000 in scholarship. Yi Ran gazed at the bank card in his hand, somewhat astonished. This truly comes as an unexpected delight. 100,000 is sufficient to procure a vial of ordinary grade beast essence, enabling a breakthrough for a warrior. However, the quality of such ordinary beast essence is rather subpar. Upon breaking through, the vitality would only increase by a maximum of 10 points. The martial patterns that could be forged are equally mediocre, providing virtually no enhancement to combat prowess. After a moment of contemplation, he discarded this notion and made his way to the warrior's tower. At the warrior's tower, following a round of haggling, Yi Ran purchased a 10 cubic meter spatial backpack along with a high-quality replica of the Bloodshadow battle blade, thereby exhausting his entire sum. Subsequently, he hailed a cab and traveled to the outskirts of Ningjiang City. Young man, it's time to disembark. The road ahead is impassable, the driver called out. Yi Ran stepped out of the vehicle and gazed at the desolate highway before him, lined with towering and sharp iron fences. Beyond the fences lay another world, a vast primeval forest, where countless towering crimson trees soared into the clouds, and the thunderous roars of beasts echoed incessantly. With clenched fists and a gleam in his eyes, Yi Ran strode forward. Between the iron fences, there were tiny gaps sufficient for a person to slip through. He maneuvered through one such opening. The highway continued for several hundred meters before he could truly enter the wild expanse. However, the road was riddled with numerous dilapidated potholes, and several warriors congregated around these pits, engaged in hushed discussions. Curiosity piqued, Yi Ran leaned down to observe, only to be startled by a pair of large, green eyes that illuminated the nearest pit. In the next instant, the owner of those eyes emitted a piercing shriek and charged forth. Not far away, 3 warriors furrowed their brows in contemplation. This is strange. We just spotted that corrupted bone rat. How could it vanish so quickly? Cautioned the leader, a middle-aged warrior. His voice low and serious. Be careful. This creature is cunning and adept at ambushes. We must not stray too far apart. Understood, boss, replied the others in unison. The trio huddled together, backs against one another, each facing a different direction, leaving no opportunity for an ambush. The middle-aged warrior scanned the surroundings, still puzzled. Where could that corrupted bone rat have gone? Just then, he noticed a young lad peering into the burrow, where a familiar scream resonated. The warrior's pupils constricted as he shouted urgently, "Young man, run." But before he could finish his warning, he froze in shock. A flash of blood-red light sliced through the air. Emerging from the burrow was a nearly 2-meter-long gray rat, which was cleaved in two by a single stroke of the blade, its carcass plummeting back into the pit. Yi Ran waved the Bloodshadow battle blade, watching as the blood trickled down the blade's surface. Soon, the entire blade gleamed without a trace of blood, smooth as new. He was somewhat astonished. This Bloodshadow battle blade was indeed quite effective. As merely a replica of a battle weapon, its handling was remarkably satisfying. The original weapon would undoubtedly be even more formidable. No wonder it is one of the most favored warriors among martial artists. Yi Ran sheathed his imitation battle knife and glanced down into the pit, spotting a decayed bone rat, his brow furrowing slightly. Such a creature holds little value, and its considerable size poses a problem. His spatial backpack accommodates only 10 cubic meters, and this single specimen would consume 1/5 of that space. Never mind, he mused, shaking his head and turning to leave. Meanwhile, 3 middle-aged warriors stood dumbfounded, witnessing the spectacle. The 2 young warriors beside them gaped in astonishment. Did I see that correctly? That young lad just dispatched the bone rat with a single strike? Indeed. One of the middle-aged warriors replied, somewhat taken aback as he observed the retreating figure. He must be a top genius from the city. No wonder he dares to venture alone into the wasteland. Enough dawdling. Let us hasten to collect the carcass before someone else snatches it away. Right. The 2 young warriors, invigorated by the prospect, swiftly dashed toward the pit. They felt incredibly fortunate. Without any effort, they were about to acquire a bone rat. Under ordinary circumstances, the trio would have had to remain vigilant against ambushes and set traps, expending considerable time and energy, even if they managed to capture the creature. In a mere 600 or 700 meters, they traversed the distance swiftly. The highway before them was increasingly dilapidated, the surface cracked and broken. Yi Ran came to a halt, his gaze fixed ahead. Beyond this point, all traces of modernity vanished. The highway abruptly ceased, as if engulfed by an unseen force. Further on lay an expanse of verdant land, dotted with striking, towering crimson trees. He had arrived at the wood wasteland. Yi Ran took a deep breath and stepped into the wasteland. The moment he entered, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The air within the wasteland was exceptionally fresh, with a remarkably high oxygen density that brought him an unexpected sense of comfort. This was only to be expected, as martial artists with higher vitality and more developed physiques became increasingly demanding in terms of environmental conditions. Training here would be far more efficient than in Ningjiang City, which explained why many warriors achieved breakthroughs in the wasteland. Yi Ran silently reflected as he ventured deeper into the wasteland. The environment was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that exotic beasts emerged in abundance, relentless in their assaults. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. Various pieces of information about the wasteland flashing through his mind. The wasteland originated from a mysterious silver giant eye that had plunged deep into the earth. Over the years, humanity had been locked in a relentless struggle against the exotic beasts, culminating in 3 defining characteristics of the wasteland. The first was its mystery. The wasteland was an embodiment of a mirage, which in theory should be illusory. Yet it had materialized and established itself. Despite humanity's exhaustive efforts, they had been unable to shatter the mirage's illusion, thus failing to address the root of the wasteland problem. The second characteristic was its indestructibility. The wasteland could not be destroyed. Any technological weapon that attempted to strike the wasteland or the exotic beasts would find its power significantly diminished. As if governed by some invisible law, technological weapons struggled to pose a lethal threat to such beings. In contrast, the damage inflicted by technological weaponry upon the monstrous beasts pales significantly when compared to the harm wrought by human warriors wielding cold steel. This disparity serves as one of the principal reasons for the current flourishing of martial practitioners. Furthermore, all technological devices, such as mobile phones and computers, lose their signal upon entering the wasteland, rendering them utterly ineffective. The third and most terrifying aspect of the wasteland is its inherent growth. As Yi Ran contemplated this, he cast his gaze towards the edge of the wasteland. There, he could distinctly observe the tendrils and verdant grasses at the periphery, striving to extend towards the highway, gradually encroaching upon it. Though the progress appeared sluggish, with no clear indication of when it might advance by even a meter, the adage constant dripping wears away the stone holds true. Given time, the consequences could be dire. Yet, this is not the true horror of the wasteland. The wasteland is intricately linked to the monstrous beasts. The greater the number and strength of these creatures within a wasteland, the swifter its expansion. Much like the former Qing Shui city, which underwent a nearly barbaric and frenzied rate of growth. Had it not been for the intervention of Master Heng Yang, the entire city might have been wholly consumed, rather than retaining a mere quarter of its former self. As Yi Ran pondered these thoughts, he had fully entered the wasteland. Towering, fiery red giant trees filled his vision. He approached one such colossal tree, clenched his fist, and struck. With a resounding crack, a piece of ancient, decayed bark splintered off. Yi Ran picked up the bark and examined it. This giant tree, known as the Li Mu, burns for an extended period and possesses significant energy value. Within Ningjiang City, coal has become obsolete, replaced entirely by this Li Mu. The wasteland is thus named after these trees. However, what he had encountered before were processed variants of the Li Mu. Today marked the first time he had witnessed the genuine article. After a moment of curiosity, Yi Ran casually discarded the bark and prepared to move forward. Suddenly, a sharp cry erupted from the massive Li Mu he had just struck, as a crimson woodpecker swooped down with ferocity. Though it was indeed a woodpecker, its size resembled that of an eagle. Before it could reach him, a powerful gust of wind rushed forth. The Qi Yen woodpecker. Yi Ran's heart leapt with excitement. Such a creature was exceedingly rare, brimming with valuable resources. its beak and sharp claws being essential materials sought after by many warriors. Its worth was astronomical, a stark contrast to the recently slain rotting rat, which seemed insignificant by comparison. The Cheyenne woodpecker was incredibly swift, diving towards him in an instant, its sharp red claws aimed menacingly at his head. Yi Ran's gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew his blood shadow battle blade, unleashing a surge of energy throughout his body. With a powerful strike, he swung the blade. The resounding clang of metal echoed as the Cheyenne woodpecker veered off course, its body jolted by the impact, and it rapidly ascended into the sky. Yi Ran found himself involuntarily retreating a step, astonished. Such immense power. This Cheyenne woodpecker must possess at least 300 combat strength. Moreover, its claws were remarkably tough, able to withstand a direct clash with the blood shadow battle blade. With a fleeting glance from the corner of his eye, Yi Ran suddenly caught sight of a conspicuous gash on the blood shadow battle blade. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. It had actually cracked. He inhaled sharply. Though this was merely a high-quality imitation of a battle weapon, far inferior to a true weapon of war, it was still sufficiently hard and sharp, capable of slicing through steel like mud. He never anticipated that such damage would manifest at the moment of collision. A weight of seriousness settled in Yi Ran's heart. He could no longer underestimate this crimson flame woodpecker. Just as he regarded the opponent as prey, the opponent harbored the same sentiment. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the crimson flame woodpecker flapped its wings, tilting its head to observe him, a flicker of hesitation passing through its crimson beak. Clearly, it too felt a degree of trepidation about the previous strike. Chapter 36, Thunder Origin Flower. Suspended in midair, the crimson flame woodpecker fixed its gaze on Yi Ran, suddenly diving down once more. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating the distance. 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. With a sudden stroke, he swung his blade fiercely toward the sharp claws of the crimson flame woodpecker. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated once again. The woodpecker's claws were remarkably hard, nearly on par with a true weapon. Upon colliding with the long blade, it did not retreat in the slightest. Instead, its claws clamped down forcefully on the blood shadow battle blade, attempting to wrest it away. Yi Ran's entire being surged with vitality. He yanked with all his might, pulling the crimson flame woodpecker closer. The woodpecker squawked in panic, seemingly unprepared for such an eventuality. At this moment, it wished to take flight, but it was too late. It could only watch helplessly as Yi Ran gripped the knife with one hand, the other hand forming a fist aimed directly at its head. Before the punch could land, a thunderous rumble echoed, reverberating 8 times in succession. Yet, at this critical juncture, a glint of cunning and mockery flashed in the woodpecker's scarlet eyes. Its sharp, elongated beak suddenly opened wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth directly at Yi Ran. All of this transpired with astonishing speed, and in an instant, the tide of battle shifted. However, Yi Ran remained unfazed. If anything, he seemed to have anticipated this. With a deft step, he narrowly evaded the flames. Simultaneously, he released his grip on the blood shadow battle blade. As a result, the standoff lost its power, allowing the crimson flame woodpecker to effortlessly seize the long blade. It paused, seemingly taken aback by the swiftness of the human's reaction. Instinctively, it intended to ascend into the sky with the blood shadow battle blade, believing that without a weapon, the human would be easier to dispatch. Unfortunately, it was denied the opportunity to take flight. In the seconds of its hesitation, Yi Ran had already stepped behind it, and a cold voice resounded. Heavy water palm. Bang! The palm struck forcefully against the woodpecker's tail. In an instant, the rear of the crimson flame woodpecker burst open, blood gushing forth. It let out a wretched cry, abandoning the blood shadow battle blade as it soared toward the sky. Yi Ran quietly looked up, offering no resistance. Just as the crimson flame woodpecker swiftly ascended into the air, its form began to wobble precariously, swaying left and right before plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. Yi Ran approached, observing the crimson-feathered woodpecker with its head tilted, its eyes wide, and blood oozing slowly from its beak. Its internal organs had been shattered beyond repair. It was utterly lifeless. The heavy water palm, an advanced martial technique, is indeed formidable, Yi Ran murmured, although he had only mastered the first level of this technique. Unleashing a single surge of hidden energy, the impact was extraordinary, effortlessly obliterating the woodpecker. The primary factor, of course, was his combat prowess. With a base strength of 330, invoking the heavy water palm elevated his might to an astonishing 370. Such power was terrifying. Even if another crimson woodpecker were to appear, he could vanquish it with ease. Yi Ran picked up the corpse of the woodpecker and stowed it in his spatial backpack. The bird was not particularly large, taking up minimal space. Its value was no less than 50,000. Yi Ran felt elated. Upon entering the wasteland, he had already amassed a fortune of 50,000. It was an auspicious start. Subsequently, he checked his achievements as a wasteland hunter. Wasteland Hunter, Beginner Progress, 210. Defeat 10 different types of wasteland beasts. Reward, 30 achievement points. The 2 beasts he had slain thus far were a bone-rot rat and a crimson woodpecker. Having exhausted all his achievement points, he felt a pressing need for more. He then glanced at his other 2 achievements. The path of martial arts had remained unchanged. But his progress in accumulating wealth had indeed shifted. Accumulated wealth. Progress, 170 million. Acquire a total of 100 million in wealth. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Doubled comprehension. Upon reaching 1 million and 10 million, rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points will be granted, respectively. 17 million was a considerable increase of 70,000 since before entering the wasteland. Yi Ran was taken aback. Prior to his expedition, he had only the 100,000 scholarship from the school to his name. To suddenly gain 70,000 without any sales was unexpected. Yet it illuminated the path towards completing his achievements more easily. Otherwise, reaching 100 million would have taken an eternity. The Crimson Woodpecker's worth of 70,000 exceeded his expectations by 20,000, a delightful surprise indeed. 70,000 was no small sum, especially since his spatial backpack could only hold 80,000. With this auspicious beginning, Yi Ran felt invigorated, delving deeper into the wasteland. Although he ventured further, he remained cautious, sticking to the periphery and refraining from entering the inner areas. The depths of the wood wasteland were rife with numerous second and third-tier beasts, even those comparable to martial masters, posing immense danger. Currently, he was no match for second-tier beasts and certainly would not recklessly march to his demise. Along his journey, Yi Ran defeated 4 more beasts, though they were all ordinary and only valued 2 to 3,000 each. Fortunately, none of these beasts were duplicates, and his progress as a wasteland hunter had reached 610, drawing him closer to completion. With 30 achievement points, Yi Ran pondered whether he could evolve to the second form of the heavy water palm. As he scanned his surroundings, he calculated that upon breaking through to the second form, his maximum combat power should surpass 400. Although this boost would not be sustainable, it would nonetheless represent a significant enhancement, serving as a valuable trump card. In the midst of his contemplation, his gaze shifted forward. There, beneath a toweringly tree, swayed a delicate purple flower, releasing a faint, alluring fragrance. Yi Ran's brow arched. It was the thunder element flower. Known for its ability to enhance vitality and a primary ingredient in many vitality potions, worth approximately 2 to 3,000. While 2,000 was not exorbitant, it was better than nothing. He approached and reached for the flower. Suddenly, the nearby underbrush stirred slightly, and a massive gray rabbit burst forth. The creature, measuring nearly a meter in length, displayed long, menacing fangs and eyes as red as blood. It bared its teeth at Yi Ran, emitting a threatening growl. Yi Ran remained unfazed, plucking the thunder element flower with ease. Just as he did, the gray rabbit charged ferociously towards him. Yi Ran muttered, "Such a cute bunny. How could one bully it?" Thus, he resolved to eliminate it swiftly. With a resounding thud, the rabbit's head jolted, and its lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Yi Ran collected the carcass and continued onward. As he passed the toweringly tree, his pupils constricted in shock. Ahead lay a small pond, surrounded by a profusion of purple flowers, all thunder element flowers. Chapter 37, Cloud Breath Technique. By the pond, the ground was carpeted with thunder element flowers. A cursory count revealed over 100 blossoms. Yi Ran could hardly suppress his excitement at the sight. Each flower could fetch 2,000, totaling over 200,000, an astonishing sum. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the elation swelling within him. His expression turned vigilant as he scanned the vicinity. It was a well-known axiom that treasures were often guarded by ferocious beasts, and this was no exception. Indeed, his gaze fell upon a scaly black bull grazing beneath a nearby tree. Yi Ran winced at the sight, realizing the tragic absurdity of such a creature indulging in the beauty of nature. However, he felt powerless to intervene. This scaly bull was a second-tier beast, far beyond his capabilities. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to retreat. The second-tier beasts, with vitality exceeding 500, posed an excessive risk. It was prudent not to court danger. Nonetheless, he committed the location to memory, for 200,000 was no trifling amount. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise, he might dare to return. Half an hour later, Yi Ran halted, his attention drawn to the front, his nostrils flaring slightly. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. He suppressed his presence and cautiously advanced. After navigating past several massively trees that obscured his view, he was met with the gruesome sight of a colossal black wolf carcass alongside several dismembered human remains. The wolf's abdomen bore a massive wound, blood oozing profusely. It was unmistakably deceased. The lifeless bodies before him were bereft of limbs, their flesh marred by claw marks and bite wounds. It was evident that they had met their demise at the hands of the fearsome black wolf, clad in identical garments emblazoned with the words Green Blood Squad. These individuals had evidently been part of a martial artist team. A flicker of recognition stirred within Yi Ran. Many martial artists, constrained by their individual limitations, often banded together to form specialized teams for cooperative endeavors in the wilderness. Such teams could wield considerable influence, with the more formidable among them rivaling, if not surpassing, the might of major martial arts academies and esteemed families. Yet, it appeared that this particular squad was merely ordinary, for they would not have perished alongside a creature as unremarkable as the Black Iron Wolf. with a combat strength of a little over 200. The black iron wolf was considered a rather mundane beast. Casting a brief glance around, Yi Ran proceeded without hesitation to assist in the retrieval of the remains. Left exposed, the bodies would soon be devoured by other beasts. 5 corpses lay before him, all in a state of gruesome disarray, none intact, eliciting a quiet sigh from Yi Ran. He first placed the black iron wolf's carcass into his spatial backpack. The creature, nearly 2 meters in length, filled the 10 cubic meter space to the brink of capacity. A testament to the large size of such beasts. Despite having stored relatively few, the space was already becoming insufficient. After stowing away the wolf, Yi Ran paused momentarily, then reviewed the achievement titled Approaching Infinity. Approaching Infinity. Progress, 240 million. Accumulate a total wealth of 100 million. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Comprehension doubled. Yi Ran squinted. The 240 million progress was still the same as before. He retrieved the wolf's corpse, discarded it to the ground, and checked the progress again, unchanged at 240 million. After restoring the wolf's body, the progress remained static. Yi Ran's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he surveyed his surroundings, then composed himself to continue collecting the remains. With swift efficiency, he managed to gather 3 corpses in quick succession. Approaching the 4th body, he bent down to attend to it when, unexpectedly, the 5th corpse behind him suddenly opened its eyes, casting a covetous glance at his spatial backpack. Slowly, it drew a dagger from its bosom and lunged forward. The dagger sliced through the air with remarkable speed, aimed directly at the unsuspecting youth's back. A sinister grin and a sense of triumph spread across the corpse's face. Yet, in the next instant, a hand firmly seized its wrist. The corpse was taken aback, only to see the youth turn around, his gaze piercing and profound. With a slight exertion, Yi Ran wrenched the dagger from the corpse's grasp. Examining it with astonishment, it appeared to be a weapon of considerable quality. The corpse's expression shifted dramatically. The overwhelming force emanating from the youth had rendered it utterly incapable of resistance. It was worth noting that this was a martial artist with a combat strength of 200. Yet this young man, appearing no older than 16 or 17, seemed to possess an extraordinary strength beyond comprehension. He was both shocked and apprehensive. About to explain when Yi Ran had already reached out, delivering a swift slap that sent him flying, his body crashing heavily to the side, leaving him disoriented and dazed. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The body belonged to a middle-aged man with a sharp face, who now shouted in terror. I was gravely injured and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I mistook you for a beast and attacked you. Yi Ran nodded, continuing to approach him. In his hand, the Bloodshadow war blade materialized. The dark red blade scraped against the hard sand and stone, producing a jarring, shrill friction sound. The sharp-faced man was utterly terrified, repeatedly bowing in frantic apology. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please forgive me, and I will give you everything I possess. Everything you possess? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I possess a martial technique that allows one to conceal their aura, appearing as a corpse. I was just pretending to be dead. That's why you didn't notice. The sharp-faced man immediately regretted his words. Damn it, how could he forget? This fellow must have already sensed him, thus being prepared. Hence, this martial technique could not serve as a bargaining chip for his life. A technique to conceal one's aura? Yi Ran's interest was piqued. To be honest, he hadn't realized that among the corpses, there was indeed someone feigning death, intending to ambush and collect the bodies of unsuspecting warriors. After all, he had only heard of such things. He knew that some malicious warriors used corpses as bait to ambush others, committing murder and theft. However, this was his first venture into the wilderness, and he was somewhat unguarded. It was only when he discovered that after collecting the corpse of the black iron wolf, his progress had not increased despite being so close. This raised his suspicions. Anything that was his should yield an increase in progress. The strangeness of this black iron wolf's corpse indicated that it did not belong to him. This meant that others were present as well. Thus, he scanned the surroundings cautiously but found no one hiding, leading him to suspect that someone was masquerading as a corpse. As it turned out, his suspicions were confirmed. The injuries on the sharp-faced warrior were all faked, and his death was a mere ruse. What martial technique? Yi Ran inquired with growing curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued by the technique, which had been so well concealed that even his keen senses had failed to detect it. Had he not been meticulous and noticed the discrepancies, he might have fallen into a serious trap. It is a level 1 martial technique called the cloud concealment technique. If you promise to spare me, I will give it to you. The sharp-faced man, sensing hope for survival, shouted eagerly. Level 1 martial technique. Yi Ran's heart raced. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly. If I kill you, the technique will still be mine. The sharp-faced man's complexion changed drastically. I possess many similar techniques. You wouldn't be able to distinguish which one is genuine. Yi Ran abruptly halted, frowning. This man was indeed cunning. Coldly, he retorted. Then how can I be sure that the technique you give me is authentic? The sharp-faced man hastily replied. But you must promise to spare my life. Agreed. Yi Ran pondered for a moment before nodding. You may as well present your martial arts. I need to verify their authenticity to feel at ease. Do you take me for a fool? If I were to reveal my true martial skills, you would undoubtedly kill me instantly. The sharp-nosed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Unless you let me go, testing each martial technique one by one would be a waste of time, and I might even make mistakes in my practice. Are you threatening me? Yiran narrowed his eyes. Never mind. I shall simply put you to death and search at my leisure. With that, he approached slowly, blade in hand. Wait, no? Please. The sharp-nosed man exclaimed in terror. I will give you my martial techniques right now, along with everything I possess. Just don't kill me. Hand over the martial arts, and I promise not to harm you, Yiran stated calmly. The sharp-nosed man hesitated, realizing there was no room for negotiation. Reluctantly, he replied, I hope you keep your word. Rest assured, I pride myself on my honesty, Yiran replied sincerely. Hearing this, the sharp-nosed man sighed in relief and swiftly tossed the book toward Yiran. This is the genuine martial technique. If you doubt it, try practicing it now. If it proves false, feel free to kill me immediately. Yiran took the book, opened it, and glanced through a few pages. His eyes brightened with interest. Indeed, it was a high-level martial technique. He wondered how this fellow had come into possession of such a treasure. Across from him, the sharp-nosed man observed him, a flicker of coldness and hatred flashing in his eyes. You little brat, we shall meet again. With that, he turned to leave, unconcerned about any change of heart from Yiran. Wait. The voice of the young man came from behind once more. The sharp-nosed man's heart raced, and he quickly turned back. I have already given you the true martial technique. You can confirm it if you wish. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air, the blade slicing through flesh. The sharp-nosed man froze, staring blankly at the bloodied blade protruding from his chest. Blood trickled from his mouth as he pointed shakily at Yiran, attempting to speak, but ultimately fell to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. Yiran approached, withdrawing the bloodstained blade. He shook his head. I did promise not to harm you, but I possess more than just hands. He had delivered a swift kick that sent the blade through the sharp-nosed man, ending his life without hesitation. There was no reason to spare such a person. Leaving him alive could lead to further harm for other martial artists. Next, Yiran dealt with the final corpse before rising to depart. The stench of blood was overwhelming and would attract formidable beasts. It was wise to leave promptly. He soon entered a nearby tree hollow and began to assess his gains. Scattered across the ground lay various items, but Yiran's focus remained on the high-level martial technique, cloud breath technique. Before long, he had perused the entire book and exhaled softly. What a remarkable find. The cloud breath technique was a unique martial art that suppressed one's aura, vitality fluctuations, and heartbeat to their lowest levels, making it exceedingly difficult for humans or beasts to detect, whether employed for surprise attacks or for concealment to evade pursuers. The efficacy of this technique is remarkable, rendering it a vital martial skill for self-preservation. As Yiran retracted the cloud concealment technique, a twinge of regret washed over him. Although the option to simulate the technique had manifested, he currently lacked the achievement points necessary to do so. Had he possessed them, he might have attempted to pilfer the thunderflower from that scaled beast. The mere thought of those thunderflowers ignited a flicker of excitement within him, as their worth was no less than 200,000. Even if he chose not to sell them, their consumption would significantly enhance his vitality, although at present, that was unnecessary. However, once he transcended to a martial artist, their value would become apparent. Turning his gaze to the ground, Yiran examined the other items scattered about. The members of the several martial teams appeared rather impoverished. Their backpacks were unremarkable, filled with essential materials harvested from exotic beasts, scales, teeth, and the like, none of which held substantial value. Yiran collected these items, and despite his progress being marginally enhanced to just under 30,000, the remainder consisted of healing potions, antidotes, and survival tents, all of which were of little worth. In total, these accumulated to a mere 5,000 in value. Nonetheless, these items proved invaluable. As he ventured into the wilderness for the first time, despite having researched numerous exotic beasts, he realized his preparations were somewhat lacking. Observing the items carried by others, he recognized the folly of his haste in entering the wild with such minimal provisions. Next time he ventured into the wilderness, he would ensure thorough preparation. Yiran murmured to himself, stowing away these seemingly insignificant items that could prove crucial in a moment of need. His gaze then shifted to the final object on the ground, a bracelet. The bracelet was entirely blue, featuring a small stone at its center, appearing rather ordinary. Yet, this was the sole possession of the sharp-nosed middle-aged man. It was a spatial bracelet. Yiran's eyes gleamed with intensity. Spatial bracelets are even more precious than the spatial backpack he possessed, second only to spatial rings. Upon inspecting the bracelet's interior, he found it modest in size, merely 5 cubic meters, filled with an assortment of odds and ends. The only items of value were a few imitation weapons, approximately 30 to 40,000 in cash, and a vial of beast essence. Beast essence from a white elephant? Yiran felt a rush of delight, only to be met with disappointment upon examining the vial's information. It was merely the essence of a common grade beast. Although he could utilize it, such low-tier essence would yield minimal benefits in his quest to transcend to a martial artist. And the martial patterns he could forge would be equally inferior, providing negligible enhancements to his combat prowess. Aside from these, nothing else of worth remained. The most valuable martial skill and the dagger had already been claimed by him. In conclusion, Yi Ran tallied his gains. Altogether, his acquisitions amounted to a total enhancement of 130,000, bringing his total to 370,000. The dagger contributed the lion's share, approximately 70,000. Strangely, the martial skill he had obtained was not counted in his total, leaving Yi Ran with a lingering sense of regret. A great martial skill, particularly one of such exceptional nature, holds immense value. After a brief respite, he set forth once more, embarking on the hunt for exotic beasts. Half an hour later, Yi Ran found himself slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Before him lay the lifeless body of a massive black panther, its head resembling that of a crocodile. Blood flowed profusely from its abdomen, where a dagger was embedded. As Yi Ran caught his breath, a wave of relief washed over him at the sight of this formidable creature. The black crocodile panther boasted a combat power nearing 400, coupled with astonishing speed, rendering him utterly outmatched and relentlessly pressured in their confrontation. Escape had been impossible. He simply could not outrun it. Initially, despair had gripped his heart. Yet, at a crucial moment, the overconfident beast lunged at him, attempting to swallow him whole. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ran executed a swift maneuver, eviscerating the creature with a decisive strike. Chapter 39. This was not how the story unfolded in the novel. While the term sliding tackle may seem an exaggeration, it was not far from the truth. As the black crocodile panther leapt, Yi Ran deftly sidestepped, plunging his combat dagger into its abdomen. This fatal blow swiftly dispatched the beast. The panther's overconfidence and vulnerable abdomen played significant roles in its demise, while the combat dagger proved pivotal, obliterating all its internal organs in an instant. Such grievous injuries made survival nearly impossible. Ultimately, Yi Ran's survival was more a matter of fortune than skill. Had the black crocodile panther not exposed its weakness, the outcome might have been uncertain. Truly, felines are the epitome of predatory perfection, even when transformed into exotic beasts. Gazing at the colossal carcass before him, nearly 3 meters in length, Yi Ran felt a sense of awe. This black crocodile panther was exceedingly stronger than any other exotic beast he had encountered. Its might was not merely a function of raw power, but encompassed a spectrum of strengths, speed, reflexes, explosive energy, and agility. It is hard to fathom that a single species could possess such an array of attributes, a testament to the creator's artistry. After a brief recovery, Yi Ran commenced the task of processing the black crocodile panther's remains. It was no longer feasible to store the entire body in his spatial backpack, which was already overflowing. There remained only about a cubic meter of space in his spatial ring. Thus, he had to settle for salvaging the more valuable parts of the beast. Once collected, he swiftly departed. In the wilderness, after a battle, it is imperative to vacate the area promptly, even if severely injured. Half an hour later, within a hollow of a tree, Yi Ran slowly opened his eyes. His complexion considerably improved, no longer as pale. Yet, he still felt a lingering sense of dread. His desire to break through as a martial artist intensified. Had he been a martial artist when confronting the black crocodile panther, even if he had been outmatched, the situation would undoubtedly have been far less perilous, and he would not have come so close to losing his life. Although he had made significant progress during this excursion, the items he had gathered would fetch only a modest price. Yi Ran furrowed his brow. He had no intention of utilizing the ordinary blood of exotic beasts, insisting instead on at least premium quality. However, the wealth I possess remains insufficient. Unless I can acquire those thunderblossom, it would surely suffice. Yi Ran's eyes flickered with determination as he resolved to find a way to obtain those thunderblossom. Yet, a second-tier beast, even one as lumbering as a scale bull, poses a significant threat. It is not the bull's lack of intelligence that concerns me, but rather its formidable strength. A single charge from such a beast could result in my utter dismemberment. The kind of dismemberment that leaves one torn asunder. Currently, I am merely one beast short of completing the cloud breath technique, which would grant me the achievement of a prairie hunter. With that achievement, I could enhance my cloud breath. Yi Ran's gaze brightened as a plan began to form. The scale bull, being rather dull-witted and clumsy in its perception, embodies a common flaw among bovine beasts. Most bulls are similar, with the exception of rare anomalies like the brave bull. In any case, employing the cloud breath technique presents a high probability of evading detection. Thus, I find myself only needing one final beast. With this thought, Yi Ran's expression shifted. He realized that the last beast was not difficult to locate, for he already knew where to find it. Shortly thereafter, he looked up and quickly spotted a colossal caterpillar basking in the sun on the branch of a towering tree. The caterpillar measured nearly half a meter in length, a sight that was both alarming and repugnant, its body covered in soft, green hairs. Yi Ran felt a shiver run down his spine and could not help but swallow hard. It was not that this caterpillar beast was particularly strong. It was merely a commonplace first-tier creature, with a combat power of less than 200. Rather, it was his aversion to such wriggling organisms that made him uneasy. This aversion was precisely why he had refrained from engaging it upon his initial arrival. However, hesitation could no longer be afforded. Just as Yi-Ran steeled himself to act, a sudden cacophony of violent clashes erupted ahead, accompanied by the furious bellows of a bull. He paused momentarily, then hastened forward. Before him lay the territory of the scale bull, where the ground was strewn with thunder blossom. On the opposite side, two beasts were locked in a fierce battle. One was the scale bull he had seen not long ago, while the other was a yellow monkey, significantly larger than a typical monkey, standing upright at 2 meters with a muscular physique and menacing tusks. It was currently engaged in combat with the scale bull, showing no signs of backing down. Clearly a second-tier beast. The yellow savage monkey? Yi-Ran mused in surprise. This beast, upon reaching maturity, becomes a third-tier creature, and this one appeared to be yet immature. Thus, the scale bull was managing to hold its ground, with neither side gaining a distinct advantage. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed that despite the cataclysmic battle unfolding, both beasts were avoiding the thunder blossom, and his heart stirred with realization. It seems this yellow savage monkey has come to seize territory and those precious thunder blossom. For humans, consuming such treasures not only wastes some of their medicinal efficacy, but could also adversely affect their health. Hence, apothecaries are tasked with transforming them into blood essence powders. Yet, for beasts, such considerations do not apply. They can consume them outright. The lizard bull, sluggish in its demeanor, favors a gradual accumulation of resources, which explains the abundant thunder flower it has gathered over time. However, the arrival of the yellow savage monkey complicates matters significantly. With this troubling thought, Yi-Ran's expression darkens. His only hope now rests on the lizard bull's victory. Otherwise, the yellow savage monkey would undoubtedly leave him with nothing. Yet, the more he dwells on these thoughts, the more adverse the situation seems to become. Cursing under his breath, Yi-Ran suddenly observes the two beasts engaged in a fierce battle, unable to divert their attention. A spark of inspiration ignites in his mind. This scenario feels eerily familiar. Indeed, in novels, it often depicts two formidable beasts clashing, while the protagonist seizes the opportunity to discreetly acquire treasures amidst the chaos. Realizing this, Yi-Ran feels enlightened. After all, these are both second-tier beasts, and the danger is palpable. No matter, he decides to take the plunge. Gritting his teeth, he dashes forward, convinced that, like in the stories, he too will succeed. Everything proceeds smoothly. The two beasts are so engrossed in their fierce combat that they fail to notice Yi-Ran stealthily approaching the edge of the pond. Elated yet resolute, he hastens to collect the thunder flowers. However, in the next instant, two furious roars of the beasts erupt simultaneously. Yi-Ran is taken aback. This was not how the narrative unfolded. As the chase ensues, Yi-Ran's complexion pales. Without a moment's hesitation, he turns on his heels and flees. The two beasts, now united in their fury, abandon their earlier fierce rivalry and pursue him relentlessly. The lizard bull, frustrated by the yellow savage monkey's slower pace, allows it to ride upon its back as they charge forward, bellowing in unison. Yi-Ran catches a glimpse of this spectacle from the corner of his eye, nearly losing his breath in shock. How could he possibly contend against one, let alone two? Gritting his teeth, he feels his vitality waning as he sprints for his life. However, in terms of both realm and physique, he is vastly outmatched by the lizard bull. In a mere 30 seconds, the lizard bull closes the distance to less than 10 meters behind him. He can even faintly hear the creature's labored breaths and the thumping of the yellow savage monkey's excited chest. In this critical moment, Yi-Ran surprisingly maintains his composure. Devoid of any panic, he listens intently to the sounds behind him, gauging the proximity and the time it would take for the lizard bull to catch up. Simultaneously, his eyes scan the environment ahead, searching for a place to conceal himself. The sounds grow closer, and estimating by the noise, he deduces that the lizard bull will reach him in just 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Those fleeting seconds evaporate in an instant. The lizard bull lets out a low growl, its sharp horns lunging toward Yi-Ran's back, while the yellow savage monkey, with a menacing expression, reaches out with its powerful arms, intent on seizing Yi-Ran and tearing him apart. This all transpires in a heartbeat. Yi-Ran can feel something sharp pressing against his back, a chilling sensation coursing through him. It is the lizard bull's horn. In the next moment, it threatens to pierce him through. In such a dire situation, Yi-Ran remained remarkably composed, resembling a machine with a tranquil countenance and devoid of emotion in his eyes. At the moment the horned bull was poised to charge, he suddenly leaped forward. Ahead lay a massive boulder, covered in moss, with a wide crevice beneath it. Upon his leap, he immediately rolled on the ground, swiftly slipping into the fissure. Behind him, the bull, unable to halt in time, collided forcefully with the stone, leaving it dazed and disoriented, its eyes swirling with confusion. The unfortunate yellow monkey fared even worse, being flung away and crashing heavily into a nearby giant tree, causing it to sway violently. Red leaves fell like rain. The yellow monkey staggered to its feet, appearing as if under the influence of intoxication, wobbling as it walked, its mind clouded. In a fit of rage, it bared its teeth and rushed to the boulder, delivering a powerful punch. Meanwhile, the bull seemed bewildered, gazing around with a vacant stare, puzzled by its sudden change of location. unable to comprehend the situation. It slowly turned and ambled away. Beneath the boulder, Yi Ran gasped for breath. The terrifying calm he had earlier exhibited now replaced by a sheen of sweat covering his body. Beads of perspiration, as large as beans, dripped incessantly. His heart was filled with both dread and relief. He had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had luck not favored him in finding a suitable hiding place, he would have surely met a gruesome end. The sharp sensation of the bull's horn against his back lingered in his memory, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, he had temporarily evaded disaster. He peered outside and saw the bull departing, which eased his anxiety considerably. The crevice was too narrow for the yellow monkey's robust form, ensuring his safety from that quarter, while the bull had already vacated the area. As for the yellow monkey, it would soon find itself unable to pursue him any further. Despite having escaped with his life, Yi Ran reflected on his reckless behavior, engaging with two formidable second-tier beasts, each possessing combat prowess exceeding 500. In a contest for resources was tantamount to courting death. He vowed to himself not to act so impulsively in the future. Just as he prepared to rest momentarily, the boulder suddenly trembled violently. Though it did not crush him, it sent chills down his spine. The yellow monkey had not only remained, but was now attempting to smash the boulder with all its might, intent on burying him alive. A thunderous crash echoed, and the boulder shook again, dislodging a shower of debris. Cursed beast, had it gone mad? Yi Ran felt a mix of fear and anger. The boulder was immense. Even a second-tier beast like the yellow monkey, known for its strength, would require considerable effort to move it. He had not anticipated such vengefulness. The creature was willing to exhaust itself in a relentless pursuit of his demise. The sounds of impact grew increasingly violent, and the tremors of the boulder intensified. Cursed be this situation, Yi Ran silently cursed, realizing he could not gamble on whether the boulder would withstand the assault or if the yellow monkey would tire first. If he were truly crushed to death, it would be an unbearable demise. After all, death is inevitable. I shall take you down with me, even if it costs my life. Yi Ran's gaze was fierce, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly crawled out from beneath the massive rock. Just as he emerged, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire boulder collapsed, sending a cloud of dust swirling around him. A chill ran down Yi Ran's spine. On the other side of the rock, the Huang Man monkey hung out its tongue, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the effort of toppling the stone. Yet, its face was alight with excitement, seemingly delighted at the prospect of crushing Yi Ran. It even leapt atop the rock, bouncing with abandon. What a foolish creature! Yi Ran found himself at a loss for words, when suddenly, a thought struck him. It appeared that the Huang Man monkey had not noticed his presence. Still merrily frolicking atop the boulder, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Yi Ran seized the opportunity to make a swift escape. However, being a second-tier beast with keen senses, the Huang Man monkey soon detected him and let out an enraged roar, giving chase. Fortunately, due to its considerable exhaustion and Yi Ran's head start, it could not catch up to him immediately, though it continued its relentless pursuit. As Yi Ran fled, he gradually began to tire, his speed diminishing, and the distance between him and the monkey grew perilously small. This persistent creature certainly had tenacity. Panting heavily, Yi Ran felt a sense of helplessness. He had never encountered such a troublesome beast. It was merely a couple of flowers he had taken. Yet one might think he had stolen its mate, prompting this relentless vendetta. If this continued, he would surely be caught within 3 minutes. At that moment, from a nearby tree hollow, a massive, serpent-like creature with dark patterns on its body suddenly lunged forth, its gaping maw poised to strike. With a swift motion, Yi Ran cleaved at it, forcing it to retreat. Upon glancing at its appearance, a weight settled in his heart. A black-patterned python with a combat power of 300. Under normal circumstances, he could easily handle a beast of such strength. However, in his current state of exhaustion, his own combat power had significantly diminished. To make matters worse, the Huang Man monkey was closing in fast. A roar resounded behind him, and in that dire moment, he found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. With no time to ponder, Yi Ran's eyes flashed with determination as he charged at the black-patterned python, his blood shadow blades slicing through the air. The python raised its thick tail and struck fiercely. Yi Ran, refusing to relent, followed up with another powerful strike aimed at the serpent's head. Yet, after his previous attack, he had expended all his strength, and this time his footing was unsteady, lacking the ferocity of his earlier assault. The black-patterned python, having been wounded, flickered with a hint of fear in its eyes and instinctively sought to flee. But Yi Ran was already upon it. In a desperate bid for survival, the python swung its tail again. The blood shadow blade struck with immense force against the serpent's tail, causing Yi Ran's arm to go numb. Nearly losing his grip on the weapon, despite his efforts to dissipate the force, he was forced to stagger back several steps. Upon witnessing the scene, the black-patterned python momentarily paused, perplexed by the sudden frailty of this human. However, recognizing the rarity of the opportunity, it swiftly opened its gaping maw and lunged once more toward Yi Ran, its tail striking with the speed of lightning. The force of this blow was even more ferocious than before, a dark flash sweeping through the air as it crashed into Yi Ran. Although Yi Ran reacted swiftly, His waning strength forced him to raise his blood shadow battle blade in defense. In an instant, the blade was sent flying, and he was hurled against a nearby tree, struggling to regain his footing as his complexion turned pale and blood gushed from his mouth. At that moment, the black-patterned python surged forward, its massive jaws aiming to clamp down on Yi Ran's head. In a split second, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Ran's eyes as a dagger materialized in his hand. He deftly maneuvered his body to narrowly evade the python's strike, and as its serpent-like eyes widened in surprise, he remained unfazed, swiftly plunging the dagger downward. In the next heartbeat, a resounding thud echoed as the colossal serpent's head severed from its body. After executing this decisive blow, Yi Ran suppressed the rising metallic taste in his throat, neglecting to retrieve the blood shadow battle blade as he hastened toward the enormous tree hollow from which the black-patterned python had emerged. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed. Within half a minute, the python lay lifeless. In the rear, the yellow-maned monkey, witnessing the event, let out an enraged howl and hurled a stone at Yi Ran. The stone flew with terrifying velocity, rapidly closing the distance. Fortunately, Yi Ran had not paused to reclaim his weapon, just as the stone was about to collide with him. He dashed into the tree hollow. However, the impact of the stone against the hard wood was explosive, sending splinters flying. Some debris struck Yi Ran's back, and the immense force knocked him to the ground, eliciting a muffled groan. Simultaneously, a sharp pain radiated from his back. Gritting his teeth, he rose despite the pain, knowing that his back must be a gruesome sight. With no time to ponder, he staggered deeper into the tree hollow. This hollow was vast, with 2 or 3 passages branching off, each wide enough for an adult to traverse, winding downwards as if leading to the depths of the earth. Without hesitation, Yi Ran plunged into the rightmost passage. Upon entering, he discovered it connected to an underground lair. The walls were adorned with deep, dark webs, and scattered shards of what appeared to be snake eggs, though some fragments seemed not to belong. Yet, Yi Ran could not afford to dwell on such details. He pressed onward. After a brief flight, he found a relatively clean area, where he collapsed against the wall, gasping for breath. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he took out a healing ointment and tended to the wounds on his back. Meanwhile, outside, beside the corpse of the black-patterned python, the yellow-maned monkey fixated intently on the expansive tree hollow before it. This hollow was remarkably wide, towering 3 meters high. This grandeur was undoubtedly attributed to the enormous tree itself, which was already quite imposing, but this particular specimen was several times larger than its peers. Regarded as the king of trees, it stood out conspicuously among the surrounding foliage. Although the tree hollow was accessible, had Yi Ran witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. The lifeless monkey, behaving as if possessed, had pursued him relentlessly, yet now hesitated, which was indeed peculiar. The Huang Man monkey circled for a moment before ultimately retreating slightly, as if it sensed the presence of a formidable beast in its territory. Despite the creature having seemingly masked its aura, the faint traces of its scent were enough to instill a tremor of fear within the monkey. Though it did not dare to enter, the Huang Man monkey lingered nearby, waiting for Yi Ran to emerge. Within the tree hollow, in a subterranean lair, Yi Ran coughed heavily, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, and his complexion improved considerably. In his desperate bid to eliminate the black-striped python, he had no choice but to endure one of its blows. Although he had managed to dissipate much of the force using the blood shadow blade, the residual impact was still overwhelming, leaving him with significant internal injuries. Nevertheless, this degree of force paled in comparison to the might of the Huang Man monkey. As he contemplated this, a wave of dread washed over him. The strength of the Huang Man monkey was truly terrifying. Its mere residual force had inflicted injuries upon him. With the combination of 2 injuries, he now bore considerable harm. A second-tier beast was indeed formidable, likely possessing combat prowess exceeding 600. Yi Ran murmured to himself, his mood growing heavy. A strength of over 600 was double his own. Should the Huang Man monkey pursue him, he would have nowhere to escape. Upon his descent, although there had been 2 or 3 passageways, the speed of the Huang Man monkey would ensure it would swiftly locate him. The prospect of departing while the monkey searched seemed implausible, as he had no way of knowing which passage the Huang Man monkey would choose. Should fortune not favor him, encountering the monkey would mean he would barely survive even a mere 10 minutes. After a moment of silence, Yi Ran steeled himself. At this juncture, he had little choice. Procrastination would likely lead to his demise. Presently, there was but one method to extricate himself from this predicament: to become a martial artist. Yi Ran retrieved a vial of white elephant essence he had previously acquired. A sigh escaped him, his expression a mixture of complexity and bitterness. He had not anticipated that he would find himself in such circumstances, breaking through to become a martial artist. Moreover, the essence he was about to use was the very ordinary grade beast blood he had most wished to avoid. However, for the sake of survival, he had no alternative. After all, living was the only path to a future. With no further hesitation, he abruptly uncorked the vial of white elephant blood and poured it over his head. Chapter 42, Mysterious Serpent Scales. As the essence cascaded over his body, Yi Ran was instantly engulfed in a sensation akin to being consumed by flames. An intense heat enveloping him. Simultaneously, a severe burning sensation radiated from his internal organs, signifying the transformation of his body and the breaking of human limits, an even more profound reaction than during his previous enhancement. His constitution had already been comparable to that of a martial artist, and now, this breakthrough seemed to propel him towards the realm of a second-tier martial artist physique. However, the blood of the white elephant, after all, is merely that of an ordinary exotic beast, possessing limited energy. Consequently, the sensation of searing heat did not endure for long. It came to an end swiftly. Yi Ran gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. A breakthrough. Everything proceeded seamlessly and expeditiously. Perhaps owing to his prior enhancement of physical constitution, which facilitated an exceptionally smooth transition. He gently moved his body, while his vitality had not significantly increased. His overall physical quality had transformed entirely. If previously his physique was comparable to that of a first-level martial artist, now it had transcended that threshold, almost rivaling a second-level martial artist. The advantages of this enhancement were manifold. Stamina, running speed, resilience to injury, and recovery capabilities were all fortified, simultaneously elevating the upper limits. This upper limit referred not only to vitality, but also to combat awareness. Previously, Yi Ran's body struggled to accommodate the increasingly heightened combat awareness, necessitating a halt in its progression. However, now he could once again pursue enhancement. Nevertheless, since he had already achieved a breakthrough in realm, he prioritized the augmentation of his vitality. Yi Ran was not in haste. Instead, he first activated his martial patterns. His vitality coursed slowly through him, and suddenly, a distinct ivory tattoo began to manifest on his back. The tattoo was not particularly large, occupying merely 1/3 of his back. Yi Ran regarded it with a hint of resignation. As expected, the ordinary quality of the exotic beast's blood was lacking, failing to reveal a complete exotic beast tattoo. He attempted to throw a punch, only to shake his head in disappointment. His strength had not increased significantly, perhaps only around a 10-point enhancement in combat power, which was rather disappointing. Fortunately, upon advancing to a second-level martial artist in the future, he could replace his martial pattern. Otherwise, he would have truly suffered a loss. As for the gap in vitality, with achievement points at hand, it was a trivial matter that could be easily remedied. Next, Yi Ran examined the achievement system. Achievement points, 40. Wasteland Hunter, intermediate progress, 1030. Defeated 30 different exotic beasts of the wasteland. Reward, 100 achievement points. Path of Martial Arts. Progress, 105500. Breakthrough to second-level martial artist. Reward, 100 achievement points. He had accomplished the Wasteland Hunter achievement upon slaying the black striped python. However, upon completion, he had directly ascended to the intermediate level. The rewards from the two achievements totaled 40 achievement points, which was quite substantial. As for vitality, due to utilizing the blood of an ordinary grade exotic beast, it had only increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 105. Yi Ran felt a tinge of regret. Had he used superior grade blood for his breakthrough, his vitality could have reached 120. Moreover, the martial pattern would have been more complete and powerful, enhancing his combat power by at least 20. Suppressing his thoughts, Yi Ran no longer pondered further and swiftly consumed his achievement points to elevate his vitality. The achievement points dwindled gradually. Before long, all 40 achievement points had been entirely expended. Yi Ran opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. He felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. He proceeded to review the achievements related to the Path of Martial Arts. The Path of Martial Arts, Progress, 430500, has reached the second level of martial artist, granting 100 achievement points. The vitality surged to over 400, drawing ever closer to the second level of martial artist. However, the battle prowess remains untested, leaving him uncertain of its magnitude. Yi Ran contemplated, prior to his breakthrough. His battle prowess was at 330. Now, in addition to the significant increase in vitality, his formidable physique should have augmented his strength considerably, likely reaching close to 700. 700 in battle prowess. Yi Ran's eyes gleamed. This was merely his foundational strength. Should he employ the heavy water palm, his might could ascend even further. When he next encounters the yellow barbarian monkey, even if he cannot vanquish it, he shall certainly show that wretched creature a thing or two. Having acclimated to the sudden surge of power, Yi Ran ventured forth, stepping outside the cave. The passage was enveloped in darkness, tinged with an unsettling chill. He arrived at the fork he had encountered upon entry, where 3 paths diverged. A cursory glance revealed the environment to be damp and frigid, reminiscent of an underground serpent's lair, likely inhabited by serpentine beasts. However, his mind was solely occupied with dealing with the insufferable monkey. Thus, he cast a fleeting glance and prepared to depart. At that moment, he was struck by a sudden realization, as if something had caught his eye, prompting him to approach the central path. This passage was particularly damp and cold. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, even with his current physique. He felt an inexplicable chill seep into his skin. This path seemed distinctly different from the others. Without further thought, he picked up a deep blue scale that had fallen into the crevice of the stone. The scale was the size of a fist, cool to the touch, smooth and delicate. Curiously, he rubbed it gently, feeling a wave of refreshing coolness flow into his body, clearing his mind significantly. He was astonished. From what creature could this scale belong? A glance around revealed several more blue scales scattered along the passage, trailing deeper into the darkness. The depths of the passage were shrouded in a pitch-black gloom, reminiscent of a gaping maw eager to devour, sending shivers down his spine. Yiran pondered. It appeared to be the shed scales of some serpentine beast that had inadvertently lost them upon entering this passage. Yet, he was uncertain of the creature's identity, as the scales exuded a chilling aura. Such scales could undoubtedly fetch a considerable price. Yiran hesitated, glancing toward the depths of the passage. Perhaps it was prudent to deal with the monkey first before returning to investigate further. He collected 2 or 3 scales and turned to leave. These scales were not large, suggesting that the serpentine beast was likely not very formidable, perhaps only comparable to the black-patterned python. Meanwhile, at the end of the passage, within a cave blanketed in frost, a world of ice enveloped the surroundings. The cave exuded an eerie coldness, resembling an underground realm of frost. Entombed within the ice were countless corpses, pythons, giant spiders, and rodents among them. Yet, these bodies appeared as though they had been devoured by some entity, leaving behind only empty skins encased in the ice. At the very heart of the cave coiled a robust blue serpent, its form elegant, glistening like blue crystal. Upon its head, there exists a small, subtle protrusion, which, from a distance, exudes an aesthetic purity akin to a work of art. However, within the central region of its body, a deeply etched scar is faintly visible, a grievous wound that, if it were to penetrate any deeper, would cleave the being in twain. At this moment, an intense chill emanates from the wound, radiating outward into the surroundings. It is this unconscious release of frigid air that has enshrouded the entire cavern in ice. The blue serpent, with great difficulty, lifted its gaze, awakening from a deep slumber, yet soon succumbed to exhaustion and closed its eyes once more. Only a frail voice, tinged with malice, echoed through the desolate cavern. The human grandmaster, Hung Yang, has harmed me. I shall remember this, and this enmity shall be avenged. Chapter 43, The Fierce Battle. Yiran emerged from the tree hollow and cast a glance around. Outside the cave, the traces of the yellow barbarian monkey had vanished, and the corpse of the black-patterned python was nowhere to be found, leaving only a pool of foul blood behind. However, the Bloodshadow battle blade remained lodged in the earth not far away. His spirits lifted slightly as he approached to retrieve the weapon. With the deceased monkey absent, it was likely either departed or currently searching for him in the underground cavern, their paths merely having crossed. Yiran wiped the Bloodshadow battle blade clean and, grasping the long knife, made his way back toward the tree hollow. At that moment, he suddenly realized the immense size of the tree before him. The trunk was robust and colossal, several times the girth of other trees, resembling the king of the forest. Yiran was taken aback, in his previous haste to escape. He had failed to notice the tree's grandeur. His expression grew solemn. In the wilderness, only formidable beasts could claim dominion over such a bountiful territory. The rarity of such a gigantic tree implied that its inhabitant was no ordinary creature. After a moment's hesitation, Yiran steeled himself and approached the tree hollow. This was the perimeter zone, where one would not encounter excessively powerful beasts, at most, a second-tier creature. Given his current strength, as long as he did not face a top-tier second-tier beast with battle prowess of 8 or 900, even if he could not defeat it, retreating would pose no issue. He moved swiftly, taking just a few steps to enter the tree hollow. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, an enraged roar erupted behind him. "Oh, so you haven't left?" Yiran grinned, his gaze gradually turning perilous. "If you have not departed, then allow me to carry you away." Without further ado, he brandished the Bloodshadow battle blade, and his form surged forward towards the yellow barbarian ape. The yellow barbarian ape hesitated for a moment, unable to comprehend why this human boy had suddenly gone mad enough to confront it. Yet, it was precisely what it desired. The heart of a human, especially that of a warrior, was a delicacy. The yellow barbarian ape bared its teeth at Yiran and then turned to flee. "Trying to divert me? What is there here?" Yiran raised an eyebrow. He had noticed the flicker of trepidation in the yellow barbarian ape's eyes. But upon surveying his surroundings, he found no other beasts. Unable to discern the cause, he dismissed it from his mind and resolutely pursued. Yiran's demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of panic. Instead, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. With the Bloodshadow battle blade in hand, he unleashed a ferocious strike. This blow was delivered without restraint, an all-out eruption of his power. In an instant, the air seemed to quiver intensely as the Bloodshadow battle blade transformed into a streak of crimson, descending with lightning speed. The yellow savage monkey's eyes flickered with disdain as it unleashed a ferocious punch. To its surprise, a hard black carapace had grown over its fist, seemingly for defense, and the yellow savage monkey exuded confidence. However, in the next moment, upon contact with the blade, The formidable black armor was torn asunder, and the monkey let out a pained cry, retreating in alarm while clutching its arm. Yi Ran remained steadfast, unyielding despite the tremendous force that surged toward him, for it lay well within his capacity to endure. This indicated that he had, in terms of sheer strength, surpassed the yellow savage monkey entirely. Nonetheless, several fissures appeared along the blood shadow battle blade, prompting a slight furrow of Yi Ran's brow. After all, the blade was merely a high-quality imitation, far inferior to a genuine battle-grade blood shadow blade, which would cost tenfold more. Coupled with the relentless battles he had fought and the clashes with extraordinary beasts, it was only natural that the blade would begin to show signs of strain. Now, having broken through the limits of a martial artist, Yi Ran's previous injuries had healed completely, and his vitality had ascended to newfound heights. He harnessed his extraordinary combat awareness to the fullest, resulting in an instantaneous strike that sent the yellow savage monkey staggering, followed by a powerful palm strike that landed squarely on its chest. The heavy water palm, enhanced by the surge in blood and combat prowess, exhibited a qualitative transformation. As he unleashed the palm, the sound of crashing waves reverberated through the air. Though the yellow savage monkey was propelled backward, its defense was not entirely compromised, and it swiftly retaliated with a fierce punch. The clash of fist against palm resounded with a thunderous boom. The yellow savage monkey was sent flying, colliding violently with a nearby tree. Rising to its feet, it appeared utterly incensed, pounding its chest with renewed vigor before charging once more. Yi Ran, unperturbed, gripped his blade with one hand, the glimmering edge flashing like lightning as he struck down with ferocity. The force of his blow pierced through with unwavering precision, crashing against the monkey's fist. This strike was even more formidable than the last, sending the yellow savage monkey soaring once again, deep wounds gaping from its black carapace. It roared in fury, its eyes ablaze with defiance and madness, disregarding the agony as it charged forward once more. It was inconceivable. This wretched human, who had once been fleeing from it, could not possibly be its equal. Yi Ran's demeanor remained calm as he delivered successive strikes. Each blow landed with ruthless intent upon the already ravaged black carapace, transforming it into a grotesque spectacle of flesh and blood. The yellow savage monkey seemed to have lost its mind, retreating and attacking in a relentless cycle, determined to fight Yi Ran to the bitter end despite its grievous wounds. Finally, with one last powerful stroke, the blood shadow battle blade shattered with a resounding crack. The yellow savage monkey paused momentarily, then a glimmer of wild joy flickered in its eyes. It sneered and charged at Yi Ran. Yet, Yi Ran did not flinch. He merely regarded the monkey's fist with quiet resolve. The yellow barbarian monkey was momentarily stunned, only to witness its own fist slowly descending. Its fist had been severed by the final strike mere moments ago. In an instant, terror engulfed the creature. Its fists were its most formidable weapons. How could they be so easily cleaved away? Abandoning all defiance, it turned and fled in a frenzy. Yi Ran, bending down, picked up the blood shadow blade that had shattered into two pieces on the ground, then abruptly hurled one of the segments. With a swift motion, the jagged fragment shot forth, piercing deeply into the back of the yellow barbarian monkey. The creature let out a wretched cry as it collapsed onto the ground. Yi Ran approached, looking down at the fallen beast. The blade had penetrated its lung, it writhed in agony, and death was merely a matter of time. He extended his hand, delivering a heavy palm strike to the creature's head, granting it a merciful release. This was a level 2 anomalous beast. Yi Ran exhaled softly, gazing at the lifeless body with a tinge of sentimentality. Just a month prior, he was an ordinary high school student, fretting over the 60 health points required to pass his college entrance examination. Yet now, he could effortlessly slay level 2 beasts with combat powers exceeding 600. This remarkable transformation was entirely due to the achievement system. Contemplating this, his heart stirred. The yellow barbarian monkey, once fully grown, could ascend to a level 3 beast, thus rendering it far more valuable than typical level 2 creatures. Surely, this one could fetch at least 100,000. Curious, Yi Ran accessed the achievement system, and to his astonishment, he was rendered speechless. Approaching 1 billion. Progress, 134 million. Earn a cumulative wealth of 1 billion. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Double comprehension. For reaching 1 million and 10 million. Reward, 10, 100 achievement points respectively. The progress towards approaching 1 billion had surged by over 90 million. This was inconceivable. Yi Ran firmly dismissed the idea. A creature like the yellow barbarian monkey, even if it were a rare monkey king, could not possibly be worth such a fortune. Moreover, the monkey king would at least be a level 3 beast, far from this one's frailty. There had to be a discrepancy. After some contemplation, he began to dissect the corpse of the yellow barbarian monkey, pondering that perhaps it had consumed something precious during its lifetime, which contributed to the sudden spike in his achievement progress. Soon, he had meticulously dissected the creature, yet surprisingly, found nothing. The insides were devoid of any of the precious minerals or spatial rings he had anticipated. Yi Ran frowned, lost in thought. The achievement system could not be mistaken. Furthermore, excluding the yellow barbarian monkey's body, His progress had still increased by nearly 80 million. Yet, he had no recollection of what could have contributed to such an increase. What could it be that he could not even remember himself? Yiran scratched his head, perplexed. He had been relentlessly pursued and was fortunate not to have been killed. How could he have had the leisure to collect anything, let alone stumble upon something of great value? He recalled that prior to breaking through as a martial artist, his progress towards approaching 1 billion had not changed, indicating that this surge must have occurred after his ascension. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as if a thought had struck him. He retrieved 4 azure serpent scales from his spatial ring. If there was any unexpected gain from his ascension to a martial artist, it could only be these enigmatic scales. Discovered in an underground cave, gazing at the 4 scales, Yiran hesitated. Could it be a jest? Each scale was valued at nearly 200,000, surpassing even the worth of an ordinary second-tier beast's carcass. However, at this moment, no other explanation seemed plausible. After a moment's contemplation, he tossed one of the scales far away to confirm its value. Upon discarding it, he witnessed a staggering loss of nearly 190,000 from his progress. At this, Yiran gasped in disbelief. Indeed, these scales were of extraordinary worth. If one scale commanded such a price, what manner of beast was their owner? And had such a creature recently traversed the very passage beside him? The thought that he had nearly ventured deeper into the passage to confront the owner of these scales sent a shiver down his spine. This was the very definition of courting death. Wasn't the outer region supposed to be inhabited solely by first- and second-tier beasts? He could not linger here any longer. Though he could not fathom why such a formidable beast would appear in the outer region, nor why it had refrained from attacking him, he felt an overwhelming urge to vacate the area immediately. After a brisk half-hour of relentless movement, Yiran finally halted, seeking a relatively safe spot to rest. Once he had regained some stamina, he once more examined the 4 serpent scales with meticulous attention. After a moment of scrutiny, he discerned no additional insights, save for the refreshing sensation that surged through him upon holding them, enhancing his mental clarity. Yet, aside from their monetary value, their true nature remained elusive. Recognizing their worth, he procured a small wooden box, carefully stowing the scales in a corner of his spatial ring. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the achievement system. Upon reaching 1 million progress, he was rewarded with 10 achievement points. After a moment of reflection, he concluded that allocating all 10 points to enhance his vitality would elevate him to the pinnacle of first-tier martial artists. However, lacking any beast blood at the moment, he was not in a hurry to break through. Thus, the most prudent choice was to refine his combat awareness. As this thought crossed his mind, an idea sparked within him: Yunshi technique. Although it was not an offensive martial skill, it could significantly aid in his current progression. After contemplating for a brief moment, he resolved to pursue the Yunshi technique. In no time, all 10 achievement points were expended, successfully elevating the technique to the entry-level realm. Indeed, the martial skill proved formidable, as 10 achievement points only sufficed to reach the initial stage. When Yiran attempted to employ the Yunshi technique, he soon noticed a gradual diminishment of his presence and breath until they vanished entirely. He felt as though he had become a lifeless piece of decayed wood, devoid of any vitality. However, as he slightly shifted his body, this profound stillness dissipated, and his presence and breath re-emerged, akin to having broken through a barrier. Despite this, Yiran was filled with delight. The martial technique that concealed one's presence was exceedingly effective. Once he reached the minor completion stage of this skill, his body would be able to move, no longer needing to feign death as he currently did. At that point, he could approach his adversaries unnoticed and deliver a fatal blow. It was evident that this martial art was a quintessential skill for assassination. After practicing the cloud breath technique several more times until it was thoroughly mastered, Yiran set off towards the territory of the scale bull. Having dealt with the monkeys, now he had the bull to contend with. Moreover, there were numerous thunder element flowers in that area, representing a considerable fortune. He held these flowers in high regard. Despite the impressive progress he had made, many items were merely valued as such, and converting them into currency proved challenging. Numerous items were unsellable. Therefore, sought-after herbs like the thunder element flower remained exceptionally precious. Shortly thereafter, Yiran arrived at the scale bull's domain. Upon his arrival, he detected a faint scent of blood lingering in the air, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He hastened forward and, indeed, found that the scale bull had been slain. Its massive carcass lay to one side, while 3 or 4 masked individuals clad in black were busy gathering the thunder element flowers. Someone had gotten there first. Yiran's expression turned somewhat gloomy. What a stroke of luck. However, there was little to be said about such matters. Others had simply arrived before him, and it was a matter of first come, first served. Although he might have noticed the situation earlier, it would be absurd to claim ownership based solely on who spotted it first. Observing the 3 or 4 individuals, it was evident they had expended considerable effort to defeat the scale bull, and they bore signs of injury, suggesting they were merely first-tier martial artists. If he intervened, he could easily disperse them and seize the thunder element flowers. To him, treasures should not fall into the hands of beasts, for the true mortal enemies of humanity were the otherworldly creatures. Yet, Despite his thoughts, the individuals before him seemed to hold a different perspective. Stop right there. One of the masked figures called out, ceasing his collection of the thunder element flowers to fix a cold gaze upon Yi Ran. Is there something you need? Yi Ran inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, there is, the speaking masked man replied, slowly approaching Yi Ran, while the other three encircled him, effectively trapping him. Yi Ran felt somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that these four would attempt to confront him before he had even made a move. Kid, you're not afraid of us. This must be your first time in the wilderness, huh? The leader of the masked group said with a grin. Yi Ran nodded, then replied with surprise. So, by your words, you must be quite formidable? Of course. Another masked individual sneered. We, the Black Mask Hunting Squad, are renowned throughout the Limu wilderness. Other martial squads tremble at the very mention of our name. While other squads hunt beasts, we hunt them. Yi Ran paused momentarily, then narrowed his eyes. So, you frequently ambush other martial squads? Of course. The masked man shrugged, pondering the thrill of hunting monstrous beasts compared to the satisfaction of slaying warriors. The bounty for a single beast was paltry. However, the reward for dispatching a warrior, especially one as plump as you, was equivalent to that of 10 beasts. The glint of danger intensified in Yi Ran's eyes. Plump. All warriors, in the wilderness, targeting fellow warriors instead of beasts? Huh. With beasts being endless, it was far more lucrative to seek ways to earn a bit more and relish life. The masked warrior proclaimed with pride. Enough of the prattle. The leader of the masked men interjected coolly. This kid dares to venture into the wilderness. He must possess at least the strength of a novice warrior. At this age, such a novice is likely a hidden genius from some family, and he undoubtedly has companions accompanying him into the wilds. We must swiftly eliminate him before encountering any of his skilled allies. The captain and vice captain are absent. Our encounter would spell trouble. Understood, boss. The previously grinning masked warrior sneered as he approached Yi Ran. Kid, the reason I've shared so much with you is to crush your spirit. You arrogant geniuses always assume the world is a paradise. Today, I shall reveal to you the harsh reality of this world, leaving you unable to rest even in death. Ha! Upon hearing his words, the other masked figures exchanged uneasy glances. This fellow had fallen prey to his old vice again. Due to his own lack of talent, he had resorted to forbidden drugs to break through to warrior status, suffering side effects that had left him psychologically twisted, harboring intense resentment towards young prodigies. Each time he encountered a youthful talent, he sought to shatter their spirit before inflicting physical torment. Haha, kid, how do you feel? Despairing at the cruelty of this world? Did you not anticipate such wickedness? The approaching masked man's eyes sparkled with vengeful delight. Yi Ran replied coolly, Indeed, I did not foresee this. Yet scum like you are ultimately a minority. At his words, the surrounding masked figures paused in surprise. The leader of the masked men snorted disdainfully. To be so arrogant when death is imminent. Had you pleaded for mercy, I might have granted you a complete corpse. Yi Ran chuckled. However, should you seek mercy, I will not grant you a complete corpse. With those words, he surged forward, darting towards the furthest masked leader. The leader's gaze turned icy as he recognized the audacity of the boy. Yet before he could fully comprehend, his pupils constricted in horror. Such speed. Are you a second-tier warrior? Correct. As a reward, I shall send you to the afterlife. Yi Ran declared with a smile, launching a punch that was far beyond the leader's level. The blow arrived before the leader could even raise his long knife in defense. In an instant, the leader felt a void in his chest as Yi Ran's fist penetrated through. As he withdrew his hand, the masked leader's chest erupted, limbs scattering in the aftermath. Yi Ran then turned his gaze towards the other three masked figures, who stood frozen, particularly the one who had engaged him in conversation. With a haunting gaze, he declared, Since you revel in pleasure, I shall send you to hell to savor it. Upon hearing this, the three individuals felt a chilling dread. They had kicked against an iron plate. Without a moment's hesitation, they dared not entertain even the slightest thought of resistance, frantically fleeing in three different directions. The masked leader, possessing a combat power exceeding 400, was instantaneously vanquished, let alone their own meager strength of 300. Yi Ran's expression remained impassive as he delivered a swift kick, sending the masked leader's long blade hurtling forth. In an instant, the blade shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the chest of one masked assailant, propelling him forward before pinning him to the ground. Following this, he casually tossed a soldier's dagger into the fray. The dagger flew with terrifying speed, slicing through the air in a flash. In the next moment, another masked figure, fleeing in a different direction, faltered in his steps, only to collapse lifelessly, his head severed from his body. Yi Ran pursued the last remaining masked individual, the very one with whom he had previously been conversing. Boasting a physique comparable to a second-tier martial artist, he swiftly closed the distance, effortlessly catching up to his foe. The masked figure's eyes filled with terror as he turned to strike with his blade. With a mere gesture, Yi Ran sent him crashing into a tree. Before the concealed force of his heavy water palm could fully manifest, the masked man was grievously injured, coughing blood as he crumpled beneath the tree, unable to rise. Chapter 46, The Body of Nirvana. Yi Ran regarded the masked warrior before him with a detached demeanor. You cannot kill me. The masked warrior gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with fear as he blustered. Our captain is a third-tier martial artist, and I am his brother-in-law. If you kill me, you shall never escape the wasteland alive. Is that so? Yi Ran arched an eyebrow. Regrettably, I am not one to be swayed by superstition. With a sudden, forceful stomp, he crushed the masked warrior's chest, causing his mask to fall away and reveal a young face twisted in agony. The youth's eyes brimmed with resentment as he struggled to utter, "My brother-in-law will not spare you. I shall await you in the underworld." With that, his head tilted to the side, and he breathed his last. Yi Ran remained unfazed. Had he been afraid of death, he would never have ventured into the wasteland. He picked up the fallen mask, which was pitch black and devoid of any inscriptions. The material appeared to be a form of fine iron, remarkably sturdy. It took considerable effort for him to deform it. The Black Mask hunting team? Yi Ran scoffed, discarding the mask. This band of marauding martial artists, notorious for hunting others and plundering their wealth, was frequently mentioned in the news, with the Black Mask hunting team being the most notorious. It was said to consist of over 20 martial artists, led by a third-tier warrior who often commanded his team to ambush rival groups, earning an infamy that preceded them. To his surprise, he had encountered them today. This martial artist team was infamous, reviled by all, deemed worse than fugitives, as the Martial Artist Association often dispatched personnel to cleanse the wasteland. However, due to the vastness of the wasteland, with countless hiding spots and various other factors, their efforts yielded little result. In the wasteland, one must contend not only with ferocious beasts but also remain wary of fellow humans. Yi Ran shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, regardless of the era, there will always be a few scoundrels. All he could do was strengthen himself. Upon encountering these scoundrels, it is time to send them to their next reincarnation. Discarding his mask, Yi Ran prepared to cleanse the battlefield. At that moment, a flicker illuminated his mind, revealing the achievement panel. Beneath the 3 existing achievements, a new one emerged. Upholding Justice. Progress, 410. Eliminate 10 members of the Black Mask Squad. Reward 10 achievement points. And the Nirvana Body. Note, this achievement is a special hidden achievement, to be completed within 36 hours. Failure to do so will result in a loss. The countdown begins. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, then his heart swelled with joy. A hidden achievement, and a special one at that. Hidden achievements are inherently challenging to trigger, and the rarity of a special hidden achievement must be even more extraordinary. He quelled his excitement and curiously examined the details of this achievement. The reward consisted of merely 10 achievement points, similar to the first hidden achievement, yet the conditions were significantly more stringent, with a time constraint to boot. Yi Ran was somewhat surprised, as this was the first time he had encountered such a limitation. To date, among all the achievements he had completed, this was the only one that imposed a time restriction. The presence of a time limit suggested that this achievement was of considerable significance. Yet the reward of achievement points was rather meager. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his attention toward the Nirvana Body. It seemed that the true essence of the reward lay within this enigmatic Nirvana Body, while the achievement points were merely an ancillary bonus. Nirvana Body? An extraordinary physique? Yi Ran instinctively recalled what Su Qin had once spoken of regarding such rare talents. He was deeply impressed by this exceptional constitution. Capable of naturally increasing by 100 vitality points in a single day, it was hard not to be struck by its horror. After pondering for a while without any clear direction, Yi Ran resumed his task of cleansing the battlefield. It must be noted that the last masked youth to perish was surprisingly affluent. Among the 4, he was the only one in possession of a spatial ring, and it was a remarkably spacious one, boasting a capacity of 20 cubic meters. In contrast, the other 3, including the strongest among them, merely wielded ordinary spatial backpacks. In light of this, it seemed plausible that the masked youth's final words held a kernel of truth. Upon tallying his gains, Yi Ran collected all the Thunder Yuan flowers, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he departed. Shortly after his exit, 4 or 5 masked warriors arrived swiftly, the members of the Black Mask Squad. At the forefront stood a woman, her figure elegant and her long hair elegantly coiled. Her gaze swept across the scene and fell upon the several corpses on the ground. The others soon followed suit, their expressions a tumult of shock and fury. "Who dares to kill our Black Mask Squad members?" they exclaimed in outrage. "Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will flay them alive." With clenched fists, they cursed vehemently. "Oh no, Wang Ming is dead." At this moment, one member trembled, pointing toward the base of a tree where a young man lay, his chest sunken, eyes wide open in death. At this revelation, the others froze momentarily, their faces draining of color. Wang Ming, he was the captain's beloved brother-in-law. This is disastrous. The captain cherished Wang Ming dearly, and upon learning of this news, he would undoubtedly erupt with fury. "We are all doomed." One member's complexion turned ashen. "Damn it. It has barely been a moment since we parted ways, and calamity has already struck." One of the team members, filled with rage, kicked the lifeless body on the ground. Cursing these 3 incompetent fools, not only did they perish, but they also took Wang Ming with them. What to do? What to do? The group was engulfed in anxiety. The masked woman leading them bore a grave expression as she approached Wang Ming's corpse for inspection. After examining the wounds, she furrowed her brow slightly. They were similar to the injuries sustained by the others, indicating the same assailant was responsible for their deaths. She then scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the distorted black mask on the ground, along with some faint footprints. After scrutinizing the traces left behind, the masked woman stood upright and directed a cold huff at her companions. If they wished to survive, they needed to cease their futile chatter and locate this individual swiftly. Perhaps their captain would find some solace in their actions. Upon hearing this, the team members felt a surge of hope and promptly inquired, "Vice Captain, do you know where this person is?" "Indeed," she replied. The adversary either underestimated the situation or simply did not care, leaving behind traces that reveal a general direction. The team members rejoiced, their eyes gleaming with determination as they clenched their teeth and declared, "Then let us go and slay this fiend." "You are not sufficient," the masked woman stated coolly. "This individual possesses the strength to contort a mask in such a manner. They are at least a second-tier warrior. If they were any weaker, I would not act impulsively. I would await the captain's arrival. You need only follow the marks I leave behind to catch up." "Understood, Vice Captain." The others nodded in agreement. With that, the masked woman swiftly turned away. Observing the traces on the ground, it was evident that the individual had departed not long ago. There was still time to pursue. However, she would have to follow alone, for a larger group would easily alert the enemy, thus compromising their stealth. A few first-tier warriors would offer no advantage in combat. Rather, it would be more prudent for her to conceal herself and quietly track the individual, biding her time for the opportune moment. This strategy would ensure she retained the initiative, allowing her to choose when to strike. Such was the wisdom garnered from years of survival in the harsh wilderness. Chapter 47. Schemes in the vast expanse of the wooded wasteland, amidst towering trees. The figure in the black mask must have discovered the traces I left behind. Yi Ran stood perched on a branch, gazing in the direction from whence he came. Although it was his first venture into the wasteland, he was no naive novice. He would not easily make the blunder of leaving behind obvious signs. The intention behind this was merely to lure the figure in the black mask. The wasteland was immense, and finding 6 individuals clad in black masks within 36 hours would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he had to draw them out. However, this strategy was fraught with peril, as the captain of the black mask team was a third-tier warrior. A third-tier warrior, with a vitality exceeding 1,000, combined with their innate martial prowess, meant that even the weakest among them possessed a combat strength of at least 1,200. This represented nearly double his own strength. With such a significant disparity in power, encountering them would likely result in his swift demise. Yet, despite the danger, the allure of the Nirvana body was simply too enticing to resist. It was worth the risk for a chance at greatness. Of course, Yi Ran's confidence stemmed from his mastery of the cloud-breathing technique. At this moment, he concealed himself amidst the dense foliage of a towering tree, suppressing his presence, resembling a lifeless branch devoid of vitality. Soon, 2 masked warriors approached, surveying their surroundings as if in search of something. Yi Ran's ears twitched slightly. With his acute sense of hearing, he discerned the intensity of their heartbeats. It did not take long for him to draw a conclusion. Their heart rates were significantly elevated compared to an ordinary person, yet still inferior to his own. Thus, they must be 2 first-tier warriors. With this realization, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he prepared to disrupt the clouded breath technique and descend to eliminate the 2. Just then, the pair exchanged a knowing glance, swiftly removing their masks and shedding their dark garments to don a different attire, revealing ordinary middle-aged faces. They transformed into members of another warrior team. Simultaneously, the murderous intent and vigilance in their eyes dissipated, replaced by a somewhat simple-minded demeanor. From a distance, they appeared as 2 commonplace warriors in search of rare beasts on the desolate plain, exhibiting no peculiarities. Yi Ran paused momentarily. Then his expression grew solemn as a thought occurred to him. If his conjecture was correct, these 2 were indeed up to something. Below, the 2 men whispered in hushed tones. The deputy captain recounted how the individual who had slain Wang Ming had vanished into these woods, indicating he must still be nearby. That person was likely of second-tier warrior strength, making them ill-equipped to confront him directly. Their plan was to locate him and find a way to stall until the deputy captain arrived. "Exactly. Remember to conceal your murderous intent and avoid exposure," one said. "I am fully aware of that." "Humph. That scoundrel who dared to kill a member of our Black Mass team is simply courting death. All right, suppress your murderous aura. If we encounter anyone, let us first assess the situation. If they are not the one who killed Wang Ming and are weak, we shall eliminate them effortlessly for some extra spoils." "Understood." After their discussion, they resumed their simple expressions and continued onward. Above, Yi Ran's gaze sharpened. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. These 2 black-masked warriors intended to assume new identities to plot against him. Remarkably, they had disguised themselves convincingly. Had he not witnessed the entire scene, he too might have mistaken them for mere passers-by, engaging in polite conversation and subsequently being delayed by them, which would have posed a significant threat. It was no wonder the Black Mask team had thrived in the wooded wilderness for so long, evading multiple purges by the Warrior Association. Their cunning was undeniable. Yi Ran adopted a serious demeanor, casting aside any previous underestimation. Initially, he believed only the third-tier captain of the Black Mask team warranted caution, while the others seemed negligible. Even if faced with a formidable veteran second-tier warrior, he felt confident in his ability to escape if necessary. However, his perception of the entire Black Mask team had shifted. The level of cunning and treachery displayed by this group was indeed alarming. Nevertheless, this experience served as a valuable lesson. Yi Ran collected his thoughts, directing his gaze downward. The lesson had concluded. It was time to send them to their next life. Swish, swish. At that moment, a black arrow suddenly shot forth, swiftly passing over the two members of the masked squad below. It struck fiercely behind them, hitting a black-patterned python that was descending from a tree, poised to strike. Bang! The serpent's head exploded on impact. Its lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the two men were taken aback, initially filled with dread, then turned their grateful gazes toward the figure who had loosed the arrow. It was a young girl, perhaps 24 or 25 years of age. Slender in build, clad in a blue combat outfit, with a charming face and large, pure, clear eyes, holding a bow and arrow. It was evident that she had released the arrow that had just saved them. Thank you, young lady. We are fortunate to have your assistance. Otherwise, we might have met our demise, expressed the two middle-aged men from the masked squad, their gratitude palpable. It's all right, as long as you are unharmed, uncles. The girl in blue replied with a bright smile. Then she cautioned, Uncles, this area is perilous, being on the outskirts. You must exercise caution here. Indeed, we are aware. We are grateful to you, dear lady. Without your intervention, one of us would surely have fallen victim to this dead serpent, one of the middle-aged men remarked, kicking the fallen python in frustration. The other lamented, We did not intend to come here. We were forced to flee after someone killed members of our squad. Now, they are out searching for us, killing anyone they encounter. We had no choice but to escape to this area, so please, do take care. The masked squad. The girl in blue expressed surprise. Someone has killed their members? Her expression turned slightly grave as she continued, Understood. Since that is the case, I also need to leave the wasteland. Let me accompany you. Thank you. The two middle-aged men exclaimed with joy, moving toward the girl in blue as the three of them walked and conversed amiably. The girl wore a sweet smile, engaging in lively discussion with the two men. Above them in the tree, Yi Ran furrowed his brow, noting how convincingly the two members of the masked squad were playing their parts. Through their earlier inquiries, he had discerned that the girl in blue was not the one who had slain their comrade. Considering their prior conversation, it appeared that these two intended to turn against her. Indeed, one of the middle-aged men was chatting amiably with the girl, while the other lagged slightly behind. His gaze fixed on her, revealing a glimmer of greed and lust in his eyes. Quietly, he drew a dagger and coated it with a certain liquid, slowly aiming it at the girl's back. Chapter 48, A Game Within a Game. In the tree, Yi Ran's expression turned cold as he prepared to intervene, when suddenly, he felt a twitch in his eyelid. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. This sensation arrived abruptly and vanished just as quickly, akin to an illusion or perhaps an instinctive response of his body. He furrowed his brow slightly, halting his movements. Powerful warriors often possess an innate sense of danger before encountering crises, a feeling that resonated closely with his own recent experience. What is often referred to as intuition is, in reality, the instinctive response of these formidable warriors who have faced numerous crises. This innate sense is typically quite accurate. Yi Ran's gaze swept over the three individuals engaged in lively conversation, his brow furrowed in concentration. Was it merely an illusion? That seemed unlikely. Although he was still inferior to those elite warriors, his keen battle instincts rendered him perceptive to impending dangers. Yet, from where did this sense of crisis emanate? Could it possibly be from the two middle-aged men in black masks? However, those two were merely first-tier warriors, unless they were concealing their true strength. Yet, if they were indeed powerful enough, they would not have expressed their inadequacy in needing to stall for time. Unless, of course, they had surmised that he was nearby. Their words might be a deliberate ploy to entice him out, feigning weakness due to their inability to locate him. Thus, everything he had witnessed could very well be a trap. These two middle-aged men were intentionally altering their appearances before him, intentionally uttering such words. As this realization dawned upon Yi Ran, a chill ran down his spine. Indeed, he had underestimated the cunning of the Black Mask team. No wonder the Warrior Association had repeatedly dispatched individuals to encircle them, yet failed to eradicate this hunting squad. They were truly crafty. However, there was no time for such thoughts. The girl in blue was on the verge of being ambushed, and he had to devise a means to rescue her. At that moment, the girl in blue continued to chat merrily with the two middle-aged men, blissfully unaware that one of them was stealthily aiming a pitch-black dagger at her back. Yi Ran fixed his gaze upon the trio. Despite the perilous situation, he remained composed, searching for a flaw. Opportunity was scarce and must be seized with precision. Otherwise, he might not only fail to save her, but also endanger his own life. Suddenly, he witnessed a scene that caused him to pause, his expression shifting dramatically. He murmured to himself, a trap within a trap. How astute. I was but a step away from falling into their snare. He no longer harbored intentions of intervening, for the girl in blue would not perish. At that moment, the middle-aged man behind her revealed a sinister expression, suddenly raising his dagger and striking down with force. Whoosh. The strike met only air. Not because the girl had evaded it, but rather because the dagger was aimed at the very air beside her. He had intentionally struck empty. The vice-captain, wielding the dagger, surveyed the surroundings, deducing that the individual tasked with killing Wang Ming was likely not nearby. Indeed, it was not the other middle-aged man, but rather the girl in blue. She was, astonishingly, the vice-captain of the Black Mask team. The three of them were in cahoots. The girl in blue nodded slightly, asserting that even if he was not in the immediate vicinity, he was undoubtedly concealed within the dense forest, having not departed from this locale. After speaking, she furrowed her brow, expressing her confusion. I have scoured the area thoroughly. It is certain that this is where he last left traces. How could he not appear? Has he discerned my plans? Her bewilderment was palpable. The traces left by the warrior who killed Wang Ming abruptly vanished upon reaching this point, leaving no lingering essence, as if they had dissipated into thin air. This was indeed perplexing. The two middle-aged men exchanged puzzled glances. One pondered for a moment before remarking. His failure to emerge to rescue the vice-captain suggests he is certainly not nearby. Indeed, what should we do next regarding the vice-captain? The other middle-aged man inquired. The girl in blue replied calmly, let us wait for the captain. I have already marked our location. They should arrive within half an hour. This dense forest is not vast. With a thorough search, we will surely uncover this individual. With that, the girl in blue furrowed her delicate brows, continuously surveying her surroundings. Clearly, she was still troubled by her misjudgment. She had believed her plan to be flawless, yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. The individual was not even in the vicinity. Realizing this, the girl in blue shook her head. It seemed she had overestimated him. Initially, she had intended to pursue and track him alone. However, before setting off, she considered that the one who killed Wang Ming might have deliberately left traces to lure them into pursuit. Thus, she altered her course of action and led her team here. Upon discovering the other's trail had vanished, she concluded that he had employed some unique method of concealment. After contemplating, she devised a plan, a near-perfect scheme within a scheme. First, she instructed two team members to change their attire to mislead the enemy into believing they were the primary threat, thereby lowering their guard. Then, she would make her appearance, collaborating with the two members to stage a ruse, ultimately seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. It was, indeed, a flawless plan. Regrettably, she had accounted for everything except the fact that he was not hidden here. The girl in blue felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he not been a top-tier second-level warrior, she would have had a significant chance of successfully ambushing him, which would have earned her considerable merit and a generous reward from the captain. However, with him absent, it seemed she would merely perform a tedious solo act. Gently shaking her head, she prepared to depart with the two middle-aged men when suddenly, a terrified shout pierced the air from the woods behind them. Help! Help! A beast of warrior level. At this, the three froze momentarily before their expressions shifted dramatically. Was there indeed someone here whom they had failed to detect? Could it be the one who killed Wang Ming? One of the middle-aged men exclaimed nervously. The presence is faint. He is at most a novice warrior. The girl in blue replied indifferently. As a second-level warrior, her senses were far more acute than those of the two men, allowing her to discern that the boy's strength was quite weak. Judging by his voice, he was still quite young. The one who killed Wang Ming was certainly at least a second-level warrior and could not possibly be so youthful. After speaking, the girl in blue turned to one of the middle-aged men with an expression of indifference. He may have overheard our conversation. You should deal with him. Understood, Vice-Captain. The middle-aged man licked his lips, his gaze indulgent, and from the sound, it was clear that a youth of 17 or 18 was nearby. Indeed, he relished such youth. The fresher, the better. Meanwhile, in the woods, Yi Ran remained motionless, merely shouting, and thus the cloud breath technique had not entirely failed, still suppressing most of his aura. Consequently, the rapidity of his heartbeat resonated with the frequency of a budding warrior, though Yi Ran's cries were filled with despair and dread. His eyes remained icy as he regarded the middle-aged man approaching with eager hands. You seem delighted, don't you? Just wait. Soon you shall be even more pleased. Chapter 49, Level Battle Soldier. In the forest, the screams of the youth mingled with the raucous laughter of the middle-aged man. The girl in blue, the vice-captain of the Black Mask team, felt her pale complexion tightening with barely concealed veins. That scoundrel, I sent him to kill, yet he dares to toy with his prey. At these words, another middle-aged man, anxious, declared, Vice-captain, I shall teach this fool a lesson and deal with that unfortunate lad as well. With that, he hurried into the thicket, cursing under his breath. What an imbecile. At such a critical moment, he still finds time for games. If the vice-captain is angered, we might all meet our demise. Damn it. I wonder what treasure could possibly bring him such joy. I've played with you before, and I never heard you scream so loudly. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, hastening into the woods. Just as he entered and was about to unleash his fury, he froze. His gaze fixed on the handsome youth before him. Good heavens, what a prize! However, in the next instant, his complexion drained of color. No, something was amiss. Why was this youth holding a knife to his throat? Swish! A dagger shot forth, piercing through his forehead, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Continue laughing. Do not cease, Yi Ran commanded, his voice calm. The middle-aged man, witnessing his companion's sudden demise, was drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. If you do not laugh, you shall meet your end. Yi Ran pressed his blade slightly against the man's neck, drawing forth a line of crimson. The man, horrified, lost control of his bodily functions and erupted into manic laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks, his eyes wide with terror. A demon. Oh, this is a demon. Yi Ran added a few more cries of anguish to confuse the girl in blue outside. He continued his inquiry. How many members are there in your Black Mask team? Including the captain, there are 28. The man on his knees sobbed, only to erupt into wild laughter again, creating a rather bizarre scene. Is your captain a level 3 warrior? Yes. Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Ran's expression grew serious. There was indeed a level 3 warrior among them. He pressed on. Who among you possesses the greatest strength, aside from the captain? The 2 vice-captains, both level 2 warriors. The one outside possesses a battle power of 700. Soon, Yi Ran had extracted all the necessary intelligence. It must be said that the Black Mask squad possesses formidable strength. Besides the captain, there are 5 secondary martial artists, with the most powerful being another vice-captain who boasts the prowess of a top-tier secondary martial artist. A top-tier secondary martial artist typically has a vitality value of around 900, and with decent martial patterns, their combat power could exceed 1,000. Reflecting on martial patterns, Yi Ran instinctively touched the ivory pattern on his back, which only afforded him a meager combat power of 3, truly disappointing. Were it not for the fact that he was on the verge of becoming a secondary martial artist himself and about to have the opportunity to select a new martial pattern, he would have felt utterly dejected. The middle-aged man trembled with fear. Rest assured, for I am the honest and trustworthy little prince. If I say I won't harm you, I certainly shall not. Yi Ran replied smoothly, casually releasing his long knife, which promptly fell to the ground. The middle-aged man, elated, turned to flee. Just as he had sprinted a few meters, Yi Ran delivered a swift kick to the fallen blade, sending it hurtling forth with a whoosh, piercing straight through the man's chest. I mentioned not using my hands, but I never said anything about my feet, Yi Ran muttered, narrowing his eyes as he gazed toward the forest's edge. Since the combat power was only 700, he decided to remain, no longer concealing or suppressing his energy. He unleashed his vitality, propelling himself outward with great speed. Outside the forest, the girl in blue noticed a change in her expression, sensing something amiss. Why had neither of the two emerged after such a long time? Something was wrong. Without hesitation, she turned to leave. Her long-standing habit of vigilance left no room for delay. She needed to depart immediately. At that moment, she suddenly felt a powerful surge of vitality emanating from the woods, startling her greatly. A secondary martial artist had indeed killed that Wang Ming. How cursed! How did they manage to suppress their vitality and conceal their presence? Gritting her teeth, the girl in blue swiftly turned to escape. Although she was a secondary martial artist, her combat power was not remarkable, and her vitality value even surpassed her combat prowess. She had ascended to the position of vice-captain solely through wit and strategy. However, no matter how swiftly she moved, she could not outpace the dagger that surged toward her from behind. Yi Ran had essentially utilized the dagger as a hidden weapon. The moment he spotted the girl in blue, he hurled it with great force, demonstrating exquisite control over his vitality, ensuring that the dagger flew both quickly and accurately, aimed precisely at the girl's back. With a thud, the girl in blue turned to defend herself, her slender silver sword slicing down like lightning. In the next instant, she felt a jolt as she was thrown back. The dagger grazed her shoulder, tearing through her clothing to reveal her pale, delicate skin, leaving behind a deep crimson mark. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated the outcome. Despite exerting all his strength into the throw, he was no expert in hidden weapons and lacked the techniques associated with them. It was inevitable that the attack's potency would diminish after being thrown. Logically, a typical secondary martial artist with a combat power of 700 should have been able to withstand it without injury. Why was this woman struggling so? The vitality within him felt fleeting, as if he were forcibly relying on his chi and blood to elevate his realm. Yi Ran was acutely aware of this, and seizing the opportunity, he quickened his pace, pursuing her. Although the distance between them was considerable, the speed of the girl in blue was evidently inferior to his, especially after sustaining injuries that had caused her to pause for an extended period. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, sensing that her combat experience seemed remarkably lacking. Yet, he remained wary, suspecting it might be a ruse. After all, this woman had nearly ensnared him in her previous intricate schemes. He could not afford to let his guard down. However, in the moment of proximity, Yi Ran closed the gap in a single stride, delivering a decisive punch aimed directly at her chest. Regardless of whether she was feigning weakness or genuinely vulnerable, he resolved to incapacitate her first. His thunderclap fist was swift and fierce, Just as the girl in blue attempted to defend herself, she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, at the moment of impact, Yi Ran's expression shifted slightly. Her chest was remarkably hard. Was there internal armor? Such formidable protection could only signify a piece of combat gear of significant value. Yi Ran felt a tremor of astonishment. Defensive combat gear was far rarer than offensive types and often commanded a higher price. Typically, such items were available only at exorbitant costs, if at all. Struggling to rise, the girl in blue pointed her slender silver sword at him, her voice weak yet resolute. Do not approach. Upon seeing the silver sword, Yi Ran paused, a tempest of emotions surging within him. A top-tier combat weapon. He had once seen such a weapon in the martial artist's tower, valued at 500,000. No wonder I sensed impending danger earlier, Yi Ran mused. A weapon of that caliber could indeed slay him in a single, unguarded moment. As Yi Ran's gaze remained fixed on the silver blade, the girl in blue, realizing his intent, quickly pleaded, "Let me go. This weapon is yours. I have other things to offer as well. Just give me a reason." Yi Ran approached her steadily, his expression calm as he regarded her. "I can provide you with everything, even myself." The girl in blue bit her lip, her voice soft yet persuasive. "Rest assured, I am still untainted. And I can aid your escape from the pursuit of the masked captain. You have slain his beloved wife's brother, which means you have extinguished his only family. He will not spare you." "That reason is insufficient," Yi Ran replied, shaking his head. "Is it truly inadequate?" The girl in blue chuckled lightly, suddenly shedding her outer garment, revealing a light blue soft armor adorning her upper body. The armor covered only her torso, while her porcelain arms were left exposed. Following the line of her arms upwards revealed a long, fair neck, delicate collarbones, and further down, a glimpse of alabaster curves peeking through the gaps of the armor. Yi Ran found himself momentarily stunned. Observing his astonishment, the girl in blue gently placed her hand on the zipper of her armor, slowly pulling it down. Her voice was soft. "At your tender age, you likely have not experienced such things, have you? Though I am a few years your senior, I am equally inexperienced. This is our first time, and I hope you will be gentle. You're not using any padding?" Yi Ran suddenly interjected, catching her off guard with his bluntness. He expressed his confusion, stating, "I just struck you with a punch, and it felt excessively forceful. I initially thought you had something additional under your armor. But it seems not. This implies that the quality of your armor is even higher than I anticipated, at least on par with top-tier warriors. Indeed, it is an excellent piece. By the way, where were we?" He added, "I must be gentler. This won't do. If I strike too lightly, with this armor protecting you, I won't be able to defeat you." The girl in blue was taken aback, her silver sword clattering to the ground. Yi Ran, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Also, cease pulling that zipper. I am quite eager to see. No, rather, I am quite averse to seeing. If you continue, I assure you, my actions will become swifter." The girl in blue gazed at his earnest expression, as if he were poised to act upon his words, and she felt utterly overwhelmed. What manner of person is he? Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and said, "All right, since you find this unappealing, let us discuss something else. The captain of the masked team is a third-tier warrior, and he is both treacherous and cunning. He has already brought his men to surround us. Without my assistance, your chances of escape are less than 1 in 10. Beyond aiding your escape, I can offer you more. Are you familiar with Deputy Minister Su of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance?" "Deputy Minister Su?" Yi Ran shrugged. "A 5th-tier martial artist and a prominent figure in Ningjiang. I have certainly heard of him. Do you know him?" "I am his only daughter," the girl in blue replied slowly. Yi Ran's pupils constricted. "His only daughter?" His tone turned chilly. "The Ningjiang Martial Alliance apprehends fugitives and maintains order within the city. They have dispatched personnel to the wasteland multiple times to eliminate hunting teams like the masked one. And the deputy minister's daughter happens to be the vice captain of the very team they wish to eradicate? Oh, no wonder the Martial Association has issued so many missions without capturing your masked team. This matter has no bearing on my father. He is unaware of my identity." The girl in blue stated after a brief silence. Yi Ran observed her and slowly remarked, "Given your status, you should not need to join a team like the masked one, resorting to robbing other martial artists for profit, should you? Do you not find murder to be an exhilarating endeavor, especially as I take pleasure in torturing others and witnessing their anguish?" The girl in blue smiled lightly, then continued, "Enough of this. I can assist you in your escape. I can provide you with top-tier warriors, martial skills, and the blood of extraordinary beasts." As she spoke, she looked earnestly at Yi Ran. "Rest assured, I will not deceive you. A young 2nd-tier warrior like yourself would surely delight my father." With a smile gracing her features, the girl seemed confident in her bargaining chip. She believed that any rational individual would not refuse such an offer. That rationale is insufficient. Yi Ran's expression remained indifferent. The girl in blue was momentarily taken aback, a hint of frustration in her voice. "Please reconsider. Do not let momentary anger cloud your judgment. Besides, I have not truly harmed you." Her words faltered as a hand gradually tightened around her neck. The girl in blue, both alarmed and enraged, shouted frantically, "I do not comprehend why you would refuse such a splendid offer. Beauty, wealth, power, martial prowess. All these you possess, yet you remain unsatisfied. What is it that you truly desire? I wish for your demise. Yi Ran replied calmly. Do you not find this rather exhilarating? You are insane. This is not excitement. It is courting death. The girl in blue retorted fiercely. You take pleasure in torturing innocent warriors, yet when others seek to end your life, it is deemed foolishness? Yi Ran, cold and unyielding, declared, Then today, I shall embrace death, avenging those whom you have slain. Curse it. What connection do those people have with you? I am not the one who has killed you. The girl in blue seethed with rage, weary of such nonsensical rhetoric. Time and again, there are those who aspire to be noble, engaging in meaningless endeavors. In this world, one need only ensure their own well-being. Assisting others is mere folly, especially those who wish to be righteous, intervening when they witness injustice without fear of the ensuing trouble. Such individuals are nothing but fools. Yet, as she gazed upon the serene visage of the youth before her, her heart quivered unexpectedly. She sensed that this boy was not merely speaking empty words. He truly believed them. Foolish child, she murmured softly, suddenly overcome with tears. Think it through. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Is that fleeting notion of justice truly worth it? Value is irrelevant. It is merely a desire to act. Yi Ran replied earnestly, uttering some inexplicable words. Even without the achievement of avenging the heavens, I would still bring you down, masked ones. The girl in blue fell into a profound silence. Upon hearing his words, she realized her fate was sealed, for he had seemingly divulged the secret that ensured her demise. After a long pause, she softly asked, May I pose one final question? Go ahead. How did you discern the flaw in my plan? Truthfully, I had not noticed. I was prepared to act to save the captive. But I happened to observe your companion's manner of walking. Yi Ran replied nonchalantly. Those two consistently positioned themselves slightly behind you. To me, it appeared that they were well acquainted with you, and you must be their leader, hence the unintentional display of respect. Such habits are ingrained over many years and are not easily altered. The girl in blue's eyes widened in realization. She had not fallen to her own shortcomings, but rather to her two subordinates. A bitter smile crossed her lips. I harbor no resentment. I only hope that you will mar my appearance in death, sparing my father from disgrace. Also, be wary of the captain of the masked ones. He is a third-level warrior. With your second-level strength, encountering him could be perilous. Who said I am a second-level warrior? Yi Ran shook his head. I am merely a first-level warrior, but I will heed your warning. A first-level warrior? The girl in blue gasped in horror. How could a first-level warrior possess such strength? Crack. In the next instant, her beautiful head fell forward, breath extinguished, life forever lost. Chapter 51, Ruthless. Yi Ran searched the blue-clad girl's blue inner armor and a spatial ring, then swiftly departed after handling the body. On his way, he reviewed his achievement panel. The progress of the mission upholding justice indicates that 10 members of the masked squad have been eliminated, yielding 10 achievement points and the reward of a rebirth experience. Meanwhile, Close to Billion shows a status of 265 million, having amassed a total wealth of 100 million, granting 1,000 achievement points and a double in perception, with additional rewards of 10 and 100 achievement points upon reaching 1 million and 10 million, respectively. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Ran was genuinely astonished. The girl in blue had surprisingly provided him with over 1 million in progress. However, upon further reflection, it made sense considering she was the only daughter of the deputy minister of the Ningjiang Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance. Yi Ran's expression grew solemn. It was the official force of the Summer Kingdom, overseeing the martial artist associations. Thus, even if the girl in blue did not make her request, he would still ensure complete obliteration of any evidence. Without further contemplation, Yi Ran sought out a concealed spot to assess his gains. First was the weapon, a slender sword. Entirely silver in hue, light in his grasp, evidently designed for female martial artists. This sword, known as the Silver Rhinoceros, was valued at 500,000. After toying with it for a moment, he discerned it was somewhat too light for his preference, yet even if he chose not to wield it, he could still fetch a handsome price for it. Next was the inner armor. He did not hesitate to don it immediately, recognizing its potential to save his life in a critical moment. Lastly, he examined the spatial bracelet. The delicate light blue piece was adorned with small dolphins and starfish, rendering it particularly attractive. Upon accessing its space, Yi Ran was taken aback. 50 cubic meters. This spatial bracelet possessed a capacity greater than all his current spatial tools combined. With such ample space, he would no longer fret about accommodating his spoils after hunting exotic beasts. With a sigh of relief, he contemplated his next move. He emptied the contents of the 2 spatial backpacks he carried and buried them in the ground. As he prepared to ambush the masked squad, it was prudent to travel light. The blue spatial bracelet, while spacious, contained few items, merely some women's clothing and a few bank cards. Clearly, the girl in blue did not place much value on resources or treasures, or perhaps she simply lacked for nothing. Joining the masked squad appeared to be a mere pursuit of excitement for her. The bank cards, glaringly obvious, caught his eye. Unfortunately, they were all registered under real names. Though reluctant, Yi Ran snapped them all in two. There was no question, he was a person of considerable means. Next, Yi Ran quietly concealed himself among the trees, awaiting the arrival of the masked squad. He had chosen a densely wooded area, an ideal hiding place, and it was perilously close to the inner regions of the wilderness. The inner wilderness was fraught with danger, capable of restraining even a third-level martial artist. Half an hour swiftly passed. Yi Ran remained as silent as a stone. During this time, several exotic beasts passed by without detecting his presence. Finally, with a rustling sound, two masked figures clad in black emerged from the thicket, scanning their surroundings warily. Upon confirming the absence of others, they let out a sigh of relief. Wang Ming, that foolish fellow, is dead and gone. Yet the captain insists on rallying us to find the warrior who committed the murder, one of the masked members grumbled. Hush, keep your voice down, another team member whispered. The captain is a third-tier martial artist with exceptional hearing. It would be troublesome if he overheard us. As if I am afraid, the first voice scoffed. I joined this masked group solely for wealth, and now, with no riches in sight, I am merely being commanded daily. Enough of your complaints. There will be opportunities. Another member advised. However, this time presents a lucrative chance. The captain announced that whoever locates the slayer of Wang Ming will be rewarded with 500,000. We need not engage in combat, merely report their presence for the reward. Sounds enticing, but where do we search? The earlier member rolled his eyes. That person is undoubtedly still hiding within this dense forest. Yet this cursed woodland is devoid of even a single bird, let alone a person. Moreover, they are a second-tier martial artist. If we encounter them, our survival would be uncertain. Regardless, heed my counsel. Do not exert yourselves too much, or you may not know how you met your end. As the two conversed, they ventured deeper into the forest, entirely oblivious to the pair of eyes observing them from the thick canopy above. They have arrived. Yi Ran's gaze sharpened, his blood surging with anticipation. Two first-tier martial artists should not be able to elude a swift strike. It must be a lethal blow. Soon, the two entered his attack range, and he prepared to strike. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Another approached, a remarkably burly middle-aged man with a stern countenance and a single eye. The other obscured by a long scar that rendered his visage quite fearsome. Why is this man unmasked? Yi Ran mused, somewhat taken aback by his formidable presence. This was the first time he had employed the cloud-breathing technique, and he had nearly been detected. Captain. At that moment, the two masked individuals hastened toward him. The one on the left wore an expression tinged with unease, having just complained about the captain without knowing if he had been overheard. Yet, he could only hope that he had not. Fortunately, the one-eyed man said nothing, merely offering a few words of caution before turning to leave. The left-side member exhaled a sigh of relief. In the next instant, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror as a massive hand seized his head. Captain! Bang! His skull erupted like a watermelon. The other team member stood frozen in shock, then fell to his knees, trembling in fear. Captain, it had nothing to do with me. I spoke no ill of you. Yes, I know, the one-eyed man chuckled, his hand, now smeared with a mixture of red and white fluids, gently patted the kneeling man's shoulder before wiping it clean. You have potential. Continue to work diligently, and I shall keep an eye on you. With that, he rose and slowly departed, leaving the unfortunate member slumped on the ground beneath the canopy. Yi Ran felt a shiver run down his spine. This individual was indeed the third-tier warrior he had heard about. No wonder his perception was so formidable, nearly uncovering his presence. Furthermore, his ruthlessness was alarming. He had no qualms about eliminating his own team members. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ran heightened his vigilance considerably. A third-tier warrior was exceedingly powerful. Encountering one could mean certain death. After a brief pause to ensure that the masked captain had departed, Yi Ran exhaled in relief and approached the surviving member of the black masked team. The individual lay crumpled on the ground, trembling all over. A puddle of yellow liquid beneath him, clearly having been frightened to the point of losing control. Beside him lay the headless corpse. A glance at the gruesome sight filled Yi Ran with a wave of nausea. The brain matter splattered about was particularly unsettling. He then grasped his silver rhinoceros sword and strode forward. Upon hearing his footsteps, the black masked team member scrambled to his feet. Fear etched across his face as he bowed repeatedly. Captain, please don't kill me. I swear I will do my best. Yi Ran hesitated momentarily, thinking perhaps in his next life he should follow a good leader. With a swift motion, he swung his sword. A flash of silver light sliced through the air, and a thin line of blood appeared on the man's neck before his head thudded to the ground. Yi Ran sheathed his sword, somewhat contemplative. The sharpness of this weapon was indeed fearsome. Moreover, it left no trace of blood, maintaining its gleaming silver brilliance, dazzling to behold. After thoroughly searching both corpses for any possessions, Yi Ran pressed on toward the other side of the dense forest. Before long, he discovered a secluded thicket. Just as he entered, a towering, grotesque flower unexpectedly opened its maw, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs, lunging at him with ferocity. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, wielding his sword to cleave it in two. Yet, this monstrous flower possessed remarkable vitality, even severed. It continued to gnash at him with its half-open mouth. Frowning, Yi Ran unleashed a flurry of strikes, thoroughly dismantling the creature before he could finally dispose of it. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. With no time to linger over the bodies, he swiftly leaped deeper into the thicket, employing the cloud breath technique to conceal his presence. Soon, 5 members from the Black Mask team arrived. The leader, diminutive in stature, barely standing at 1 meter tall, scanned the surroundings with his shadowy eyes peering through the mask. There was a disturbance here. You 5, search the area? He gestured with his hand, prompting the other 4 to disperse. One of them ventured into the thicket. Yi Ran's heart tightened with apprehension as he cast a wary glance at the short man. This was the vice captain of the Black Masks, a top-tier second-tier warrior with a formidable vitality of 900 and combat prowess nearing 1,000. Unless he could launch a surprise attack, he stood little chance against such an opponent. As he watched the searching team member draw closer to his hiding place, Yi Ran felt a sinking sensation in his heart. A top-tier second-tier warrior, accompanied by 4 other competent first-tier warriors, this formidable lineup left him with minimal hope for escape. All of this was due to that cursed flower. In his heart, a sense of agitation brewed. Had it not been for this unforeseen circumstance, he might not have been exposed at all. Perhaps he could have eliminated 2 more adversaries and achieved his goal. However, time for contemplation was fleeting. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, gathering his strength, preparing to strike down the intruder who had ventured into the thicket. Yet, in the next moment, the team member abruptly halted, staring bewildered at the corpse of the strange flower before him. With a spark of delight, he approached, exclaiming, "A cloud flower beast. What a treasure! I must collect the body. I cannot let anyone else find out." Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression soon stiffened. Outside the thicket, the team member dashed out, urgently calling, "Vice Captain, there's someone inside. They have slain a fragrant flower beast." Upon hearing this, the short man became elated, snorting coldly. "Gather everyone. Surround the area and search meticulously. We cannot allow him to escape." Damn it. Yi Ran's face darkened. He was caught in a trap. The members of the Black Mask team had evidently inferred his presence from the corpse of the fragrant flower beast, fearing that if they announced it, he would be eliminated immediately. Thus, they concocted a pretext to leave the thicket. Once they were out and perceived no immediate threat, they promptly revealed his existence. Indeed, there was not a single member of the Black Mask team who was easy to contend with. Yi Ran took a deep breath. Even a mere ordinary team member possessed such cunning, indicating that he was in deeper trouble than anticipated. Nevertheless, his gaze gradually brightened with a glimmer of excitement. Now, this was intriguing. Today, he would see who would emerge victorious in the end. With that thought, he ceased the cloud concealment technique, deliberately exposing his aura. Simultaneously, he retrieved his spatial ring, discarding the various beast corpses, cultivation resources, and even cash scattered throughout the thicket. As he hurled these items, he swiftly charged towards the thicket's edge. Meanwhile, outside the dense forest, a group of 5 or 6 individuals passed by. Leading them was an elderly man, accompanied by a pair of teenagers, a boy and a girl, along with 2 middle-aged men. The elder's countenance shifted as he glimpsed the shadow of a figure in a black mask flitting through the thicket. "We must turn back and change direction. Grandfather, are the members of the Black Mask team that formidable?" the girl inquired, puzzled. "I just saw the Steel Flame Warriors team arrive too. They are on the same path as us. With them around, we need not fear the Black Mask team, right?" The Steel Flame team indeed boasted 2 third-tier warriors, which was quite impressive. The elder sighed softly, but look, the girl followed his gaze, her heart sinking as she observed the Steel Flame Warriors, including the 2 third-tier fighters, with solemn expressions, steering their team away from the thicket. No ordinary warrior team dared provoke them. As the elder spoke, he patted the girl's shoulder, smiling. "All right, enough looking. Yet, it is curious. I wonder what kind of person could incite such a response from the Black Mask team." One by one, the group departed. Before long, other passing warrior teams, upon sighting the Black Mask, also altered their expressions and hastily avoided them. In the dense thicket, amidst the underbrush, Yi Ran pressed forward, discarding nearly all the items within his spatial bracelet, leaving a chaotic mess strewn about. Behind him, the irate figure of the diminutive vice captain glared, cursing vehemently at his incompetent team, who seemed only capable of collecting treasures while losing sight of their target. As he shouted in frustration, he too busied himself with gathering the scattered riches. The other 4 members bowed their heads, seemingly deaf to his ire, hastily collecting the items littering the ground. The allure of wealth often blinds men, and though they could search for a lost companion later, the opportunity to seize such treasures was fleeting. Cursing under his breath, the vice captain realized that the person they had been pursuing had slipped beyond his sensing range. If he had been willing to forsake the treasures around him and pursue with all his might, perhaps he could have caught up. But alas, had he been so inclined, he would never have bent down to collect them in the first place. "Fool, put down that yellow monkey carcass," the vice captain bellowed, charging at one of the team members. The soldier paled but dared not retort, begrudgingly moving on alone. Soon, he stumbled upon the corpse of a black crocodile leopard, his eyes lighting up with delight as he rushed over to seize it, a smug grin spreading across his face. This is mine." Yet, as he lifted the carcass, he was met with the visage of a handsome young man smiling back at him. "Hello. With a swift motion, Yi Ran decisively snapped the neck of the black-masked soldier, whose eyes widened in terror. In the instant the soldier's breath ceased, Yi Ran released his own aura, ensuring that in the diminutive vice-captain's perception, only a single presence remained. Utilizing the cloud breath technique to suppress his energy, Yi Ran swiftly donned the deceased soldier's attire and mask, stowing the body within his spatial bracelet. He then proceeded towards the remaining 14 members. Before long, he found himself among them, who remained engrossed in their scavenging, oblivious to his presence. His original rank was that of a first-tier warrior, but due to his unusually robust physique, his aura surpassed that of a typical first-tier warrior, leading others to mistakenly perceive him as a second-tier warrior. Now, by suppressing part of his aura, he reverted to the level of a first-tier warrior. And with a physique similar to that of the recently fallen black-masked soldier, even the vice-captain failed to notice the difference. Casting a brief glance, the vice-captain scoffed. "Some things are not for you to take. Merely allowing you to gather a few is already a concession on my part." With that, he coldly surveyed the other 3 team members. "You 3, pay attention. Anything I spot first belongs to me. Do you understand?" The expressions of the other 3 members darkened as they trudged off to collect the scattered items around them. Yi Ran's gaze fell upon one of them, the very soldier who had previously discovered him amidst the thicket. He decided to follow. The team member, having not ventured far, soon stumbled upon a counterfeit warrior. His eyes sparkled with delight as he hurried towards it. In the blink of an eye, a figure had already positioned itself in front of him, snatching the imitation warrior away. Taken aback, the team member momentarily froze, then erupted in fury. "Yang Guang, you bastard! How dare you steal my possession?" He charged at Yi Ran, delivering a powerful punch. Yi Ran's expression remained impassive as he executed a forceful palm strike, sending the assailant crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he hit the ground hard. Such immense strength. "Wait, you are not Yang." The team member's heart raced in alarm. And just as he was about to shout, a firm hand clamped down over his mouth. Yi Ran, gazing into his terrified eyes, whispered, "You are quite astute. However, you remain too greedy. Allow me to impart one final lesson. There are no free lunches in the sky. If they exist, they are surely poisoned." With that, he unleashed his palm strike, a surge of power erupting forth, shattering the man's vocal cords and subsequently breaking his limbs. The black-masked team member on the ground emitted pitiful whimpers of desperation, but his voice was too faint to escape. He attempted to crawl away, yet his limbs lay incapacitated, rendering him immobile. "You cannot die yet." Yi Ran shook his head. "If you perish now, one less person in the field will surely alert your vice-captain. Currently, I am far from being his match. But fret not. I have already shattered your lungs with my internal force. In 10 minutes, you shall find your release." With that, Yi Ran disregarded the despairing gaze of his would-be victim and continued to rain blows onto the ground, the resounding impacts echoing through the vicinity. The diminutive vice-captain, upon hearing these sounds, let out a cold snort, dismissing the 2 inept individuals who had resorted to fighting over trinkets. The other 2 team members remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings, wary of potential threats. Soon, the thuds ceased, leaving only a faint breath in the air. Recognizing this feeble presence, the short vice-captain sneered. It was evident that the weakling Yang Guang had been severely injured, his aura diminished. However, a figure swiftly darted past him, heading in another direction. "Yang Guang." The vice-captain blinked in astonishment, realizing that this useless one had emerged victorious. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, excitement overtaking him, with the other inept members preoccupied. The treasures at the center would all be his. Yi Ran's storage ring brimmed with a myriad of items. Intent on scattering them, he made it a challenge to gather them all. Subsequently, he employed the same strategy, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 foes. Now, only the last vice-captain remained. A top-tier level 2 warrior, boasting a combat power of 950. Yi Ran murmured softly as he approached the vice-captain. Before he could close the distance, the short vice-captain suddenly turned, his expression darkening. "You scoundrel! Did you rob them all, intending to steal from me as well?" Yi Ran spat defiantly at him and then turned to flee. The diminutive vice-captain momentarily froze, his rage igniting like a tempest within him. "You damn fool! I will break your legs." His eyes blazed crimson as he frantically pursued. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his expression stiffened abruptly. The 3 presences around him had vanished without a trace. Only Yang Guang remained ahead, but even his aura had dissipated. The vice-captain was instantly enveloped in a chilling dread, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. The absence of energy signified death. What formidable force could extinguish the lives of all 4 team members in a mere instant? Trembling, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. However, being a seasoned killer, he swiftly regained his composure and took off in Yang Guang's direction. Something was amiss with Yang Guang. Soon, the vice-captain stumbled upon the corpse of a crocodile leopard beast, alongside the lifeless form of Yang Guang sprawled on the ground, a silvery sword clutched in his hand. The vice-captain paused, his expression oscillating between shock and elation. This was the prized weapon belonging to that woman, Sue. He let out a boisterous laugh and charged towards the body. Yet, as he approached, a sinister look crossed his face. He swung his blade down with force. You thought I was one of those four fools. You think you can deceive me, pretending to be dead? If you enjoy feigning death, I shall grant you the ultimate demise. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, reducing the corpse to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. The vice captain scoffed inwardly. Fool, did you think you could ambush me while I retrieved the sword? But suddenly, his expression shifted. This appeared to be a genuine corpse. Just then, a dagger sliced through the air, plunging into his lower back. The vice captain screamed in agony, turning to deliver a counterstrike, but the figure behind him endured the blow and swiftly withdrew the dagger, plunging it into his throat. Blood gushed forth. The diminutive man collapsed, his strength failing him, and in his final moments, he beheld a youth smiling down at him. Farewell, clever one. Chapter 54. Testing the belt. 900 battle power. As the vice captain fell, Yiran could no longer contain himself and sank to the ground. It hurts, he gasped, slowly peeling back his clothing and armor. His chest was drenched in crimson, a ghastly wound measuring several inches glaringly apparent. Although the armor had mitigated the blade's impact, some of the force had still penetrated. Moreover, this wound was not merely superficial. It had also jarred his internal organs, which was the primary source of his anguish. Fortunately, the armor had absorbed much of the force. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two or left severely maimed. Truly, a formidable second-tier martial artist. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yiran applied ointment to his wound. A top-tier second-tier martial artist possessed 900 vitality points, while a peak second-tier martial artist had 999, just a step away from breaking into the third tier. Thanks to his earlier interrogation of that middle-aged man, he had extracted valuable information regarding the members of the Black Mask team, revealing that there was another elite second-tier warrior among them. Otherwise, engaging in a direct confrontation would be akin to delivering oneself as a mere offering. After all, such a flawless ambush had left him gravely injured, making a frontal battle utterly futile. After hastily tending to his wounds, Yiran swiftly relieved the diminutive vice-captain of his spatial bracelet before making his escape. A mere 15 minutes later, a Black Mask team member passed by and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting the corpse on the ground. Terror washed over him as he scrambled to flee. The vice-captain was dead. Soon, a furious roar echoed through the dense forest. Damn it. If I catch you, I will turn you to ashes. The voice was thunderous, shaking the very trees around. Outside the forest, a passing team of warriors, upon hearing this sound, exchanged alarmed glances. It was the voice of the Black Mask captain. Everyone hastily retreated. Curse it, this man never donned a mask to conceal his identity. For those who had seen his face were all dead. Yet, judging by his tone, it seemed he had suffered significant losses. Who could have bested him? There was no time to ponder. They needed to flee. Meanwhile, hidden within the branches of a grand tree, Yiran remained concealed by the dense foliage, meticulously counting his spoils. However, it was not he who had engaged in the battle, but rather those members of the Black Mask team who had devoted considerable effort to scavenging. The items he assessed were, in fact, their belongings. He had taken everything from the spatial backpack, burying the pack itself in the ground. Then came the vice-captain's spatial bracelet, which contained a modest assortment of items. The only valuable possessions were a long blade and a testing belt, along with a martial skill, the frost strike. Yiran's curiosity was piqued as he examined the martial skill, a rare technique involving blade energy. A single strike would unleash a chilling frost, impeding the movements of others. And with mastery, it could even freeze opponents solid. He stowed away the long blade and the martial skill before turning his attention to the blood and energy testing belt, which appeared somewhat surprising. Such a belt, capable of measuring vitality and combat strength, was indeed convenient, yet costly, far too extravagant for the frugal vice-captain to purchase. The only plausible explanation was that he had claimed it from a talented member of a family who had ventured into the wilderness. Not in haste to utilize the testing belt, Yiran took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the achievement panel. The Path of Justice, Progress, 1310. Killed 10 members of the Black Mask team. Reward, 10 achievement points. Rebirth Body 1. Achievement completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Yes. Upon receiving the reward, Yiran immediately felt a warmth enveloping his body, an inexplicable power coursing through him. It seemed as though the very structure of his being was undergoing subtle transformations under this newfound force. Soon, the process of transformation came to a close. The achievement panel displayed an additional line of information. Physique, Rebirth Body, Level 1, Recovery Ability increased by 10. With a 001 possibility of recovering directly from the brink of death, and the body undergoes sublimation and metamorphosis. Note, to upgrade physical attributes, the same Nirvana body is required. And other upgrade conditions remain unlocked for future anticipation. The restoration capability has increased by 10%. Yiran gasped in astonishment. This increment is substantial, representing a full tenth of his recovery speed. A heightened recovery rate significantly enhances both endurance and stamina, proving immensely beneficial for prolonged combat. Concurrently, the injuries he bore were miraculously healed during the initial transformation of his Nirvana body. After confirming that he bore no wounds, Yi Ran began to augment his vitality. The 10 achievement points he had just acquired were swiftly consumed, further elevating his vitality levels. He donned the testing belt, initiating a series of evaluations. The belt, entirely black with a striking red square display in the center, resembled a summoning device for the armor of Xingtian. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, fine silver needle pierce his lower back, causing his expression to shift. Damn, my kidney. Fortunately, the needle merely penetrated the skin's surface to extract blood, leaving him momentarily startled. Once the blood was drawn, Yi Ran summoned all his strength, and the belt began to constrict, calculating his combat power based on his exertion. Before long, the results emerged. Vitality, 490, top tier, level 1 warrior. Combat power, 870, exceeds standard. Abruptly, the testing belt's warning lights began to flash wildly. Exceeding standards, combat power severely over the limit. Suspected of cheating. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback before promptly shutting it off. What a wretched device, quick to slander. My achievements today are solely due to perseverance, hard work, and an indomitable spirit. With a combat power of 870, combined with the heavy water palm technique, his peak combat capability surpassed 900. His eyes glimmered. Many who had broken through using ordinary beast blood possessed comparable strength. Contemplating the beast blood, Yi Ran felt a twinge of regret. Had he chosen a different bloodline during his breakthrough to warrior status, his current strength could have reached even greater heights. Nevertheless, he had amassed considerable wealth and was on the verge of breaking through to level 2 warrior status. Subsequently, Yi Ran stealthily delved deeper into the forest, ambushing members of the Black Mask Squad. With his newfound strength and the razor-sharp silver rhinoceros sword, he moved with the swiftness of a tiger, dispatching foes with alarming efficiency. Within 2 hours, the forest floor was littered with the corpses of the Black Mask members. Damn it! The one-eyed captain of the Black Mask, witnessing the recently fallen bodies, wore a ghastly expression as he delivered a fierce punch to a tree. The mighty trunk splintered and crashed to the ground. Cursed wretches, I must find you. His single eye burned with resentment and fury. By now, more than half of the Black Mask Squad had perished, leaving fewer than 10 remaining. The fact that they had failed to identify their assailant only fueled his rage. Captain, he is over here. Suddenly, a weak voice called out from not far away. The one-eyed captain's expression darkened as he swiftly turned and charged in that direction. Meanwhile, Yi Ran's countenance darkened. He turned abruptly, swinging his sword down with ferocity, instantly slaying the individual behind him who had called out. Damn it, you could have feigned death sooner, he muttered, irritation flaring as he kicked the lifeless body at his feet. The shout had clearly indicated that the Black Mask captain was nearby. Before the thought could fully settle in his mind, he sensed a formidable presence swiftly approaching, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Cursed be it, the Black Mask captain is here. To exacerbate matters, the proximity rendered escape impossible, and there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 55, The Underground Mine, Black Essence Iron. The one-eyed middle-aged man, a third-tier warrior, moved with remarkable speed. In an instant, he arrived at the source of the sound. His gaze cold and piercing as he scanned the surroundings. His strength, however, appeared to fall short of a third-tier warrior. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to ambush. This time, let us see how you escape, he thought, his eyes narrowing as he meticulously surveyed the area. In such a brief span, he was certain that the individual had not fled. Before him lay nothing but a patch of verdant shrubbery, with 3 or 4 corpses sprawled before it. The one-eyed man squinted as he approached the bodies, a black battle axe materializing in his hand. If one could conceal their aura and masquerade as a corpse, there was a significant likelihood of survival. At that moment, one of the bodies trembled and raised a trembling hand, pointing in a particular direction, seemingly attempting to communicate something. However, before any words could escape, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, staining the already bloodied mask a deeper crimson. The individual collapsed, his breath faint. The one-eyed man furrowed his brow upon noticing the fatal wound piercing through the chest of this team member. His suspicions began to dissipate. This was indeed a lethal injury directed towards the heart, albeit slightly misaligned. It appeared this was one of his own. Yet, he had not anticipated that the cunning scoundrel had still managed to escape. His expression darkened as he immediately pursued the direction indicated by the injured team member. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Stay here, he commanded, then hastened after the trail. The squad had suffered considerable losses and desperately required reinforcements. Although this team member lacked prowess, his unwavering loyalty to expose the warrior warranted cultivation. A moment after he departed, the gravely injured team member suddenly removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome youthful face. You want me to be the vice captain? Your vice captains have notoriously short lives. Who would want that? Yi Ran cursed internally, forcing himself to rise. As he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, his footing faltering as he nearly toppled to the ground. He knelt, pallor evident on his face, struggling to unfasten his clothing. A grotesque sword wound on his chest was glaringly apparent. Indeed, his injury was no ruse. A third-tier warrior could easily discern between real and feigned injuries, should he attempt to fabricate a false wound. the one-eyed man would undoubtedly see through it. Clenching his teeth, Yi Ran inhaled sharply, applying some medicinal salve before staggering away. He needed to move quickly. He had ultimately taken a false direction, and it would not take long for the one-eyed middle-aged man to realize the anomaly. Half an hour later, his face contorted with rage as he struck the ground with a powerful fist. The earth shattered beneath him, and several corpses were violently scattered, flesh and blood erupting in all directions. To be so ruthless even to oneself, how fierce. The one-eyed man took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. A hint of apprehension flickered across his face. This person was not to be trifled with. Their strikes were decisive and brutal, their mind sharp and discerning. At critical moments, they could discern priorities with clarity and could inflict harm even upon themselves. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread, particularly when he thought of his entire team, having suffered losses of nearly 80 to 90%, and still, he had no clear idea of what this person looked like. A chill crept into his heart. Others feared my Black Mask squad, deeming us ruthless and difficult to handle, yet compared to this individual. The one-eyed man sighed softly and remained silent for a long while before finally turning to leave. No more risks. If he pursued any further, he worried that he might end up in peril himself. 3 days later, on the edge of the inner area of the wood wilderness, the parched and hardened ground was riddled with cracks, the relentless sun blazing overhead, and a scorching wind blowing through. Below, near a few small tents, a lovely youthful voice rang out. Yi Ran, it's time for your dressing change. Inside the tent, Yi Ran replied helplessly, no need, I'm almost healed. You don't have to come in. Before he could finish his sentence, the tent was flung open. A vivacious girl of about 16 or 17 dashed in eagerly. Come, let me change your dressing. Her face was enchanting, a beauty mark gracing her lips, and her long ponytail swayed behind her. Beneath her short green sleeves, her snow-white arms were striking. At this moment, her starry eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaped toward him. Yi Ran, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned away and removed his shirt, revealing the scarred wounds on his back. As the girl tended to his injuries, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, your physique is remarkable. Is it wrong to touch? 3 days prior, in order to evade that one-eyed man, he had ventured into the inner area by following the direction of the dense forest. Of course, he had not dared to delve too deeply, merely reaching the fringes of the inner region. To his surprise, he found that the border corresponding to the forest was bustling with people, all engaged in mining within an underground cave. By coincidence, he encountered several kind-hearted martial artists who, seeing his serious injuries, brought him to a temporary encampment to rest. This recuperation lasted a full 3 days. Brother Yi, come out for dinner. A middle-aged man's voice echoed from outside. Dinner's ready. Yi Ran rose. With a face full of regret, exclaimed, I haven't even touched you yet. Yi Ran's lips twitched slightly as he stepped outside, where several people were already seated by the fire. 2 middle-aged men, an elderly gentleman, and a somewhat simple-minded youth occupied the space. The old man greeted Yi Ran with a warm smile. As they dined and chatted, Yi Ran contemplated his condition. He had nearly recovered and was prepared to bid farewell to these individuals today. I recently engaged in a conversation with Zhang Laosan, who recounted that the Steel Flame team had discovered a piece of exquisite black iron in an underground mine yesterday, estimated to be worth $1 million. A middle-aged man expressed his admiration, his voice tinged with envy. $1 million, exclaimed Inger and a young lad beside her. The elder and another middle-aged man also exhibited surprise and inquired further. Yi Ran felt a stir within. Black iron is a coveted ore in the wasteland, serving as a primary material for many warriors' armaments. Consequently, it holds great appeal. The underground mine in question is indeed rich in this precious resource. Gazing into the distance, Yi Ran discerned a massive mine at the far end of the cracked, arid ground. The value of black iron beckoned him to explore. He contemplated that encountering such a mine was a rare opportunity, even if he did not mine. Slaying unique beasts dwelling within could swiftly fulfill his achievement as a wasteland hunter. For reasons unknown, the environments within and around the wood wasteland starkly contrast. The periphery is lush with trees, while the interior is parched. He remained oblivious to the fact that beneath his cloak, a cold, indifferent middle-aged face was discernible, belonging to a man with a single eye. Chapter 56. An encounter outside the tent. Several individuals were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, one middle-aged man remarked, by the way, do you all remember the dense forest we passed through a couple of days ago? Yes, I recall seeing the masked figures hunting someone within, replied another. Curious. The second middle-aged man inquired, what happened there? Yesterday, the Martial Artists Association dispatched experts to that forest, aiming to eradicate the masked squad, the first man lamented. Upon entering, they discovered the area littered with the corpses of the masked individuals. More than 20 of them had perished, nearly 9/10 of their number, along with a vice-captain. The second middle-aged man, visibly shocked, exclaimed, how could this be? Wasn't the masked squad the one hunting others at that time? How could they be ambushed? The elderly man, who had been smiling and conversing with Inger, was equally taken aback. He turned to inquire, it seems the masked squad encountered formidable foes. Do we know how many were involved? The first middle-aged man hesitated before responding. It appears there were two. It is said that the injuries inflicted upon the masked squad members were remarkably similar, either sword wounds or dagger wounds. They must have been two experts, one skilled with the sword, the other with the dagger. Goodness, two individuals managed to dismantle the entire masked squad? Exclaimed Inger, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although she had little prior knowledge of the masked squad, she had witnessed the Steel Flame team, whom she admired, refrained from provoking them during their last passage through the forest, realizing just how formidable the masked squad truly was. Yet, such a fearsome entity had been vanquished by merely two individuals. Remarkable. The somewhat oblivious young lad, previously focused on his meal, suddenly piped up with, impressive, before returning his attention to his food. All he seemed to care about was eating. Inger shot him an exasperated glance, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she continued to seek information about those enigmatic individuals. The middle-aged man, shaking his head, expressed uncertainty, stating that he had only heard about it during a conversation with Zhang Laosan and the others. However, he speculated that it must involve at least two peak-level second-tier warriors, both highly skilled in the use of daggers and swords. The use of a sword and a dagger is not mutually exclusive. It could even be the work of a single individual. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from nearby, causing the group to pause momentarily. The elder turned to regard the handsome young speaker, recalling that he had forgotten about Xiao Yi, who had come from the direction of the dense forest. You should possess more knowledge than we do. Do you believe it to be the work of a single person? Yaren's expression was somewhat peculiar. After all, he was the one who had taken action. Did he really need to speculate? Nevertheless, he was not one to boast, so he casually replied, if nothing unexpected occurred. It should be one person. One person? The previously speaking middle-aged man shook his head. How can you be so certain when you weren't present at the scene? Furthermore, the assessment of two individuals comes from the Warrior Association experts. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ing, feeling that the young man was merely trying to impress her with his comments. Young people often seek to express their unique perspectives to capture attention. Yaren smiled softly and refrained from elaborating further. The two middle-aged men resumed their conversation, marveling at the prowess of the two mysterious experts who had eliminated the masked team. The elder, intrigued by Yaren, remarked, Xiao Yi, did you venture into the wasteland alone? Yes, Yaren nodded. You dared to enter the wasteland by yourself? No wonder you sustained such severe injuries. Inger, surprised, inquired curiously, but I see that your wounds are from a sword, not inflicted by a beast. Did you encounter a warrior ambush? Recalling the masked team, Yaren sighed. Indeed, there were many people, and it took considerable effort for me to escape with my life. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned admiring. At your age, to have the courage to enter the wasteland alone and manage to survive an encounter with warriors is quite remarkable. It was merely luck. Yaren shook his head. The elder, further pleased, noticed Inger's evident concern for the young man and chuckled. What are your plans next? If you're heading into the mine, why not join us? It would be safer to have company. Inger excitedly chimed in. Yes. Yaren, let me tell you, there are many strange beasts in the mine. Yaren hesitated for a moment. Alone, he had no worries whether it was about slaying beasts or exploring the mine. However, with more people involved, he pondered before saying, Thank you, Elder Su, but I prefer to operate alone. Upon hearing this, Elder Su solemnly replied, Xiao Yi, do you think we, here to mine, are not wealthy or powerful individuals? Are you reluctant to join us? The two middle-aged men also ceased their conversation, expressing their displeasure. Young man, do not be so arrogant. Though we are merely first-tier warriors, Elder Su is a second-tier warrior, and with his leadership, your safety is assured. Without further ado, at the very least, should you encounter the martial artist who once sought to take your life, you would undoubtedly evade such grievous injuries and manage to escape. Yiran was somewhat taken aback. Inger appeared displeased, eager to voice her thoughts. However, the elder beside her restrained her, directing his gaze towards Yiran, and spoke slowly. Young Yi, I hold great expectations for you. This is an opportunity. You must be aware of the Kongming Martial Arts Academy, the foremost martial institution in Ningjiang City. Su Fan, who resides within the academy, is my grandson. Should you accompany us and demonstrate commendable performance, I can endorse your admission to the Kongming Martial Arts Academy. Oh, and Xiao Ying is also there. You shall have a companion. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful, wonderful. The two martial artists, however, appeared utterly astonished. Su Lao, so you are Su Fan's grandfather? We always assumed you were merely an ordinary second-level martial artist. It is merely my grandson's merit, Su Lao chuckled, though a hint of pride lingered in his demeanor. Su Fan was, after all, one of the three most renowned young prodigies in Ningjiang City, known by all. He was confident that Yi Ran would soon arrive at a decision. Su Fan. Yi Ran expressed his surprise. The young genius he had bested at the Black Sand fighting arena was indeed Su Fan. He had not anticipated that the elder Su was related to him. Su Lao. It is truly unnecessary. Yi Ran shook his head in polite refusal once more. At this, Su Lao was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. One of the middle-aged men exclaimed in shock, Young brother, how could you refuse such a splendid opportunity? Do you comprehend what the Kongming Martial Arts Academy represents? While I am unaware of your abilities, joining the academy would undoubtedly be beneficial, never detrimental. Another middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, chiding, such arrogance. You risk missing a tremendous opportunity. Young man, humility is key. As the two conversed, suddenly, an imposing figure approached. Clad in a black robe that obscured his face, he approached slowly. Chapter 57, The Flood Dragon. The figure in black moved with deliberate pace. Su Lao's expression turned grave. His eyes narrowed in vigilance as he regarded the towering figure. He could not sense the presence of this individual. Excuse me, brother, do you require assistance? Inquired one of the middle-aged men. Indeed, came a gravelly voice from beneath the black robe. I have need of your heads and the money in your pockets. With that, the hood was thrown back, revealing the visage of a one-eyed middle-aged man. The group was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next instant, Su Lao's face drained of color. This voice belonged to the captain of the masked men. You have heard my voice. The one-eyed man was taken aback. Then his expression turned indifferent as he advanced toward them. The position they occupied was distant from other miners, ensuring that their demise would raise no alarm. The squad had suffered significant losses and was in dire need of replenishing their wealth and recruiting new members. The scattered martial artists near the mine presented an excellent opportunity. As the one-eyed man approached, Su Lao's expression turned frantic, while the two middle-aged men were drenched in sweat, unable to muster the strength to move. Inger and her brother also trembled in fear. Suddenly, the one-eyed middle-aged man halted his steps, his gaze fixed intently on a young boy, particularly on the bandages that encircled the youth's chest. With a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, Your injuries remind me of an old acquaintance, someone who single-handedly nearly annihilated my entire Black Mask team. The location of your wounds bears a striking resemblance to his. Could it be that you and he are one and the same? Yiran spoke softly as a silver sword materialized in his hand. Upon witnessing the sword, the one-eyed man's pupils constricted sharply, his voice quivering with trepidation. The silver rhinoceros sword, it truly is you. Yet, you are merely a boy? His expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had conjectured countless times about the identity of that formidable individual, but he had never anticipated that the source of his unease, which now evoked a sense of fear, was simply a 17 or 18-year-old youth. I did not foresee that you would manage to follow me, Yiran sighed. Feeling rather unfortunate, he remained blissfully unaware that the one-eyed man had actually abandoned the pursuit. Their current encounter was purely coincidental. Casting a glance at Inger and the others, he decisively turned and fled with all his might into the distance, leaving behind a stark warning. Consider this carefully. If you waste your time trying to kill them, you will never catch up to me. The one-eyed man's expression shifted dramatically several times before he finally shot a cold glance at the paralyzed and speechless Su Lao and the others. With a surge of vitality, he swiftly pursued Yiran. Although these individuals had seen his face, they paled in comparison to the greater threat posed by the boy. This young man had decimated the Black Mask team, and their vendetta could never be reconciled. Moreover, at such a tender age, he exhibited a ruthless decisiveness and formidable strength. Now armed with the knowledge of the one-eyed man's appearance, if he did not eliminate this youth now, in 6 months, it would be he who came to hunt him down. The one-eyed man swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation and pursued with all his strength. Previously, he had relinquished the chase due to a lack of leads, but at this moment, a fortuitous opportunity had presented itself, one he could not afford to miss. The two figures, one fleeing, the other in pursuit, quickly vanished from sight. Only then did Su Lao and the others regain their composure, emerging from the depths of their terror. The captain of the Black Mask was notorious for his ruthless reputation. Even Su Lao, a seasoned martial artist with extensive experience, felt a profound fear. We have survived. A middle-aged man collapsed onto the ground, while another, drenched in sweat, felt utterly weak. It was inevitable. After all, he was the captain of the Black Mask, a killer of unspeakable ferocity, and they had no choice but to tremble in fear. In contrast to Su Lao and his companions, it was Inger and her brother who reacted with relative composure. Perhaps it was the ignorance of youth that rendered them fearless, though they were frightened. They quickly regained their composure. However, Inger wore a look of confusion on her fair face. Had the captain of the Black Mask just claimed that Yiran was the one who annihilated their team? At her words, Su Lao and the two middle-aged men fell silent. A sword, a dagger. One middle-aged man wore a bitter expression. No wonder he was so certain it was the same person. It turned out he was the enigmatic figure responsible for the downfall of the Black Mask. A mere boy, single-handedly obliterating the Black Mask, instilling such trepidation in the captain. Su Lao found himself at a loss for words. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it an absurd fantasy. However, everything that just transpired has unequivocally demonstrated the truth of the matter. Reflecting on his recent words, he could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. The Kongming Martial Arts School is indeed formidable, but it is contingent upon the caliber of its practitioners. While he was unaware of others, individuals like that young man, a terrifying genius at least at the pinnacle of the second tier of martial arts, render the Kongming Martial Arts School rather inconsequential. In that moment, the emotions of those present were a tumult of feelings. Only Inger, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Grandfather, what about Yiran? The captain has gone to hunt him down. Do not fret, there are numerous martial artists nearby. They are well aware that the masked captain, being alone, will not let this opportunity slip by," Elder Su replied, swiftly summoning two middle-aged men to seek assistance in various directions. Meanwhile, Yiran was fleeing with all his might. Yet, the one-eyed middle-aged man's speed far surpassed his own. In mere moments, he closed the distance and delivered a crushing blow. In an instant, the heavy water palm unleashed a tumultuous roar of crashing waves. Boom! The air erupted. Blood erupted from Yiran's arm, rendering it limp, and he was propelled forward with great force. The one-eyed middle-aged man remained impassive, though a tempest of emotions surged within him. The strength of a top-tier second-level martial artist. This boy, at such a tender age. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as a massive black battle axe materialized in his grasp, charging towards Yiran. At that moment, a sudden thud resonated from his chest, causing him to stagger. A hidden force? The one-eyed middle-aged man snorted coldly, quickly regaining his composure. Just as he was about to spring into action, a dagger shot towards his face. "You crafty little brat," he exclaimed. The one-eyed middle-aged man deftly evaded, focusing intently as he reached out to seize the dagger. This was indeed a weapon of war. He was willing to expend it. "But today, you shall not escape." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he observed the young man, who, while coughing blood, was hastily making his way toward a colossal opening. That was the entrance to the underground mine. The complexities within the mine would make it exceedingly difficult to locate the boy once he entered. "You wretched child, perish!" The one-eyed middle-aged man bellowed, launching a powerful punch that sent a dark purple imprint hurtling forth. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed, shaking the very mine. Yiran's complexion paled. Yet he managed to enter the mine just before the punch's imprint struck him. However, he had no time to rejoice, for the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. The mine crumbled. Taken by surprise, Yiran plummeted down along with the falling debris. In an instant, he felt as though he had been plunged into a vast river, the torrential waters sweeping over him, rendering his eyes unable to open. He could only be carried along passively, swept away to an unknown destination. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yiran groggily opened his eyes, and, upon violently coughing out a mouthful of water, weakly surveyed his surroundings. The next moment, his expression froze. Before him lay a colossal serpent, a gargantuan black dragon. Chapter 58, The Indomitable Heart. Outside the mine, the one-eyed middle-aged man stood stunned, never having anticipated that his punch would cause the mine to collapse. Evidently, his punch must have struck a particularly vulnerable section of the mine, resulting in its collapse. Contemplating this, the one-eyed middle-aged man wore a grim expression. Although the mine had crumbled, that lad, if fortune favored him, might not necessarily be crushed beneath the debris. Conversely, it was he who now faced difficulty in entering. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted numerous martial artists, all hastening to the scene. However, before departing, he cast a cold glance in the direction of the mine. He would not relinquish this matter so easily. Soon, a multitude of martial artists gathered around the mine, eager to excavate the entrance, but the collapse was so thorough that it could not be cleared in a short time. Below ground, Yiran stared vacantly at the colossal creature before him. It was a massive black serpent, its immense body resembling a mountain, lying across the subterranean river. The beast's formidable head bore a menacing visage, with a towering horn reaching towards the heavens, and its scales shimmered with an enigmatic depth. Perfection and power were the only thoughts occupying Yiran's mind at that moment. He gazed, entranced. Suddenly, he realized he could not move. His body had become immobile. Slipping beyond his control, no matter how he tried to command it, he remained still. This was a primal instinct, a visceral reaction to a life form of monumental stature that far surpassed his own, an instinctual dread and reverence. This was no mere matter of willpower. Just as a human instinctively feels fear upon hearing thunder, this terror was etched in his very genes. Throughout history, dragons have occupied the apex of the food chain, reigning over all creatures. Even if this was merely a serpent, possessing only a fraction of draconic blood, it still commanded such awe that defiance was impossible. Unbeknownst to him, Yiran had even lowered his head. Despite the black serpent appearing to be in a deep slumber, exerting no pressure upon him, he could not raise his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to resist, yearning to lift his head, unwilling to accept his own fragility. He had traversed the wilderness, enduring numerous life and death trials. And even in the face of imminent peril, he had never experienced fear or despair. He would not allow the sheer might of another to strip him of his resolve to confront and resist. Yet this time, it was different. Even as his teeth ground against one another, he remained unable to move, unable to resist the instinct of his body. The more he fought against it, the more his body trembled, seemingly yearning to kneel in submission before this godlike entity. With all his strength, he resisted the instinct that surged from within. At last, with a sharp crack, Yiran silently observed his hands. He had crushed a segment of his own finger bone. Yet, he felt no pain whatsoever. Only a deep sense of despair. He had failed again. This instinct, rooted in his very being, was utterly insurmountable, impossible to defy. No matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. He attempted to take a step forward, managing to move. Then, he yearned to raise his head. As he lifted his gaze, that uncontrollable sensation surged forth once more, and he once again lost dominion over his own body. Yiran fell silent, refraining from raising his head. Instead, he bowed it low, beginning to survey his surroundings in search of an escape route. This colossal black serpent was undoubtedly of the master realm. Though he was perplexed as to why such a formidable beast would inhabit the ordinary desolation of the wood wasteland, Yiran had come to terms with it. It was entirely natural to feel dread and trepidation at the presence of a master-level beast. Even his body trembled instinctively in fear. Any first-level martial artist, or even a second or third, would similarly succumb to the primal terror that such a creature evoked. Even if this black serpent lay in slumber, exuding no trace of oppressive might, it was a given that the weak would bow to the strong, much like humanity reveres celestial powers and venerates the forces of nature. Yiran whispered to himself in an attempt to rationalize his fear. With his head lowered, he could only rely on the reflection in the water to seek an exit. Yet the serpent was far too immense. Time and again, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught glimpses of it, gradually shrouding his heart in a nightmare. After a prolonged search, his eyes finally sparkled with elation as he spotted a narrow fissure. Light emanated from the crack, seemingly leading to the outside world. Overjoyed, he seized the opportunity and hastened towards the opening while the black serpent still slumbered. The dark river was strewn with large serpent scales floating atop the water, providing a path upon which he could tread. Yiran carefully stepped upon the scales, swiftly making his way to the fissure. Throughout his journey, he kept his head bowed, exercising utmost caution. Even though his peripheral vision could no longer discern the black serpent, he remained hesitant to raise his gaze. Observing his comical reflection in the water, an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. He suppressed this fury and continued to walk silently, head lowered. Faced with a master-level black serpent, he lacked the capacity to resist and could only submit. The innate dominance of the strong over the weak was an undeniable truth. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, a notification from the achievement system. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a master-level serpent and successfully survived. Hidden achievement and completed. Reward, 100 achievement points. At that moment, Yiran was taken aback, his face contorting with rage as he slammed his fist into the ground. Curse that ant, he exclaimed vehemently. It's merely a serpent. Even if it were a true dragon today, I would still trample on its head. In an instant, all the pent-up fury he had accumulated erupted like a powder keg. With eyes ablaze, he slowly raised his head to confront the black serpent. You are but a mere beast, he declared. I care not whether you are a master or how powerful you may be. As long as you are a beast, I will never submit, let alone cower. Heavy pressure bore down upon him, and instinctively, his body resisted. Yet this time, Yiran refused to yield. The word ant had ignited the inferno of his rage, compelling him to reveal his true emotions. From the very beginning, he had never flinched. Though his body may be frail and fear may arise, it bore no relevance to him. It was merely a broken black serpent, even if it were formidable. What kind of warrior could he claim to be if he lacked the courage to even gaze at it? What worth is there in practicing martial arts? Crack. A sound of bones fracturing echoed from Yiran's body. He seemed unable to bear the weight, and his skin began to rupture, droplets of blood seeping forth. An overwhelming pain surged through him. Yet, at that moment, Yiran felt an exhilarating sense of clarity, for this was precisely what he yearned for. To die standing, rather than live on his knees. What of that revered black serpent? I see you, I see you. Yiran roared defiantly. Suddenly, he lifted his head. In an instant, the veins on his skin burst forth, transforming him into a bloodied figure. His body swayed unsteadily. Nevertheless, he stood tall, chest out, and took a deliberate step forward. This step, though seemingly simple, felt as if he had planted his foot upon the massive head of the looming black serpent. In that fleeting moment, the innate fear within him dissipated. He had conquered himself. Moreover, Yiran distinctly sensed that despite his grievous injuries, a transformation was occurring. His mastery over his body ascended to a new echelon. Simultaneously, within his mind, under the achievement panel, the battle awareness button surged dramatically, reaching an extraordinary peak. Ultimately, it settled at this pinnacle, displaying 500 achievement points, enabling him to break through the bottleneck to the next realm. Break through the limits? Yiran murmured, his voice faint yet tinged with joy. Alas, his wounds were too severe. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tested the extent of his combat prowess. At that moment, a soft chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. With the frailty of an ant, you have faced a dragon, fearless and undaunted, conquering your true self. You have completed the hidden achievement, Heart of Fearlessness, earning a reward of 100 achievement points and the trait, Fearless Body 1. Yiran was momentarily stunned. He then observed the physique section of the system panel, which had once again expanded. Physique, Fearless Body, Level 1, Immunity to 10 of powerful pressures, effective against martial saints and below. Note, upgrading this physique requires an equal addition of Fearless Body and other upgrade conditions. A second physique of fearless body. Yi Ran's heart swelled with delight. The rewards were overwhelmingly substantial. Not only a significant breakthrough in battle awareness, but also 200 achievement points and a new physique. Although the fearless body may not seem as advantageous as the nirvana body, its utility in critical moments should not be underestimated. Many top-tier warriors, when unleashing their vital energy, exude a formidable pressure that renders ordinary martial artists incapable of moving, let alone fleeing. Yet, the immunity effect of the fearless body is nothing short of a trump card. To possess a heart without fear and bravely confront a master with sword drawn is indeed commendable. At that moment, from the darkened corner, an aged voice of admiration echoed. An elderly man, whose face resembled golden parchment and bore traces of blood, appeared, looking rather frail. Yi Ran was taken aback, his pupils constricting in shock. Grandmaster Heng Yang. He gasped in astonishment. To his astonishment, he found himself in the presence of the esteemed Master Heng Yang, who, surprisingly, bore the marks of injury. Master Heng Yang smiled, seemingly unfazed by Yi Ran's recognition of him. He nodded in appreciation, stating, "I have witnessed everything that just transpired. The talent of youth is formidable. Words such as extraordinary and remarkable scarcely do you justice. By the way, Brother Heixiao, who discreetly released his oppressive aura to intimidate my junior human. What do you think of my young friend here?" With a sudden shift in tone, Master Heng Yang directed his gaze towards the slumbering Heixiao. Chapter 59, The Third Level Warrior. Brother Heixiao? Heixiao, unbeknownst to anyone, had already opened his eyes, his brown pupils filled with indifference as he regarded Master Heng Yang. However, after a mere glance, he closed his eyes once more, returning to his previous state of quietude. Yi Ran's heart raced. To his astonishment, the black serpent had been fully aware all along. This meant that, you are not mistaken, ever since your arrival, it has been subtly exerting its pressure, though you remained unaware, Master Heng Yang remarked, observing Yi Ran with a smile. Thus, your ability to withstand its oppressive force is truly remarkable. His aged visage bore a hint of admiration and reflection. It was astonishing that a mere 17 or 18-year-old, appearing as a typical high school student, could withstand the pressure emanating from a master-level serpent. Although Heixiao had not unleashed its full might, merely a portion, it was nonetheless astonishing. After all, this young man was merely a second-level warrior. At this moment, Yi Ran's vitality was exceedingly close to that of a second-level warrior, coupled with a physique comparable to that level. Consequently, Master Heng Yang had failed to recognize him as merely a first-level warrior. Now it made sense. No wonder the pressure was so intense. Yi Ran's expression shifted as he comprehended that he had mistakenly believed the black serpent to be asleep, unaware of his arrival. It seems that, while I was preoccupied with healing, it released its pressure to conceal your aura, wishing to prevent me from discovering you, Master Heng Yang explained, before suddenly coughing heavily. He then addressed Yi Ran, "Follow me." Yi Ran hesitated, casting a glance at Heixiao. "Fear not. It is about to embark on the path of transformation into a dragon and will not act against you, lest it jeopardize its own progress," Master Heng Yang reassured him, shaking his head. Transformation into a dragon? Yi Ran's pupils constricted in shock, voicing his astonishment. The transformation of a serpent into a dragon signifies the emergence of a true dragon. Among the beast clans, the dragon lineage stands supreme, with each true dragon possessing the might of a martial sovereign. 7th-level masters, 8th-level martial sovereigns. Martial sovereigns represent the pinnacle of combat prowess in the entire Xia nation. True embodiments of national strength. Unable to resist, Yi Ran turned his gaze toward the black serpent in the dark river. Upon closer observation, he noted a small protrusion atop Heixiao's head, unmistakably the beginnings of a second horn. Additionally, numerous scales had shed, making way for new growth. This black serpent was indeed in the process of transformation. Indeed, following its transformation, the beast clan would gain another beast sovereign. Master Heng Yang sighed softly, his eyes filled with concern. Having spoken, he led Yi Ran toward the corner of the cave. Yi Ran seized this opportunity to reassess his surroundings, taking in the environment. He found himself within an underground cavern. Within the cavern, a vast dark river surged past, where a black serpent lay in slumber. On either side of the cave, numerous fissures, both large and small, were evident. Before long, the two ventured into one of these fissures. To their surprise, the interior was quite spacious, featuring a silver circular stone, which was evidently a place of repose for Master Heng Yang. Having encountered Master Heng Yang before, Yi Ran respectfully bowed upon entering the cavern. There was no need for excessive formality. Master Heng Yang, possessing a warm demeanor, smiled and gestured for him to sit at ease. Yi Ran felt a surge of excitement and curiosity. This was his first time witnessing Master Heng Yang in person. He appeared much like a kind, ordinary elder, not dissimilar from what he had seen on television. Had he not known beforehand, it would have been difficult to imagine that this was a grandmaster capable of upheaving mountains and rivers with a mere fist. "Young friend, what is your name?" Master Heng Yang inquired with a smile, seated cross-legged atop the silver stone, which emanated a faint chill that enveloped his body. Yi Ran observed closely. Despite the smile on Master Hung Yang's face, a subtle furrow of his brow revealed that the chill was quite potent and not particularly benign. Yi Ran, he replied. Yi Ran, a fine name indeed. Are you from Ningjiang City? Master Heng Yang continued. Yes, Yi Ran replied earnestly, explaining his identity without reservation, including how he had fallen into this place. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the achievement system. Upon learning that he had been pursued here by the notorious hunting squad known as the Black Mask, which had nearly been obliterated, Master Hung Yang's gaze softened further. With a pure heart, courage, and cunning, to accomplish such feats with merely the strength of a second-tier martial artist, Ningjiang City has truly produced an extraordinary talent, he remarked. As he spoke, Master Hung Yang observed Yi Ran, whose body was stained with blood, and offered him a vial of medicine. Apply this to your wounds. It will expedite your recovery, he said gently. Yi Ran hesitated. Senior, do you not need it? Although Master Hung Yang appeared pale, it was evident that he bore significant injuries. Do not worry, child. It is for you, he insisted. I am cough. Suddenly, Master Heng Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Ran felt a tightening in his chest, but felt helpless to assist. Accepting the vial, he glanced at it. It was entirely black and the size of a palm. Upon opening it, he discovered a fiery red powder within. He poured some of the powder out and applied it to his wounds. The red powder seemed almost sentient, instinctively burrowing into his flesh. Soon, a tingling sensation coursed through his wounds, followed by the visible regeneration of flesh at an astonishing pace. In less than half a minute, all of Yi Ran's injuries had vanished, leaving behind a heap of dead skin. He gazed in awe and astonishment at his renewed body, feeling a profound sense of shock. What kind of medicine is this? The speed of its healing is truly astonishing. However, knowing that this remedy was provided by the Grand Master, he felt a sense of relief. The Grand Master's realm far surpasses his own. Even a mere external injury remedy from such a master is beyond his imagination. As he moved his body, Yi Ran's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His physical condition had improved once again, although he had not yet reached the realm of a third-level warrior. He was very close, merely a chance away. The prowess of a first-level warrior combined with the physique of a third-level warrior. How extraordinary. Yi Ran could not help but marvel at his own progress. A glance revealed that Grand Master Hung Yang seemed weary. His eyes closed as he succumbed to rest due to his injuries. After some contemplation, Yi Ran retrieved his testing belt. Although true battle prowess would only manifest upon reaching the third-level physique, having conquered his own limitations and withstanding the pressure of the Black Serpent, his combat awareness had surged, and his fighting strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. The test concluded swiftly. Information appeared on the testing belt. Vitality, 495, top-tier, first-level warrior. Combat power, 1175, quasi-third-level warrior. Suddenly, garbled text flashed on the testing belt, accompanied by frantic warning lights. First-level warrior realm, third-level combat power, caution. Someone is cheating. Chapter 60, The Fall. Is this an injustice? Yi Ran slammed the testing belt in frustration, only to calm down afterward. He could not help but lick his lips. With over 1170 in combat power, he was now alarmingly close to the 1200 required for a third-level warrior. With the addition of martial techniques, he could easily bridge this gap. In other words, he was now fully capable of engaging with a third-level warrior. The only difference remained in his physique. Once he breaks through to the third-level physique, his combat power would surely increase further. Yi Ran clenched his fists in excitement. At that moment, he would truly stand toe-to-toe with a third-level warrior. Perhaps even have the chance to defeat one. Thinking of the one-eyed, middle-aged man from the Black Mask team, his expression turned somber. The next encounter would determine who would hunt and who would be hunted. However, that one-eyed man did not appear to be an ordinary third-level warrior. 1200 combat power might not suffice. Yi Ran pondered. He still had a substantial sum of 200 achievement points. However, the avenues for their use had diminished. His combat awareness had reached a bottleneck, and breaking through would require 500 achievement points, which was far from enough. His vitality had also nearly reached its limit. To break through further, he would need to seek rare beast blood to advance to a second-level warrior. Therefore, at present, the only thing he could enhance was his martial techniques. Yi Ran contemplated the martial techniques he possessed, the highest level undoubtedly being the tiered martial technique, Cloud Breath technique. This technique of feigning death was indeed useful, but it offered little aid in direct confrontations. Next was the tiered heavy water palm. Currently, he had reached the minor accomplishment stage. Further advancement would bring him to the major accomplishment stage, enabling him to cultivate the dual palm momentum. The dark energy of the dual palm momentum, with its double explosive power, would undoubtedly increase its potency significantly. Additionally, there was the frost slash he had just acquired. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Ran ceased hesitating and began to refine these two martial techniques. As time slowly passed, the achievement panel displayed a rapid decrease in achievement points, ultimately settling at 130. Yi Ran ceased his calculations, opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of frustration. Having expended 70 achievement points, he had successfully elevated both a first-level and a second-level martial skill to the realm of mastery. With two martial skills now perfected, His combat prowess had significantly increased. Regrettably, due to the constraints of the environment, he was unable to test their full potential. At that moment, Master Hingyang stirred from his reverie. "Elder, are you injured?" Yi Ran inquired with concern. "It's nothing," Master Hingyang replied, waving his hand dismissively. Yi Ran offered him a black medicinal vial. "Please, take this." Master Hingyang smiled gently but did not accept the vial. Instead, he gazed wistfully at the outside world. His expression tinged with nostalgia and a hint of reluctance. Noticing this, Yi Ran refrained from pressing the matter and stored the vial away. In the next instant, a shiver coursed through him. His progress surged. From over 330,000, it skyrocketed to 500,000. One vial of medicine valued at 170,000? Yi Ran was left in a state of shock, his mind reeling. He had anticipated that the medicine possessed by the master would be precious, but he had never imagined it would be so exorbitantly priced. A mere small vial was worth nearly 200,000, having used approximately 1/6 of it. He calculated that he had essentially consumed 30,000. The more he pondered, the drier his mouth became, accompanied by a profound sense of regret. Had he known its true worth, he would have been far more frugal with its use. Just then, Master Hingyang let out a soft sigh. "I never expected to meet my end here. It is a pity. I had hoped to gaze upon the Summer Kingdom one last time." His voice resonated with sorrow and yearning. Yi Ran, upon hearing this, was struck with a jolt of shock. "Elder, you?" Master Hingyang coughed slightly, his already pallid complexion growing even more ashen, yet his smile remained warm. "My battle with the Black Flood Dragon has gravely injured my vital essence, compounded by the venom of the blue ice-cold serpent. I have but 3 hours of life left. I had thought I would perish here, leaving many regrets unaddressed. But fortunately, I encountered you, my young friend." Master Hingyang coughed heavily once more, this time expelling a mouthful of deep blue blood that instantly froze upon contact with the ground, spreading icy tendrils in all directions. Even at a distance, Yi Ran felt the chilling aura coursing toward him, causing his skin to tighten in discomfort. A shiver of dread washed over him. What kind of poison is this? It is utterly terrifying. After several severe coughs, Master Hingyang's expression appeared somewhat more relaxed, no longer bearing the same exhaustion. "Elder," Yi Ran implored, "is there truly nothing to be done?" Although the blue ice-cold serpent was merely a 6th-level extraordinary beast, it possessed a fragment of the Qi-Long bloodline, rendering its venom far more potent than that of the Black Flood Dragon. Master Hingyang shook his head. "Had I been in my prime, I could have resisted this poison. But now," he sighed heavily. Only he understood the immense pressure of confronting a black dragon, poised to transform into a true dragon, a being of unparalleled mastery. The black dragon was already a formidable opponent, and to add to that, a blue ice serpent lurked, ready to strike. Such rare creatures were even more uncommon than the black dragon itself. Yi Ran fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with the harsh reality that Master Hingyang, one of the most active grandmasters in the Xia Kingdom, who tirelessly traversed the wilderness, battling formidable beasts and safeguarding the land, was on the brink of passing. The notion of losing such a venerable elder was unbearable. Noticing Yi Ran's despondence, Master Hingyang offered a gentle smile. Life and death were merely the natural order of existence. It was the attachment to this home that weighed heavily on his heart. He gazed forward once more, and although the cavern was shrouded in darkness, his mind's eye conjured magnificent landscapes and countless young warriors engaged in battles with otherworldly beasts, filling him with a sense of solace. Although he wished for one last glimpse, the black dragon was in the midst of transformation and would not act against him. "After my passing, you may carry my remains safely away," Master Hingyang murmured. "I will enter a state of tranquility beforehand, allowing a remnant of my power to linger within my corpse. Take my body to Tianyu Town, to the Beast Gate, and entrust it to Lien Tianxiong. He understands the purpose of my remains. Though I may be gone, my body can still lend its strength against the beasts. Furthermore, please retrieve a small wooden box from my spatial ring and deliver it to my grandson. He is 3 years old, and I have yet to visit him." As Yi Ran listened, sorrow engulfed his heart. "Senior, is there truly no other way?" His eyes brimmed with tears, filled with reluctance. Master Hingyang shook his head gently. "There is a method, but it entails transferring the cold poison into another human's body, and at this moment, you are the only one present." Silence enveloped the cavern for a moment. Yi Ran remained contemplative for a long while before finally raising his head, speaking earnestly. "Senior." "Foolish child." Master Hingyang's gaze softened with warmth and kindness. "Your willingness to help has already touched me deeply. However, my frail body has little time left while you are still young, with many years ahead of you." "But senior, you are a grandmaster, capable of so much," Yi Ran argued. Master Hingyang replied, "Though I am a grandmaster, life is not measured by worth. My life is no more precious than yours. Besides, to see such an outstanding junior like you before my end brings me immense satisfaction." Suddenly, Master Hingyang burst into laughter. "That black dragon outside may be beyond my capabilities, but do you have the confidence to slay it in the future?" "Absolutely." Yi Ran's eyes blazed with determination. "Whether it be a dragon or a serpent, I shall slay it without fail." "Good. Ha ha." Now that's the spirit of a Xiao man. Master Hingyang laughed heartily. However, he was soon interrupted by a fit of heavy coughing, expelling 2 mouthfuls of blood laced with cold poison. After a brief moment of rest, he weakly stated, "I have no regrets. Now, let me entrust you with some matters. The black dragon eel requires a year to transform into a true dragon. Within this year, one must find a martial sovereign to slay it before its metamorphosis is completed." Master Hingyang, bearing the final instructions, is aware of the circumstances surrounding his injury. After quelling the wilderness of Qingshui City, Master Hingyang undertakes the task of cleansing the numerous wilds along his return journey, eliminating the formidable beasts therein to alleviate the burden on the cities. Among these wilds is the Limu Wilderness. Little did he know that within the Limu Wilderness lurked a peak-level 7th-grade black dragon eel. The eel clan, second only to the dragon clan among the top-tier extraordinary beasts, boasts combat prowess that far exceeds that of humans of the same rank. And this particular black dragon eel is on the brink of transformation, poised to become an 8th-grade beast sovereign. In a fierce battle for survival, Master Hingyang finds himself at a disadvantage against the black dragon eel. As their struggle reaches its climax, the grievously injured Master Hingyang is ambushed by the eel's rare companion, a chilling ice serpent. Although Master Hingyang nearly cleaves the serpent in two with a single stroke, he succumbs to its chilling venom and ultimately falls into an underground river alongside the transforming black dragon eel. The eel, unable to act during its transformation, is rendered helpless. Meanwhile, Master Hingyang, gravely wounded, lacks the strength to escape and must rely on an ancient cold stone to counteract the poison and buy time. Thus, they find themselves in a precarious stalemate. However, as Master Hingyang's life hangs by a thread, it is evident that the black dragon eel is destined to emerge victorious. It is not until Yi Ran unexpectedly stumbles into this predicament that their balance is disrupted. Although the black dragon eel regards Yi Ran as a mere insignificant insect, it fears the potential connection between him and Master Hingyang, compelling it to exert a fraction of its imposing presence. This explains Yi Ran's initial disarray upon entering. During the transformation, any action could lead to failure, and the black dragon eel can only wield a portion of its might. Regrettably, had I been able to slay the chilling ice serpent then, I could have alleviated the venom, Master Hingyang laments. The poison is not incurable. The serpent's scales would suffice to counteract it. Alas, though I nearly severed it, it managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran's expression darkens. Having conveyed most of what needed to be said, Master Hingyang declares, "I shall pass on my lifelong skills, the Hingyang true body, to you, so that I may depart in peace." With a heavy cough, Master Hingyang's countenance grows increasingly pallid, indicating that time is running short. Yi Ran remains silent. If Master Hingyang refrains from imparting the Hingyang true body, he could likely endure a little longer. Yet, a bittersweet sense of helplessness washes over him. He once believed himself strong enough, but now it is clear that he falls woefully short. "Come here, child," Master Hingyang beckons. Yi Ran steps forward swiftly, and in a moment of desperation, he inquires, "Senior, would other serpent scales suffice? Perhaps such scales from another cold attribute beast?" "Other serpent scales will not do." Master Hingyang replies with a bitter smile, suddenly struck dumb as he gazes at the 4 deep blue serpent scales in the boy's hand. "These are the scales of the chilling ice serpent," he exclaims with sudden excitement. Yi Ran, equally astonished, stares at the serpent scales in his possession, bewildered. Could this coincidence truly be? "Where did you acquire this serpent scale?" Master Hingyang inquired, his complexion flushed with excitement. Even the Grand Master, upon realizing his chance of survival, could hardly contain his joy. Yi Ran succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding the procurement of the scale. Upon hearing this, Master Hingyang could not help but shake his head in disbelief, marveling at the sheer serendipity of the situation. Truly, there exists a path for every soul in dire straits. Yi Ran, scratching his head in surprise, felt fortunate that he had refrained from recklessly entering the main passage. Otherwise, encountering a 6th-tier beast, whose venom could incapacitate even a Grand Master, would have surely led to his demise. "Senior, will these few pieces suffice?" Yi Ran asked, a hint of anxiety creeping in. "2 pieces will be ample," Master Hingyang replied, accepting the scales with a smile. Within 100 steps of a poison, there lies an antidote. This principle holds true even for the Bai Binghan snake. However, compared to other beasts, the antidote for this particular creature is somewhat unique, namely, its scales. Understanding dawned on Yi Ran. Keep the remaining 2 scales safe. They may prove useful in the future. Even if they do not serve to neutralize the poison, they can be fashioned into formidable weaponry, as they are exceptional materials. With that, Master Hingyang took the 2 scales and fell into a deep slumber, a faint blue glow emanating from them. Yi Ran waited patiently, growing somewhat bored after a while, and mustered the courage to step outside the cave. Beyond the entrance, the dark river lay still, with the massive black serpent reclining, its eyes closed. The rushing waters cascaded over its inky scales, producing a subtle luminescence. Realizing that the black serpent was currently immobile, Yi Ran's confidence grew, allowing him to approach cautiously for a closer inspection, though he refrained from making any rash movements. After all, the serpent was not truly incapable of motion. It merely wished to avoid jeopardizing its hard-earned gains. His gaze swept across the river's surface, where numerous black serpent scales floated alongside solidified pools of dark liquid, stirring something within him. Although these materials were shed by the serpent, they were nonetheless of Grand Master caliber. Yi Ran began to collect the black scales, but their weight proved overwhelming, rendering him unable to lift them, let alone store them in his spatial ring. Just as he was pondering how to proceed with his collection, Master Hingyang emerged, his complexion considerably improved, and smiled at Yi Ran. While these black serpent scales hold significant value, the blood of the serpent can be refined into the essence of the beast, which is even more precious. The essence of the beast. Yi Ran's heart raced as he turned his gaze toward the dark river, eyeing the pools of solidified black liquid. Chapter 62. The True Form of Hingyang. The viscous black liquid, with its peculiar properties, resembled jelly, floating with high density upon the water's surface. Yi Ran was taken aback, realizing this was indeed the blood of the black serpent, and it could be refined into essence. Senior, is it true that the essence extracted from this black serpent's blood can be used to break through realms? He couldn't help but ask. Certainly, Master Hingyang chuckled. Any essence from a beast can serve that purpose, even if this black serpent is a master-level creature. However, at your current level as a second-tier warrior, you cannot withstand such potent essence blood, not even at the second-tier level. Yi Ran was taken aback. If that is the case, then as a first-tier warrior, I must be even less capable. A first-tier warrior? Master Hingyang paused momentarily, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity as he regarded Yi Ran. Soon, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. You truly are merely a first-tier warrior. Previously, he had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, which had dulled his senses, leading him to mistakenly perceive Yi Ran as a second-tier warrior. Now, with acute awareness befitting a grandmaster, he effortlessly discerned Yi Ran's true vitality. It had not surpassed 500. He was indeed just a first-tier warrior. In that moment, Master Hingyang felt a swell of emotions, unsure of what to say. He had encountered countless prodigies, yet to resist the pressure of the black serpent as a mere first-tier warrior was utterly unprecedented. Nearby, the black serpent slowly opened its eyes, its brown pupils locking onto Yi Ran. After a deep gaze, it closed its eyes once more, returning to slumber. Senior, as long as one possesses a sufficiently strong constitution, one should be able to endure the essence blood of extraordinary beasts, correct? Yi Ran pondered before inquiring. Indeed, however, enhancing one's constitution is quite challenging. It typically necessitates a breakthrough in rank to elevate one's physical capabilities, Master Hingyang elucidated. Moreover, to absorb the essence blood of the black serpent, one must possess at least the constitution of a martial master. Martial master constitution? Yi Ran furrowed his brow. He was already quite close to the constitution of a third-tier warrior. With some additional refinement, a breakthrough should not pose a significant challenge. However, attaining a martial master constitution indeed presented some complications. Unable to contain his eagerness, Yi Ran hastened over to begin collecting the blood of the black serpent from the water. The heavy essence blood was stored within his spatial ring. After gathering 2 or 3 clumps, the spatial ring suddenly emitted a crack, revealing a fissure. Yi Ran was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. What a nuisance. This spatial ring cannot endure. It was not due to insufficient space, but rather the overwhelming weight of the black serpent's blood collapsing the interior. Use this, Master Hingyang smiled, tossing him a spatial ring. The ring was of vibrant crimson, with the characters for Hingyang inscribed upon it. This is one I used in my youth, long since retired. It should suit you perfectly, Master Hingyang explained. The internal space is not vast, only 300 cubic meters, but it should suffice for holding these serpent scales. 300 cubic meters. Yi Ran's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he clumsily accepted the ring. His heart racing, trembling hands caressed the ring for some time before he finally, with great reverence, dripped blood to acknowledge it as his own. The space within Master Hingyang's ring, compared to the spatial hand ring, was not only larger but also significantly sturdier. Yi Ran resumed collecting the black serpent's blood, and no further mishaps occurred. Soon, he had successfully stored a total of 32 clumps of black serpent blood. This essence blood, once refined, would be sufficient for 3 uses. Master Hingyang remarked, however, the refinement of essence blood is exceedingly difficult, particularly with the blood of an extraordinary beast of this caliber. If you trust me, you may entrust the black serpent blood to me. I have an old friend who excels at refining essence blood. After the refinement is complete, I shall arrange for someone to deliver the finished product to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran was both surprised and delighted, expressing his gratitude to the elder. It is but a trifling matter. Subsequently, with the assistance of the Grand Master Hingyang, Yi Ran successfully stored all the black flood dragon scales within the Hingyang ring. Over 60 scales, even when stacked upon one another, occupied a significant 2/3 of the ring's capacity. Along with the acquisition of these scales and the dragon's blood, Yi Ran achieved a staggering milestone, reaching an astonishing figure of 22 million. Witnessing this remarkable data, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The value of these scales and blood, when compared to that of an entire black flood dragon, seemed almost negligible, rendering it difficult to fathom the true worth of a complete dragon. Surpassing 10 million in progress and nearing 22 million, he completed the second tier, earning an additional 100 achievement points. His achievement points exceeded 200 for the first time, reaching a total of 230. Now, follow me into the cave. I shall impart to you the Hingyang true body technique. Once we conclude, we shall take our leave. At this, the Grand Master Hingyang turned and made his way towards the cave. Yiran hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed suit. The Hingyang true body is a master-level martial skill and also the Grand Master Hingyang's unique expertise. Previously, as the Grand Master faced impending demise, he was concerned that this technique would become extinct, thus passing it on to Yiran. Now, with the Grand Master's revival, he was unexpectedly chosen to inherit this skill, leaving him somewhat flattered. Inside the cave, the Grand Master Hingyang sat cross-legged and began. The Hingyang true body is a martial skill designed to amplify one's overall strength. Upon activation, one's physical constitution and vitality will increase. At these words, Yiran felt a stir of excitement within. Esteemed elder, does the Hingyang true body allow for a temporary enhancement of physical strength? Could I, while utilizing the Hingyang true body, absorb the essence blood of extraordinary beasts? The Grand Master looked somewhat surprised, acknowledging the ingenuity of the thought, though he admitted he had never attempted it and was uncertain of its feasibility. Yiran nodded, committing this notion to memory. If it were indeed viable, perhaps he could absorb the blood of the Black Flood Dragon without possessing a martial artist-level constitution. However, it was premature to dwell on such possibilities, as the essence blood had yet to be refined. The Grand Master continued, the Hingyang true body consists of 3 tiers of transformation. The first form, the Spirit Flame body, enhances overall combat power by 10. The second form, the Dragon Flame body, amplifies it by 25. The third form, the True Flame body, can increase combat power by 40 to 50, although the exact enhancement depends on the quality of the exotic fire used in the refinement. Naturally, these enhancements apply to those of the Master Realm. For those below this level, it could potentially elevate them by an entire realm. Exotic fire? Yiran inquired with curiosity, as it sounded familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Exotic fire is a unique flame that emerges from certain special terrains within the wilderness, possessing high offensive capabilities. The Grand Master Hingyang elucidated, many formidable fire-based martial techniques are inextricably linked to exotic fire. The Hingyang true body is no exception. Each of its 3 forms requires a distinct type of exotic fire. As he spoke, he gradually unfolded his palm. Within the palm of his hand, a delicate wisp of golden flame suddenly manifested. The moment Yiran beheld this golden flicker, his eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. It emanated a perilous aura, one that felt exceedingly dangerous. This phenomenon was known as the devouring golden sunfire, an exceptionally rare form of strange fire. Master Hingyang expressed a hint of regret. Had I harnessed this during my cultivation of the true flame body, my chances of defeating the Black Flood Dragon would have increased by at least 20%. Is it truly that formidable? Yiran inquired, astonished. Indeed, much like blood essence, is categorized into 5 levels: ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and supreme. What you see here is a supreme grade. Master Hingyang gently caressed the in his hand, the minute flame dancing subtly. The devouring golden sunfire possesses the remarkable ability to consume materials of a metallic nature, making it tremendously destructive to battle weapons. Ordinary weaponry can be effortlessly melted, and it can even devour weapons to enhance its own power. Upon hearing this, Yiran trembled with realization. No wonder Master Hingyang, possessing such, could elevate his odds against the Black Flood Dragon. The creature's scales, comprised of metallic substance, were particularly vulnerable to this flame's might. This shall be entrusted to you for the cultivation of the Spirit Flame body, Master Hingyang declared with a smile, extending it towards him. Senior, this is far too precious. Yiran protested, shaking his head in refusal. Yet, his heart contradicted his words, as his hands swiftly accepted the devouring golden sunfire. Observing this, Master Hingyang chuckled, displaying a sense of magnanimity. Although this was invaluable, he had no further use for it, and in comparison to his life, it was indeed of little consequence. Additionally, he held great hopes for this young man. Despite Ningjiang City being an ordinary martial arts hub, this youth had truly amazed him. His appreciation for talent was the very reason he had decided to impart the teachings of the Hingyang true body. It is significant to note that this was not merely an ordinary martial art of the master rank, but rather a unique skill he had personally devised, known only to himself. Such self-created martial arts are typically shrouded in secrecy and seldom shared with others. If they were to fall into the hands of adversaries, it could lead to the development of countermeasures, which would spell trouble. This devouring golden sunfire is still quite weak and requires you to consume some battle weapons or ores to grow stronger before it can be refined. Master Hingyang remarked with a smile. Do not rush. Moreover, the cultivation of the Hingyang true body even in its initial form of the spirit flame body, will require a considerable amount of time. Yi Ran gazed at the achievement points displayed on the system panel, which stood at 230. Senior, I firmly believe that with perseverance and diligence, I will soon attain success in my cultivation, he stated earnestly. Perseverance and diligence? Master Hingyang chuckled softly, bemused. This is master-level martial arts. Innate talent is crucial as well. However, I am not overly concerned about this youth's talent. Nevertheless, given the nature of master-level techniques, even with high aptitude, it may take a year or more to achieve mastery. Very well, I shall now impart to you the Hingyang true body. Master Hingyang declared with a serious demeanor, beckoning Yi Ran to step forward, shielding the surroundings, and commencing the instruction on the cultivation methods. At this moment, although the black serpent was unable to move, its formidable strength still allowed it to perceive all the sounds in its vicinity, thus remaining vigilant was imperative. A master-level beast, in terms of intelligence alone, was not inferior to a human. The cultivation method of the true form of eternal yang was swiftly imparted. Yi Ran gradually closed his eyes, consuming achievement points to begin deducing the first form of the true form of eternal yang, the spirit flame body. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Ran slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The system panel indicated that all achievement points had been entirely expended. However, despite the exorbitant cost, he had made some progress with the spirit flame body. Now, he only needed to refine the devouring golden sun flame to be able to wield it. Yi Ran pressed his lips together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation regarding the extent to which this master-level martial art could enhance his combat prowess. Although theoretically, the spirit flame body could only augment overall strength by 10 for a master, for someone of his modest level, the increase in power would be beyond imagination. At this moment, Master Eternal Yang also slowly opened his eyes. After 3 days of recuperation, he had regained much of his strength, his complexion rosy and his spirit invigorated. He smiled at Yi Ran, noting that while the spirit flame body was merely the first layer of the true form of Eternal Yang, its cultivation remained quite challenging. It was perfectly normal to make little progress in such a short time, and Yi Ran should not be disheartened. Yi Ran scratched his head, thinking he had nearly grasped the basics. Oh, Master Eternal Yang raised an eyebrow when I broke through to Master. It took me an entire week to develop this martial art. At my level back then, I managed to cultivate just 1 spirit flame mark in that time. You accomplished it in 3 days? He regarded Yi Ran with surprise and anticipation. If this were true, he had undoubtedly underestimated the young man's talent, indicating that he was exceptionally suited for this martial art. 1. Yi Ran was taken aback as a fiery red pattern gradually emerged on his palm. The spirit flame mark. Master Eternal Yang's pupils constricted, and he could not help but inhale sharply. In just 3 days, he had actually managed to cultivate it. A top-tier genius, even in any first-class martial arts city, would be considered extraordinary. He nodded slightly, smiling. Indeed, however, as one advances in the cultivation of the spirit flame mark, it becomes increasingly difficult. I spent a week to cultivate 1, yet it took me a full month to develop 3. The journey ahead is long. Take your time. His voice suddenly trailed off as he stared dumbfounded at the 2 fiery red patterns that slowly emerged in the young man's hand. He was completely taken aback. 3 spirit flame marks. In that moment, even Master Eternal Yang's expression changed. 3 spirit flame marks in 3 days. A prodigy, a true prodigy. Master Eternal Yang drew a deep breath, suppressing the astonishment within, and managed to say, impressive. This pace as he spoke, he fell into silence. Unsure of what else to say, he could only divert the conversation. All right, let us depart. Yi Ran nodded and followed him as they left. As he stood up, he inadvertently touched his back. There, 7 fiery red markings shimmered with an ethereal glow. What he had cultivated were not merely 3 spiritual flame patterns, but a remarkable 10. Half an hour later, Yi Ran followed Master Hingyang, moving with great haste, swiftly navigating along the dark river until they emerged above ground. With a splash, they broke through the water's surface, revealing a vast and profound pool before them. This pool was immense beyond measure, with towering ancient trees on either side reaching for the heavens, casting shadows that enveloped the entire area in an eerie tranquility. As Yi Ran followed Master Hingyang away from the water's edge and onto solid ground, he turned back to gaze at the pool, now perceiving it as even more colossal, seemingly boundless. A tremor of realization coursed through him. Was this truly the dwelling place of the Black Serpent? The pool connected to the dark river from which they had just ascended. Clearly, Master Hingyang had chosen this route out of consideration for him, for with his formidable strength, there were countless more direct ways to depart. Indeed, this pool severed the internal and core regions of the entire wasteland, controlling all the water veins. Master Hingyang spoke slowly. These water veins converge here, creating such a natural treasure. Otherwise, a master-level Black Serpent would struggle to find a suitable habitat in this level of wasteland. The wasteland itself was stratified. Only in higher-grade expanses could stronger exotic beasts reside. The Limu wasteland, in theory, could only sustain beasts of level 5. However, by channeling all the primary water veins to one location, Even a master-level black serpent could thrive in safety. Now it makes sense why the internal regions of the wasteland are so arid. With the ground cracked in such a manner, Yi Ran realized, his mind racing with astonishment. At last, he grasped the terrifying power of a master-level force, capable of altering the very flow of earth and terrain, truly astonishing. At this juncture, although the black serpent was in the process of transformation, his injuries were not yet healed, and interfering with it would likely yield no fruitful results. Master Hingyang shook his head and remarked, "This matter requires the intervention of a martial honor. I plan to visit your Ningjiang city first." The black serpent, currently in a semi-transformed state, was even more formidable than before. While there was a possibility of success in disrupting its transformation, he would not stand a chance against the creature, and it could provoke the serpent's wrath instead. In such a scenario, his downfall would be a minor concern. The black serpent could very well wreak havoc upon the surrounding cities. Very well, you may decide for yourself. Master Hingyang smiled. However, I shall escort you away from the core area, as there are numerous martial beast-level creatures here, and your solitary journey would be perilous. Thank you. Esteemed elder, Yi Ran replied gratefully. Not at all, came the reassuring response. They continued their swift journey, unexpectedly smooth, as all exotic beasts seemed to keep their distance. The mere presence of a master-level powerhouse, even just a hint of their aura, deterred any beast within a 100-mile radius. Before long, they finally reached the inner region. Drawing near to the underground mine, Yi Ran could even discern from afar the recently excavated entrance to the mine. Well, it is time to part ways. Master Hingyang turned and smiled. I shall deliver the black serpent's essence to you within a month at most, or half a month at the very least. Moreover, if you wish to depart from Ningjiang City and venture out into the world, you may come to Yuanjing City and seek me out at the Song residence. Just bring this item with you. As he spoke, he handed a jade pendant to Yi Ran. The pendant was a vibrant crimson, roughly the size of a thumb, intricately carved with a blazing sun. Yi Ran accepted the pendant with a solemn nod. Very well, until we meet again, I hope that when we do, you will astonish me once more. Master Hingyang let out a hearty laugh before turning to leave. Yi Ran watched him depart, then, without further hesitation, swiftly made his way toward the underground mine. Lingyan, I am coming. Unbeknownst to Yi Ran, not far off, within a tent, a one-eyed man clad in a black robe fixed his gaze upon him intently. Chapter 64, The Greedy Wolf Squad. Zhang brother, have you found the person you were looking for? A languid voice emerged from within the tent. A man in his 30s, sporting a beard, stretched lazily as he sat up from his bed. Beside him lay a burly man, his head buried in the pillow, his backside raised as he sobbed softly. It's all right. Everyone has their first time. You'll adapt after a few more tries. The bearded man patted the burly man's rear, offering gentle comfort. It's nothing. Every brother in the team has gone through it. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man could not help but furrow his brow, feeling inexplicably nauseated. Although he was well aware of the man's eccentricities, he hadn't anticipated such depravity, nor the fact that he would be forced to witness it. Truly absurd. Were it not for a pressing need, he would have already lost his patience and decapitated this scoundrel to use his head as a ball. At that moment, as he observed the bearded man approaching, he instinctively shifted aside. Zhang brother, you certainly have a fine physique. As the bearded man approached, he admired the one-eyed man's towering form, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with mischief. The one-eyed man's eyelid twitched violently, struggling to suppress the desire to cleave him in two. In a low voice, he said, Team leader, let us discuss serious matters first. Very well. The one outside is the individual who rendered your Black Mask squad incapacitated, is he not? The bearded man chuckled, glancing outside. Soon, he caught sight of a youthful figure retreating into the distance, and exclaimed in surprise, is that a mere boy? He burst into laughter. Zhang brother, you must be jesting. The one who dismantled your illustrious Black Mask squad is merely a lad of 17 or 18. If this word spreads, you shall surely be the laughingstock among your peers. I advise you not to underestimate him, the one-eyed man retorted coldly. This young man is quite formidable, should you fail to remain vigilant. I will take my leave and seek another partner. Upon hearing this, the bearded man chuckled. Zhang brother, it was merely a jest. While others may be unaware, we in this line of work are well aware of your prowess. You have already suffered a significant setback at his hands. How could my humble greedy wolf hunting squad dare to belittle him? However, he paused, his gaze intensifying as he regarded the one-eyed man. Zhang brother, if you are serious, if I help you eliminate this young man, will you join our greedy wolf squad? At that moment, any martial artist familiar with the wilderness who overheard their conversation would likely be taken aback in astonishment. The greedy wolf squad, a hunting team notorious for its ferocity, may not possess the same level of fame as the Black Mask squad, yet in terms of sheer strength, it surpasses the latter significantly. At this moment, these two fearsome hunting squads, both renowned in the wood wilderness, have surprisingly joined forces. As long as we can eliminate him, what would it matter to join your greedy wolf squad? The one-eyed middle-aged man spoke slowly. My Black Mask squad has disbanded. I was indeed seeking a new direction. It matters not where I go, but the condition is that we must first eliminate this brat. At this juncture, a deep-seated hatred and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Excellent. The vice-captain of the greedy wolf squad clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, your choice to ally with us is undoubtedly the wisest decision you could make. However, what of this youth's strength? The vice-captain cast a hesitant glance at the young man who had already entered the mine. Although he held unwavering faith in the judgment of the one-eyed man, he couldn't help but wonder how formidable a 17 or 18-year-old could truly be. A peak second-tier warrior's combat prowess, the one-eyed man replied nonchalantly. While his vitality may not reach such heights, his combat capability certainly does. Moreover, he has escaped from my grasp twice before. Upon hearing this, the vice-captain's expression changed dramatically. A second-tier warrior so young? Such a prodigy could not possibly exist in Ningjiang. Regardless of whether he hails from Ningjiang or any prominent family, the one-eyed man declared ominously, once he steps into this wilderness, his life is no longer his own. Well said, Brother Zhang. The vice-captain praised, though a hint of trepidation lingered in his gaze. Although the greedy wolf squad was powerful, their reputation paled in comparison to that of the Black Mask squad, primarily due to the latter's reckless nature. Some prominent family members were simply not to be trifled with. Even in the wilderness, you are concerned about the guardian accompanying the boy, aren't you? The one-eyed man remarked coolly. Prominent family prodigies often traveled with one or two powerful protectors, known as guardians. Do not fret, the likelihood of him having a guardian is exceedingly low. If there is one, it is likely just that old man we saw earlier. The one-eyed man continued, while that old man may not reveal any presence. He is at most a fourth-tier warrior. Your Captain Wong from the Greedy Wolf is also a fourth-tier warrior, correct? Bringing along a few capable hands to deal with that old man should not pose a problem. Upon hearing this, the vice-captain pondered for a moment. If it were merely an ordinary fourth-tier warrior, their captain could easily handle the situation. Should complications arise, retreating would not be difficult. After all, a guardian was merely a fourth-tier warrior, which was already a considerable asset. After a brief contemplation, he nodded and smiled. Very well. He then called out loudly to summon others. Soon, a wiry team member resembling a monkey entered from another tent. Vice-captain, what is it? He inquired. Remember the old man who was near our target and the direction he left? The vice-captain asked. The memory lingers, albeit with a hint of uncertainty from the slender teammate. If you've got something to say, then say it. The vice-captain of the wolf pack chided impatiently. That old man resembles Master Hingyang. Master Hingyang. The vice-captain swiftly delivered a slap to the back of his head, exclaiming, You fool! What nonsense is this? How could Master Hingyang possibly be in a place like this? And serving as a guardian for a mere boy? Have you lost your mind? But he truly bears a striking resemblance. Even the attire is similar, the slender teammate protested. Feeling a touch aggrieved. If it really were Master Hingyang, I would stand on my head. Enough. You take the remaining brothers and seek out the captain. Inform him to bring more men to ambush that old man. Remember, we are to eliminate the one who resembles Master Hingyang closely. Do not mistake him for someone else. Understood, I will remember. Meanwhile, not far away, Master Hingyang suddenly sneezed and glanced around suspiciously. Why do I feel as though someone has taken an interest in me? Chapter 65. Black-patterned Iron Master Hingyang appeared somewhat taken aback. There are hardly a few individuals in the entire Donyuan province who would dare to set their sights on him. It must be a mere illusion. He shook his head and cast a glance behind him. With his formidable strength, he easily sensed that someone in a nearby tent harbored murderous intent. The hostility was directed at the young lad, Yi Ran. However, the individual exuding this aura was weak, merely an ordinary third-tier warrior. Given that Yi Ran was on the cusp of mastering the spirit flame body, dealing with this threat would not pose a challenge. Thus, he chose not to intervene, viewing it as an opportunity for experience. Could it be that this third-tier warrior intends to target me? A peculiar expression crossed Master Hingyang's face as a thought struck him. He then slowed his pace, lowered his aura, and feigned a frail, elderly appearance. If that were indeed the case, it could be quite intriguing. He felt a twinge of anticipation. At his age, such encounters were necessary to invigorate the spirit. At that moment, within the tent, the members of the wolf pack began to depart. The vice-captain chuckled. Brother Zhang, do you want me to call in a couple more teammates? Having more people might complicate matters. That lad is quite alert, the one-eyed middle-aged man replied, shaking his head. 2 of us will suffice. Let us proceed into the mine and locate that boy. Very well. The vice-captain nodded in agreement and followed him out of the tent. Inside the mine, Yi Ran stepped in, noticing that the entrance, once strewn with debris, had been cleared. The fissure through which he had fallen was now blocked by a massive stone. Clearly a precautionary measure taken by the warriors of this place to prevent others from accidentally plunging down. Yi Ran glanced around, not overly concerned. The subterranean river had numerous tributaries, so the likelihood of someone falling and ending up in the same predicament as he had was minimal. The matter concerning the Black Flood Dragon should remain confidential, otherwise, it could indeed stir unrest among the populace. The mine was a labyrinth of passages, intricate and convoluted. Yi Ran casually selected one of the pathways and ventured forth. The sound of clanging reverberated incessantly within the cavern, where numerous martial artists toiled in the passage. excavating a type of jet black, or known as black essence iron. The intricacy of the patterns etched upon this or signified its higher concentration and, consequently, its greater value. As Yi Ran ventured deeper into the passage, the darkness deepened, and the visible mining pits on either side diminished. Simultaneously, faint sounds emerged from the shadows, hinting at the presence of lurking beasts within the mine. Yi Ran slowly opened his palm, revealing a flickering wisp of golden flame. With the emergence of this flame, the earlier sounds of the beasts faded into silence. The gold-devouring sunfire, being a premier type of, instilled a primal fear in the creatures, even in its diminutive form. As Yi Ran advanced, he retrieved 2 damaged imitation weapons, remnants of past skirmishes, severed by the silver rhinoceros sword. He had refrained from discarding them then, and now they proved fortuitously useful. As the imitation weapons materialized, the gold-devouring sunfire surged forward, rapidly devouring the remnants. In no time, one of the imitation weapons was consumed, reduced to mere scraps strewn across the ground. Yi Ran watched in astonishment, particularly as the sunfire appeared to grow slightly larger. Displaying a heightened vitality that piqued his curiosity, he proceeded to extract another damaged weapon, and the sunfire once again lunged fiercely at it. Thus, Yi Ran continued to feed the sunfire with the remnants while diligently searching for black essence iron. Time passed slowly. Finally, after traversing an indeterminate number of forks in the path, nearly losing his bearings, the gold-devouring sunfire abruptly ceased its consumption of the weapons. It flickered rapidly in his palm, pointing in a particular direction. At this juncture, the sunfire had grown to the thickness of a finger. Though it still had a considerable distance to cover before it could truly refine its power, it remained quite feeble, needing to reach at least the size of a palm. Yi Ran felt a stir of excitement. The sunfire relished the consumption of metallic substances, and thus it should be sensitive to the ores as well. He hastened towards a wall, which bore numerous indentations, evidence of many unsuccessful attempts by others. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew the silver rhinoceros sword and thrust it into the wall. The sword, possessing unparalleled sharpness, penetrated effortlessly into the depths. In the blink of an eye, 4/5 of the blade had disappeared within. Yi Ran frowned slightly. Such depth suggested a lack of substance within. Suddenly, the silver rhinoceros sword became lodged, obstructed by an unseen barrier. With a surge of determination, he exerted force forward, then withdrew the sword. To his delight, the blade bore traces of black iron shavings. Yi Ran's heart soared. Within this wall lay a piece of black essence iron, and it was of no low concentration, as evidenced by the difficulty the sword had encountered in penetrating it. The gold-devouring sunfire quickly darted toward the sword, seemingly eager to consume the iron shavings clinging to the blade. Yi Ran was jolted into action and swiftly restrained it, fearing it might inadvertently devour the silver rhinoceros sword itself. With the sunfire secured, he focused intently on excavating the wall. Leveraging the sword's sharpness, he soon uncovered a massive chunk of essence iron, standing a full meter high, resembling an entire rectangular slab of black iron. The surface above was adorned with intricate patterns. Yi Ran meticulously counted and soon found himself struggling to swallow 120 markings. This was a piece of black essence iron, valued at 1 million. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, took out the devouring golden yang flame, and hurled it toward the black essence iron. Absorbing those counterfeit war soldiers was proving to be exceedingly slow. Only the black essence iron could expedite the true growth of the devouring golden yang flame. In fact, the flame could also consume the scales of exotic beasts. Unfortunately, the scales of the black flood dragon contained its formidable power, rendering the juvenile devouring golden yang flame incapable of assimilation. At that moment, in the adjacent passage, a one-eyed middle-aged man and the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf team exchanged silent glances after questioning yet another individual. That lad seems to be rather peculiar. Venturing into this labyrinthine adventure, he meanders about, and nearly everyone has claimed to have seen him, pointing in countless directions, yet not a trace of him has been found. Let's head out and wait outside, the one-eyed man suggested, leading the way toward the mine's entrance. It seemed that the only option left was to wait patiently for an opportunity. The vice-captain followed, chuckling. Brother Zhang, will you be the one to act, or shall I? My battle prowess of 1400 will ensure his swift demise. Just keep an eye on him to prevent any tricks of escape. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes. This is my vendetta. I shall take care of it myself. Haha, splendid. The two exited the mine, bantering amiably. Upon emerging, the vice-captain spotted the previously slender team member, who appeared dazed and bewildered, cowering by the entrance, trembling as if gripped by terror. What happened? Why are you so frightened? Initially, the vice-captain considered reprimanding the inept individual with a slap, but seeing his pitiful state, he refrained. Frowning, he inquired, what on earth transpired? Vice-captain, Captain, the slender team member suddenly burst into tears, wailing, the captain and all the brothers have been slain with a single strike. In the depths of the mine, Yi Ran observed as the devouring golden yang flame voraciously consumed the majority of the black essence iron in mere moments, its form rapidly expanding. He nodded slightly. Indeed. Ore's rich in gold elements were the easiest for the flame to absorb. With a sigh, he felt a pang of regret. Over 1 million, just like that. This endeavor truly drained resources. However, the path of martial cultivation necessitates both talent and resources. Lost in thought, the devouring golden yang flame had entirely devoured the piece of black essence iron, leaving no residue behind. Clearly, the iron was of high concentration and devoid of impurities. The flame had grown from the size of a finger to that of a palm, exhibiting significant enhancements in both size and radiance. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ran summoned 10 spirit flame patterns to gently guide the devouring golden yang flame closer. Outside the mine, the vice captain, momentarily stunned, swiftly slapped the slender team member across the head. Damn it, are you tired of living? How dare you curse the captain? Beside them, a one-eyed middle-aged man furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. What was that peculiar scent? Indeed, it was real. The slender team member trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with dread. That old man was terrifying. He had merely raised his hand, and the captain along with all the brothers were gone. Then how did you survive? The deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf asked, his gaze sharp, irritated by what he perceived as deception directed towards him. You think that old man is truly Master Hingyang? With a mere slap, he could eliminate a martial artist and over a dozen second-tier warriors? Aye. The slender team member quivered. I consumed expired canned beast meat yesterday, which caused me to have a sudden bout of diarrhea, so I couldn't join the captain and the others in their assault. However, to cover for the captain, I crouched nearby, watching while suffering from my ailment. As he spoke, he burst into tears, his sobs plaintive and piteous. Deputy Captain, you don't understand. I had just begun to flee when that old man slapped the captain and the others to death. There was a massive crater left. Not a trace remaining. The one-eyed man and the deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf exchanged stiff expressions upon hearing this. Noticing their disbelief, the slender team member wiped his nose and insisted, I swear, I'm not lying. I have evidence. With that, he suddenly turned, presenting his backside to the two men. This is the evidence. I ran too fast and couldn't hold it in. Look. A murky yellow substance came into view. After a brief silence, 2 sounds of retching echoed simultaneously. That old man even glanced at me, probably preparing to strike. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and let out a noise. He seemed displeased, muttering something before leaving. The slender team member sobbed, Deputy Captain, our squad now consists of just the 2 of us. What shall we do? He walked towards the deputy captain, seemingly seeking solace. The deputy captain, just regaining his composure, found himself confronted by the slender member's approach. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man appeared ashen, losing his usual calm demeanor. Damn it, so that was the scent I detected earlier. The slender team member, still crying, turned and fled to clean his clothes. At that moment, 2 martial artists passed by, heading towards the mine while conversing. Today I encountered something utterly absurd. If it weren't for the pit still being there, I would have thought I was imagining things. What happened? I saw the captain of the Greedy Wolf team leading everyone to ambush a frail old man. What? In broad daylight, over 10 burly men assaulting an elderly man in his 70s? That is indeed outrageous. Seriously, you should be working in a news department. You're wasting your talent. But what I find absurd isn't even that. It was the old man who, despite coughing incessantly and appearing barely able to walk, retaliated with a single slap that wiped out the entire Greedy Wolf team. Wiped out? Yes, with one slap, there was a massive crater left, and the Greedy Wolf team seemed to vanish from existence. It's simply preposterous. Nearby, having overheard the entire conversation, the deputy captain of the Greedy Wolf and the one-eyed middle-aged man were both left in stunned silence. The deputy captain remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he seized the collar of the one-eyed middle-aged man, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue, and bellowed, What in the world have you stirred up, you fool? Damn it. My captain and over a dozen brothers have all been killed. It takes at least a 6th-level martial master to accomplish such a feat. How could a 6th-level martial master be a guardian? I curse you. The one-eyed man, taken aback, was so shocked that he forgot to resist, allowing himself to be gripped. A 6th-level martial master as a guardian. What sort of background does that young man possess? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. It was too late for regrets, for the dead could not be revived. Damn you. The vice captain of the Greedy Wolf roared. The gravest mistake of my life was heeding your advice to ambush that kid. With that, he turned to leave. Before departing, he gritted his teeth and ominously declared, From now on, if I ever cross paths with you again, I will certainly slay you to avenge my brothers. With those words, he dared not linger and hastily departed. A 6th-level martial master, a guardian, who could at any moment be near that young man, covertly offering protection. If they happened to cross paths, it would spell disaster, ensuring he would meet the same fate as his captain and brothers. As for that scoundrel with the surname Zhang, this matter was far from over. At this moment within the cave, Yiran slowly opened his eyes. The instant his eyes fluttered open, a flicker of golden flame appeared within them. He spread his palm, and 10 golden lines shimmered upon it. This was the spirit flame pattern, which had transformed into gold after refining the golden devouring sun flame. With a mere thought, A ball of golden flame manifested in his hand, the very essence of the golden devouring sun flame. He commanded the flame to envelop his palm. Instantly, his entire hand morphed into a fiery appendage, gently pressing against the wall. Without exerting any force, the wall crumbled, charred black by the scorching flames, leaving behind a charred handprint. Impressive. Yi Ran's gaze sparkled. Although this was merely a preliminary experiment, and he had not truly unleashed his power, he could already sense the formidable strength of the spirit flame body. However, without a specific target for experimentation, it was challenging to ascertain how much combat prowess the spirit flame body could amplify. Contemplating this, Yi Ran decided to venture deeper into the cave, where he anticipated numerous powerful exotic beasts awaited him. Chapter 67, The Dragon Blood Treasure Tree. Outside the cave, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf wore a grim expression. What you just said, was it truly the case? I have already spoken plainly. If you still doubt my words, feel free to leave. I can handle that boy on my own, the one-eyed man replied coldly. At this, a flicker of greed flashed in the vice-captain's eyes. He had not anticipated that the man was aware of the legendary Dragon Blood Treasure Tree's habitat. However, once we succeed, the spoil shall be divided 6-4. My brothers were slain because of you. You must allocate a portion to their families. The one-eyed man frowned slightly. Very well, but why should that portion go to you? Because I am one of their families, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf replied with a grin. The one-eyed man was rendered speechless. This individual had just been shouting vengeance for his brothers. Turning his head, he swiftly sold his comrades for a handsome price. With this thought, he said nonchalantly, however, you'd best fulfill your promise and refrain from killing that lad. In this lifetime, you shall never discover the whereabouts of the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree. The vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf hesitated, having just contemplated fleeing. To his surprise, he was intercepted by the one-eyed middle-aged man, who presented an irresistible proposition. Should he assist in eliminating the boy, he would be led to the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree, and they would share the Dragon Blood fruit equally. The Dragon Blood Treasure Tree is a legendary entity, said to sprout from the very drops of true dragon blood. The true dragon possesses unparalleled strength, regarded as the mightiest among otherworldly beasts. Anything associated with it significantly enhances one's physique. For instance, once the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree matures and bears its fruits, each Dragon Blood fruit consumed can elevate one's physique by 1 level for those below the martial master realm. This is indeed formidable. Both men are currently at the 3rd level of martial prowess and could surpass to the martial master level with just 2 or 3 fruits. Not only would their combat power surge, but their physical constitution would experience a qualitative leap as well. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with that lad. His guardian star will not be by his side at all times. The one-eyed man's voice was low, his chilling gaze fixed on the cavern. If the boy's guardian star were truly by his side, he would not have escaped using a life-risking gamble right from under his nose during their first encounter. Humph. Regardless of your confidence, I will wait for half an hour. The vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf replied coldly. If that boy does not emerge within that time, I shall depart immediately. I can discern the value of life and treasures. The one-eyed man furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing further. At that moment, footsteps echoed before the cavern entrance, and a handsome young man strode out briskly. Yi Ran felt a pang of exasperation as he exited the mine. He had intended to delve deeper, yet, to his dismay, he had become increasingly disoriented and ended up emerging instead. Despite possessing the combat strength akin to a 3rd-level warrior, he remained hopelessly directionally challenged. Upon reaching the mine's entrance, he lost interest and decided against further wandering, stepping out directly. To his surprise, however, he encountered a familiar face. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, observing the one-eyed middle-aged man across from him. There were 2 individuals on the opposite side, one of whom was a strange man with a small beard, both of whom were now staring at him in utter astonishment, evidently taken aback by this serendipitous encounter. It has been a while. Yi Ran smiled lightly, gradually approaching the 2. The one-eyed man remained silent, but a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. The vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf, intrigued, cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ran, cheerfully stepping aside to focus on the direction of the mine, effectively blocking Yi Ran's escape route. Humph, it's only been a few days, yet you seem far more confident now, unlike before when you fled in disarray. The one-eyed man sneered. Yi Ran remained unfazed, his expression calm as he slowly advanced toward him. The one-eyed man felt an inexplicable tension in his chest upon witnessing this. A massive axe materialized in his hand as he coldly remarked, "Do you think you can intimidate me by putting on a show, knowing you cannot escape? This time, you will certainly not get away. You are sorely mistaken." Yi Ran shook his head. "Today, it is you who cannot flee." At that moment, several martial artists gradually emerged from the mine, seemingly drawn by the commotion. One young warrior, witnessing the impending brawl between the 3, angrily exclaimed, "If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do you not realize that collapsing the mine entrance will affect others? Just days ago, a lunatic caused a cave-in. And now you come here to stir trouble again. Leave at once." The one-eyed middle-aged man remained expressionless but retrieved a mask, placing it over his face. Meanwhile, the vice-captain of the Greedy Wolf team donned a Greedy Wolf mask as well. The distance had obscured their features, and the loose black robes they wore further concealed their identities. As the young warrior approached, still cursing, he suddenly caught sight of the greedy wolf mask, causing him to shudder in fear. The greedy wolf team? His gaze shifted to the one-eyed man, and he nearly fainted at the sight of the black mask. My apologies. Brothers, please, continue. With a mournful expression, he turned and dashed back into the mine. Upon hearing about the black mask and the greedy wolf team, the expressions of several martial artists at the mine entrance drastically changed, and they hastily retreated into the depths of the cave. Yiran narrowed his eyes and swiftly propelled himself toward the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man, his expression grim, also charged forward. Although the mine was filled with mere trifles that posed no threat, the sheer number of them could become troublesome. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. First, they would incapacitate this youth, then take him elsewhere for a slow torment. Boom. The two collided instantaneously. In the next moment, Yiran stumbled back 2 or 3 steps while the one-eyed man remained unfazed, though astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had blocked it. The young man had withstood his battle power exceeding 1200. Though there remained a gap in their power, it was undoubtedly within 100. To progress to such a level in just 3 days was unacceptable. He could not permit the youth to live. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes as he unleashed his axe with ferocity. Instantly, a shadow of the black axe cleaved through the air. Yiran summoned his silver rhinoceros sword, wielding it like a blade in a ferocious strike. Frostblade. Swish. A frosty blade of energy surged forth, leaving a long, white mark on the ground as it violently shattered the axe's shadow. The one-eyed man's eyelids twitched. This youth was clearly utilizing a martial technique, at least at the level of mastery. Before he could contemplate further, a figure rushed before him, delivering a palm strike. The sound of crashing waves echoed before the strike even arrived. Heavy water palm. Chapter 68. I told you to exert yourself, haven't you eaten? The previous dark energy martial art? A flicker of apprehension crossed the one-eyed man's eyes, prompting him to avoid a direct confrontation. However, as he attempted to evade, he discovered there was nowhere to hide. This young man's combat experience was unexpectedly richer than his own. Every step he took had been anticipated. Bang. Ultimately, he narrowly evaded the blow but still sustained a minor injury as a sword grazed him. Fortunately, he was able to deflect it with his massive axe, avoiding any serious damage, though his vitality surged tumultuously. However, there was no respite for him. Yiran swiftly advanced once more, each strike of his blade sharp and aimed directly at vital points. In such close quarters, the advantage of the one-eyed middle-aged man's colossal axe transformed into a liability, rendering him unable to wield it effectively as he found himself continuously on the defensive. Frustration and agitation churned within him, an unbearable reality to confront. Mere days ago, his opponent had been reduced to fleeing for his life under the weight of his own subordinates' efforts. Yet now, he was being relentlessly pressured. The one-eyed man became increasingly desperate, but the more urgency he exhibited, the more he fell into a disadvantageous position. He found himself retreating repeatedly, gradually sustaining injuries that revealed the silver armor beneath his tattered clothing. Finally, with a resounding thud, the tide of battle shifted. A sudden blue palm imprint struck from the side, catching Yiran off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. It was the vice-captain of the greedy wolf, unable to stand idly by any longer, who had intervened. His expression was grim, his eyes wide with astonishment. A second-tier martial artist was actually overpowering a third tier. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. At last, he was convinced of the boy's formidable prowess, which was extraordinary indeed. It was unheard of for a second-tier martial artist to dominate a third tier. Seizing the opportunity, the one-eyed man took a moment to steady his breath and regain his composure. He refrained from chastising the vice-captain for breaking the original plan and intervening recklessly, for without assistance, he would have surely faltered. With this thought, the one-eyed man wasted no time and swiftly approached Yiran, flanked by the vice-captain, intent on closing in on their target. There could be no chances taken. It was time to eliminate this boy directly. Coughing heavily, Yiran expelled a mouthful of blood as he struggled to rise from the ground, his clothing in tatters and revealing the armor beneath. His combat prowess hovered around 1400. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his body swaying as he stood, his head spinning slightly as he glanced at the vice-captain. Such intensity of assault, even with the armor and his constant vigilance, had still left him grievously wounded. Indeed, this meant you could die without regrets. As the vice-captain's words fell, he suddenly lunged forth, akin to a wild wolf. Claws outstretched toward Yiran's head. Yiran coughed forth another spray of blood. In the next instant, his gaze hardened with a chilling intensity. He detested being ambushed. Spirit Flame. The boy's voice, deep and hoarse, resonated. As the vice-captain charged forward, his claw descending, a shift in expression betrayed a sudden instinctual awareness of impending doom. Yet, with the arrow loosed, he had no choice but to press on, forcing himself to strike. Simultaneously, he readied his body to retreat at a moment's notice. Whoosh! The roar of blazing flames erupted. As 10 spirit flame patterns manifested upon Yiran's form, golden fire instantly enveloped him. obscuring his entire figure from view. The greedy wolf vice captain, his expression one of horror, watched the inferno before him, his instinctive reaction faltering momentarily. Boom. Yet, with a fierce strike of his claw, he brought it down with great force. Unfortunately, it met only the flames. The golden fire, imbued with a spirit of its own, instinctively coalesced into a shield, protecting Yi Ran's head from the blow. A wave of scorching heat billowed from above him, radiating outward. How scorching! What kind of hellfire is this? The vice captain of the greedy wolf shouted in alarm, desperately extinguishing the flames in his hands, eager to retreat. Suddenly, a hand seized his wrist with an iron grip. Where do you think you're going? Yi Ran's voice was hoarse. Come, strike me again with your other hand. Damn it, I'll kill you. The vice captain, though rattled by the scene before him, was not one to easily back down. And a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes as he aimed a blow at the fiery figure before him. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of impact echoed repeatedly. Yet, he could not even breach the outer layer of fiery defense. Gradually, his expression changed to one of horror. I told you to hit harder. Have you not eaten? Yi Ran's voice turned icy. Come, just as before, hit me with all your might. Bring me down. He advanced step by step, the golden flames around him surging more violently. No, that was a misunderstanding. The vice captain shook his head frantically, his gaze towards Yi Ran revealing a hint of despair. This man was utterly insane, a complete lunatic. What in the world is this fiery being? I can't even touch him, now that you've had your rest. It's my turn. Yi Ran spoke gently, and then, amidst the vice captain's terrified pleas for mercy, he delivered a resounding slap to his face. In the next instant, a charred head flew away with a violent force. My apologies, I may have overexerted myself. Yi Ran grinned, releasing the vice captain's arm, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. He slowly turned to face the pale, trembling one-eyed middle-aged man. Who told him to ambush me? Do you understand that feeling when you're on the verge of a solo kill, only for the enemy's mage or jungler to suddenly intervene, leading to your demise? That was how I felt when I was ambushed. Yi Ran's voice was soft as he approached the one-eyed man. With a furious roar, the one-eyed man hurled his massive axe at him, then turned to flee. But in the next moment, a hand pierced through his chest. The palm, engulfed in devouring golden flames, burned fiercely, effortlessly melting through the inner armor of the one-eyed man and creating a gaping hole, which the flames swiftly consumed. Bang! As the one-eyed man's corpse fell, the axe he had thrown finally landed with a thud. A powerful sensation washed over Yi Ran as he looked down at himself, at the golden flames enveloping his body. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of strength. Both his speed and power were astonishingly formidable. A level 3 martial artist felt like a mere toy in his grasp, effortlessly manipulated, with at least 1700 battle power. And thanks to the properties of the devouring golden sun flame, he could contend with a formidable 1900 battle power. Yi Ran engaged in introspection, forming a fundamental assessment of his current combat prowess. The maximum vitality of a third-level warrior is 2000. At this moment, while employing the spirit flame body technique, he had unknowingly begun to progress toward the pinnacle of third-level warriors, despite still being a mere first-level warrior. Chapter 69, Departure. Yi Ran collected the spatial rings of the two individuals and swiftly departed, leaving behind 2 charred corpses in the underground. Soon after, a multitude of warriors emerged from the mine, led by several third-level warriors, their demeanor fierce and imposing. Although the Black Mask and the Greedy Wolf team posed a threat, they were merely 2 individuals, presenting a rare opportunity to eliminate them. However, upon their emergence, a perplexed silence enveloped them as they scanned the area. Where have they gone? Someone inquired. Over there. Shortly thereafter, a pair of corpses came into view. The group of third-level warriors hastily approached, their expressions grave after examining the bodies. Both were third-level warriors. One was the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf team, while the other remained unknown. Among the Black Mask individuals, only the enigmatic captain possessed third-level prowess. I heard a few days ago that several people encountered the Black Mask captain, a one-eyed middle-aged man of considerable stature, akin to the individual before us. Realizing the implications, they recognized the fallen. One was the Black Mask captain and the other the vice captain of the Greedy Wolf team. A collective gasp escaped their lips, astonished that 2 notorious third-level warriors had been so swiftly dispatched. One warrior turned to the initially present young fighter, asking in a low voice, "Did you witness who their opponent was?" The young warrior, momentarily dazed by the scene before him, swallowed hard. He appeared to be a mere lad of 17 or 18, resembling a student. A student? The third-level warrior's pupils dilated in shock, their voices faltering. Elsewhere, Yi Ran discovered a hollow within a tree and hurried inside. Upon entering, the golden flames enveloping him gradually dissipated, revealing his bare form. Observing his current state, Yi Ran felt a mix of exasperation and bemusement. Though the spirit flame body was formidable, the necessity to change clothing after each encounter was rather cumbersome. Fortunately, he still had inner armor, otherwise, he would truly be in a predicament. While he could control the devouring golden yang flame to prevent it from consuming his inner armor, The flame's intense heat was beyond the capacity of ordinary clothing to withstand. Yi Ran swiftly retrieved a new set of clothing from his ever-sun ring. Just as he was about to change, he caught sight of a half-human-sized chameleon lurking deep within the hollow, its gaze fixated upon him, seemingly intrigued by his exposed form. "How dare you spy on me?" Yi Ran, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, waved his hand, unleashing a frosty blade of air that cleaved the chameleon in two, sending it to its demise. The frost blade, now mastered, could be wielded without the aid of weaponry, albeit with diminished power. Nevertheless, it sufficed against an ordinary first-level beast. Afterward, Yi Ran rested for an extended period, gradually recuperating from his injuries and replenishing his stamina. The restoration enhancement bestowed by the Nirvana body has significantly accelerated his healing speed. Subsequently, he retrieved the battle weapons belonging to the one-eyed middle-aged man and began to devour them. These weapons, partially consumed by the devouring gold sun flame, were no longer fit for sale. Observing the devouring gold sun flame, Yi Ran appeared contemplative. He discarded all unnecessary battle weapons, imitation weapons, ores, and exotic beast scales from his spatial ring into the devouring gold sun flame, which eagerly accepted them all. Soon, the flame blazed fiercely, growing increasingly intense. The spiritual flame patterns on Yi Ran's body expanded to 12, though he was still far from being able to consume the black flood dragon scales. He estimated that at least 30 spiritual flame patterns were required for the devouring gold sun flame to reach the stage of devouring the black flood dragon scales. After consuming over 60 pieces of master-level black flood dragon scales, he wondered what realm his spiritual flame body would attain. Yi Ran whispered softly, harboring a faint sense of anticipation. At that time, he might achieve invincibility below the martial master realm, and perhaps even contend with martial masters. Once rejuvenated, Yi Ran departed, embarking on a quest to hunt exotic beasts and fulfill the achievement of the wilderness hunter. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Yi Ran glanced at the system panel, slightly furrowing his brow. Wilderness hunter, intermediate progress, 2830. Defeat 30 different types of wilderness exotic beasts. Reward, 100 achievement points. The exotic beasts in the outer regions had been largely exterminated, making it exceedingly difficult to find others. In the wilderness, there was no signal. It was as if he had completely vanished, despite the assistance of school teachers covering for him during his extended absence. His little aunt would surely be worried since she had been unable to contact him. He pondered the possibility of acquiring powerful treasures to enhance his physique alongside his trusty battle weapons. This was particularly significant to him, as improving his physique would greatly bolster his overall combat strength, especially considering his current proximity to the third-tier martial artist level. More importantly, only with a sufficiently strong physique could he withstand the essence of the Black Flood Dragon's blood. Finally, he would be able to exchange for a formidable martial pattern. Yi Ran could not help but touch his back. The White Elephant martial pattern, which only provided a mere boost of 3 combat strength, was pathetically inadequate, and he had scarcely utilized it thus far. With expectations of the Black Flood Dragon martial pattern in mind, Yi Ran exited the wilderness. In the Ningjiang City Martial Alliance branch, a row of individuals sat in perfect order. Should any staff from the Martial Alliance witness this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless in astonishment. For these individuals were all significant figures from the Ningjiang branch: the Minister of Ningjiang, the Deputy Minister of the 10 Associations, the Deputy Minister of the Yuanwu Department, and the Deputy Minister of the 100 Halls. Presently, these influential figures, who could make the entire Ningjiang city tremble with a mere stamp of their foot, sat like students, obediently listening to the elder speaking on stage, scarcely daring to breathe. The elder appeared quite ordinary, yet his unremarkable visage was familiar to nearly every citizen of Ningjiang, for he was none other than Grandmaster Hingyang. Regarding the Black Flood matter, I will summon the martial lord to take action. You must keep this information under wraps to avoid causing unrest among the populace, Grandmaster Hingyang declared, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Ningjiang below exhaled a sigh of relief. This matter is quite delicate. Although he has reported it to the higher authorities, it is still Master Hingyang who can resolve it more swiftly. By the way, where does the family of that outstanding young prodigy from Ningjiang reside? Master Hingyang suddenly recalled something and inquired. He felt a sense of curiosity, eager to discover the family that could cultivate someone like Yi Ran, the most exceptional young genius. Minister Ningjiang was momentarily taken aback and hesitated, saying, "Currently, there are 3 relatively outstanding individuals in Ningjiang, but I am unsure which one you refer to." 3. Master Hingyang raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. You mean to say that Ningjiang has 3 pinnacle-level martial artists whose strength can rival that of top-tier second-level warriors? Upon his words, the crowd fell into a state of bewilderment. Chapter 70, Special Admission Students. Everyone present appeared somewhat dazed. The pinnacle of the first level, capable of combat equivalent to that of top-tier second-level warriors? Surely, this cannot be a jest. Noticing their reaction, Master Hingyang furrowed his brow slightly. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Ran to have such combat prowess, considering he had escaped from a third-level warrior. He even felt he had understated Yi Ran's abilities. However, observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, it seemed they were unaware. At this moment, Minister Ningjiang could not help but ask, Senior Hingyang, is that young man truly from our Ningjiang? It was perplexing that he was unaware of the genius from his own city. Master Hingyang cast a faint glance at him. Minister Ningjiang felt a tad embarrassed. That child is indeed from Ningjiang. His name is. Just as Master Hingyang was about to speak, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart. The young lad, Yi Ran, clearly had his reasons for concealing his strength. He must be planning to unleash his full potential in the upcoming martial arts college entrance examination in a few months. With his talent, he could undoubtedly gain admission to any of the top 5 martial arts universities in the nation and perhaps even shine brightly. Master Hingyang donned a contemplative expression. Although a pinnacle-level young martial artist may not be particularly remarkable to those top 5 universities, he held Yi Ran in high esteem, greatly valuing the potential of this young man. Therefore, regardless of which prestigious martial arts university he eventually joins, his future would be boundless, bringing glory to that institution. With this in mind, Master Hingyang felt a sudden inspiration. His relationship with Vice Principal Zhang of Tsinghua Martial Arts University was rather amicable. He could certainly recommend this young lad to Tsinghua Martial Arts University and request a special admission quota from Vice Principal Zhang. Tsinghua, ranking 3rd among the top 5 martial arts universities, possesses an excellent faculty and would not let this young talent go unnoticed. At the same time, it would allow Tsinghua to secure a genius early on, preventing other universities from poaching him. I wonder how old Zhang will express his gratitude this time. A smile graced Master Hingyang's face as he dialed the phone. Hingyang, do you have something to discuss? A serious, aged voice echoed from the other end of the line. Old Zhang, can you not be bothered just because there's nothing going on? Master Hingyang replied with a chuckle. It's now March, and there are only a little over 3 months until the martial arts college entrance examination. Has your special admission process commenced? Oh, if I understand correctly, you have a genius to recommend? The voice on the other end seemed to become more intrigued, raising its volume. There exists an individual, currently at the pinnacle of the 1st tier, possessing commendable combat prowess, yet more significantly, boundless potential. Master Hingyang remarked. Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line. A serious voice, tinged with resignation, responded, Hingyang, you must be aware that our Star Hua has a limited number of special admission slots. To qualify for such a privilege, one must at least reach the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, or have combat strength that meets the threshold of a 3rd tier warrior. The student you mentioned still falls short of that standard. Master Hingyang replied slowly. In terms of combat strength, he should have met the requirement. Hingyang, a 1st tier warrior achieving the combat strength of a 3rd tier warrior is a prodigy so rare that there are perhaps only 7 across the entire nation. The serious voice expressed surprise. Which student are you referring to? I shall verify the records. If this prodigy truly exists, Star Hua would undoubtedly welcome him, and I would personally deliver the special admission notice. Master Hingyang shook his head. He is not among those 7. Rather, he is a high school student from Ningjiang City. Ningjiang City? The serious voice on the line faltered momentarily before continuing. Hingyang, since his strength does not meet the criteria, let it be. Our special admission slots are limited, and we cannot accept those who do not meet the standards. Upon hearing this, Master Hingyang's brow furrowed in displeasure. Old Zhang, do you doubt my judgment? Or do you believe that a city as ordinary as Ningjiang cannot produce a top-tier talent? There are indeed exceptions. The serious voice replied flatly. Data can substantiate everything. Star Hua has conducted thorough investigations. The probability of producing geniuses in top martial arts cities far surpasses that in ordinary cities. And only elite martial arts cities can nurture top-tier prodigies. Thus, it is not a matter of doubting your judgment, but rather a reflection of the data. Master Hingyang's expression darkened. This old coot remains as rigid as ever, impervious to reason. At that moment, another aged voice suddenly interjected with a scoff. What nonsensical data! I refuse to believe in such things. Human determination can overcome fate. The path of martial arts is inherently about breaking free from conventional shackles. Thus, your Qiming Martial University currently ranks 5th among the 5 top-tier martial universities, remarked Vice Principal Zhang of Star Hua Martial University. Upon hearing this, the previously scoffing old voice bristled with indignation. That is simply because we at Qiming do not wish to compete. I refuse to accept your data. Hingyang, the student you just dismissed, we at Qiming shall accept. I look forward to seeing whether this old fellow will be proven wrong in the future. Vice Principal Zhang calmly stated. Ningjiang City, a peripheral city in Danyuan Province, produced its best-performing student, who gained admission to Changhua Martial University, ranked 300 nationally among martial universities. Furthermore, all other students have achieved results placing them beyond the 500 mark of key martial universities, without exception. Given that this student is a peak 1st-tier warrior, he should be able to set a record this time and secure a position within the top 300 of key martial universities. However, the gap to our 5 top-tier martial universities remains evident. Li, are you certain you wish to squander a special admission slot? The elderly voice from Qiming hesitated upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Master Hingyang's expression remained grim. He recognized the other voice as Vice Principal Li from Qiming, whom he was also familiar with. The individual in question harbors a strong aversion towards old Zhang, seemingly uttering such remarks solely to provoke him. Currently, he is quite irate, as one perceives him with disdain while the other exhibits utter disregard, speaking in anger. He has resolved not to allow Yi Ran to enroll in either of the two martial universities. Apart from these two, any of the other three would suffice. Grandmaster Hingyang snorted coldly, on the verge of rejecting the call from Vice Principal Li of Qiming Martial University. At that moment, Minister Ning Jiang gazed longingly, his expression pitiful. Although he did not fully comprehend the conversation, upon hearing about the coveted special enrollment quota from a top martial university, he became utterly exhilarated. In Xia Country, there are only 5 elite martial universities. If Ningjiang City could produce a special recruit for a top martial university, he, as the minister, would not only achieve enduring fame, but would also be celebrated in Ningjiang City for decades to come. Thus, such an opportunity must not be declined. Noticing the pleading look in Minister Ningjiang's eyes, Grandmaster Hingyang's heart softened slightly. This minister is quite commendable, taking personal responsibility and not shirking from duties. Very well. Let us secure this quota first. Clearing his throat, Grandmaster Hingyang prepared to speak. On the other end of the line, Vice Principal Li's aged voice resonated, declaring his decision to grant the quota. Chapter 71, The Underground Black Market. Vice Principal Li stated solemnly, a spoken word cannot be taken back. It is merely a special enrollment quota, nothing to be overly attached to. However, I have a condition. You must select the strongest genius in your entire city to receive this quota. Regret lingered. Vice Principal Zhang from Tsinghua Martial University chuckled lightly. Why should I concern myself? Vice Principal Li retorted, somewhat vexed. Grandmaster Hingyang pondered for a moment and agreed. He held great confidence in Yi Ran's abilities. Securing this special enrollment quota would be no issue. However, unexpectedly, due to unforeseen circumstances, the special enrollment quota from Tsinghua Martial University was not obtained, but rather from Qiming Martial University. Although it is a venerable institution with a rich heritage, its recent development has been lackluster, placing it at the bottom of the rankings among the 5 top martial universities. Meanwhile, Minister Ning Jiang was practically euphoric, flashing a broad smile as he cheerfully summoned several vice ministers, gesturing grandly. He announced to all high schools in the city that a citywide high school league would be held in 2 weeks, with the first-place winner receiving a special enrollment from Qiming Martial University. At this juncture, he hesitated and glanced at Grandmaster Hingyang. Grandmaster Hingyang replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to look at me. If that young man desires this special enrollment quota, he will naturally participate. Should he look down upon Qiming Martial University and choose not to partake, that is his prerogative." At this moment, the call had not yet ended. After a brief silence, Vice Principal Li erupted into an angry tirade. "Hingyang, how dare you? Is Qiming Martial University truly so inferior? You must explain yourself." With that, Grandmaster Hingyang abruptly terminated the call, disinterested in further discourse. This old fellow, having gained a benefit, now feigns indignation. If Yi Ran were to attend Qiming Martial University in the future, this old man might very well find himself waking up in laughter from his dreams. And as for Tsinghua, Grandmaster Hingyang snorted softly, doubting the judgment of this old curmudgeon named Zhang. He was eager to see if he would regret his decision in the future. Beside him, Minister Ning Jiang and several other officials shrank their necks, hesitant to interject. There was no way around it. The 3 conversing were all eminent figures, far beyond their level. However, it was evident that Master Hingyang seemed particularly invested in the young man from Ningjiang City. "Master Hingyang, what is the name of that young man you mentioned? And which high school does he attend?" Minister Ning Jiang inquired cautiously. "Guess," Master Hingyang replied with a faint smile, turning to leave, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. After a moment, a deputy minister managed to chuckle awkwardly. "Master Hingyang, you truly possess a sense of humor." Minister Ning Jiang, somewhat at a loss for words, responded gravely. "Since Master Hingyang wishes to keep this under wraps, it is likely that the young man prefers to remain low-key. Nevertheless, we must strive to locate him. Once found, we should ensure his identity remains concealed and elevate him directly to the highest echelon of talent in Ningjiang City. Furthermore, we shall accommodate any requests he has, as long as they are within our capacity." Understood. Several deputy ministers nodded in agreement. Yet, one individual hesitated momentarily. If that young man is not as formidable as Master Hingyang claims, wouldn't it be a waste to grant him the highest level of talent treatment? Without this young man, would Master Hingyang assist Ningjiang City in securing a spot at the top martial arts university? Minister Ningjiang cast a faint glance at the minister, stating, "In life, one must understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Even without this special admission, Master Hingyang has aided Ningjiang City by ridding us of the beastly scourge and confronting the Black Flood Dragon. The junior he values deserves our utmost respect." At these words, the deputy minister's expression grew awkward. In Ningjiang City, at the Xiaodao vegetable market, Yi Ran gazed at the somewhat dilapidated market before him, astonished that this was the largest underground black market in Ningjiang City. After a brief contemplation, he approached the underground entrance of the market. Although there were 3 or 4 entrances, Each was quite narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Many masked individuals were queuing. Yi Ran scanned the area and noticed one entrance with no one waiting, so he walked over. "Hey, little brother, don't go that way," someone from the nearby line cautioned. Yi Ran was taken aback but quickly made his way to the entrance. Although he wore a mask, his slightly slender build made it easy for others to deduce that he was a young boy. As he approached, several people in the queue shook their heads disapprovingly. Yi Ran was somewhat perplexed but paid little mind. Just as he was about to enter, a towering figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, a robust man of considerable height. The 2-meter-tall door barely reached his neck, obscuring his head from view. A deep, cold voice resonated from behind the door. "Kid, who gave you permission to use this entrance?" Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. If all doors were passable, why not this one? His voice was calm, yet exuded an inexplicable pressure. The burly man momentarily faltered, sensing an unaccustomed tension, and his tone softened considerably. The passage elucidates that this particular corridor permits passage only to those possessing a pass for martial artists of level 2 or higher. As these words left his lips, the burly man suddenly realized the absurdity of being intimidated by a mere child, his tone softening unexpectedly. Just as he was about to reprimand the boy, he noticed a thick stack of passes appearing before him. "This is the pass you mentioned, is it not?" Yi Ran rummaged through his Hingyang ring and produced a substantial bundle of black invitations. Such items were abundant in his possession. Although it seemed that a martial artist would only possess one pass, he had collected dozens from each of the masked figures he had defeated, with the captain of the masked team hoarding several dozen more, rendering them rather insignificant in value. Behind the door, the burly man was taken aback upon seeing the bundle of passes. Was this a wholesale supply? With so many, he initially questioned their authenticity, but the bloodstains on them sent a chill down his spine. Goodness, these are not forgeries. They must have been seized from other martial artists. This stack must have been acquired from the defeat of dozens of martial artists. The more he scrutinized, the more horrified he became. And just as he was about to concede, he noticed several passes belonging to level 2 martial artists. The youth across from him frowned slightly and remarked, "There isn't a level 3 pass here? Wait, let me search again." With that, he produced another 3 or 4 stacks, too large for a single hand to grasp, requiring him to cradle them in his arms. Witnessing this spectacle, the burly man felt his composure shatter, his face paling as he stammered, "But, oh, here it is." Yi Ran pulled out a single pass, its quality evidently superior to the others, and handed it over. This was retrieved from the captain of the masked team's spatial ring. It should be reliable. The burly man accepted the pass, his hand trembling, causing it to slip from his grasp, for it was a pass for a level 3 martial artist. "Please, you may enter," he said. His face contorted in a pained smile, bowing deeply and standing respectfully at the side of the door. Yi Ran pocketed the pass and stepped inside. The crowd that had earlier shaken their heads now wore expressions of disbelief. Who exactly is this youth? Chapter 72, The Map. The Underground Black Market. Upon entering, Yi Ran was taken aback to find a straight street illuminated by dim lights, lined with various shops. People bustled to and fro, creating a vibrant atmosphere. He glanced around and casually approached one establishment to explore. The shop was modest in size. In the center, an elderly man reclined on a lounge chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf, cheerfully inquiring, "Young brother, are you here to acquire goods or to sell them?" "Acquire goods, sell goods?" Yi Ran raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the implications. At that moment, a gaunt man nearby, scrutinizing the soldiers, shot him a glance and scoffed. "You don't even understand the terms of trade and dare to enter here?" Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, a swift kick sent him flying out of the store. "Who dares?" the gaunt man bellowed, scrambling to his feet, only to be confronted by an extraordinarily tall and imposing figure, whose stature exceeded 2 meters. His expression shifted dramatically. However, he retorted with irritation, "Guard number 4? What is your problem? I haven't provoked you, so why did you kick me? Get lost." The burly man cast a cold glance in his direction before turning to Yi Ran, bending slightly in a show of humility. He spoke softly, "My lord, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? I would be glad to assist you." Yi Ran was taken aback. This imposing figure was the very guard who had obstructed him upon his entrance. Previously, he had sensed from the expressions of others that this man was rather difficult to engage with. Yet, upon presenting his pass, he discovered that the guard was, in fact, quite accommodating, even diligent in his service. Nevertheless, he shook his head, deciding, "No, thank you. I prefer to browse on my own." At the entrance, the slender man appeared somewhat pale. "My lord, guard number 4, known for his arrogance and bullying demeanor, was addressing someone as my lord." The thin man lowered his head and departed in a dejected manner. The burly guard number 4 then turned to Yi Ran and quietly advised, "My lord, as this is your first visit to the black market, you may not be fully aware of its workings. There are numerous shops here, but this particular establishment ranks among the top 3 in unscrupulousness. They often deliberately damage goods while displaying them to lower the price." Upon hearing this, Yi Ran narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly honest old man who now displayed an awkward expression, even with guard number 4 exposing his deceitful practices. The old man showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled apologetically, evidently intimidated by the imposing guard. "My lord, even if you choose not to employ my services, I can still offer a word of caution. The prices at these shops are fair, and the owners are trustworthy. They will never disclose your identity," guard number 4 continued. "If you exit here and take a left, the third shop is dedicated to acquiring warriors." "Wait," Yiran interrupted suddenly. "You must have a reason for helping me, right? As the introducer, I can collect a 5% transaction fee," guard number 4 replied in a grave yet forthright tone. However, a sense of unease lingered within him. The sheer volume of passes had left him astounded, and he understood that regardless of whether this young man had acquired them through his own means or received them as a gift from an elder, his status was certainly not ordinary. This was why he considered taking on the role of an introducer, a profession he typically looked down upon. Yet, given the young man's stature, he wondered if he would even consider him worthy. 5%. If it can save me some effort and help me avoid some unscrupulous shops, then it sounds reasonable, Yiran mused before smiling. "Then I shall trouble you." "Not at all, my lord. You flatter me," guard number 4 thought to himself, elated, and proceeded to lead Yiran out of the shop. Behind them, the old man clicked his tongue in astonishment. Guard number 4 had powerful connections and was associated with the upper echelons of the black market, coupled with his own formidable strength, making him someone that most would not dare to offend. Yet, the sight of this man exhibiting such humility was truly eye-opening. The young man could not possibly be the illegitimate son of a minister, could he? He mused that perhaps only the son of a minister from the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch could receive such treatment. In the bustling streets of the black market, Yiran stated calmly, "I wish to sell goods. Please find a suitable shop." Although he wore a mask, in such a place, no one would willingly reveal their identity. Others may hesitate to confront him, yet the weakness of his aunt and Shirshir may inadvertently attract the attention of desperate rogues seeking fortune. Such reckless individuals are exceedingly common in the black market. "Fear not, my lord, for I am aware of a shop where the prices are undeniably fair, and the proprietor is trustworthy, having never disclosed anyone's information," the fourth guard declared, leading Yiran towards a secluded corner of the street. In that corner stood an unexpectedly spacious shop, bustling with 3 or 4 employees. The proprietor, a refined middle-aged gentleman, greeted customers with a warm smile. Yiran surveyed the establishment and noted that, despite its remote location, it was remarkably busy, leaving the owner quite occupied. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. Having chosen this guard as his guide was indeed fortuitous. Had he ventured alone, he might have struggled to locate this place. "Proprietor," the fourth guard called out. The refined owner, upon hearing this, approached with an amiable expression. The 2 individuals he had been attending to, initially wearing disgruntled expressions, quickly composed themselves and refrained from further comment upon seeing the guard. "My lord, the proprietor has arrived," the fourth guard announced respectfully. Upon hearing this, the refined owner cast a curious glance at Yiran and inquired, "Esteemed sir, do you seek to procure or to sell?" "To sell," Yiran replied. "What items do you accept here?" "Each shop has its specific criteria for goods, though some are more inclusive." Yiran glanced around and suggested, "Let us change locations." "Very well," the refined owner agreed, leading him to a private room while the fourth guard sensibly stationed himself at the door. Inside the room, the refined owner appeared somewhat apprehensive and asked, "Might I inquire what goods you intend to sell, esteemed sir?" "All of these," Yiran replied casually, producing several spatial rings, whilst also brushing over the Hingyang ring. Instantly, a pile of battle soldiers and oars appeared on the floor. Originally, these soldiers and oars were meant for Shijin Yanyan. But after the last encounter where it devoured the black essence iron, its tastes had become rather discerning, refusing even ordinary grade soldiers and dismissing all ores that did not match the quality of black essence iron. This had left him somewhat vexed. At that moment, aside from the silver rhinoceros sword, he had laid out all the battle soldiers and spatial items he possessed. He had previously discarded the spatial ring of the blue-clad girl in the wasteland. Although the silver rhinoceros sword was rather commonplace among soldiers, he still intended for Shijin Yanyan to consume it. The blue-clad girl was the daughter of the deputy director of the Ningjiang branch, so he was determined to exercise utmost caution, ensuring no secrets were revealed. Goodness! The refined owner gasped at the sight of such an extensive collection. Let us not speak of anything else. Surely, these numerous spatial rings are not all from killed victims? His complexion paled slightly. Ah, there are also 2 more. Yiran suddenly recalled, retrieving the spatial rings from the black-masked captain and his companion, just as he was about to hand them over. A sudden realization struck him. It seemed he had overlooked something within the black-masked captain's spatial ring. He extracted it, discovering it to be a map, likely left behind due to his previous oversight. With a mere glance, Yiran initially paid little heed, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted. At the heart of the map lay 4 characters: Dragon Blood Treasure Tree. Chapter 73, Black Magic Blade. The mention of the Dragon Blood Treasure Tree sent a tremor through Yiran's heart. Casting a discreet glance at the refined shopkeeper, he noticed the latter engrossed in counting the warriors on the ground with palpable excitement. Thus, he silently stowed away the map. Soon enough, the shopkeeper concluded his tally, exclaiming, These warriors and spatial hand rings total 170,000. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Cash, of course, Yiran thought, not particularly surprised. The black-masked captain and that other third-tier warrior were exceedingly wealthy. The items here were predominantly theirs. After receiving the payment, Yiran swiftly departed. He had also heard of the legendary Dragon Blood treasure tree. Subsequently, under the guidance of the fourth guard, he traversed several more shops, selling every item he possessed. Ultimately, he amassed a total of 290,000. Had it not been for the abundance of martial skills that many shops did not accept, he might have sold even more. Nevertheless, 290,000 was a sum that satisfied him greatly. With the additional scattered cash he had collected, his total now stood at 350,000, a considerable fortune indeed. Such wealth was more than sufficient to procure a high-tier warrior. At the black market exit, the fourth guard respectfully escorted Yiran away, his heart brimming with elation. Earning tens of thousands with minimal effort, merely guiding the way and occasionally haggling, felt like a windfall from the heavens. "My lord, will you return next time?" he inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Rest assured, I shall seek you out again," Yiran replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the fourth guard's face lit up with joy as he bowed deeply, saying, "Very well, my lord, travel safely." Those passing by regarded this exchange with incredulity, surprised to witness such obsequiousness from the guard. Upon returning home, Yiran was unexpectedly met with no ire from his aunt, Yi Hongfang, regarding his prolonged absence. She did not even pose any inquiries. He took the opportunity to call Teacher Zhu, assuring her of his safety. The absence of trouble from his aunt was likely due to Teacher Zhu providing a suitable excuse to placate her. Yiran was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Teacher Zhu was in a meeting, as he faintly overheard phrases such as Ningjiang Star and Citywide High School League. Not dwelling on it, he took a deep breath and quickly retrieved the map. The map, crafted from the hide of some exotic beast, was soft and thin, inscribed with Eastern Extreme Wilderness and replete with intricate details. Both the peripheral and core regions of the wilderness were meticulously marked. The Dragon Blood treasure tree he had just glimpsed was distinctly indicated by a red dot at the center of the map's core area. The Eastern Extreme Wilderness, Yiran pondered, was a desolate expanse near Tianke City. Tianke City, being the foremost city in Donyuan Province, surpassed Ningjiang City in both prosperity and martial development. The Tianyu Wilderness, one of the 10 great wildernesses of the Xian Nation, lay adjacent to Tianke City. The Eastern Extreme Wilderness was indeed a considerable distance from here. Yiran furrowed his brow, his gaze continuing to scan the map until he noticed a line of small text next to the Dragon Blood treasure tree symbol. Estimated maturity date, between May 16th and May 30th. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. It was now March 13th. And with 2 months remaining until maturity, time appeared to be ample. A single Dragon Blood treasure tree could yield at least 30 Dragon Blood fruits, which have no limit on consumption. Should he ingest them all, his physique could potentially elevate to that of a 5th-level martial artist. Yiran's gaze flickered as he stowed the map away. Regardless of the veracity of this information, he felt compelled to venture to the Eastern Wilderness. The rarity of the Dragon Blood treasure tree warranted a pursuit, even with a mere 1 in 1,000 chance. If he could acquire a single Dragon Blood fruit now, he could directly ascend to a 3rd-level martial artist physique, which would be more than sufficient. Yiran shook his head, a hint of regret washing over him. If only he could obtain a Dragon Blood fruit now, merging with the blood of the Black Flood Dragon would be considerably less daunting. Alas, his current physique still fell short. Even though the spirit flame body could enhance his constitution, it remained insufficient for the fusion with the blood of the Black Flood Dragon. Next, Yiran organized the items within his Hingyang ring. At present, aside from a substantial sum of cash, all that remained was the silver rhinoceros sword, some Black Flood Dragon scales, a few martial arts manuals, and a portion of exotic beast flesh. This exotic beast flesh had been meticulously selected by Yiran for its rarity. Consuming it would greatly aid in his blood and energy cultivation, and he had deliberately reserved it for Zhou Shishir. He retrieved the silver rhinoceros sword and began to devour it with the devouring golden sun flame. Soon, only the hilt remained, and the spirit flame patterns on his body increased by 1 more, reaching a total of 13. His combat prowess had once again seen an enhancement. A tiered weapon could only augment a single spirit flame pattern, which was quite an extravagant expenditure. Yiran couldn't help but marvel at this. After contemplating for a moment, Yiran left his home. He first found a place to deposit his money before heading to the martial artist tower. Inside the tower, he made his way to the Iron Bull weapon shop, the very place where he had first sold a weapon. "Customer, looking to purchase a weapon? Oh, it's you." The shopkeeper, recognizing him, expressed his surprise. He had a vivid impression of Yiran, and with a friendly demeanor, he approached and said, "Young brother, what do you need?" "A tiered weapon, preferably a pair of gauntlets or a battle blade," Yiran replied without hesitation. "A tiered weapon? It will cost no less than 1 million. Are you certain?" The Iron Bull shopkeeper appeared taken aback. "Rest assured, I lack nothing but money," Yiran declared with grandiosity. "Very well." The shopkeeper turned and cautiously retrieved 3 weapons from the back. There were 2 battle blades and a pair of gauntlets. Even he possessed only 3 tiered weapons. And throughout the entire martial artist tower, no more than 5 shops offered tiered weapons for sale, underscoring their scarcity. Yi Ran examined them. The gauntlets appeared overly feminine, prompting him to dismiss them with a glance. The remaining 2 battle blades were black and green. However, the green blade was excessively large, resembling a door, causing him to grimace in distaste and promptly abandon it. Ultimately, he settled on the black battle blade, which was rather ordinary in appearance, reminiscent of a tang knife. Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback. Warriors possessed immense strength, and thus, the swords they typically wielded were broad, hefty blades. The slender, elegant tang knife was indeed a rarity. He lifted it in his hand and weighed it, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was surprisingly heavy. Beside him, the shopkeeper, Tainyo, exhibited a slight change in expression. He was well aware of the weight of the black demon blade, and even his own strength as a secondary warrior could not manage it so effortlessly. For the first time, he regarded Yi Ran with a newfound seriousness, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. Chapter 74, Handsome. You wouldn't want your family to be targeted by the Black Mark Tower, would you? Yi Ran attempted to swing the long knife, and soon, his eyes brightened. This blade felt remarkably comfortable in his grasp. He became somewhat enamored, swinging it several times, realizing it only became more fitting with each use. Boss, what is the name of this knife, and how much does it cost? The Black Demon Blade, 2 million, Tainyo replied with a smile. 2 million? Yi Ran exclaimed, astonished by the price. Aren't you lacking in everything except for money? Tainyo chuckled in response. Yi Ran rolled his eyes and shook his head. Yet, that 2 million was indeed exorbitant. It could purchase a second-hand weapon. Just joking, but this Black Demon Blade is at least 170,000. Even if I take a liking to you, that is the lowest price I can offer. Tainyo stated earnestly. This Black Demon Blade, besides its superior quality, is also tied to a significant opportunity. This alone is worth a fortune. Opportunity? Yi Ran paused for a moment. Have you heard of the 108 Masters of the Black Mark Tower, particularly the 76th, the Black Demon Master? Tainyo spoke slowly. This Black Demon Blade was the weapon of the Black Demon Master. Yi Ran's pupils constricted, although he had not heard of the Master of the Black Mark Tower. The title of Master alone was enough to astonish him. Is the Master's weapon merely of this caliber? Upon regaining his composure, he inquired solemnly. The Black Demon Master once forged 1,000 Black Demon Blades, ranging from basic to master level. Tainyo shook his head. Before his death, the Black Demon Master sealed all his martial skills and the locations of his life's savings within a single Black Demon Blade at random. Now, do you comprehend the significance of this blade? Tainyo smiled. A 1 in 1,000 chance, though minuscule, is still enticing when it comes to the accumulated skills and wealth of a formidable master. Is that so? Yi Ran realized with surprise. The Black Mark Tower was an exceedingly secretive organization. He had not expected the shopkeeper to know so much. The affairs of the Black Demon Master are not exactly a secret. Many are aware and often pay handsomely for the Black Demon Blade, Tainyo urged. So, what do you think? Are you interested in purchasing it? Perhaps you are the destined child of fate. I cannot presume my luck would be so fortuitous. Yi Ran shook his head, though he admitted that this Black Demon Blade was indeed effective. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Though expensive, it is indeed worth the price, as I can feel the insatiable urge of the devouring golden sun flame within me. This was the first time he had sensed such a desperate desire to consume. In the end, Yi Ran, albeit reluctantly, parted with a substantial sum of 170,000, acquiring the battle blade. Shopkeeper, do you not possess a scabbard? Yi Ran inquired, observing that the battle blade should logically come with one. I am uncertain. It was not included when I acquired it. The shopkeeper, Iron Bull, replied, shaking his head. Yi Ran chose not to press further, asking instead where he might procure elixirs from the wasteland before departing the weapons shop. As he turned to leave, Iron Bull's hand revealed a black scabbard, perfectly sized for the black magic blade. He caressed the scabbard gently, a knowing glint flickering in his eyes. Half an hour later, Yi Ran exited another establishment, cursing under his breath. Damn it, selling at such exorbitant prices, does he truly believe I am a fool? Though rare, enhancing potions were still obtainable within the warrior's tower. He had just stumbled upon a white ginseng. While it paled in comparison to the dragon blood fruit, it was still sufficient to aid him in advancing to the third-tier warrior physique, barely enough to utilize the essence of the black flood dragon's blood. However, the foolish shopkeeper had ruthlessly overcharged him, inflating the price by 3 or 4 times that of the market rate. Honest merchants like Iron Bull were indeed a rarity, as most were unscrupulous traders. With his enthusiasm waning, Yi Ran departed the warrior's tower. Upon entering the community, Yi Ran spotted Su Qin. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the tragic heroines of novels, mistreated by a stepmother, resulting in a reclusive and cold demeanor. This was, in fact, quite accurate. Many boys, just released from school, were transfixed by her beauty, yet each felt inadequate and hesitated to approach. Such a girl, with her striking appearance and personality, held an irresistible allure, especially for high school boys, who were on the cusp of their first romantic stirrings. Yi Ran, however, was an exception. He was a machine devoted to martial cultivation. with strength being his sole ambition. Su Qin noticed Yi Ran and, after a moment's pause, hastened towards him. The reason fabricated by teacher Zhu is that I am undergoing training. Otherwise, if she were to discover I ventured into the wasteland, my aunt would surely flay me alive. Yi Ran spoke vaguely. A flicker of regret passed through Su Qin's beautiful eyes. She had few friends, with Yi Ran being the only one. And she was soon to depart. Indeed, training is quite demanding, but rest assured, I shall assist you in mastering the Thunder Fist in the coming days. Yi Ran assured her with a smile. All right, Su Qin nodded, but suddenly noticed something. With that, she swiftly left. Yi Ran, taken aback, glanced around and saw no suspicious figures, only a few individuals clad in the attire of the Martial Alliance, brandishing a wanted poster and inquiring about it. His keen gaze discerned the poster featured a middle-aged man with a scarred visage, the wanted level indicated as Tier 1. A Tier 1 wanted notice pertained to martial masters. Yi Ran's heart raced. A fugitive of such caliber had infiltrated Ningjiang City? It was also possible that the individual had committed a particularly heinous act, warranting such an elevated wanted status. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to alert his aunt and Sure. At home, Zhou Sure lounged on the sofa. Her fair feet propped up, her gaze fixed on her phone, giggling foolishly. Yi Ran's instincts tingled. That laughter seemed rather peculiar. Damn it, my little pig. Is it really going to be bullied by the big cabbage? He strode over, vigilance etched on his face. Sure, who are you chatting with? Your mouth is practically glued shut. Are you in love? Zhou Sure snapped back to reality, irritated. Stop talking nonsense. It's a girl, my classmate. A girl? Yi Ran felt a chill run down his spine. That was even worse. I'll bite you to death. I'm going all out. Zhou Sure charged forward. All right. You two, stop the fuss. From the kitchen, Yi Hongfang emerged, casting a stern glance at the pair before turning to Yi Ran. You little rascal, how's the training going? I heard from your homeroom teacher that the spots are particularly limited. Your school barely has any, and that kid Xue from across the street doesn't even have one. You should have seen it. When Xue's sister heard you were going to training, the look of envy on her face was priceless. Not too bad. Yi Ran pondered for a moment and replied earnestly. In our school, aside from the principal, I reckon I could take on the other teachers. Yi Hongfang was left bewildered. Zhou Sure, reveling in the moment, quipped, Mom, my brother is staging a rebellion. You should handle him. Stop babbling, you little rascal. Just as Yi Hongfang was about to retort, the doorbell rang. She walked over to open the door. What? Yi Ran was slightly taken aback. Is that Zhang Fan? But his aunt was quite familiar with Zhang Fan. Confused, he stepped outside. As he exited, his pupils constricted. Before him stood a stunning girl with white hair. Her features exquisite, skin porcelain-like, resembling a doll. At that moment, the white-haired girl pushed him against the wall with a playful grin. Handsome. You wouldn't want your family to catch the attention of the Black Mark Tower, would you? Chapter 75, Good People and Bad People. Yi Ran was utterly perplexed. That phrase sounded oddly familiar. He pushed away the girl's arm, successfully breaking free from her dominant stance, and stepped forward, taking the upper hand. The white-haired girl's expression shifted slightly, such remarkable control over her body. Despite her peak combat awareness and exceptional physical prowess, she had failed to react in time, shifting from the offensive to the defensive. Now, they stood mere inches apart. The white-haired girl looked up, taking in the tall, handsome youth with deep, bright eyes, and felt her cheeks flush. Stepping back, she glared defiantly. Don't stand so close to me. Yi Ran remained silent, his ears picking up the sound of his aunt and Sure stealthily approaching from behind. He seized the girl's hand, leading her downstairs. Let us talk downstairs. What are you doing? The white-haired girl felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. How dare she be forced into submission? She should be the one taking the initiative. Struggling against his grip, she was met with overwhelming strength. Even her second-level warrior prowess could not break free. The boy cast her a dispassionate glance, a flicker of indifference in his eyes. Let us go down. Don't let my aunt and the others hear us, or I'll smash that pretty head of yours. The white-haired girl froze, no longer daring to resist, and obediently followed. Yi Ran downstairs. A shadow flickered in Yi Ran's eyes. First, a wanted criminal from the Martial Alliance, and now the Black Mark Tower. Downstairs, it was dinner time, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Not far from the training equipment stood a young girl, likely around 14 or 15 years of age. Yi Ran cast a glance at her before turning to the white-haired girl beside him, a look of skepticism crossing his face. It was peculiar how strikingly similar the two appeared. No, it was more than mere resemblance. They seemed to be carved from the same mold, both resembling porcelain dolls with skin so fair it seemed almost unreal. The only distinguishing feature was that the younger girl had a head of black hair. The black-haired girl also noticed the pair approaching. Seeing them holding hands and behaving intimately, she paused momentarily. Sister, do you know them? Can't you see I'm here against my will? I invite him, commanded the white-haired girl. The black-haired girl shot her a glare, seemingly reluctant to engage, but eventually turned her attention to Yi Ran. The Black Mark Tower has its eyes on you. We are here to assist you, with no ill intentions. Let us clarify this first. Yi Ran grasped the white-haired girl's wrist, responding coolly. How did you come to know that the Black Mark Tower is watching me? He added with a hint of menace. Do not lie, or I shall smash your sister's head. The black-haired girl fell silent for a moment, instinctively taking a step back. She explained, "We have been monitoring the individuals from the Black Mark Tower, and they have just begun to focus on you." Just now? Yiran furrowed his brow. He had merely visited the Warriors building. During his time there, he had not revealed anything of significance. The only potential exposure was his wealth. But such a legitimate establishment as the Warriors building was worlds apart from the black market. Even if he were affluent, it was improbable that anyone would take notice of him. After all, a 17 or 18-year-old boy possessing such wealth would naturally be assumed to have inherited it. Moreover, he had never heard of the Black Mark Tower targeting individuals solely for their financial status. This dangerous organization typically acted to eradicate talents or to launch large-scale assaults on the Martial Alliance. Yet, he had not showcased his abilities in the Warriors building. Sometimes, good people are not always virtuous, and bad people are not invariably malevolent, the black-haired girl said with a profound implication. Yiran was momentarily taken aback, suddenly narrowing his eyes as a figure flashed through his mind. His voice lowered. "Merely words are insufficient. Provide evidence." In the video, a boy could be seen purchasing a battle knife from a certain store, and after he left, the shopkeeper produced a sheath, gently caressing it. "This is the Iron Bull weapon shop." Yiran's expression shifted. The owner of Iron Bull was deceiving him. Why lie about the existence of a sheath? The reason he had visited Iron Bull was that during Zhang Fan's sale of the Blood Shadow battle knife, this shopkeeper was the only one who had not swindled him or Zhang Fan, offering an excellent price that left a lasting impression and garnered his trust. What could a mere sheath prove? Yiran frowned, remaining skeptical. The dark magic knife was significantly heavier than an ordinary weapon, and the ability to wield a top-tier dark magic knife indicated at least a second-tier mastery. The white-haired girl glanced at Yiran, her gaze reflecting a mix of surprise and intrigue. It was quite astonishing to find a second-tier elite warrior in such a small city as Ningjiang, leading her to reconsider her earlier doubts. Perhaps she had underestimated him after all. The youth likely possesses the strength of a secondary peak. At this moment, a black-haired little girl conjured a dark magic blade in her hand. She explained, "The Dark Scout from the Black Seal Tower must have assessed your prowess based on how effortlessly you wielded the level black magic blade. This is the true reason behind his sale of the blade to you. You may not realize that a level black magic blade is worth at least 5 million. 5 million. Yiran expressed his astonishment. The dark magic blade, being connected to the treasures of the Grandmaster, is inherently of far greater value than typical combat weapons. The black-haired girl shook her head, stating, "After all, the Dark Master is one of the higher-ups in the Black Seal Tower. Even though he was besieged by formidable warriors from the Martial Alliance, most of his black magic blades remained within the Black Seal Tower. Only a few were left behind. The black magic blades currently circulating are primarily bait." Bait? Yiran furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. "This is a level black magic blade. Once it is in your hands, you should understand," the black-haired girl remarked as she tossed the dark magic blade to him. Yiran caught it, drew the blade, and examined it closely. It was identical to his own, the only distinction being the insignia on the blade. This one was lighter, whereas his was more cumbersome. But soon, his expression shifted. His gaze fixated on the scabbard, which exhibited a peculiar attraction, allowing him to sense the location of the dark magic blade while holding the scabbard. When Yiran retrieved his own dark magic blade, he felt no such connection. Clearly, the scabbard and the blade were intertwined. Only the corresponding scabbard could detect its true essence. His expression darkened as he realized why the Iron Bull shopkeeper had retained the scabbard. "Now, do you believe what I said?" The black-haired girl shook her head. "Often, what we perceive is merely the surface. A good person may not necessarily be virtuous, and a villain may not always be malevolent." As she spoke, she glanced upward, her expression filled with sentiment. Chapter 76, The Jiang Sisters. The little brat, though young, certainly enjoyed feigning depth. Yiran cast a sidelong glance at the black-haired girl, but released the wrist of the white-haired maiden. After rubbing his wrist, he prepared to depart. "Sister, the matter is not yet resolved," the black-haired girl said, exasperated. "Oh, is it? I forgot," the white-haired girl replied, momentarily dazed. Yiran's lips twitched slightly. This white-haired girl seemed rather dim-witted, appearing less astute than her younger sister, almost foolish. He turned to the black-haired girl and pondered, "Are you from the Martial Alliance?" The other party was fixated on the Black Seal Tower, and her warning to him could only be explained by their affiliation with the Martial Alliance. "No." The black-haired girl shook her head. We are the righteous magical warrior girls, punishing evil and promoting good. Aiding the weak is our duty. Please refrain from asking further." Before the white-haired girl could finish her sentence, the black-haired girl pushed her aside. The black-haired girl turned to the equally bemused Yiran and said, "Ignore my sister. She has her moments of normalcy. However, she is not entirely incorrect. There is no need for you to inquire about our identities. Just know that we are here to assist you. The shadowy agents of the Black Seal Tower have already set their sights upon you. Even if you were to discard the Black Demon Blade now, escape may not be guaranteed." Yiran, upon overhearing the two, noted their indifference, clearly not affiliated with the Martial Alliance. He remarked coolly, Your arrival indicates that the Black Seal Tower has yet to dispatch anyone to keep a constant watch on me. Therefore, if I were to dispose of the Black Demon Blade now, I should be safe." At his words, the black-haired little girl paused momentarily before shaking her head. "However, your appearance has been etched into the memory of that shadowy agent. Even without the tracking capabilities of the Black Demon Blade, the individuals from the Black Seal Tower may still seek you out. You might possess the means to protect yourself, but what of your family?" A shadow flickered in Yi Ran's eyes at her mention of family, for this was indeed his greatest concern. If it were only himself, he could easily flee or fight as circumstances allowed, as he had done in the wilderness. Yet, in Ningjiang City, he had much to consider. "You are neither from the Martial Alliance nor strangers to the Black Seal Tower, and your deliberate approach to seek me out must have a purpose," he mused, contemplating the possibility that they had ulterior motives regarding the Black Seal Tower. The little girl, momentarily caught off guard, seemed to concede to his implication. Yi Ran shrugged, stating, "It appears this is not merely a one-sided offer of assistance, but rather a partnership. If that is the case, then sincerity is paramount. I shall not engage with those whose intentions remain ambiguous." "You are indeed astute," the black-haired girl replied slowly. "Our identities are not shrouded in secrecy. We hail from the Black Sand Fighting Arena. The arena's master is our mentor, and due to some past grievances, he harbors a profound animosity towards the Black Seal Tower. Thus, we seek to leverage your prowess to draw out some of their members." "The Black Sand Fighting Arena?" Yi Ran's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Could it be mere coincidence? These two girls are from the very arena, and now that I think on it, the little girl does seem vaguely familiar. I believe I have seen her in the arena, though not by her features, but by her physique. If you harbor doubts, you may validate our claims at the Black Sand Fighting Arena or consult Deputy Minister Zhang of the 10 Associations Department at the Ningjiang Martial Alliance branch, who can vouch for my mentor's identity," the girl continued. "Surely, the Martial Alliance is sufficient to earn your trust?" Yi Ran nodded. "I shall verify this on my own. But the risks associated with the Black Seal Tower are considerable. You would have me tread perilous waters. This endeavor indeed carries significant danger, most likely involving a third-tier martial artist confronting you." The girl hesitated before adding, "However, if we can successfully lure out and apprehend the members of the Black Seal Tower stationed here, your family's safety would be assured. Moreover, you would retain the Black Demon Blade." At her words, Yi Ran felt a stir of intrigue. Indeed, having invested nearly 2 million in it, he was reluctant to let it go to waste, especially for a weapon that acted like a ticking time bomb. "Furthermore, my mentor will offer you a reward, a dragon blood fruit. You must be aware of its immense value," the black-haired girl stated. "Dragon blood fruit?" Yi Ran's pupils constricted as he struggled to contain his astonishment. He feigned nonchalance as he replied, "This condition is somewhat acceptable. However, let it be known in advance that should the danger exceed our expectations, additional compensation will be required." Yi Ran maintained a calm exterior, while internally, he reveled in delight. Even before any agreement was finalized, a reward was already on the table. The master of the Black Sand Fighting Arena was indeed a commendable figure. Certainly, it is likely that he anticipated he would not escape, or perhaps he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities, certain that he would not dare to betray us, which is why he displayed such audacity. In truth, this matter should not have involved you in any peril. The dark-haired little girl appeared somewhat bashful. Initially, we had designated a loathsome individual who frequently visited our combat arena for this role. However, ever since that scoundrel achieved a breakthrough as a martial artist and secured 17 consecutive victories, he has not returned to the arena. My mentor has yet to have an opportunity to converse with him, and by chance, today you went to the Martial Artist Tower and caught the attention of an undercover agent from the Black Mark Tower. This is when we became aware of you. Although your strength may surpass his, my mentor holds that wretched fellow in high regard for his boldness, believing he would serve as a more suitable bait. While your prowess is significantly greater, your lack of experience in this context may render you more vulnerable. However, rest assured, as long as you can devise a means to endure for 3 minutes, all will be well." After finishing her words, the dark-haired little girl appeared somewhat hesitant. "Oh no," she thought, "I have revealed too much out of momentary weakness. If he perceives facing a third-level martial artist as too perilous and refuses, it would be troublesome." 3 minutes? Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. If the opponent were a formidable third-level martial artist, then indeed, he could likely withstand 3 minutes under his hand. If it were an ordinary third-level martial artist, well, half a minute would be quite the challenge. Seeing his demeanor remain unchanged, the dark-haired little girl breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, who is that loathsome individual you mentioned?" Yi Ran suddenly recalled something and became curious. 17 consecutive victories. How reminiscent of his own experiences. A fellow wearing an Ultraman mask, likely around your age. The dark-haired little girl ground her teeth, vowing that if she ever caught that despicable fellow, she would certainly settle the score. Yi Ran was taken aback. It seemed increasingly as if she were describing him. "What made that individual so detestable?" he inquired tentatively. "Because that person struck my sister's chest." At this moment, the white-haired girl chimed in with a grin. "My sister's chest was small to begin with, and he dealt her a punch." "Sister?" The dark-haired little girl's face turned crimson. unsure whether from embarrassment or anger, as she stomped her foot in frustration. Yiran felt somewhat awkward and refrained from interjecting. The white-haired girl and the dark-haired little girl subsequently departed. Perhaps it was the sudden resurgence of an extraordinary physique, causing a surge in vitality, which resulted in their current strength. Although he had not tested himself against any true prodigies, his combat prowess was likely rather average. My mentor is currently searching in the Wood Desolation Plains for the mysterious young man who recently gained notoriety for slaying the Black Mask Captain. If we could locate that enigmatic youth to assist us as bait, it would greatly reduce the chances of misfortune occurring. The white-haired girl pouted, expressing her belief that this Yiran was not to be underestimated. He was certainly far superior to her, merely a suppression of vitality. The dark-haired little girl shook her head, insisting that she remained uneasy about him. Sister, observe the situation in 7 days and lend him assistance if necessary. After all, he is here to aid us. Let us not allow our troubles to endanger him. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Yiran glanced at his phone, which displayed the contact information of the two sisters, Sister Jiangyu, younger sister Jiangyin. Jiang is indeed a rare surname. Chapter 77, The Pure Young Heavenly Blade. Hey, who was that lovely girl you were with just now? As Yiran stepped into the kitchen, he was greeted by Yi Hongfang's voice. Zhou Shishir, with an inquisitive expression, chimed in. Brother, she can't possibly be your girlfriend, can she? She's stunning, even more so than Sister Suchin upstairs. Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting. Yiran scolded lightly, giving her a playful tap on the head. She's just a classmate who needed my help with something. As he spoke, he entered the kitchen and retrieved a spatial ring. Here's some exotic beast meat. Aunt, please prepare it for Shishir to eat later. Exotic beast meat? Where on earth did you acquire this? Yi Hongfang exclaimed, her surprise evident as she took the ring from him. After a brief moment of astonishment, she retorted, You cheeky boy, are you teasing me with this broken ring? Exotic beast meat? Zhou Shishir, filled with excitement, rushed in as well. Upon seeing the ring, her expression momentarily fell before she gasped in shock. This looks like a spatial ring. A spatial ring? Yi Hongfang appeared puzzled. As an ordinary person, she had limited knowledge about the items of martial artists. Zhou Shishir eagerly explained, a spatial ring has a vast interior space. Oh, it's hard to explain quickly, but just know that it's like a portable refrigerator. Though it looks small, it's equivalent to 10 refrigerators. The latest model. Yi Hongfang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she momentarily forgot about cooking, leaning in to examine the ring closely. Both of them were animated, engrossed in their exploration of the spatial ring. Yiran observed the scene before him, a smile gracing his lips. This was precisely what he yearned for, warmth, stability, and tranquility. Yet, he understood that to protect this little family and, in the future, the larger clan, he would require strength and the resolve to become a formidable force. During dinner, Yiran produced a bank card, stating, Aunt, there's 1 million here. Please transfer it to Uncle when you have the chance. Yi Hongfang seemed distracted, still engrossed in conversation with Zhou Shishir about school. Suddenly, recalling something, she turned and said, By the way, you should take some exotic beast meat up to Suchin. That young lady lives alone, and it must be quite challenging for her. She shook her head, adding, She is so young yet appears burdened with worries. Today's children face immense pressure. Upon hearing this, a strange glint flickered in Yiran's eyes. Zhou Shishir, belching contentedly, quipped, You're overthinking it. Although I am exceptionally gifted and strikingly handsome, not everyone is bound to be fond of me. Yiran shook his head. The reason she often seeks me out may be due to her solitude. She hardly has any friends, and I am one of the few. Oh, I don't understand. Zhou Shishir replied. After dinner, the two continued their usual routine, one earnestly teaching while the other diligently learned. During their leisure, they exchanged stories from their respective schools. Occasionally, Yiran would tease, provoking Zhou Shishir to react in playful anger, unable to resist striking him. Time flowed by swiftly. Your martial arts talent is truly remarkable, Zhou Shishir remarked, a hint of envy in her eyes. With just the thunderous fist technique, she could discern the vast gulf between them. At times, the disparity between genius and the ordinary was indeed staggering. After a moment of contemplation, she produced a milky white pendant resembling a small knife, roughly the length of her thumb, and handed it to Yiran. This was gifted to me by an elder, who mentioned that within lies a formidable martial technique. He believed my aptitude insufficient to comprehend it, hence he chose to pass it on to you. The moment the exquisite white jade dagger was revealed, a faint sound of collision resonated within the bedroom. At these words, a hint of panic flickered across Suchin's visage. Yiran, seemingly oblivious, curiously accepted the white jade dagger. Observing his distraction, Suchin felt a slight relief and diverted the conversation, saying, In a few days, I may have to depart. Depart? Yiran was taken aback. When? Uncertain. It could be at any moment. I am currently in the process of applying for a leave of absence from school, and once completed, I shall leave. Thus, I wanted to present this to you in advance, Suchin replied quietly. Yiran nodded slightly, caressing the white jade dagger in his hand. The material was peculiar, radiating a subtle warmth to the touch, and inscribed upon the blade were 4 characters, Pure Young, Celestial Blade. Glancing at the time and realizing it was nearly the hour, Yi Ran bid farewell to Suqin and exited. As he stepped out, a slight furrow formed on his brow, and he turned to glance back. The concentration of spiritual energy in the wasteland far exceeded that of ordinary human cities, making it exceedingly difficult for martial artists, whose vigorous blood essence rendered them conspicuous, to conceal their presence in such a setting. In contrast, within human cities, discerning someone's strength face-to-face proved challenging, and the art of concealment was considerably easier. However, having honed his skills in the wasteland and possessing formidable combat awareness alongside an acute sense of perception, he sensed that someone was concealed within Suqin's home. That individual was at least a second-tier martial artist and likely possessed something to suppress their blood essence. Contemplating this, Yi Ran instinctively retrieved his phone and input a simple number, the contact for the Martial Alliance. After a lengthy pause, he ultimately refrained from dialing, exhaling softly before descending the stairs. He was one of Suqin's few friends, and she was among his scant circle as well. At that moment, within Suqin's residence, a scarred middle-aged man emerged from a room. Suqin softly inquired, "Father, do you blame me for giving the pure yang celestial blade to Yi Ran?" "Not at all. While I was somewhat surprised, that item is indeed of no use to us. He has shown you considerable care, so gifting it to him is not an issue." The scarred man replied, his expression complex. "I was merely reflecting on what might have transpired had I not saved that person. We would not find ourselves in such dire straits now, and you could genuinely befriend him instead of living this life of evasion with me." Suqin remained silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Elsewhere, Jiang Yin stated, "In 7 days, at Chong Kong Tower, underground level 2, in the Black Chrysanthemum Bar, my teacher will arrive early. You only need to endure for 3 minutes until my teacher identifies the martial artist hidden within the Black Seal Tower, and then you will be safe." 3 minutes? Yi Ran's heart raced at the thought. 3 minutes to locate the concealed martial artist of the Black Seal Tower and resolve the matter smoothly? It seemed the proprietor of the fighting arena was far more formidable than anticipated. Of course, all these preliminary conditions hinged upon him serving as the bait to reach the destination. If he does not attend, it is likely that the martial artists from the Black Seal Tower will not make their appearance, making it difficult for the arena master to locate them. This necessity for a bait is precisely why the arena master must have one. Without sufficient bait, the larger fish will not bite. Chapter 78, The Star of Ningjiang. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Yi Ran awoke to the sound of lively discussions outside. Peering from his balcony, he noticed that the residents of the community had gathered around the public bulletin board below. The crowd was bustling with excitement, exclamations of astonishment filling the air. "Goodness! The rewards for the Star of Ningjiang are exceedingly generous." One exclaimed, "After all, this is the top selection in the city. I doubt my son can even make it into the top 100. Another chimed in, "Forget 100. If he makes it into the top 1,000, he will bring honor to our community." At that moment, the door swung open. Yi Ran inquired, "Aunt, what is happening downstairs?" "I'm not sure. There are too many people, and I couldn't squeeze in," Yi Hongfang replied dismissively. "It seems to be related to some high school league, something concerning students like you." "Oh," Yi Ran shrugged, losing interest. It was Sunday, and Zhang Fan's father had just been discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at home. After finishing his breakfast, Yi Ran decided to buy some supplies and visit Zhang Fan. As he stepped outside, he encountered Sister Shui from across the hall, who was leaving with her son. "Shui Chuan, I heard that only 5 students from your school were selected for the training," she said, her tone tinged with envy. Shui Chuan's expression was somewhat awkward, and his gaze towards Yi Ran held a hint of complexity. He had once asked their homeroom teacher during a practical class about the skill level of those allowed to train, particularly emphasizing Yi Ran's name. The look of admiration on the teacher's face was something he could never forget. Although the teacher did not speak, he could surmise that it indicated a level of combat proficiency that could rival even the mechanical puppets. The training is going well," Yi Ran replied nonchalantly, unaware that teacher Zhu had not fabricated the reason. The school indeed had a legitimate training program. "That's good to hear." Sister Shui smiled and nodded, leading Shui Chuan away. In the corridor, Yi Ran could still faintly hear her murmuring, "Chuan, I've already arranged for you to join the Hongyue martial arts school. If you train diligently there, you might surpass Yi Ran in the future, so don't lose heart." After descending the stairs, Yi Ran noticed that the crowd around the bulletin board remained substantial. A brief glance sufficed before he departed. After visiting Zhang Fan's father, Yi Ran made his way to the Heishui martial arts school, where he practiced alongside the students. Although as an honorary student, it was permissible for him to be absent for an extended period, the head of the Heishui school treated him well, and the skill of the heavy water palm had greatly aided him in his wilderness training. The day swiftly passed. As night fell, students began to leave the school in succession. Yi Ran scanned the area and noticed the head of the Heishui school sitting nearby, watching the departing students with a mixture of pride and concern. He approached the head, who, upon noticing Yi Ran, immediately donned a cheerful expression. The resolution of the Black Seal Tower incident would allow him to depart with peace of mind and venture back into the wilderness. The master of the Blackwater Martial Arts School observed that the mood of his visitor was less than cheerful. "Is it due to the lack of students?" Yi Ran inquired further. The newly established school struggled to attract many learners, leading to financial strains. Indeed, that is part of the issue, sighed the master. With the school just founded and expenses mounting, my retirement savings are gradually dwindling. Surrounded by larger institutions like the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Blue Dream Martial Arts School, we find ourselves at a disadvantage and are unable to recruit many students. Moreover, my connections within the 100 schools department are limited, causing delays in obtaining our establishment permit. With a melancholic tone, the master continued. I fear that this school may not endure for long. I feel somewhat guilty towards you, but rest assured, should we close, I will ensure you receive 3 months' salary. No need for that, Yiran replied, shaking his head. I have not contributed much. You have been exceptional. Other honorary students merely hold titles without any real commitment. The master remarked. You are a good child. By the way, have you registered for the Ninjiang Star competition? Ninjiang Star? You mean the city-wide high school tournament? Yiran responded, taken aback. Yes, the master smiled. With your abilities, you are sure to shine in this competition, and in turn, our school will gain some recognition. His expression turned somber as he added, yet, it is likely that we will not last until that day. Master, Yiran observed the master's wistful demeanor. Feeling a mix of emotions. No worries, the master chuckled softly, rising to his feet. I invested my retirement funds to establish this school, hoping to fulfill my aspiration of teaching students. Regardless of how long the school can operate, I will persevere until the end. He surveyed the school with pride and satisfaction, knowing that no matter the outcome, the journey had been worthwhile. Pondering for a moment, Yiran produced 3 martial arts manuals. Master, here are 3 advanced techniques. You can utilize them to attract new students. The master was taken aback, realizing that with proper promotion, these could indeed draw a significant number of new students. Logically, as a student, you should be the one receiving assistance from me. How can I accept this? Yiran smiled. Master, the heavy water palm you gifted me is far more valuable than these 3 manuals. Ultimately, the master accepted the manuals, feeling a sense of gratitude. It seemed that his initial investment in the heavy water palm was indeed a wise decision. As the time drew near, Yiran and the master departed from the school. At that moment, they encountered a pair of individuals who looked on in surprise. Yiran, so you have joined the Blackwater Martial Arts School. Yiran nodded slightly. Choosing not to elaborate, Instructor Wang exchanged a few brief pleasantries before departing with a beaming smile amidst the greetings from the students. The master gazed after him with envy, noting that none of the students recognized him. Upon returning home, the night had fully enveloped the sky, and the neighborhood was sparsely populated. Noticing an absence of people by the announcement board, Yiran approached it. 2 announcements were posted above, seemingly newly issued by the Martial Alliance. One of them displayed the portrait of a scarred man, accompanied by a bounty notice promising a reward of 2 million for any information provided. The other announcement was larger, proclaiming the Ninjiang Star High School League. The first-place winner would be honored as the Ninjiang Star and awarded a special admission slot to the prestigious Qiming Martial University. Additionally, the Ninjiang Martial Alliance branch offered a reward of 10 million in discretionary funds. Yiran's pupils constricted at the mention of the 10 million. Beneath the Ninjiang Star announcement, a plethora of rewards was meticulously outlined. Excluding the 10 million in discretionary funds, which could be spent anywhere within Ninjiang City, the financial center of the Ninjiang Martial Alliance would oversee all transactions. Furthermore, a residence in the Yulong community was included, along with a monthly shopping card valued at 20,000 and a Chongqing medical card. Various welfare benefits were detailed across more than 20 lines, leaving Yiran gasping in astonishment. Clearly, the Ninjiang branch was making a significant investment this time. Setting aside the coveted admission slot to the top martial university, which was exceedingly difficult to obtain, the other benefits were equally valuable. The 10 million discretionary funds were particularly enticing, even more so than the special admission slot to Qiming Martial University. Given his current strength, gaining admission to a top martial university in the martial arts college entrance examination 3 months hence would not be particularly challenging. However, acquiring that 10 million would prove to be extraordinarily difficult. With 10 million, one could purchase a high-grade battle weapon at the Warrior's Tower. Yiran licked his lips, his gaze filled with desire. A standard high-grade battle weapon typically costs just over 1 million, with exceptions like the Black Demon Blade. High-grade battle weapons could reach 3 million, while exceptional ones could surpass 10 million. Even if he chose not to buy a weapon, he could use the funds to purchase or to enhance his spiritual flame body. In any case, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Moreover, the residence in the Yulong community was not something that could be bought even with wealth. It was the most prestigious community in Ninjiang City, where only the upper echelons of the Ninjiang Martial Alliance resided, including the leader of Ninjiang himself. Contemplating this, Yiran's gaze flickered. If his aunt and the others could move there, he would no longer need to worry about their safety. The special admission slot to a top martial university was indeed a topic of conversation everywhere today, especially concerning the Ninjiang Star. Nearby, Yi Hongfang's voice broke through his thoughts. She scrutinized the announcement with a look of wonder, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. As she continued to read, a sense of yearning and envy crossed her face upon seeing the Chongqing medical card. It was said that this card permitted priority treatment in all hospitals across Ya country. At this point, Yi Hongfang couldn't help but shake her head. The Chongqing medical card was a privilege reserved for the top talents of each city, with only 1 or 2 slots available in Ningjiang every 2 to 3 years. As for the Yulong community residents, a classmate had mentioned that her father had spent 5 million and still couldn't secure even a standard unit, let alone a customized one. Zhou Shishir, with a red backpack slung over her shoulder, approached, her eyes wide with amazement. Recently, her blood vitality had surged, and her teachers had advised her to come to school on Saturdays for focused training. Listening to their reflections, Yi Ran felt a mixture of inspiration and determination. Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback. As a martial artist with a robust physique, he held little regard for hospitals. However, his aunt was an ordinary person, and given his uncle's persistent illness, she had become quite familiar with the medical realm. Among all the rewards, the Chongqing medical card stood out as the most valuable. As for Shishir, she attended the 3rd high school, a prestigious institution second only to the 1st high school, where students excelled academically and came from affluent families. Although Shishir was sensible and refrained from comparing herself to her peers, it was evident that her classmates enjoyed better living conditions and attire. Yi Ran suddenly fell silent. Yi Hongfang called out to them before rising to leave. Zhou Shishir skipped along, cheerfully inquiring, "Mom, what delicious food do we have? Are there shrimp?" "No shrimp. But there is fish," came the reply. "Only my brother likes fish. That hardly counts as a delicacy." "Just kidding, there are shrimp." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. Both turned to see Yi Ran still standing before the bulletin board. He contemplated. "Isn't there still a 5-day leave my uncle can apply for? Let him take a leave. In half a month, I will take him to see a doctor. And sure, you can now choose your favorite wallpaper, bed sheets, and duvet covers. In half a month, we will move to a new home, a spacious house that your classmates have never experienced." Yi Hongfang and Zhou Shishir were momentarily stunned, gazing ahead. Under the dim streetlight, the handsome youth reached out, grasping the bulletin and tearing it down decisively. "This Ningjiang star is mine." Half an hour later, at dinner, Yi Hongfang glanced at her phone and shot a sidelong look at Yi Ran. "Hey, you little rascal," a message came through from the property management group, stating that some inconsiderate person has stolen the announcement for Ningjiang Star. Stolen? Yi Ran looked at the paper beneath him, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Brother, you're being so juvenile." Thankfully, it was late and there weren't many people around. Otherwise, we would have been utterly humiliated. Zhou Shishir also chimed in, expressing her disapproval of Yi Ran's earlier antics. Before Yi Hongfang could finish her thought, Yi Ran interjected, "Aunt, no need for that. I need to focus on my training these days to secure this Ningjiang Star. I'm discussing serious matters here. Please don't jest." Yi Hongfang continued. "Regarding Sister Shui from across the street, I checked out the Hanwha martial arts school she recommended, and it seems quite decent. Tomorrow, I'll invite the instructor from the school over for dinner. He will assess your abilities, and if you perform well, you might save on tuition." Meanwhile, Yi Ran pondered the likelihood of securing the Ningjiang Star. Judging by the visible circumstances in Ningjiang City, he believed his strength as a 3rd-tier martial artist should suffice, especially since he had previously bested the most talented among the 3. However, given the magnitude of the competition and its substantial rewards, it was certain that some dark horses would emerge. As a 2nd-tier martial artist, without the blood of the Black Flood Dragon, he could not break through and would need to purchase some or tomorrow to enhance his spiritual flame body. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ran made a decision. Although his current strength seemed nearly assured, he resolved to further bolster his abilities. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a call from Teacher Zhu. Yi Ran answered, engaging in conversation for a brief moment before nodding in response. "Understood, teacher. Tomorrow, I shall go to the Martial Artist Association for my strength certification." After finishing the call, he shook his head and began his training. Teacher Zhu also called, discussing the Ningjiang Star event. Due to the multitude of applicants, the competition is divided into several zones based on skill level. A higher vitality score allows one to directly enter the advanced zone, thus sparing many unnecessary challenges. However, the vitality assessment form must be printed by the Martial Artist Association to be deemed valid. Chapter 80, Martial Artist Certification. The following day, at the city center, Martial Artist Association. Before entering, Yi Ran cast a glance at the imposing martial artist tower across the street, a flicker of coldness crossing his eyes. The Black Seal Tower conceals its depths astutely. He had always believed that the Black Sin Fighting Arena was connected to the Black Seal Tower. Hence he had been cautious in concealing his identity. Yet, to his surprise, the Black Sin Fighting Arena turned out to be the favorable side. Conversely, the Iron Bull shopkeeper, whom he had considered a benefactor, was actually an undercover agent for the Black Seal Tower. Oftentimes, appearances can be deceiving. Upon entering the Martial Artist Association, Yi Ran felt overwhelmed by the throng of people, which occupied nearly 70 to 80% of the space. The cacophony of voices filled the air, leaving no room to stand. A quick survey revealed that most were students, many accompanied by their teachers, creating an atmosphere akin to an entire school gathering. Clearly, they were all there to prepare for the Ningjiang Star competition, requiring the vital assessment forms. He had thought he arrived early enough. Yi Ran sighed in exasperation and made his way toward a less crowded testing entrance to begin queuing. With such a crowd, waiting was inevitable. Before him was a long line of youthful high school students, all unfamiliar faces, clearly not from Ningjiang number 5. Spotting someone in a school uniform, he glanced over, surprised to see it was a student from Ningjiang number 7. Ningjiang number 7 was similar to their school, neither particularly distinguished nor entirely lacking. At that moment, in the office of the president on the upper floor of the association, an energetic, short-statured elder hung up the phone, his brow slightly furrowed. It turned out that the Ningjiang Star event was organized because Master Hengyang had taken a keen interest in a youth from Ningjiang City. I had suspected that the special recruitment slots from top martial arts universities wouldn't be so easily obtained. There are only 5 top martial arts universities in the entire Xia country, not to mention Ningjiang City. Even the whole of Danyuan province has only a few special recruitment slots. After a moment of contemplation, the elder dialed another number. Soon, a scholarly middle-aged man wearing golden-rimmed glasses entered the office. "President, did you need to see me?" he inquired. The elder nodded slightly and briefly recounted the situation. After listening, the middle-aged man looked astonished. "President, you mean the special recruitment slot from a top martial arts university is something that Master Hengyang has specifically sought out for a boy from Ningjiang City?" "Indeed. Deputy Minister Zhang just called me. This individual is likely the very youth that Master Hengyang has taken an interest in." "Understood." The scholarly man nodded, his expression grave. The Martial Artist Association is directly affiliated with the Shirxie Department, one of the 3 branches of the Martial Alliance. The 10 associations, which include the Martial Artists Association, the Exotic Beasts Research Association, and the Wilderness Terrain Environmental Analysis Association, are collectively referred to as the 10 associations. The Deputy Minister Zhang serves as the head of this department, effectively the superior of the Martial Artists Association. Thus, it is imperative that this matter is handled with utmost care. As the cultured middle-aged man prepared to depart, the elderly gentleman interjected, "Wait. Remember to keep that boy's information confidential once your investigation is complete. Aside from myself, no one is permitted to access that boy's details." "Understood, President." The middle-aged man replied respectfully before rising to leave, leaving behind the president of the Martial Artists Association, who appeared deep in thought. Master Hengyang placed such significance on this individual, yet he was merely a first-level martial artist. Could it be that he is a relative of Master Hengyang? It seems improbable. However, what combat prowess could a mere first-level martial artist possess that would warrant such attention from Master Hengyang? An hour swiftly elapsed. Yi Ran observed that only a tenth of the queue had progressed, and his eyelids twitched with irritation. "Damn it, at this rate. I'll have to wait until nightfall to be served." "Excuse me, which school do you attend?" A melodious voice rang out from ahead. A girl clad in a bright yellow casual outfit, with an egg-shaped face and bright eyes, approached, her demeanor strikingly graceful. 5 middle school," Yi Ran replied succinctly. "5 middle school? That's not far from 7 middle school," remarked one of the girl's companions, adding, "Indeed, we often encounter students from your school after class." Another girl, gazing at Yi Ran with sparkling eyes, said, "You're quite handsome. If we had met before, we would surely remember you well." Yi Ran nonchalantly brushed off the compliment. However, his indifferent expression captivated the 3 girls, even the more reserved one with the egg-shaped face, leaving them momentarily entranced. Just as they were about to ask further questions, one of their taller companions, displaying a hint of displeasure, shifted slightly to obscure Yi Ran from view. "What is your vitality level?" he questioned. "Us. Not particularly impressive, around 40 or so, not as high as Zhang Cheng's, who boasts over 50 vitality." One of the girls responded. Zhang Cheng smiled, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. "Second-level exotic beast meat?" The egg-faced girl had intended to approach Yi Ran, but Zhang Cheng continued nonchalantly. "This second-level exotic beast meat was actually gifted to me by a particularly close cousin who works within the Martial Artists Association. His position is modest, managing only a handful of individuals." Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. To hold a position in the Martial Artists Association is impressive. Managing even a few people signifies a significant role, considering there aren't many members in the association. "Zhang Cheng, you're quite the hidden gem," remarked the egg-faced girl, momentarily taken aback yet still inclined to approach Yi Ran. Zhang Cheng's countenance darkened as he added, "If I wished, I could have my cousin arrange for me to bypass the queue right now." Upon hearing this, the numerous youths waiting in line, burdened by their predicament, clamored, "Chenggu, take me along too." "All right, but I can only bring 2 or 3 people, I'm afraid." As Zhang Cheng uttered these words, his gaze inadvertently swept over the girl with the delicate, swan-like visage. However, after a moment's hesitation, she bypassed him and approached Yi Ran. Witnessing this, Zhang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his heart ablaze with indignation. At that moment, a young man clad in work attire happened to pass by. "Cousin," Zhang Cheng exclaimed joyfully, calling out, "Could you assist me and a few classmates by arranging for us to go ahead in line?" "Absolutely not. You must wait your turn," the young man replied with a dismissive grunt, then continued, "Are any of you interested in martial artist certification?" Those seeking such certification will be given priority for testing. Chapter 81. Cousin, I am indeed your younger cousin. Those wishing to undergo martial artist testing will be prioritized. The young man from the Martial Artist Association cast a cursory glance at the group, noting they were merely students, and prepared to depart for another area. Yi Ran, however, felt a flicker of hope. At last, he would not have to wait. He smiled at the girl with the swan-like face. Then, amid her astonished gaze, he stepped out of the queue and declared, I would like to undertake the martial artist test. At his words, many present were taken aback. You? The young man from the Martial Artist Association frowned slightly. Are you certain? If you are lying, you will be the last to be tested today. Yi Ran nodded affirmatively. Very well, then let us proceed. The young man's demeanor softened considerably upon witnessing his confidence. After the emergence of the Ningxiang star, the city had indeed seen a surge of hidden talents. The three individuals previously celebrated now seemed increasingly overshadowed by the brilliance of these newcomers. Yi Ran followed the young man towards the testing entrance, igniting a stir among the crowd. Is the martial artist certification for real? He looks about our age. It's hard to say. Indeed, many formidable individuals have emerged in recent days. Every school has undergone a transformation. Regardless, I remain skeptical. How could there be so many prodigies? All conveniently encountered by us. On the other side, Zhang Cheng wore a somewhat stiff expression as he observed the astonished faces of the two girls beside him. Unable to restrain his sarcasm, he remarked, My cousin is strict and impartial. That kid from number 5 high will likely be ushered out shortly. Indeed, how strict? You, Zhang Cheng, your own cousin cannot even cut in line. Someone teased from the periphery. Zhang Cheng, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, retorted, My cousin's nature is just like that, cold on the outside, yet warm within. I am accustomed to it. He treats me that way typically, but in private, he is particularly kind. Before he could finish his thought, Yi Ran, who had just entered the testing in trance, emerged once again. The young man beside him wore a broad smile. Please follow me. I shall escort you to the combat power testing arena, where 3 judges await. There should still be a few awaiting their tests, so you may need to wait a bit, he added. All right, I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Yi Ran responded with a smile. Not at all. It's no trouble, the young man replied, visibly flattered, bowing respectfully as he led Yi Ran away. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence, unable to tear their gazes from Zhang Cheng. Is this the cousin you described, cold on the outside yet warm on the inside? Typically maintaining a stern countenance, Zhang Cheng appeared equally bewildered. This defies logic. Has my cousin been possessed? At that moment, the young man re-emerged from the combat power testing area, taking a deep breath to quell the astonishment swelling within him. The situation was utterly absurd. Just moments ago, that young man exhibited a staggering vitality value of 499. He was merely a step away from attaining the rank of a second-tier warrior. The realization that such a young individual had reached the pinnacle of first-tier prowess sent shivers down his spine, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his discernment had spared him from offending the young man. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Cousin, Zhang Cheng exclaimed, feeling wronged. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am your cousin. He retreated to the side. The young man cast a fleeting glance at him. Do not impede my work, he stated curtly before hastily departing. The onlookers, a gathering of students, erupted into laughter, their teasing gazes making Zhang Cheng wish he could vanish into the ground. The girl with the delicate features wore a somewhat despondent expression, realizing that the young man was already a warrior, which explained his apparent disinterest in her. The disparity in status between warriors and ordinary people was indeed considerable. In the combat testing area, Yi Ran stepped inside. Before him lay a vast expanse, flanked by numerous mechanical puppets and various testing instruments, including a punching power tester. 3 stern-looking middle-aged evaluators sat at the center, while 5 or 6 young men and women awaited their turn nearby. Zhang Tao, vitality value 112, first-tier warrior test, announced one of the evaluators, glancing at the information sheet in his hands. Remember, do not employ any weaponry or martial techniques. We shall commence with a bare combat power test. Understood, replied a confident young man, approximately 25 or 26 years old, as he strode to the center of the arena. With practiced ease, he calibrated the mechanical puppet and defined the combat area. Those observing him couldn't help but express envy at his proficiency. Clearly, this young man must have access to such specialized mechanical puppets, allowing him to practice in advance. Indeed, only someone from a well-off family could afford such equipment, they murmured. And his combat power must be formidable. He is likely to pass on the first attempt. Amidst their discussions, the young man engaged the mechanical puppet in battle. Soon, the puppet's voice echoed, combat power, 98, below standard. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. He must be nervous and not performing to his potential. He still has 2 more chances, one remarked. Indeed, brother, stay calm and perform steadily. Encouraging words from well-meaning peers filled the air. All right, the young man replied with a smile, maintaining his optimistic demeanor as he prepared to fight the mechanical puppet once more. Yet, the subsequent 2 attempts concluded swiftly. Combat power, 97, below standard. Combat power, 95, below standard. The awaiting crowd was left in stunned silence. Yi Ran, too, felt a pang of disbelief. He surveyed the scene, shaking his head. The young man's foundation was evidently unstable, leading to his subpar combat power. Zhang Tao, your combat power test has failed. Certification as a first-tier warrior will not be granted, one of the evaluators announced as he handed over the report, a hint of regret in his tone. Zhang Tao accepted the report, feeling disheartened at first, but soon regained his composure, smiling as he exited. Next time, I will surely succeed at the Warrior Association. The others looked on, astonished. No wonder this young man appeared so adept. It turned out he had attempted this test 8 times already. Cough, cough. This brother has a commendable mindset, someone commented with a chuckle. Next up, Wang Run. On the stage, the middle-aged judge, devoid of mirth, spoke solemnly. Vitality level 115. First level martial artist test. I was taken aback. It was my turn. The man who had been smiling just moments ago now wore a face of despair as he stepped forward. His complexion was pale, clearly betraying his anxiety. Following the instructions, he fumbled with the mechanical puppet, his hands stiff and awkward. The 3 judges on stage remained impassive. Soon, the puppet calibration was complete, and the combat power test commenced. The results were 99 and 101. 101, I passed. I passed, no more testing. Wang Rin exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, almost wishing to embrace the mechanical puppet in a fit of elation. The judge, after delivering the results, monotonously announced, next. Following him, 2 or 3 others took their turns. Yet none succeeded. Their combat power fell short, and they departed with sighs of disappointment. The remaining participants grew increasingly tense. The standards were exceedingly rigorous. This mechanical puppet seemed to possess a significantly greater capacity for damage absorption than typical puppets. Next, Su Hao, vitality level. On stage, the judge's eyes flickered with surprise. A rare smile gracing his face as he announced, vitality level 230, proceed with the first level martial artist test. A collective gasp of astonishment rose among the crowd as they turned to a bashful young man in his early 20s. Chapter 82. Young man, we have witnessed many things. A vitality level of 230 is impressive. Let us begin. The judge's tone softened as he patiently guided the bashful youth in calibrating the mechanical puppet. Do not be anxious. You are certain to pass this test. The puppet calibration will reveal your maximum combat potential. If you lack confidence, you may opt for the first-tier combat puppet. The bashful young man quickly adjusted the settings. Ultimately, he chose the second-tier combat puppet, with a calibration range of 250 to 270. My word. He exceeds the perfect combat power. Such confidence. Someone gasped in awe. The 3 judges exchanged appreciative nods, their expressions reflecting admiration. As the combat power test commenced, the sound of clashing echoed through the hall. Before long, the bashful young man paused, lightly panting, his gaze bright as he looked at the mechanical puppet before him. The puppet displayed 3 combat power readings, 265, 267, 269. Combat power qualified, test passed. Excellent, your performance is improving. Another chance might just allow you to break the 270 mark, one of the judges remarked with a smile, clearly satisfied. The bashful young man shyly nodded, taking his report and stepping aside. The individuals waiting nearby regarded him with envy. At just over 20 years of age, boasting a vitality level exceeding 200 and a raw combat power surpassing perfection, truly remarkable. This is what one would call a genius, far surpassing us. I heard that just a few days ago, the chairman of the Stronghold Group sought a son-in-law, specifically looking for such young prodigies, a golden opportunity for ascension. How enviable, yet. Such talents would surely be reluctant to become a mere son-in-law. On stage, the 3 judges regained their composure, and one of them, with an expression of neutrality, announced, next. Yi Ran, vitality level. Suddenly, the speaking judge rubbed his eyes, swallowed hard, and with great difficulty declared, Yi Ran, for 199 vitality level. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The entire combat zone fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. The few individuals awaiting their combat assessments, many of whom had only just arrived, appeared dazed and bewildered. Yi Ran, possessing a staggering vitality value of 499? Who is this formidable figure seated beside me? They glanced at their companions, only to find expressions of confusion reflected back. Soon after, they beheld a handsome youth approaching from beside a mechanical puppet, their faces transforming in astonishment. Goodness, he is merely a student. Among the 2 judges, who were anxiously vying for information sheets to confirm the authenticity of the situation, one suddenly jolted upright, joining the central judge in their astonishment, gazing incredulously at the approaching boy. A vitality value of 499, and here he was for a warrior certification, already absurd enough. To their astonishment, he was no more than 17 or 18 years old. The turn of events came swiftly. The mechanical puppets utilized by the Warrior Association were distinct from ordinary ones, and this was his first encounter with them. Curiosity had piqued, prompting him to observe the mechanical puppets nearby, yet he had not anticipated his own turn would arrive so quickly. As he pondered, he hastily made his way to the center of the arena. Yi Ran, Level 1 Warrior Test, announced the central judge, taking a deep breath before striding down. You must be new to our Warrior Association's mechanical puppets. Allow me to assist you with the calibration. Yi Ran was taken aback. Indeed. Improper calibration of the mechanical puppet could pose significant risks if one's combat power exceeded the limits. The two other judges, with gentle expressions, inquired, "Young man, you must still be a student. Which school do you attend?" "Fifth High." "Ah, Fifth High, excellent." The judges beamed. "Do you have your student ID with you?" "Our Warrior Association has recently enacted a new regulation. Those under 18 who pass the Level 1 Warrior Assessment will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. At this, Yi Ran's eyes sparkled, but he quickly lamented, "I didn't bring it. I can only try next time." "Not to worry, there's no need for a second trip. I can act as your guarantor. Just provide me with your student ID number," one of the judges reassured him. Such trivial matters need not require a return visit, they thought. The other candidates waiting for their assessments watched in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, both astonished and envious. Had it not been for the earlier sight of these three judges, who appeared equally bewildered, they might have suspected a familial connection between them and the young man. Given their extraordinary kindness. "All right, all set." At this moment, the middle-aged judge turned back, smiling. "For safety's sake, I will set your combat power to 350 to 370. You can give it a try, and if it's unsuitable, we can adjust it. It's imperative that you remain unharmed." Yi Ran fixed his gaze upon the mechanical puppet before him. This model was a third-tier mechanical puppet, with combat power ranging between 300 and 400, a bit insufficient. He shook his head and said, "Thank you, esteemed judge, but I believe I can handle it myself." "Of course, proceed as you wish," the middle-aged judge replied cheerfully. "Select your mechanical puppet, and should you require assistance with the calibration, I will be here to help." Yi Ran swept his gaze around and discovered that the area was populated solely by mechanical puppets ranging from levels 1 to 9. It was evident that only the capabilities of first and second-tier martial artists were being tested here. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face as he shook his head. Choosing not to dwell on it any further, he strode directly towards the puppet of level 9, simultaneously inquiring, "Respected judges, if I exert too much force, should these mechanical puppets sustain damage during the assault, it would not pose a problem, would it? Rest assured, our mechanical puppets are custom-made and of exceptional quality. They will not malfunction unexpectedly," the middle-aged judge replied with a grin, though it was clear he misunderstood Yi Ran's intent. "Then I shall feel at ease," Yi Ran exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him. He continued, "Respected judges, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please do not be taken aback." Upon hearing this, not only the middle-aged judge but the other two judges on stage erupted into laughter, as if they had heard something amusing. "Haha, my friend, you need not worry. We have witnessed far more chaotic scenes than this." "That is reassuring," Yi Ran nodded, stepping before the mechanical puppet and pressing the activation switch. In that instant, as the puppet's eyes illuminated, he unleashed a powerful punch. "Wait, you haven't calibrated the puppet yet," the middle-aged judge exclaimed, his face paling in shock as he rushed over. Without calibration, the puppet would operate at its default combat power, which would correspond to the maximum capacity of its designated tier. In other words, the level 3 puppet he had selected would possess a combat power of 399, which could be perilous. Wait, the color of the puppet he chose. Oh no, it's a level 9 mechanical puppet. The middle-aged judge's expression shifted dramatically, unable to contain his expletive. His blood surged as he dashed forward. The other two judges on stage also wore expressions of terror. This is it. Someone's going to get hurt. There was no time to waste. The other candidates awaiting their turn glanced around in a state of panic. However, in the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air as the mechanical puppet exploded on the spot, sending countless mechanical fragments flying. The venue fell into a profound silence. Chapter 83, Experience Prevails. The practical testing area was enveloped in a chilling stillness. All present wore dazed expressions, unable to utter a sound. Only a shattered piece of mechanical debris, emitting eerie blue sparks, landed on the judges' platform, producing a hissing sound. On stage, the two judges stared blankly at one another before slapping each other across the face. The sharp sound of the slap and the sting of pain jolted them back to reality. It was not a dream. A high school student had, with a single punch, obliterated a peak-level second-tier mechanical puppet. What? The middle-aged judge, who was rushing towards Yi Ran, stumbled and nearly lost his footing, barely managing to halt himself. He gazed in horror at the destroyed puppet. A level 9 mechanical puppet, one reserved for assessments of peak second-tier martial artists, had been effortlessly shattered by this youth. The ability to demolish the puppet indicated that Yi Ran's combat prowess had exceeded the limits the puppet could withstand. In other words, he was a third-tier martial artist. As this realization dawned upon him, the middle-aged judge felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his legs threatening to give way as he struggled to maintain his balance. What kind of monster have I encountered today? Around them, the other waiting martial artists stood with mouths agape, utterly astonished. Having visited the Martial Arts Association numerous times, it was my first encounter with someone utterly shattering a mechanical puppet with a single punch during the assessment. How can one articulate such a sensation? It resembles the experience of facing an imposing examiner during an examination, trembling in fear, only to be left battered and bruised. Yet, another individual approaches for testing. And the examiner, with a face full of smiles, offers cigarettes and drinks, only to be struck down by a single blow, leaving them with shattered teeth. This epitomizes the disparity in prowess. The few spectators present found themselves devoid of any envy, their gazes toward the young man in the arena infused with awe and trepidation. A peak-level second-tier martial artist, in comparison to them, was indeed a formidable figure, particularly given his youth. He appeared several years younger than the previously bashful young man. Perhaps this is the essence of true genius. In that moment, the thought emerged in the minds of all present. Yi Ran gazed at the obliterated mechanical puppet, shaking his head. Initially, he believed that the mechanical puppets of the Martial Arts Association would be significantly sturdier than ordinary ones. However, it appeared their strength was rather limited. Had he known, he would have opted for a third-level puppet instead. Now, he pondered whether he would be liable for damages for destroying the puppet. With this thought, he glanced apprehensively at the middle-aged judge, asking, "Esteemed judge, I want to be held responsible for this puppet, will I?" "Fear not, we have plenty of spares. We can simply replace it," the middle-aged judge replied, casting a glance at the scattered fragments, still somewhat speechless. To be frank, this was the first time he had witnessed such an event. It was indeed an eye-opener. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, a single mechanical puppet pales in comparison to a super genius. What is one puppet, or even 10, in the face of such extraordinary talent? With a smile, he guided Yi Ran toward the judging panel. "You must be tired. Come, take a moment to rest." Yi Ran internally shook his head, thinking that he had merely thrown one punch. What fatigue could he possibly feel? He recalled the time he had smashed 3 mechanical puppets at school, brimming with vigor, only to be halted by the director. Although he harbored such thoughts, he felt it inappropriate to refuse, and thus followed him to the judging panel. On the panel, the 3 judges beamed with smiles, each inviting him. "Come, sit here and take a break. Don't sit over there. Come sit with me. He has hemorrhoids. Look at you two, such promising students. Yi Ran, would you like some water? I can fetch you a bottle." "No, let me open it for you. I wouldn't want to tire you out." The 3 judges were exceedingly warm and welcoming. One of them turned to the few martial artists below, who were left in a state of astonishment, and commanded with authority, "We will delay the testing for a few minutes until the area is cleared. The candidate on the left, please step outside and summon a staff member to assist with the cleanup." "Yes, esteemed judge," the martial artist nodded, casting an envious glance at the panel before hastily departing. Before long, he returned with a young man in tow, the very same individual who had previously escorted Yi Ran. Zhang Cheng's cousin. At that moment, Zhang Cheng's cousin felt invigorated, though such menial tasks were not typically his responsibility. This was a rare opportunity to demonstrate his diligence and dedication before the 3 judges during the practical assessment. He envisioned the judges nodding in approval at him, a gesture of appreciation that he eagerly anticipated. Cousin Zhang Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction within, believing himself to be a step closer to promotion. His spirits soared as he swiftly entered the practical training area. His gaze immediately fell upon the judge's platform. In the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Cousin Zhang Cheng stood dumbfounded, staring at the 3 judges on the platform, who were flanking a young boy in their midst, displaying a wry smile. He was utterly taken aback. How could the judges be standing while he remained seated? Particularly as the 3 judges wore broad smiles, laced with flattery, which utterly shattered his perception. Were these truly the same 3 stern, unyielding judges he was accustomed to? Soon enough, he realized the judges had not changed at all. One of them, without lifting his gaze, waved his hand to instruct the cleaning lady, "Please tidy up quickly. We have more candidates to evaluate." Cousin Zhang Cheng felt his mind go blank. Before long, he numbly cleared the debris from the ground, casting a glance at the judge's platform, his eyes flickering with a mix of complexity and reverence as he hastily departed. Although he was uncertain about what had transpired, one thing was clear: that boy was extraordinary. The 3 judges engaged in cordial inquiries for quite some time. Yi Ran, feeling overwhelmed, found it difficult to extricate himself. Fortunately, after receiving a sudden message, the judges' expressions shifted, and they respectfully handed him his evaluation report, seeing him off with deference. Yi Ran left the Martial Artist Association and proceeded to the Martial Artist Building. He retained the 100,000 he had just collected from the association for future use, having previously spent the 80,000 on high-purity ores. The quantity was limited, but he estimated it would suffice to enhance 2 more spirit flame patterns. 80,000 for 2 spirit flame patterns truly was a costly endeavor. At this moment, in the Martial Artist Association, on the 2nd floor, in the president's office, a short, stout elder gazed at the screen showcasing the young boy who had obliterated the puppet with a single punch, alongside the evaluation report. He inhaled sharply. Remarkable. To possess peak-level combat prowess at the 1st rank, capable of unleashing the strength of a 2nd-rank peak fighter, such talent is unprecedented. Beside him, a refined middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses also bore a shocked expression, despite having reviewed the footage several times to confirm its authenticity. The sensation of unreality persisted with each viewing. The stronger one became, the clearer the understanding of just how terrifying the talent of that seemingly harmless boy was. Given his vitality and combat power, he must be the young man referred to by Grandmaster Hung Yang. The elder shook his head in contemplation, realizing that only such talent would warrant the Grandmaster's personal request for an additional spot at the Martial University. President, as you instructed, I have classified this young man's information as confidential. Should we now inform Deputy Minister Zhang? The refined middle-aged man inquired. There's no rush. Deputy Minister Zhang's reasons for wanting to keep this young man's information under wraps likely stem from two considerations, the elder pondered. Firstly, it's to protect the boy, as our Ningjiang city still harbors some individuals from the Black Seal Tower. Secondly, it is likely an endeavor to establish a favorable relationship with this young man before other high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance can. President, what shall we do? The cultured middle-aged man hesitated. Of course, we shall first visit the boy's home to ascertain his preferences and then inform Vice Minister Zhang, thereby sparing him from unnecessary troubles. Come, prepare some gifts. We shall pay him a visit, the elder chuckled. Upon hearing this, the cultured middle-aged man suddenly understood and mused inwardly. No wonder there have been 3 vice presidents. You remain the president, for experience truly speaks volumes. Chapter 84. Who is this old man? At the doorstep, Yiran pushed open the door and was taken aback. Aunt, we have guests. On the sofa sat a slender man in his 30s, nonchalantly lounging with his legs crossed and shoes resting on the table. Yiran frowned, but thought he might simply be a friend of his aunt's and chose to remain silent. The slender man was cracking sunflower seeds, discarding the shells onto the floor, and upon noticing Yiran, spat out a shell. You must be Yiran. You are quite decent looking. You could work as a doorman at our martial arts school. Martial arts school? Yiran raised an eyebrow. May I ask who you are? Yi Hongfang peeked out from the kitchen and called out, come help me bring the dishes. Afterward, she turned to the slender man and smiled. Teacher Bai, it's time to eat. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? I can fetch it for you. Blood wine from exotic beasts, the slender man declared boldly, taking his seat at the dining table. Yi Hongfang hesitated. Such a beverage was quite expensive, bordering on a luxury, often costing thousands. How could a family like theirs possibly afford it? However, she steeled herself and said, Sure, go buy a bottle of blood wine from exotic beasts. Zhou Sure reluctantly emerged from her room, casting a displeased glance at the slender man seated at the table. This guy is truly annoying, lacking any manners. Yi Hongfang handed Zhou Sure over 3,000. Mom, this is your salary from yesterday, isn't it? I won't go. It's too extravagant, Zhou Sure protested. Go now? Yi Hongfang shot her a glare, exasperated. This is for your brother's chance to join the Red Moon Martial Arts School. Though he has been training with the school, we both know his skills. How much improvement can he achieve in just a few days? The Red Moon Martial Arts School is a prestigious institution, and I had to pull strings to arrange this. Hurry. Fine, Zhou Sure mumbled, begrudgingly departing. Before long, Yiran had set the dishes on the table, but the slender man had already begun eating, causing Yiran to furrow his brow. The slender man scrutinized the food disdainfully, muttering, what is this? It's awful. He rolled his eyes as he picked through the dishes, soon discarding most of the food on his plate. A flicker of irritation crossed Yiran's eyes as he stood up. Regardless of the man's connection to his aunt, he could no longer tolerate this behavior. Just then, the door swung open. Zhou Sure entered, her annoyance evident as she slammed a bottle of blood wine from exotic beasts onto the table. The slender man grinned widely, beginning to unwrap the bottle. Yi Hongfang emerged with the last platter of food, noticing the peculiar atmosphere and instantly chiming in. Here it comes, the exotic beast meat. Exotic beast meat? As the plate was placed on the table, the lean man swiftly seized it for himself. Zhou Sure, feeling a twinge of anxiety, lamented that it was her usual fare. TSK, this exotic beast meat is quite delightful, far superior to those vegetables, he remarked, seemingly oblivious to her presence. He took a generous bite and uncorked a bottle of beastly blood wine, inhaling its aroma with relish. Humph. Zhou Sure scoffed, attempting to leave, but was restrained by Yi Hongfang. Where do you think you're going? We have guests. It's terribly impolite to leave now. Come, let's eat. He's the impolite one, Zhou Sure retorted, but her words were silenced by a glare, compelling her to sit in sullen silence before the table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she noticed a plate of food and couldn't help but express her grievance. My shrimp. You don't even like shrimp. Must you touch everything? Alas, young lady, this is hardly my fault. Blame your mother for her unpalatable cooking, the lean man replied nonchalantly. You've never tasted exotic beast shrimp, have you? Now that's a delicacy. Suddenly, he sprayed a mouthful of wine across the table, his face contorting with displeasure as he cursed. What kind of inferior beast wine is this, with such low purity? The table was drenched in the spilled liquor. Yi Hongfang, both distressed and anxious, quickly righted the bottle and inquired, Teacher Bai, is this bottle of beast wine to your disliking? Of course it's unacceptable. As a prestigious instructor at the Hongyuan Martial Arts Academy, you serve me such subpar beast wine and expect my nephew to join our ranks? The lean man slammed his palm upon the table, indignantly declaring, let me tell you, Your nephew is fit only to be a doorman. He has no chance of becoming an elite student and receiving proper training. Wait, teacher bye. I'll buy you another bottle, Yi Hongfang pleaded, nearly in tears. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from a youth. Ah, so you're merely recruiting for the Hongyuan Martial Arts Academy, not a friend of my aunt. Yi Ran slowly rose, his gaze icy and penetrating. He had assumed that upon his aunt retrieving funds from her card, she would trust him and cease her search for a martial arts academy. Hence he had paid little attention to this matter. But it appeared she had yet to utilize that card, and had instead sought out such a character. Kid, what are you glaring at? The lean man sneered. Disrespecting your elders, and you think you can join our Hongyuan Martial Arts Academy? I've made my decision. You want to even qualify as a doorman. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the air. The lean man barely had time to react before Yi Ran seized his head with one hand and forcefully slammed it into the table, blood streaming forth instantly. Yi Ran stood up, shielding his bewildered aunt and the others from the sight of blood, while calmly stating, Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfang were left utterly stunned. Frozen in place. With an expression of indifference, Yi Ran grabbed the lean man by his hair, dragging him toward the exit while blocking the view of the two women. Kid, I'll kill you. The lean man screamed in a frenzy, yet he found the grip on him terrifyingly powerful, rendering him utterly helpless, like a lifeless dog being dragged out. Just then, the door swung open, and a dark-skinned middle-aged man entered. Upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression darkened. Kid, what are you doing? Brother, save me. Please save me. The lean man implored, struggling for help. Xiao Ran, don't fight. Please. Don't fight. A voice filled with tears emerged from Yi Hongfang. Yi Ran frowned deeply, inhaled sharply, and forcefully hurled the slender man aside. The slender man stumbled against the door, feeling dizzy and disoriented. After struggling to rise, he was filled with anger, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he shouted, Brother, avenge me. You worthless fool, defeated by a mere boy, and you still dare to ask for revenge? The dark-skinned middle-aged man cast a cold glance at him. Who granted you the authority to recruit disciples in secrecy? Come with me. Brother, this isn't the time for such discussions. The slender man protested. The dark-skinned middle-aged man coldly replied, turning away without another word. You wait, kid. Today's incident is far from over. The slender man clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Yi Ran before following the former out. Witnessing this, Zhou Shishir couldn't help but exclaim, You're deceiving us. You consumed our exotic beast meat, drank our exotic beast wine, and have desecrated our home to such an extent. Now, you wish to leave without allowing my brother to join the martial arts academy? This is outrageous. To join the martial arts academy? The dark-skinned middle-aged man shot a cold glance at Yi Ran. Those with a modicum of strength behaving like tyrants do not deserve entry into our academy. Our martial arts academy does not permit just anyone to join. If we were to allow every incompetent individual entry, our Red Moon Martial Arts Academy would have long since collapsed. With that, he turned to leave, chastising the slender man as they walked away. Humph, if it weren't for someone reminding me, you would have foolishly accepted this matter today. Letting such a ragtag bunch join the academy, I would love to see how you explain this to the deputy head. The slender man awkwardly replied, This insufferable brat. I would only allow him to be a doorkeeper at most. Did I permit you to leave? A chilling voice rang out from behind them. They turned to see a boy whose demeanor was as cold as frost. The dark-skinned middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked, What's the matter, doorkeeper boy? Do you have an opinion, doorkeeper? An astonished voice, laden with age, echoed. An elderly man of short stature, accompanied by a cultured middle-aged man carrying gifts, entered the scene. The old man looked at Yi Ran with surprise and remarked, Young brother Yi Ran, what place could possibly have you acting as a doorkeeper? This is quite rare indeed. The president of the Martial Artists Association was curious, but upon observing Yi Ran's increasingly grim expression and the tense atmosphere, he quickly realized something was amiss. It seemed he had inadvertently flattered someone inappropriately. Is the Red Moon Martial Arts Academy not in need? The president of the Martial Artists Association appeared somewhat bewildered. Which top martial arts city does this academy belong to? The cultured middle-aged man beside him replied with a peculiar expression, It's a martial arts academy in Ningjiang City. Barely adequate. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned middle-aged man scrutinized the president of the Martial Artists Association with suspicion. Noticing this, the slender man sneered, Brother, what's wrong? Do you know this old man? I have no recollection. I do know him. The dark-skinned middle-aged man was taken aback, fleeting images flashing through his mind, and his face instantly turned pale. This is the president of the Martial Artists Association. I see him on television every day. Chapter 85. Close the academy. How outrageous. This is President Yang of the Martial Arts Association. Apologize at once. The dark-skinned middle-aged man's face twisted in rage as he kicked the slender man to the ground, leaving him in a pitiful heap. The president of the Martial Arts Association? The slender man was struck with terror. What business could such a high-ranking figure have in a mere residential community? Paralyzed by fear, he could not muster the strength to rise and frantically began to apologize. I beg your pardon, esteemed president. Please, do not hold my foolishness against me. Consider me inconsequential. Just let me go. The dark-skinned middle-aged man, though equally pale, trembled as he spoke. President Yang, my brother rarely ventures out, hence he does not recognize you. However, the president of the Martial Arts Association paid them no mind and strode directly toward Yi Ran. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, seething with anger. Were it not for the presence of the president, he would have already dealt with these two by breaking their legs. Yet, with the esteemed figure present, he refrained from taking action. Nearby, Zhou Shishir and Yi Hongfang stood in stunned silence. The president of the Martial Arts Association was someone they had only seen on television, a figure of immense stature. Then, in the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Congratulations. You have become the youngest first-level martial artist in the history of Ningjiang City, the president declared, presenting Yi Ran with a spatial ring and a blue medal. The refined middle-aged man beside him also held forth a gift. The offerings included precious herbs such as ginseng, several bottles of fine liquor, and exotic beast meat among other items. While these gifts seemed rather ordinary, the spatial ring caught Yi Ran's attention. Its worth substantial and rare. The president of the Martial Arts Association was indeed generous. Such rewards were hardly trivial. He shook his head and said, "Thank you, President, but I must decline. Please keep it. Should they encounter any further troubles, they may come to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Ran hesitated, feeling a flicker of temptation. He glanced at his astonished aunt and Zhou Shishir, who looked utterly dumbfounded. There is no need for concern. It is a rare blessing for Ningjiang City to produce a talent like you. The Martial Arts Association will naturally extend its full support, President Yang stated earnestly. His words were heartfelt. Regardless of any ulterior motives, the emergence of such talent in Ningjiang City was undoubtedly a positive development. If it were not for the impending Ningjiang Star event, he believed the Martial Alliance branch would have invested heavily in nurturing this young man upon learning of his abilities. After all, the Ningjiang Star was originally designed for him. Do not be troubled. I will take you out for a meal afterward, he reassured. Brother, I am not troubled. I am just in disbelief that you are a martial artist. Zhou Shishir exclaimed, her small face a mask of astonishment, her speech faltering and stammering. Yi Hongfang's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Our Yi family has produced a martial artist? And look how little time has passed. How could this rascal transform from the bottom of his class to a martial artist so quickly? Yi Ran had mentioned it to her, yet she had been incredulous. After all, just recently he had languished at the bottom of his class, and now he had ascended to the status of a martial artist. Who could possibly believe such a transformation? Both women found it hard to accept, especially with the living embodiment of authority, the president of the Martial Arts Association. Smiling warmly and nodding in their direction, leaving no room for doubt. President Yang cast a glance and observed Yi Ran directly bestowing the spatial ring upon Zhou Shishir. His heart stirred. It appeared that this young man placed little value on wealth, instead cherishing his loved ones, a commendable trait indeed. A broader smile spread across his face as he spoke. Young Yi, I have just arrived and am not fully aware of the circumstances, but do let me know if there is anything I can assist with. I shall do my utmost within my capabilities. This was a weighty promise. The cultured middle-aged man beside him could not help but exhibit signs of agitation, his expression one of astonishment. Soon, he shook his head inwardly, realizing that even the president sought to befriend this young lad. On the other side, the two darkly clad middle-aged men heard these words, their faces draining of color. They had yet to recover from the shock of this young man being a first-tier martial artist when they were struck by further dire news. Given the current scenario, it was evident whom the president of the Martial Artists Association was referring to. The thought that such a prominent figure could easily deal with them sent waves of dread through their hearts, and they desperately pleaded, I was wrong, young brother Yi Ran. I was wrong, I apologize. I should not have mocked you. The darkly clad man could not continue, overwhelmed with regret, wishing he could slap himself 1,000 times. A martial artist so young. To be personally honored by the president of the Martial Artists Association, yet he had the audacity to dismiss him as a good-for-nothing. Should the master of the Red Moon Hall discover this, they would surely find their legs broken. To let such a talent slip away was one thing, but to offend him was another matter entirely. He feared he might lose even his third leg. The more he thought, the more regret welled up within him, accompanied by an unprecedented fury directed at the lean man beside him. It was all that fool's fault. Had he not been worried about the trouble this idiot might cause, he would not have come to offer himself up as a scapegoat. In a fit of rage, he suddenly pressed the lean man's head down towards the ground, lamenting, Young brother Yi Ran, please overlook my brother's transgressions. He is simply ignorant. Noticing Yi Ran's indifference, he grew increasingly forceful, smashing the lean man's head until it bled. Then turned to Yi Hongfang. Sister, we understand our mistakes. We truly do. Yi Hongfang felt a pang of compassion and glanced at Yi Ran, suggesting, perhaps we could. Yi Ran looked at the two men and replied coolly, very well. Let us consider today's matter concluded. Upon hearing this, the darkly clad man felt a surge of joy. The young lad's resolve seemed insufficiently hardened after all. However, in the next moment, his expression froze in horror. Yi Ran, with an impassive demeanor, declared, I am not one to forget grievances easily. Setting aside my own discomfort is one thing. But if you bring distress upon my family, this matter shall never be settled. Nearby, President Yang's eyelids twitched. With Yi Ran's peak second-tier combat prowess, should he challenge the academy? The combined strength of all the young disciples at the Red Moon Martial Arts School would not suffice to face him. Perhaps the school should be closed for 3 months. The Martial Alliance's Baiguan Division, which oversees all martial arts schools, would certainly take notice. The darkly clad man turned ashen, his body collapsing into a puddle of despair. The closure of the martial arts hall for 3 months has resulted in significant losses. One can only imagine how the hall's owner will respond upon receiving this news. It is over. Everything has come to an end. But there are still these remnants. Consume them all before departing. Yi Ran's voice was devoid of emotion as he gestured to the scattered remnants of food on the floor, including the spilled alcohol. Eat this. The gaunt man stood frozen, his lips trembling. Get lost. If I tell you to eat, then eat. The dark-skinned middle-aged man bellowed, kicking him forcefully. Chapter 86, Black Armor. The two individuals from the Red Moon Martial Arts Hall left with blank expressions, their faces drained of color. Yi Hongfang glanced nervously at President Yang, frantically tidying up the living room. President, please take a seat. Aunt, the place is a mess. Let us take President Yang out for a meal, Yi Ran interjected, shaking his head before proceeding towards the door. Indeed. Yi Hongfang scratched her head, appearing like a child in the presence of an adult, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Clearly, the presence of such a prominent figure as the president of the Martial Artists Association weighed heavily on her. In contrast, Zhou Shishir appeared unburdened, her small face alight with smiles as she bounced towards the exit. President Yang offered Yi Hongfang a reassuring smile and a few comforting words, allowing her to relax somewhat. He then leisurely followed Yi Ran out. As they exited, he instinctively cast a glance upstairs. A flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. An intense aura emanated from above, rivaling his own. It was at least that of a 4th-level martial artist. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary community harbored hidden talents. However, there were not many martial artists in Ningjiang City, and each was duly recorded. How could an unfamiliar martial artist emerge from here? Upstairs, a scarred-faced middle-aged man approached the window, observing the departing figures below, his expression solemn. Moments ago, he had sensed the approach of an unfamiliar martial artist, and in his haste, he had revealed his entire aura, inadvertently causing a misunderstanding. That martial artist was, in fact, the president of the Martial Artists Association, who had come specifically to commend the young man below, not to apprehend him. Yet, having disclosed his presence, the president would undoubtedly have detected him. Even if the young Yi Ran had managed to hastily send the president away, it would not suffice. He must leave. With a faint sigh, the scarred man ceased his musings, texted Su Qin, and quickly began to pack his belongings. Before departing, he hesitated briefly, then forcibly pushed open the door to the room below. He inspected several rooms and soon found Yi Ran's quarters, placing a tattered piece of black armor on the bed before turning to leave. As the afternoon approached, he found himself shaking his head at the earlier events. President Yang had asked him to visit the Martial Alliance branch in a few days to meet with Deputy Minister Zhang of the 10 associations. Although the reasons were unclear, he felt obliged to comply after having received benefits from them. Fortunately, there was no conflict with his schedule at the Black Seal Tower. By the way, brother, are you truly a martial artist? Yi Ran inquired, somewhat helplessly. The youngest martial artist? Yi Ran shook his head, expressing his dissent. In truth, if one were to delve into the matter, Su Fan and his companions, whom he had once easily bested, had actually transcended into martial artists several months prior. Were the situation reversed and he were to be acknowledged as the most formidable martial artist among the young in Ningjiang City, he would accept it with a clear conscience. However, it might be that his exceptionally high vitality led President Yang to mistakenly believe he had achieved this breakthrough earlier, thus bestowing upon him this honor. By the way, you little rascal, now that you've become a martial artist, that card you gave me a couple of days ago, does it truly possess a value of 1 million? Yi Hongfang suddenly recalled something and inquired. Little ant, when have I ever deceived you? Yi Ran replied, shaking his head, then added with a hint of suspicion. What about that card? You haven't lost it, have you? If it genuinely holds 1 million, I thought you were jesting. Don't worry, it can't be lost at home. Before Yi Ran could finish his sentence, Yi Hongfang had already hurried away, with Zhou Shishir quickly following in her footsteps. Several ambulances were stationed at the entrance, their sirens blaring, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow and approached. In the center of the throng, a few paramedics were gathered, seemingly providing urgent care to an individual inside. Uncle Li, what has happened? He asked the neighbor beside him, astonished. I'm not quite sure. It appears someone has been grievously injured, covered in blood, and stumbled out from that alley over there, collapsing right here. From the alley? At that moment, the medical personnel in the center shook their heads and stood up, then lifted a blood-soaked middle-aged man onto a stretcher, transporting him to the ambulance. He's lifeless, deceased. Yi Ran murmured to himself, drawing a conclusion. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his early 40s, sporting a thick beard, with a penetrating wound to his chest that appeared fatal. His tattered clothing revealed remnants of a black soft armor. Despite the armor, he was grievously wounded, his body a gruesome spectacle, drenched in crimson. Upon witnessing the injuries, Yi Ran's expression shifted slightly. Such physical resilience, Even he, as a half-step third-tier martial artist, could not endure. This individual was at least a third-tier martial artist, and of considerable prowess at that. How could a third-tier martial artist meet his demise here? Yi Ran furrowed his brow, his peripheral vision catching sight of a ponytailed girl, causing his expression to flicker. Su-chin? He was about to call out. Su-chin gazed at the body being loaded into the ambulance, her delicate face blanching. A flicker of panic crossing her eyes as she hastily made her way into the community. Yi Ran felt a heaviness settle in his heart. At that moment, a piercing siren echoed, and several vehicles from the Martial Alliance sped into view. The guards of the Martial Alliance disembarked and promptly began to disperse the crowd. Those who discovered the body, please refrain from leaving and cooperate with us for a routine inquiry. The throng gradually began to disperse. Just then, the last of the Martial Alliance vehicles arrived. A cold-faced, bald man emerged. He did not appear to be a member of the Martial Alliance. Yet the guards treated him with great respect, and even those who had discovered the body recounted the events to him, appearing somewhat distracted. At that moment, a notification sound chimed from his phone. Yi Ran took out his device. Jiang-yin, tonight, my sister will deliver the dragon's blood fruit. Upon receiving it, I hope you do not forget our promise. The dragon's blood fruit. Yi Ran's heart surged with joy. This little girl truly keeps her word, delivering it as promised. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from upstairs. My aunt and sure. Yi Ran's pupils constricted. His blood surged with urgency as he dashed upstairs. Chapter 87. I will conquer you eventually. Yi Ran rushed to the entrance of his home, and, upon witnessing the scene, he exhaled in relief. Aunt, are you both all right? What happened to the door? He approached and propped the fallen door back up. We're fine. Yes, brother, it scared me to death. I thought there was an earthquake, sure exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Yi Ran righted the door, running his fingers over the marks along the frame, his brow furrowing. This door was forcefully knocked down. The assailant must have been in a hurry, opting for brute strength rather than finesse. Moreover, their control of power was quite precise, evident in these marks. What? Someone broke in? Yi Hongfang exclaimed in alarm, her mind racing. Surely, the million wouldn't have been taken. In a flurry, she rushed into the house. Yi Ran followed closely, surveying the living room, which bore little evidence of disturbance. He entered his own room to investigate. As he stepped inside, his eyes narrowed slightly as he approached the bed. There lay a piece of black armor. The armor was severely worn and somewhat dull, atop which rested a note, its scrawl rough and hasty, inscribed with a single line. Thank you for your care these past days. This armor is a token of gratitude. It can be sold in the appropriate black market or reforged. I do not recommend wearing it. If you must, be sure not to let anyone see. Care. Who have I cared for? Yi Ran was taken aback, lifting the black armor, his expression shifting instantly. It's so hot. But it wasn't the armor's own temperature. It was the devouring golden sunfire. The devouring golden sunfire now seemed exceedingly eager, delicate golden flames uncontrollably leaping from his palm, yearning to consume the armor. Yi Ran felt a tremor. He knew that the devouring golden sunfire favored high-grade battle weapons. Yet, it had never displayed such ravenous desire as it did now. Even the previous grade weapon, the Black Demon Blade, paled in comparison, a stark contrast indeed. This was at least a grade weapon. Yi Ran suppressed the devouring golden sunfire. Still shaken, and scrutinized the damaged black armor carefully, filled with confusion. Who could be so generous as to bestow upon him a weapon worth millions? Care, he pondered, lifting his gaze. It must have been left by that mysterious individual from upstairs, perhaps as a token of thanks for teaching Su-chin martial skills. However, with the item left behind, it stood to reason that Su-chin had already departed. Furthermore, the faint aura from upstairs still lingered, seemingly aware that he had sensed it. Hence it made no effort to conceal itself, clearly perceptible to him. Yi Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating this singular possibility for the time being. He caressed the black soft armor, its material cool and lightweight, offering a pleasing tactile sensation. It bore numerous damages, resembling the marks of blades. As he examined it, he suddenly realized that this soft armor seemed somewhat familiar, akin to the one worn by the deceased third-level warrior at the entrance of the community. Yi Ran's heart sank slightly as he recalled where he had seen it before. However, that armor was likely of a lower grade than this one. There were subtle distinctions between the two. The patterns on this piece were more intricate and profound, clearly indicating a higher quality. This was why he had initially failed to recognize it. With such a uniform appearance of inner armor, could it possibly belong to a major power? Yi Ran's expression grew serious. No wonder the message had urged him to either remelt it or sell it, advising against wearing it. Indeed, if it truly belonged to a significant force, a custom-made inner armor, wearing it could attract unnecessary troubles if discovered. Finally, he had found it. At that moment, a voice of relief from Yi Hongfang reached him. Yi Ran hastily tucked the black soft armor under the bed and stepped out of his room. In the living room, Yi Hongfang held a card, her emotions a mix of excitement and joy, wiping away tears as she spoke. With this money, we can finally treat Dasha's illness. I never expected that. In the end, we two adults would rely on you, a child. Aunt, I'm not a child anymore, Yi Ran replied with a hint of helplessness. At 17, he felt he was no longer so young. Simultaneously, he reflected that regardless of one's status, one would forever be a child in the eyes of their parents. By the way, should we report this to the police? Yi Hongfang asked, glaring at the damaged door on the ground. It's clearly a burglary. You didn't lose anything, did you? I didn't, but I'm not sure if my brother did. Zhou Shishir emerged, shaking her head. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Yi Ran said, heading to the corridor to find a small advertisement to contact a repairman for the door. By around 4 in the afternoon, the door was fixed. Shall we go outside? Su Qi nodded, casting him a complex glance. Have you already broken through to become a warrior? Just fortunate, Yi Ran smiled. Fortunate? Su Qi fell silent, having believed that no one in this world possessed a perfectly balanced ability. While Yi Ran excelled in martial skills, she assumed his vitality values would be average. She was astonished to discover that his vitality far surpassed hers. Since you've been to the Warrior Association, you must be quite familiar with it? Su Qi suppressed her thoughts, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. I want to go to the Warrior Building to purchase a martial skill that can conceal my aura. Could you accompany me? Better not. Yi Ran shook his head. And just as disappointment flickered in Su Qi's eyes, he added, don't waste that money. I possess a technique that can conceal your aura, and I can teach it to you. All right. By the time Yi Ran left Su Qi's home, the sky had turned pitch black. He stretched lazily and descended the stairs. He taught Su Qi the cloud concealment technique, even choosing to leave behind his original copy as a form of gratitude for that high-grade inner armor. Jiang Yu, I'm right downstairs at your place. Hurry up. A lively smile accompanied the scene. Jiang Yu's visage flashed through Yi Ran's mind. Downstairs, the strikingly white-haired Jiang Yu, with delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll, awaited his arrival, adorned in a long gown that made her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting, a vision of stunning beauty. The young men passing by were captivated, their gazes fixated upon her. Upon noticing Yi Ran's approach, envy and jealousy painted their expressions. Why was it this fellow again? However, in the next moment, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Beneath the old banyan tree, the white-haired maiden delicately lifted the chin of a young man across from her with her slender, jade-like fingers, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Handsome, you wouldn't want so many people to know about your connection to our Black Third Combat Arena, would you? Yi Ran stood frozen in disbelief. The surrounding youths were utterly flabbergasted, their expressions betraying pure shock. But soon, they truly lost their composure, a collective exclamation of disbelief escaping their lips. After seizing the black box from Jiang Yu's hand, Yi Ran, with a playful flick of his wrist, opened her palm and playfully kicked her backside. Go away. Keep your distance. With that, he departed, a bright smile illuminating his face as he clutched the black box. I dressed up so beautifully, and you still kicked me? Jiang Yu's expression turned somewhat dazed, instinctively rubbing her backside, where a distinct footprint marred her white dress. She ground her silver teeth in frustration, vowing, that insufferable man. I shall conquer you one day. Chapter 88, The Master Level Remnant. The more beautiful one is, the more peculiar their mind tends to be. In the corridor, Yi Ran couldn't help but mutter. The Jiang sisters truly represented the most exquisite peers he had encountered in his life thus far. Yet, this white-haired sister was undeniably excessively vivacious, embodying the essence of a whimsical, overly dramatic youth. Such an overt gesture of presenting him with a dragon blood fruit could only stem from two possibilities. Yi Ran tucked the wooden box into the Hingyang ring, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The first possibility was that Jiang Yu was confident no one from the Black Mark Tower was watching him, allowing her to meet him so freely. The second possibility was that the Black Mark Tower had thoroughly investigated him, knowing he would not be leaving anytime soon, thus permitting him to remain here until they deemed the moment ripe to act against him. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Yi Ran felt a heaviness settle within him. The matter of the Black Mark Tower needed swift resolution, otherwise he would forever feel a thorn in his heart, an inescapable burden. Upon returning home, Yi Ran immediately retrieved the black box. As he opened it, a blood-red, spherical fruit lay at its center. Roughly the size of a fist, its surface adorned with myriad tiny scales that vaguely formed the shape of a dragon's body. At first glance, it appeared as though a dragon was coiling around the fruit, exuding an air of majesty. A subtle fragrance wafted from it, intoxicating and enchanting. Yi Ran inhaled deeply, grasping the dragon blood fruit. Half an hour swiftly passed. Yi Ran gradually opened his eyes, stretching his body as crisp sounds echoed in the quiet. So this is the physique of a level 3 warrior? Truly remarkable. As he felt the surge of strength coursing through him, he couldn't help but marvel at the disparity of a single step, an unfathomable chasm between realms. After consuming the dragon blood fruit, he successfully elevated his physique to the level of a third-tier warrior, surpassing many in the process. After all, the dragon blood fruit possesses the remarkable ability to directly enhance the capabilities of those below the martial master rank by 1 tier. Although his physique still falls short of that of a martial master, he stands as a paragon among third-tier warriors, outshining 90% of them. To gauge his combat prowess, Yi Ran retrieved a testing belt. With the enhancement of his physique, his overall battle strength had also improved. The results were soon revealed. Battle power, 1250. While this increase may not seem substantial, his raw battle power had finally entered the ranks of third-tier warriors, coupled with various martial techniques. His ultimate battle potential now positions him as anything but ordinary among third-tier warriors. The upper limit of vitality for a third-tier warrior is 2,000. With peak third-tier warriors boasting battle powers around 2,500, and top-tier third-tier warriors approximately at 2,000. Yi Ran's eyes glimmered. This is the battle power standard as recorded by the Martial Alliance. If he were to employ the Spirit Flame Body alongside the second-tier Heavy Water Palm, his maximum battle power could reach around 2,000. This implies that he, despite being at the first-tier warrior level, has achieved battle power equivalent to that of a top-tier third-tier warrior. Should this information circulate, even masters would be taken aback, for it is indeed astonishing. Suppressing his inner joy, Yi Ran recalled the Spirit Flame Body and the black soft armor beneath his bed. Although it is a tiered battle weapon, it is quite damaged and poses certain risks. Thus, if its value is not excessively high, allowing the devouring golden yang flame to consume it to enhance the Spirit Flame Body would be acceptable. Tiered battle weapons vary in quality. A standard tiered battle weapon is valued at around 10 million, while a superior tiered battle weapon can fetch astronomical prices of 20 to 30 million. However, given the extent of the damage to this particular weapon, Yi Ran estimated its worth to be only around 5 to 6 million. Nevertheless, it remains a significant sum. Yi Ran retrieved the black soft armor from beneath the bed and stored it in the Hingyang ring. The progress of a treasure only becomes visible in the space ring once it is entirely his own. However, before he could check the progress of the treasure, a soft chime echoed. Treasure acquisition. Progress, 115 million out of 100 million. Achievement completed. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Comprehension doubled. Yi Ran was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the achievement panel displaying the completed acquisition. In the next instant, his pupils constricted in shock. The black inner armor was not merely a tiered battle weapon. It was a master-tier battle weapon. Only a master-tier battle weapon could retain a staggering value of over 90 million, even in such a severely damaged state. Yi Ran's body trembled slightly. What manner of person is the mysterious figure from Su Qin's family who possesses such a master-tier battle weapon? Moreover, how generous to offer a master-tier weapon. His mind buzzed with disbelief. After a considerable pause, Yi Ran finally emerged from the shock, regaining his composure. He calmly regarded the black soft armor. At that moment, the devouring golden yang flame surged forth from his palm, transforming into a tongue-like shape, continuously licking the armor. Aware that he could not allow himself to be consumed by temptation, yet unable to resist, he resorted to this method to satisfy his cravings. It is no wonder that a master-level combatant would be so exhilarated. This inner armor, with its standardized and repetitive design, indicates mass production. The ability to manufacture it in bulk suggests the presence of even master-level craftsmanship. One can only surmise that its owner must belong to a colossal force, rendering this black soft armor a veritable hot potato. However, even if he chooses not to sell it, allowing the devouring gold flame to consume it would not be a loss. As Yi Ran's thoughts settled, the devouring gold flame surged forth from his palm once again, transforming into a small golden flame resembling a puppy, eagerly nodding in his hand. Its tongue lolled out, and had it not been composed of flames, one might have thought it was drooling. This black soft armor was severely damaged, with the master-level power nearly depleted. Unlike the situation with the black-scaled serpent, it was perfectly suited for the devouring gold flame to consume. Being crafted from top-tier metals, it was no surprise that the devouring gold flame was so animated. Yet, at this moment, he had yet to truly decide how to handle this black soft armor. Chapter 89, Tier 3 Armor. Master Combatant. Yi Ran's expression wavered as he found himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. He decided to first test its damage resistance. After some contemplation, he donned the armor. This level of inner armor incorporated memory alloys, allowing its shape to adapt automatically. Once clad, it fit him snugly, a perfect match. As Yi Ran moved, he felt an extraordinary comfort, and a slight exertion resonated throughout his entire being. With the assistance of this inner armor, his coordination and explosive power reached new heights. Astonished and delighted, he realized the exceptional quality of this item. It was truly a remarkable asset. In comparison, the inner armor he had received from the girl in blue was woefully inferior. The disparity was like night and day. Though elated, Yi Ran did not lose sight of the task at hand. He stood tall and suddenly unleashed his strength, delivering a punch to his own chest. A resounding thud echoed. He remained perfectly still, not retreating an inch. At this sight, Yi Ran inhaled sharply. Although he had controlled the force to ensure he would not harm himself, he expected to be knocked back several steps. Yet, the damage reduction capabilities of this inner armor were astonishingly robust. He felt no transfer of force whatsoever. It was all absorbed by the armor. Once more, Yi Ran's eyes sparkled with determination. After testing for over half an hour, he finally arrived at a staggering conclusion. The attack power of a Tier 3 martial artist could be reduced by a staggering 90 by this inner armor. For a Tier 2 martial artist, The reduction was approximately 95. As for a Tier 1 martial artist, it was akin to a mere scrape. Standing there, one could strike him endlessly without consequence. Below the martial master realm, a 90 damage reduction with this inner armor equated to an invincible position in the innate realm. Yi Ran felt a surge of excitement. Clad in this armor, even if he were to foolishly dance before a martial master, he might just survive. After all, while martial masters possess over 10,000 vitality points, which is indeed formidable, it is unlikely they could breach his defenses entirely. This armor would still mitigate the majority of damage. Certainly, even if one possesses a robust constitution, the residual forces from even a mitigated damage could still prove fatal. Should there be a significant disparity in one's physical resilience, escape would be an impossibility, leaving one to endure a relentless barrage until ultimately succumbing. With this thought, Yi Ran's mood began to settle. Although master-tier warriors are undeniably formidable, they are not invincible. When confronted by martial masters, even they must meet their demise. Hence, it is prudent to avoid recklessness. However, with this inner armor in his possession, he has acquired a formidable trump card, a glimmer of hope for survival beneath the martial masters. It shall not be traded. It will be kept for personal use. Yi Ran gritted his teeth, aware that this item could attract considerable trouble. Yet, in critical moments, it could indeed be a lifesaver. Nearby, the golden devouring flame, once again unable to contain its impatience, emerged. This time, it detached itself, transforming into a small flame dog, waiting eagerly at the side, anticipating Yi Ran to remove the inner armor for it to devour. To its surprise, Yi Ran ultimately decided to take the risk and keep it for himself. Instantly, the joyous expression on the dog's face froze, its eyes filled with indignation, feeling that it had been left with unfulfilled expectations. Henceforth, this inner armor shall be dubbed Tier 3 armor. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ran settled on this name, one that evokes maximal defensive capability, and nodded in satisfaction before stowing away the black inner armor. In response, as if to vent its frustration, the small golden dog poked its head out and retched beneath the table, filled with disdain for this name. Yi Ran paid it no mind, instead looking happily at his achievement panel. With the completion of close to 1 billion, he received 1,000 achievement points. Moreover, there was an opportunity for a doubling of comprehension. Without hesitation, Yi Ran utilized it, and a sharp pain surged through his mind, akin to a cool breeze pouring into his skull, causing him to instinctively rise and collide headlong into the wall. Bang! The resounding noise echoed through the room. In the living room, Yi Hongfang's voice rang out. "What happened, you little rascal? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just got a bit too vigorous and hit the wall." Yi Ran grinned, rubbing his head and offering a casual excuse. Beside him, the small golden dog lay sprawled in laughter, unable to stand upright. At that moment, the sharp pain in his mind dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity, as if all the details of the world before him became strikingly vivid. This sensation arrived suddenly, seemingly during a moment of heightened comprehension. Concurrently, Yi Ran began to perceive numerous flashes of insight. This was enlightenment. A sudden jolt coursed through him. This was the legendary moment of realization. He dared not tarry, seizing the fleeting sensation before it vanished. He fervently revisited all the martial techniques in his mind, the heavy water palm, the frost condensation slash, the cloud breath technique, all rapidly advancing in proficiency. Simultaneously, Yi Ran faintly heard an ancient whisper, seemingly uttering, "Pure young heavenly blade." His heart raced as he glanced at the white jade pendant knife resting in his pen holder on the desk. Alas, the feeling of enlightenment slipped away swiftly. He shook his head, feeling that although his mental acuity had indeed accelerated dramatically, his comprehension of martial arts no longer exhibited that earlier terrifying pace. The ancient voice had also faded into silence. Yi Ran approached his desk and retrieved the white jade knife pendant from the pen holder. The knife gleamed with a pure jade quality, radiating a soft glow. The 4 prominent characters inscribed on it read "Pure, Young Heavenly Blade." This was a gift from Su Qin, who had mentioned that it contained a formidable martial technique, one that required sufficient comprehension to grasp fully. Initially, he had not paid it much heed, but now, Yi Ran contemplated briefly before hanging the white jade knife around his neck. Next, he examined his martial techniques. The cloud breath technique had progressed to a minor success, allowing him to feign death while in motion, rather than remaining utterly still. Furthermore, the heavy water palm had reached perfection, with the 3rd level of the palm technique successfully cultivated. The power of the heavy water palm surged significantly with the compounding of 3 layers of hidden strength, nearing the destructive capability of an ordinary level martial art. The frost blade had not seen much improvement. However, Yi Ran felt quite satisfied with his accomplishments. The enhancement of his comprehension had yielded a substantial reward of 1,000 achievement points. Moreover, aside from the achievement points, the achievement system seemed to exhibit other changes. Yi Ran gazed at the achievement system, where an upgrade was indicated, feeling somewhat astonished. It appeared that acquiring 1,000 achievement points had triggered the upgrade conditions. He tested it out and found that while the system had indeed upgraded, it remained user-friendly, with all functions still operational. He then turned his attention to the simulation button. Among the options for simulation, the combat awareness displayed that it required 500 achievement points for a breakthrough. What would the combat awareness be like after surpassing its limits? Yi Ran's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he slowly pressed the simulation button. Chapter 90. Unrivaled beneath the martial master. In the early hours, with the moon bright and stars sparse, the sky was lightly clouded. In the underground level of the Longkong building, at the Black Chrysanthemum Bar, vibrant lights flickered amidst a cacophony of music as young men and women swayed wildly on the dance floor. In a secluded corner, a robust man with a buzz cut lit a cigarette, grinning as he did so. Care for one? He asked. No, thanks, replied the middle-aged man in a suit, exuding the air of a white-collar elite, waving his hand. Too much is bad for your health. Huffed. I'm on the verge of breaking through to martial master. Why should I care? The buzz-cut man scoffed, then added with a hint of envy. Once this mission is completed, the iron-armored earth rhinoceros blood essence will arrive for you. You'll be able to break through to martial master, right? The suited man smiled slightly. Indeed. But there's no need to envy me. With your peak level 3 strength, you could also break through if you find the right blood essence. Forget it. I've already failed to break through twice. Without rare-grade beast blood, I'd probably fail again on the third attempt. The buzz-cut man crushed the cigarette, but with a hint of frustration. The levels of beast blood were categorized as ordinary, superior, rare, precious, and exquisite. The rare and precious blood of exotic beasts is worth a fortune, and as an ordinary member of the Black Seal Tower, he has no means to acquire such invaluable essence. However, let us set aside this topic and discuss matters of substance. The middle-aged man in a suit spoke coolly. You recall the task of eliminating that young second-tier martial artist discovered by Iron Bull, correct? Certainly, replied the crew-cut man with a grin. A talent of such caliber emerging from Ningxiang has left a lasting impression on me. He licked his lips, a glint of morbid excitement flickering in his eyes. I relished the thought of those proud geniuses, their bones crushed inch by inch, wailing and begging for mercy. It is truly delightful. The middle-aged man in the suit shook his head. The captain has just sent a message. We need not adhere to the original plan. We strike in 3 days. No matter where he is, we act directly. If he is at home, we shall eliminate his family as well. Upon hearing this, the crew-cut man was taken aback. Such boldness will surely attract the attention of the Martial Alliance. We had devised a plan to lure him near the Black Chrysanthemum Bar in a few days. Why take such risks? 3 days? We can no longer afford to wait. A cold glimmer flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. There is a traitor among our ranks. Although I am unaware of their identity, our plan has been leaked, and forces suspected to be from Ningxiang are now watching us. A traitor? The crew-cut man was horrified, then his expression darkened. Understood. I will act in 3 days. Be cautious, the middle-aged man advised. If you feel uncertain, do not hesitate to call me for assistance. Haha, old Zhang, spare me the concern, the crew-cut man said, lighting a cigarette with an air of arrogance. Despite having failed to break through as a martial master twice, my combat prowess stands at 2,700, far surpassing other third-tier peak warriors. While I may not be invincible below the rank of martial master, I certainly have no rivals. He is merely a second-tier martial artist. A mere youth. Even if I suppress my realm, I, Yang Long, can easily handle that boy. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. The words sounded eerily familiar. It seemed someone burdened with the weight of the heavens had once uttered similar sentiments, though he could not recall who it was. As this thought crossed his mind, he observed the confident departure of his teammate, feeling an inexplicable unease. Those words carried an ominous undertone. On the second floor of the bar, a middle-aged man adorned with a dark golden mask gazed intently at the two departing figures. Soon, a vibrant green parrot flew in and perched upon his shoulder, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing the parrot, the owner of the fighting arena stroked its feathers and murmured to himself, as expected of the Black Seal Tower. Their responses are swift. They have already realized they are being watched. Unfortunately, only 2 ordinary members came this time, not the captain with martial master abilities. We must bide our time before we can strike. At home, Yuran suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with exhilaration and joy. He had broken through. This time, his combat consciousness had reached an unprecedented height. He checked his achievement panel. Battle Awareness. Universal Level, Level 1. Currently enhances combat power by 1,000. The next enhancement requires 700 achievement points. The increase of a full 1,000 in combat power is nothing short of terrifying. The universal level of Battle Awareness, akin to the Spirit Flame body, transcends this realm. Thus, once successfully activated, the enhancement will be exceedingly formidable. Yi Ran attempted to harness this power, gradually channeling energy into his body, causing his skin to tighten and veins to bulge. His physique could not withstand it. The body of a level 3 warrior was simply insufficient to endure the universal level of Battle Awareness. This capacity for bodily control far exceeds the inherent strength of the body, resembling a soul that surpasses the corporeal form, rendering the body seemingly frail. Indeed, the universal level of Battle Awareness requires at least a martial artist to bear it. Yi Ran pressed his lips together, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Presently, he appeared pale, exuding an air of weakness. This was the consequence of an inadequate physique. Only with future enhancements would he regain his normal state. Nevertheless, despite his current frailty, it was merely an illusion. No one would suspect that this seemingly feeble body, when pushed to its limits, could unleash a staggering combat power of 350, and that was pure combat power. While I may struggle to exert myself fully, activating the spirit flame body for a brief enhancement of my physique should pose no issue. Yiran contemplated, realizing that combined with the spirit flame body, his ultimate combat power would be at least 3000. Time for a test. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved a testing belt. In the next instant, golden flames erupted around him, transforming him into a humanoid figure of fire as the combat power data on the belt surged dramatically. Finally, with a resounding crack, the belt shattered, revealing the data 100 combat power. Excluding martial techniques, a full 100 combat power. Yiran could not help but clench his fists in exhilaration. I am invincible against those below martial artists. Yet, against martial artists above me, I would fall in a single strike. A hint of frustration washed over him. With over 10,000 vitality points, the true combat power of martial artists remains a mystery, and he still had much ground to cover. However, in the seldom-seen martial artist realm of Ningjiang City, he had undeniably ascended to the ranks of the strong. In any part of Ningjiang City, he could wield a certain degree of influence. Yiran retracted the spirit flame body, watching as the 15 spirit flame patterns on his back gradually faded. Previously, after consuming the purchased ores, the spirit flame patterns had increased by 2, now reaching a total of 15. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood. Yiran felt a surge of anticipation. In just over 10 days, when the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood arrived, his strength would experience yet another remarkable surge. Suppressing these thoughts, he glanced at the achievement panel. The upgrade was still incomplete, and the number of achievement points required for battle awareness was considerable, compounded by the system upgrade. It might introduce new features, thus, it would be prudent not to squander them. However, upon nearing completion of 1 billion near-human tasks, a new achievement emerged. Experience Driver. This achievement requires personal interpretation, progress, 0. Completion reward, 50 achievement points. What on earth? Yiran was momentarily bewildered. After some deliberation, given that 50 achievement points were substantial, he gritted his teeth and resolved to find a way to complete it. However, how does one prove oneself to be an experienced driver? Yiran scratched his head, and with a sudden flash of inspiration, he began to scour the internet for information, seeking out potential candidates. Su Qin was not suitable. The mysterious figure residing upstairs might be her relative, and should they inadvertently encounter one another, he could very well find himself suffocated beneath the covers that very night. Furthermore, despite Su Qin's seemingly aloof demeanor, she was quite bashful and easily embarrassed, rendering her an inappropriate choice. After a moment of contemplation, Yiran's eyes brightened as a particular image flickered in his mind. He opened the chat window with Jiang Yu and, after some thought, sent over several lines he had discovered online that would demonstrate his prowess as an experienced driver. He was driving fervently, so to speak. He then stowed away the broken testing belt, which, despite his efforts to suppress it, could not withstand the searing temperature of the golden flame. The belt was made of ordinary material and had been completely burned through. However, its destruction was of little consequence. Among the rewards from Ningjiang Star was an expensive blood rejuvenation chamber, which not only restored vitality and allowed for recuperation, but also tested blood and combat power with far greater precision than this belt. Just as he tucked the belt away, his phone buzzed with a message. Jiang Yu. Yiran felt a bit embarrassed, but for the sake of his aspirations, he brushed it off. Excitedly, he typed, "So what do you think? Am I skilled at driving? Jiang Yu, what driving skills? Are you referring to those cheesy pickup lines? Don't get your hopes up. Dreaming of you being kind to me has left my heart aching before I've even woken up. It's unfair. In your dreams, there are mushroom houses, flying squirrels, and fire-breathing squids, while in my dreams, there's only you. I inhale your name as if it were smoke. I truly have no idea where you found these corny lines. They make me feel quite awkward. By the way, how did you and my sister reach this level? Do you need my help? Your lines are far too kitsch. I have fresher ones." Yiran's expression turned blank. What on earth? Cheesy pickup lines. Aren't these essential for an experienced driver? He searched the mobile website again. The feeling of not using protection is delightful, but it's unsafe. That's how I broke my last phone. This one is normal, not a driving line. Yiran was certain. He quickly moved on to the next. Falling into the pit of liking you. I have been left in despair since. This one is definitely it. Yiran's eyes lit up, and he hastily sent it off. Jiang Yu, you're beyond salvation. It's too kitsch. My sister could flirt better than you. Yiran's face fell into a frown until he suddenly realized. Are you Jiang Yin, peeking at your sister's phone? What's wrong with my adorable little sister sneaking a glance at her sister's phone? Jiang Yin replied with a hint of pride. I can help you pursue my sister, but you must first assist us in capturing the individuals from the Black Seal Tower. To hell with that. Yiran cursed inwardly, feeling utterly humiliated. He had neither gained any points nor preserved his handsome reputation. Thankfully, if nothing else, he was thick-skinned, a quality that remained invincible in the realm of martial artists. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Yin continued to hold the Jiangyu and said, I must remind you that the plan has changed. In 3 days, the Black Seal Tower will make its move against you. Furthermore, your opponent may very well be a pinnacle-level 3rd-tier martial artist. A pinnacle-level 3rd-tier martial artist? Yiran raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Jiang Yu replied, an unexpected turn of events has occurred, and I apologize. We did not anticipate facing a pinnacle-level 3rd-tier martial artist. However, despite this unforeseen circumstance, the general plan remains unchanged, merely advanced by 2 days. Given that a pinnacle-level 3rd-tier martial artist is exceedingly powerful, you may struggle to hold them off for even 3 minutes. Therefore, my teacher has employed another top-tier 3rd-level martial artist. With his assistance, you should be able to successfully delay until my teacher arrives. Very well. Depending on my mood at the time, if I feel displeased, I shall eliminate that pinnacle-level martial artist from the Black Seal Tower without hesitation. If I am in good spirits, perhaps I shall engage him in a playful manner. At that moment, in the Black Sin fighting arena, Jiang Yin appeared conflicted. In truth, she harbored a desire for Yi Ran to withdraw, for the endeavor was fraught with danger. Even with the addition of a top-tier 3rd level, lasting 3 minutes would prove immensely challenging. The opponent was no ordinary pinnacle-level martial artist. Some peak martial artists, having failed to break through their boundaries, experience enhancements in their physiques due to the refining of exotic beast blood, thus augmenting their combat prowess. However, this matter was of utmost importance to her teacher. All she could do was hope that he could endure, or that her teacher would swiftly uncover the hidden martial artist of the Black Seal Tower. Jiang Yin sighed softly. Inside the bar, the sheer number of staff made it exceedingly difficult to discern who it could be. Despite her teacher's numerous visits, the culprit remained elusive. For now, she could only hope that upon encountering Yi Ran, the martial artist from the Black Seal Tower would reveal even the slightest hint of murderous intent. Just a flicker would suffice. At home, Yi Ran felt a sense of frustration as he glanced at the achievement for experienced driver. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The progress had turned negative, now at -100, indicating the system's dissatisfaction with his recent performance. Damn it, Yi Ran fumed, refusing to refresh it. Fully intending to confront this achievement head-on, he rummaged through an array of online quotes related to experienced drivers and, upon reflection, decided to change his approach. Instead of sending them to a girl, he forwarded them to Zhang Fan. Before long, Zhang Fan sent a voice message, filled with palpable dread. Rangu, please, don't. We're not suited for each other. Yi Ran, exasperated, spent considerable time explaining before finally easing Zhang Fan's apprehension. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. This achievement was exceedingly difficult to complete. Upon checking the achievement system again, he was nearly incensed to discover that the progress had now surged to 250. This system cannot be allowed to remain. Yi Ran's expression twisted in anger as he contemplated uninstalling it, vowing that he and this system could not coexist. Just then, the system emitted a notification. The update is nearing completion. A new feature will appear in 14 hours, filled with a mix of survival instinct and temptation. Yi Ran's mood lifted. System brother, do your best to update. I shall forego sleep tonight and wait for you. Even so, he sighed, preparing to refresh the experienced driver achievement, as he found himself thoroughly vexed. This challenge was indeed more difficult than a mathematical problem, surpassing even the trials of monster grinding. Only those with exceptional talent could hope to succeed. After the second refresh, 100 achievement points were required. Yi Ran felt a pang of regret, as there were only 3 achievement slots available, and he could not afford to squander one. At that moment, the experienced driver achievement flickered, and its progress reset to 0. Experienced driver, progress, 0. Complete the achievement, reward of 50 achievement points. Additionally, there was a system notification. Notice, young man, keep your thoughts pure. I am a serious system, so do not think otherwise. Yi Ran was taken aback. The following day, Yi Ran eagerly booked a seasoned driver as his private instructor. This was a genuine expert, boasting 30 years of driving experience, having navigated everything from cars and buses to remote-controlled toy vehicles and bumper cars. After a quick breakfast, Yi Ran rushed out the door. Meanwhile, Xue Jie and her son, Xue Chuan, coincidentally emerged from their home across the way. The Red Moon Martial Arts School had closed down, and Xue Chuan had transferred to a considerably smaller dojo. However, neither of them was aware that the closure of the Red Moon Martial Arts School had any connection to Yi Ran. Upon seeing Yi Ran, Xue Jie instinctively smiled and seemed about to speak, but suddenly recalled something, her expression stiffening. She appeared cautious and said, Xiao Ran, you go ahead. After saying this, she stepped aside, allowing Yi Ran to descend the stairs first. Yi Ran was somewhat taken aback and glanced at the silent Xue Chuan before sighing softly and shaking his head as he proceeded downstairs. Behind him, he could faintly hear Xue Chuan's complex voice. Mom, is Yi Ran really a martial artist? We can't compete with him. The morning passed swiftly, and as the clock approached 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Yi Ran's comprehension had doubled, and being a martial artist made learning to drive quite effortless. With another morning ahead of him, he would complete the achievement. However, Yi Ran felt a bit frustrated, realizing that the experienced driver achievement truly referred to an adept driver. Initially, he had misunderstood its intent. Yet, the system could have been more straightforward instead of leaving it to interpretation. He pushed open his door, intending to rest for a while. At that moment, a chime echoed in his mind. Yi Ran's eyes brightened. It was the achievement system indicating that an upgrade had been completed. Chapter 92, A Lack of Martial Morality. In the room, Yi Ran eagerly examined the achievement system. The overall panel appeared largely unchanged, but numerous silver patterns adorned the surroundings. There were no new features to be found. Puzzled, he scrutinized it further, but discovered nothing new. After a moment of hesitation, he clicked on the enhancement and deduction buttons. As soon as he selected the enhancement button, his eyes lit up. A new option had appeared, Enhance Physicality. Currently available options for enhancement included Nirvana Body, Fearless Body. Note, the first enhancement of physicality requires 100 achievement points. The second requires 200 points. The third requires 300 points, and so forth. Yi Ran's heart raced. The prospect of enhancing his physicality was exhilarating. Upon reviewing the description of the Nirvana Body, he found that the previous upgrade limitations had vanished. Even without the same Nirvana Body, he could now upgrade through enhancement. The ability to upgrade physicality was fantastic. While the Fearless Body might be somewhat underwhelming, the Nirvana Body was undoubtedly beneficial. Yi Ran murmured with palpable excitement. Yet he refrained from hastily strengthening himself. He continued to observe the simulation button, which now featured an additional option, Incomplete Martial Arts Simulation. Yi Ran paused for a moment. This function held some intrigue, although without higher-level incomplete martial arts, its utility was limited. Aside from these two features, there was also a small window that had appeared. Upon opening it, Yi Ran was somewhat surprised to find his personal information displayed. Yi Ran, Level 1 Warrior, 499 Vitality Points, Achievement Points, 500, Combat Awareness, All-Rounder Level 1, 10 Combat Power Amplification. Not activated. Physique, Nirvana Body, Level 1. Physique, Fearless Body, Level 1. Though lacking combat power and martial arts attributes, the information was already quite comprehensive and intuitive. Contemplating the combat power amplification, Yi Ran deduced that it seemed to be a feature that could only be activated at the Martial Master realm, prompting him not to dwell further on it. Furthermore, he noticed the conditions for his next upgrade. Acquire 10,000 achievement points, non-cumulative, to upgrade again and unlock new features. 10,000. Yi Ran was taken aback. Not only was this amount non-cumulative, but it also required a single acquisition. The difficulty of this upgrade condition was quite astonishing. Soon after, 100 achievement points vanished as his Nirvana Body ascended to Level 2. Physique, Nirvana Body, Level 2, recovery ability increased by 20.002 probability of direct recovery from near-death state, and physical body transcendence. A 20 increase in recovery ability was commendable. Yi Ran pondered that this recovery ability encompassed both stamina and vitality, significantly enhancing his endurance in battle. Thus, despite the cost, he resolutely expended another 200 achievement points to elevate it by one more level. Consequently, he was left with only 200 achievement points, and his Nirvana Body reached Level 3. With recovery capability enhanced by nearly one-third. The following 2 days passed swiftly. During the day, Yi Ran spent most of his time at the Blackwater Martial Arts School, mentoring new students. Thanks to his 3 martial arts manuals, the school finally regained some vigor, attracting numerous new enrollees. The frown on the face of the Blackwater School master had lessened considerably. Surprisingly, in these 2 days, Su Qin showed no urgency to depart. Each day she diligently studied the cloud breathing technique. Outside the community, the patrol personnel from the Martial Alliance gradually became scarce, and even the wanted notice had been retracted. The reasons for this change remained uncertain. However, it seemed that everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Of course, it could also be interpreted as the calm before the storm. At the Blackwater Martial Arts School, students began to bid farewell. Goodbye, Senior Brother Yi Ran. See you tomorrow. One after another, they departed. Senior Brother Yi Ran, I made this cake by hand. A young girl shyly glanced at Yi Ran before hastily retreating. Yi Ran shook his head, gazing at the table before him, which was adorned with a plethora of exquisite trinkets, 1,000 origami cranes, desserts, milk tea, and more, gifts from the female students of the school. The Blackwater School master ambled out, eyeing the assortment on the table. He sighed, youth is indeed splendid. In my younger days, I was just as handsome and quite popular, though I lost my hair rather early. As a result, he remains without a companion to this day. Yi Ran glanced at the bald head of the Blackwater Pavilion master, a twitch playing at the corner of his mouth. He casually unwrapped a piece of pastry, offering it to the master while taking a piece for himself. While eating, he inquired, Master, given your age and wealth of life experience, I have recently encountered a perplexing dilemma that eludes resolution. Oh, a dilemma? The Blackwater Pavilion master, intrigued, chuckled, now you have piqued my interest. Pray tell me, what is this conundrum? Yi Ran, curious, asked, What does it mean to act without martial virtue? Acting without martial virtue is quite simple. The Blackwater Pavilion Master replied with a grin. It refers to the act of launching a sudden attack on an opponent, akin to a sneak attack. So, that is how it is. Yi Ran's understanding dawned upon him, and his thoughts drifted to the achievement panel in his mind. Achievement points, 250. New achievement, acting without martial virtue. Acting without martial virtue. Progress, 0-10. Defeat 10 martial artists through actions devoid of martial virtue to complete the achievement. Reward, 150 achievement points. A bounty of 150 achievement points, indeed. This surpassed the 100 points he had earned through moral persuasion by a margin of 50. This was a recent addition to his accomplishments. The veteran driver achievement had been completed just yesterday, granting him an additional 50 points, which coincided with the refresh of this new achievement. With his confusion resolved, Yi Ran prepared to take his leave, saying, "Master, I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall not return." "No worries, come whenever you wish," the Blackwater Pavilion Master replied with a smile. "Very well, farewell, Master." Outside the martial arts school, the street bustled with people, predominantly students from the school, alongside some office workers. Yi Ran, lost in thought, pondered where he might find 10 individuals to defeat through unsporting means. At that moment, his brow arched slightly as he sensed a gaze upon him. Remaining composed, he discreetly scanned his surroundings, quickly pinpointing a nearby supermarket from whence the scrutinizing gaze emanated. Yi Ran. Suddenly, a deep, astonished voice called out. A robust middle-aged man, flanked by 3 or 4 students from the martial arts school, approached. Instructor Wong came closer, smiling. "You do frequent this place often. I often see you leaving the Blackwater Pavilion." At this, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Honorary students typically only held nominal positions. Yet someone like Yi Ran, who dedicated himself so earnestly, was indeed a rarity. "Not much happening lately, so I just come to take a look," Yi Ran replied, shaking his head. "Quite right," Instructor Wong nodded, then suddenly asked, "Would you be interested in joining our thunderous martial pavilion? We recently lost an honorary student and have an available spot." Upon hearing this, the surrounding thunderous martial pavilion students wore expressions of astonishment. An honorary student? Who is this young man? "Never mind," he said, turning to leave. At the moment of his turn, he frowned slightly. The gaze from within the supermarket had vanished. Instructor Wong watched the departing figure, shaking his head. The nearby students, bewildered, murmured, "Instructor Wong, who is this kid? So audacious. Our thunderous martial pavilion is 100 times stronger than that Blackwater Pavilion." "Indeed, Instructor Wong, he seems unfamiliar. He doesn't resemble any of the renowned geniuses from various high schools. A student gifted in martial arts, yet somewhat regrettable." Instructor Wong did not outright dismiss this, but instead appeared somewhat sorrowful as he gazed at Yi Ran's retreating figure. Suddenly, a stir within his heart arose. For reasons unknown, he felt that the Yi Ran he had just spoken to seemed somewhat different from before. During their conversation, an unusual air of calmness and poise enveloped him. This sensation was difficult to articulate. It bore a semblance of superiority, akin to a powerful individual possessing absolute confidence in their own capabilities. Such an aura he had only witnessed in the master of their Thunder Martial Arts School, who was a formidable warrior and a local sovereign in Ningjiang. Thus exuding such self-assurance was entirely reasonable. Yet, how could Yi Ran exhibit this as well? It must be an illusion. Instructor Wong chuckled softly, dismissing the thought, and continued to converse with a few students while departing. Chapter 93, A Storm Approaches. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Ran stretched lazily as he exited Su Qin's home. Upon entering, he found his aunt still occupied in the kitchen, preparing a meal. Changchun Mall. Yi Ran's pupils constricted. The Changchun Mall was located in the Chongkong building, the very commercial edifice that housed the Haija Bar. He inquired nonchalantly, "Aunt, what prompted the sudden desire to visit there?" "Our school gate was visited today by representatives from Changchun Mall, announcing the opening of a new store with promotional activities, including a chance to win discount cards." Zhou Shishir emerged from her room clutching a bag of potato chips, munching as she spoke. "I was lucky enough to win a 50% off card. So crunchy and delicious." She then noticed Yi Ran's pallor. "Hey, why do you look so grim?" "It's nothing." Yi Ran inhaled deeply, suppressing the pallor that had overtaken his face, though his eyes remained shadowed. The Black Seal Tower had indeed conducted a thorough investigation into him, even extending its claws toward Shishir and his aunt. It seemed that they currently underestimated him, lacking any intent to use his family as leverage against him. Otherwise, today's outcome could have been quite dreadful. The Black Seal Tower must perish. A chilling desire for vengeance flickered in Yi Ran's eyes. He could not rest easy until these individuals were dealt with. At that moment, his aunt's voice rang out from the kitchen. "I was just thinking of buying you, Sure, and your uncle some new clothes. Tomorrow afternoon, you should stay in. The 50% off card is rare, and we must seize this opportunity." Yes. They also mentioned that the discount card only activates if the whole family goes together. Zhou Shishir nodded enthusiastically. "I spent quite a while explaining before they agreed that the 3 of us would count." "The whole family?" Yi Ran scoffed inwardly. The Black Seal Tower was merely fabricating an excuse to ensure his attendance. He maintained a composed facade and replied with a smile. All right, I understand. At that moment, a message arrived. Jiangyin. This afternoon, the Black Seal Tower dispatched a peak-level third-tier martial artist to covertly monitor you. Following this, another photo was sent, a supermarket scene featuring a burly man with a buzz cut, casually holding a bag of items at the checkout, his gaze inadvertently drifting outside. Yi Ran raised an eyebrow. This was indeed the supermarket where he had sensed something amiss earlier. He scrutinized the man, committing his appearance to memory, before sending a response. This afternoon, the individuals from the Black Seal Tower encounter my sister. If my memory serves me right, you once assured me that you would covertly protect my family. Jiangyin. Rest assured, the individual from this afternoon was merely a lowly scout from the Black Seal Tower, not even a regular member, and of feeble strength. Furthermore, my sister was in close proximity at that time, so she is safe. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran's expression softened. The messages continued to flow in. Jiangyin. In Ningjiang City, aside from those few insignificant scouts, there are a total of 7 ordinary members of the Black Seal Tower, one of whom is associated with my teacher. My teacher is aware of the identities of the remaining 6 and has refrained from taking action against them, wishing to avoid alarming the hidden martial arts captain, who is, in fact, my teacher's true target. Therefore, you can be assured that if any formal members of the Black Seal Tower approach your family, my teacher will intervene to protect them. Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you. Ultimately, I have profited from this situation, receiving both the dragon blood fruit and your protection for my family. I owe you a favor, which I shall repay in the future. On the other end of the phone, in the Black 3 fighting arena, Jiangyin couldn't help but tease. Do you think you are the protagonist of a novel? Owing a favor to repay in the future is such a glitch. How will you pursue my sister later? Forget it. I will have to step in to assist. She shook her head, yet her impression of Yi Ran had improved. Upon their first meeting, she thought he was just a violent, handsome man, albeit attractive. However, he seemed ready to strike her sister at the slightest disagreement. Yet, after spending time together these past few days, she discovered that aside from his unforgivable cheesy lines, Yi Ran had many commendable qualities. In Yi Ran's room, he glanced at his phone. Jiangyin, tomorrow. The plan of the Black Seal Tower is for you to enter the Black Chrysanthemum Bar as per their scheme. Once inside, you need only endure the most perilous 3 minutes under that Black Seal Tower member. Additionally, the 3rd-level elite martial artist assisting you will be seated at the leftmost side, at the 3rd table. He has sparse hair, so do not mistake him for someone else. Understood. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yi Ran accompanied Yi Hongfang to the nearby market to purchase groceries. Upon arriving at the market entrance, he heard faint sounds emanating from a nearby alley, where a blue and white vehicle belonging to the Martial Alliance was parked, and a few curious individuals had gathered. As they approached, they were dismissed by a young man from the Martial Alliance stationed at the alley's entrance. Yi Ran surveyed the scene and noticed an elderly man shaking his head in dismay. He inquired, Sir, what has transpired? Another death, and this time it was a middle-aged man. However, the state of the deceased was particularly gruesome. Not a single part of him was unscathed, his bones. The elderly man's face turned pale as he trailed off, the thought becoming increasingly nauseating. Alas, I cannot fathom what grudge could provoke such cruelty. To torture a person to that extent, truly malicious. Yi Ran observed the old man's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. It seemed to be yet another instance of violence. Just days prior, a middle-aged man had met a similar fate at the entrance of the community. As he pondered, someone emerged from the alley. 2 staff members from the Martial Alliance hoisted a heavy body bag, accompanied by 2 others carrying evidence bags, as they hastily exited. Following them was a burly, cold-faced bald man. Yi Ran paused momentarily, recognizing this bald figure from a few days prior, before the first corpse had appeared, at the entrance of the neighborhood. At that moment, a member of the Martial Alliance beside the bald man was reporting something respectfully. Suddenly, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he grinned wickedly. Sue, this time, you cannot escape. In an instant, a piercing gaze shot towards him. The bald man cast a fleeting glance at Yi Ran before getting into a vehicle and departing. Yi Ran was taken aback. The man possessed a remarkably keen perception, sensing his glance effortlessly. Such extraordinary awareness was not characteristic of a mere 3rd-level martial artist. This was a martial master. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. After school, Yi Ran accompanied his aunt to the school where Zhou Shishir was. Upon retrieving her, they journeyed to the Chongkong building. Chapter 94, The Black Chrysanthemum Bar. At the Chongkong building, around 7 in the evening, the place was bustling. A voice message from Zhang Fan came through, urgent and anxious. Brother Ran, I'm at the Black Chrysanthemum Bar on the 2nd underground level of the Chongkong building. I've run into some trouble. Please hurry. Upon hearing this, a stocky man with a buzz cut, who had been observing Yi Ran's retreating figure, smirked and followed him. He tossed his phone to the owner of the Iron Bull combat shop beside him. The screen faintly displayed a chat window containing the very voice message just sent to Yi Ran. Watching the 2 figures depart, one after the other, the Iron Bull shop owner shook his head, lamenting the loss. This youth named Yi Ran was remarkably loyal, a rarity in today's society. However, Being a genius was a double-edged sword. The doctrine of the Black Imprint Tower was to extinguish brilliance, fundamentally undermining humanity's foundations. Since this Yi Ran would not survive until tomorrow, there was no need to keep an eye on his family either. The shop owner sighed, slowly departing in another direction. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second underground level, in front of the Black Chrysanthemum bar, Yi Ran glanced at his phone, his expression darkening. They had first lured him to the Chong Kong building and then stolen Zhang Fan's account, using a synthesized voice to deceive him into coming to the Black Chrysanthemum bar. The plan was indeed flawlessly crafted. Truth be told, had it not been for the visit from the Jiang sisters, he might have fallen into their trap due to his carelessness. Although he was aware of the scheme, Yi Ran feigned urgency and quickly entered the bar. Just as he stepped inside, the buzzcut man followed suit. Upon entering, the man's phone rang. He answered, and a deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated on the other end. "Old Yang, be exceedingly cautious tonight." "Haha, old Yang. You can't possibly think that a second-level martial artist, a mere inexperienced youth, could pose a threat to me, can you?" The buzzcut man replied nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette with satisfaction. "Old Yang." A low, somber voice of a middle-aged man resonated with seriousness. "There is a traitor among us." Although the captain promptly disabled the communication devices of those rogue individuals, we remain uncertain about how much of our plan has been compromised. It is highly plausible that the one named Yi Ran is merely orchestrating a ruse to lure us out. "Orchestrating a ruse?" remarked a man with a buzz cut, extinguishing his cigarette with a cold smirk. "As long as he remains within my line of sight for 5 seconds, his demise is assured. Moreover, the captain is here. Should any trouble arise, he will intervene on my behalf. Enough of this, I must conclude. We shall complete the task tonight, and I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast tomorrow." Upon entering the bar, Yi Ran cast a discerning glance around before settling into a chosen spot. His mind still mulling over the appearance of the pinnacle-level warrior from the Black Seal Tower and contemplating how long it would take to neutralize him. After a moment's reflection, he reached a conclusion: 3 seconds. Provided the distance was adequate, he could dispatch that pinnacle warrior in a mere 3 seconds. Yi Ran glanced at his phone, and as expected, Zhang Fan had sent another voice message. The content of the message was essentially a pretext to delay him, insisting that he remain at the Black Chrysanthemum bar for another 2 hours. At present, the bar was sparsely populated. Should he act recklessly and commit murder, the Martial Alliance would not be easily trifled with. It would not be long before they identified the perpetrator. In 2 hours, around midnight, the bar would be teeming with patrons. Not only would there be a multitude of witnesses, but according to the bar's custom, the lights would dim for 3 minutes to celebrate the night. This would provide an opportune moment to strike. If he acted swiftly, he could store the body in his spatial ring without leaving a trace. Having pondered these matters, Yi Ran couldn't help but reflect once more on the formidable nature of the Black Seal Tower. It was no wonder that it was recognized as one of the 3 most dangerous organizations by the Martial Alliance. At that moment, a buzzcut man sat down at the adjacent table, smiling at him. "Smile at your grandmother." Yi Ran shot him a glare. The buzzcut man's expression turned bewildered, his smile freezing in place. Yi Ran raised his fist, his demeanor unfriendly. "With a face like that, turn away, or I swear I'll teach you a lesson." The buzzcut man seethed inwardly, cursing the insolent brat. "Just wait. In 2 hours, I will shatter that mouth of yours." Despite his fury, he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to endure the humiliation, his mind swirling with confusion. The intel indicated that this young man had a notorious temper. How could he suddenly be so volatile? Could it be that I truly am unpleasant to behold? Nearby, at another table, a gaunt man in black attire and a shaved head witnessed this exchange, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He was the 3rd-tier elite warrior employed by the owner of the fighting arena to protect Yi Ran. Therefore, he was well acquainted with both Yi Ran's appearance and that of his adversary. Observing Yi Ran openly provoke the pinnacle-level warrior left him astonished, and he could not help but exclaim internally, "The youth of today are truly formidable." Yi Ran remained unconvinced, recognizing that having reached this juncture, the 3rd-tier warrior from the Black Seal Tower would certainly not yield easily. Thus, even if he were to scold him or affectionately pat his head, calling him Big Yellow, the warrior would have to endure it. With this thought in mind, Yi Ran cast another glance at the man with the buzz cut. He scoffed, "Ugly brute. Sit further away and don't obstruct my view of the beautiful ladies." At this, the bald man in black attire sputtered out his beer, flustered as he wiped his mouth. Meanwhile, he lamented inwardly, thinking, "This kid has lost his mind. With such reckless behavior, this peak 3rd-tier warrior will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. I must quickly inform the boss and see if I can decline this job. I came here to earn money, not to risk my life." The buzzcut man was also taken aback, his face contorting with rage. "I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to deal with this brat right now." However, amidst the sparse crowd of a dozen patrons in the bar, he knew that even as a 3rd-tier warrior, should he resort to violence, it would surely attract attention, leading to troublesome consequences. Thus, he ultimately forced himself to restrain his fury. To avoid drawing suspicion, he shot a cold glance at Yi Ran and remarked, "Young man, do not be so arrogant." Yi Ran paid him no heed, instead focusing on the bald man in black, who was incessantly winking at him. He furrowed his brow, questioning, "Who is this fellow? Why has he taken that seat? Wasn't he that seat reserved for an ally of mine, arranged by the owner of the fighting arena?" He had briefly considered that the bald man might be his ally, but recalling Jiang Yin's description of her associates, he quickly dismissed the notion.